The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2861 to Chapter 2941. Little Kunlun attack. No way, Lin Ling's eyes are so sharp. He's too lucky. Lucky. Hearing that, everyone exclaimed. They could also sense that the old man's words were full of praise. This made them somewhat jealous because as geniuses, they couldn't even enter the eyes of the sect leader. Lucky? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? If life and death were close, would you choose to retreat, resist, or take the initiative? The old man coldly shouted again. Everyone instantly fell silent. If they were faced with that finger, they would definitely resist with all their might. At the very least, they would look for an opportunity to dodge. As for taking the initiative, they didn't even think about it because that would be a suicidal move. You're a disgrace to the Crimson Province. Seeing that everyone was silent, the old man reprimanded again, causing everyone to grit their teeth. Feeling very humiliated, the old man also looked at Lin Ling. You're really amazing. Not only do you have reaction time, even your experience and knowledge surpass your peers. If you weren't so young, I would even think that you're an old monster who has cultivated for millions of years. Even though my finger pierced through your chest, it was only a superficial wound, right? The old man's voice was solemn. After all, Lin Ling had broken through the moves of a third-level martial immortal realm martial master. He couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. At this moment, Lin Ling also nodded. The sect leader of the Great Jade Pure Hall was indeed very powerful. He, Lin Ling, had also used all his strength to block it. You're indeed a rare martial arts genius. Unfortunately, my Great Jade Pure Hall is not fortunate enough to recruit you. I'm actually envious of the Green Province. The old man sighed softly and swept his gaze over the disciples of the various sects, his eyes filled with disdain. These geniuses wanted to compete with Lin Ling. They were simply a bunch of toads. Everyone also noticed the old man's gaze. They were all furious, but there was nothing they could do. Again. The old man attacked again. His sword was like a clear stream, like a high mountain and flowing water. Ultimate martial path, the pinnacle of the Dao domain. Looking at this simple and unadorned sword strike, Lin Ling secretly cried out in alarm. When the other party attacked, the power of the universe was extremely terrifying. He simply couldn't meet force with force. He could only constantly search for the flaws in the other party's moves and break them. Lin Ling gathered all of his world essence and stared at the sword with his 10,000 elephant devil eyes. He also made his move. Amazing. 10 points of strength, 8 points of strength, and 2 points of strength reserved. After the first attack failed, it was a perfect retreat. After exchanging a few more blows, the old man exclaimed in admiration. The clash between the two of them was a clash of martial arts. It seemed simple, but when applied to Lin Ling, everything was so smooth and perfect. Others might be able to do this, but they only had the form and not the soul. Lin Ling is so powerful. Xiong Huang stared fixedly at the battle between the two. He knew that the sect leader would not go easy on Lin Ling, which was why he knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. To be praised by a senior from the Crimson Province, this was the first time in the Green Province. Unfortunately, this honor did not belong to him. Flame Coffin. After a few clashes, Lin Ling also realized that his world essence was greatly depleted, so he used a killer move. Dark Spirit Saint Force. Seeing this, the old man's expression turned serious. He sensed that the huge flame coffin could kill a first-level martial immortal. Therefore, he also erupted with his strength. Black air currents appeared, as if they could destroy everything, and surged. The old man's face turned black and white, and his aura became even more domineering. His hands were mixed with black and white energy, and he madly grabbed. Out, rumble. When the flame coffin exploded, he actually tore the flame coffin apart. However, he clearly did not gain any advantage. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was slightly injured. This old man. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was the first time he saw someone so domineering, holding the flame coffin. This also meant that even though Lin Ling was strong in all major areas, he still could not defeat an expert whose realm was much higher than his. Injured, the sect leader is injured. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's helplessness, the people were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. One was the sect leader of an ancient sect, a martial immortal, and the other was a genius from the Green Province. However, the rising star injured the senior. How could this not shock the people? At least, if it were them, they would be defeated in one move. The first seal of the true God martial spirit, powerful, powerful. Your physical body is very strong, with the power of 500,000 universes, comparable to the power of 50 worlds. No wonder your endurance and explosive power are so strong. Also, you have two talents. Your physical body's defense is very strong, and it can absorb a large amount of the opponent's attacks, reducing the side effects. Your fire talent is focused on offense, very domineering. Most importantly, you have soul power, and you seem to be able to detect the flaws in my every move. Of course, no matter how powerful your martial arts experience is, it is all based on your realm. However, your realm essence is very strong, and this is the reason why you have not been defeated until now. The old man spat out another mouthful of blood, and said word by word. His heart was also rumbling. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying little monster. If Lin Ling was also a martial immortal, or even a stage 1 martial immortal, he knew that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. When fighting with an enemy, if you show mercy, it is an insult to you. Now, it is my turn to attack. My black and white forces are the peak of the ultimate martial Dao domain, half a step into the peak of the ultimate martial Dao, the complete Dao. You have to be careful. The old man attacked again. It was obvious that he respected Lin Ling a lot, so he attacked with his full strength. That was because Lin Ling was the most demon-level true god junior he had ever met in his life. He even felt that it was his good fortune to be able to fight against Lin Ling. The black and white forces, the white forces are like water, increasing your speed and defense. The black forces are like torrential rivers, incomparably ferocious. One yin and one yang, one hard and one soft. Your ultimate martial Dao can defeat many geniuses with great talent. Lin Ling also shouted coldly. On the path of the martial Dao, talent did not represent everything. Powerful martial artists could also kill those with outstanding talent. What they relied on was their profound martial arts experience. My evaluation of you has increased again. You are the first junior to know the characteristics of my ultimate martial Dao. What's the use of a pity? You will still die. The old man's voice was very cold. At that moment, Lin Ling's eyes were flickering. He was already planning to activate the space-time divine steel. However, at that moment, the vine wrapped around his left arm seemed to have awakened. It grew rapidly, and viciously lashed out at the old man. The whip contained the profound universal Dao. Although it seemed simple, it contained the sun, moon, and stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, circling. This. The old man was shocked. The crowd was also dumbfounded because they realized that the black and white soul seemed to be a true god martial soul. Could it be that the vine had extracted the old man's true god martial soul? Even Lin Ling was shocked because the vine was mini Kunlun. However, Lin Ling was no fool. He gripped the tyrannical song in his hand tightly and slashed out 12 times. Boom. Boom, boom. The old man anxiously clashed with the huge ancient sword and was smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack continuously. The sudden change caused the surroundings to become deathly silent because no one expected that the sect leader would be suppressed again when he fought Lin Ling. Boom. However, not long after, the old man rushed out again. His face was ferocious and cold. What is that? With Lin Ling's cultivation level, although those swords were powerful, they obviously couldn't hurt him. However, after the vine whipped him, he realized that his strength had decreased by 30%, or even 40%. That was why Lin Ling's sword could injure him. The reason was that the vine had extracted his innate talent. If a cultivator didn't have talent, their battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the old man was skilled in martial arts and didn't have talent, those swords would have taken his life. Ho ho, it's a part of my strength. Hearing that, Lin Ling calmly replied. This thing is too terrifying. It can extract a person's talent. The old man frowned as if he couldn't believe it. He attacked Lin Ling again. However, when it got close to Lin Ling, the vine whipped out again. This time, it had extracted the old man's talent again, causing his strength to decrease greatly in a short period of time. Azure sword formation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ling activated the sword formation, forming a spirit formation that surged toward the old man. Rumble. This time, the old man suffered a great loss again. He was continuously slashed by the tens of thousands of swords. You. Moreover, he started to roar. He was too aggrieved in this battle. Firmament change. Lin Ling ignored him. He pushed the evil flame transformation to its limits. With the flaming coffin in his left hand and the ancient sword in his right, he launched his strongest attack. Around him, the small Kunlun grew larger and larger. It took root in the ground, and its vines shot into the sky. It launched a powerful attack at the old man. With every whip, the old man's innate talent was unleashed. Although he did not receive any fatal injuries, it did affect his battle prowess. By the time he reacted, Lin Ling's various powerful ultimate techniques had already arrived, making it difficult for him to defend himself. Spacetime Divine Steel. Lin Ling knew that this was his weakest moment, so he used his strongest trump card, Rumble. In the sky, a huge stone tablet came crashing down, as if it was going to break the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. The disciples of the various sects were like cicadas in winter. They never thought that Lin Ling's attacks would be so strong. Like a storm, not only did it injure the old man, it even suppressed him to the point where he vomited blood again and again. And this is the Azure Province's genius Lin Ling that we look down on. Someone muttered to himself. Suppressing a sect leader, this was something that they did not even dare to think about. Rumble. However, the old man was worthy of being a powerful martial immortal. His tenacious fighting spirit and strength surpassed Lin Ling's imagination. He raised his hands to the sky, and the black and white energies appeared in his palms as if they were omnipotent. They actually lifted up the spacetime divine steel. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Martial immortal realm, it was indeed very terrifying. His black and white energies are too heaven-defying. Boom. Lin Ling even saw that the old man's innate talent was being continuously extracted. However, the black and white energies were continuously providing spiritual energy, preventing the old man from falling down. Junior, to be able to force me to use 120% of my strength, you are the number 1 person under the martial immortal realm. If I remember correctly, the last time I used my full strength, it was during the 100 sect leader battle. The old man roared, treating Lin Ling as a powerful sect leader. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. Sigh. However, he was clearly not afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling's current attack was not fatal. Is that so? Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling gave up on attacking. He appeared behind the old man with 7 realm speed and sent out a palm strike. This guy. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling's crazy actions, everyone forgot to breathe. Although the sect leader was suppressed by the spacetime divine steel, it was very dangerous for Lin Ling to approach him. After all, no matter what, the sect leader was an old monster of the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. He was a huge elephant, and Lin Ling was only an ant. Even the old man was surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling's actions were like cards that did not follow common sense. It was very difficult to understand. However, when the palm strike landed behind the old man, he discovered Lin Ling's goal. Lin Ling was actually absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the black and white energy. One had to know that the black and white energy was very mysterious. It was said that it was a mysterious energy flow that was born when the world was first created. After being observed by experts, they comprehended it. This cultivation technique was called the Heavenly Heaven Divine Reflection Technique, and it was also a cultivation technique that their sect did not pass on. The world essence cultivated by this cultivation technique was very powerful. The black and white energy greatly increased one's defense, speed, and attack. It could even emit spiritual energy at critical moments, allowing the cultivator to remain undefeated. However, Lin Ling seemed to know the characteristics of the black and white energy, so he actually came to absorb it, and if he wanted to stop the spacetime divine steel, he could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. Bastard! The old man could not help but curse. Senior, you should be careful of the spacetime divine steel. Yes. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He operated the primal chaos divine formula in his dantian and continued to refine the spiritual energy of the black and white energy. This was also because the old man's goal was the space-time divine steel. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so impudent, and after the old man cursed, he also discovered that Lin Ling's cultivation level seemed to be increasing. This made him even more shocked because no one had ever been able to refine the spiritual energy of others and quickly use it for their own use. Did this mean that Lin Ling was treating him like a deity crystal? Boom. When he thought of this, the sect leader was also enraged. He activated a powerful 7th grade boundary origin martial art, which temporarily increased the power of his attack. He actually managed to blast away the divine steel of time and space. His long hair danced wildly, and he looked like a war god from the primordial era. How troublesome. Lin Ling's expression changed. He immediately retreated, recalled the space-time divine steel, and immediately fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going, bastard? The sect leader no longer had the appearance of a senior. At this moment, it was obvious that his lungs were about to explode from anger. Fighting a junior at the true immortal realm, he had repeatedly been injured and even helped his opponent increase his cultivation level. If news of this spread out, he would not be able to face anyone. Go. Seeing that the old man was chasing after him like a madman, Lin Ling activated the Azura sword formation and then madly fled again. The current him was clearly not suitable for a head-on clash. The two of them clashed in the 9 Dragons' 18 grooves. The sect leader admitted defeat. Lin Ling used all his trump cards to contend with the old man. He did not meet force with force, but attacked from the side. During this process, he repeatedly let little Kunlun launch sneak attacks, and then waited on the space-time divine steel. He took the opportunity to steal the old man's black and white forces again. The old man was unlucky to have met a freak like Lin Ling. The black and white forces that he had painstakingly cultivated all his life were now being taken advantage of by Lin Ling. Don't you King run. The old man kept chasing Lin Ling. His beard and hair were messy, and his eyes were red with anger. Previously, he wanted to recruit Lin Ling as a disciple, but now, he did not want to do so at all. If Lin Ling came to their sect, the sect would be in chaos, because he dared to take advantage of the sect leader. He could not suppress such a disciple. What happened? That's the sect leader of Great Jade Hall. Who is he chasing? That person is really unlucky. That's not necessarily true. Did you see? The sect leader of Great Jade Hall is obviously in a difficult situation, but his opponent is much more relaxed. What? The two of them flew over the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. Many people on the ground saw them, and they all felt as if they were struck by lightning. They never thought that the sect leader of Great Jade Hall would be in such a difficult situation. One had to know that that was the sect leader who taught them martial arts. That's not Lin something from Qingzhou. When they saw the old man's opponent, even the sect leaders of many sects gasped. Obviously, they did not expect that Lin Ling, who came from Qingzhou, would cause such a huge commotion in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons, and this chase lasted for a full 3 days. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Ling still had not lost. Instead, through continuous sneak attacks, his realm essence continued to recover, and he became more and more energetic. Looking at the old man, he was getting weaker and weaker. I've cultivated for 5,000 years. Even though I'm not at the top of the Crimson Prefecture, I'm still famous and highly respected. I'll kill you today, kid. The old man was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. It was no wonder that he was angry. Based on his seniority and strength, he was several times more powerful than Lin Ling. Even when Li Xiaoyao was still alive, he would have to call this old man senior. However, he couldn't swallow such a junior no matter what, but at this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and floated in the air with a calm expression. Not running anymore? The old man's breathing quickened as he looked at the vine wrapped around Lin Ling's arm with extreme fear. If it weren't for that thing, he would have already defeated Lin Ling. I'm not running anymore because I've broken through. Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence. His words caused the old man's expression to freeze. Soon after, he saw a surging aura emanating from Lin Ling's body. Demonic flame change, Azura sword array, flame coffin, heart of the flame god. All of Lin Ling's trump cards were shockingly revealed, and in the sky, the space-time divine steel also smashed down with an ancient aura. This. The old man immediately started to panic. This was because he saw that Lin Ling had reached the 9th level of the true God realm, but the increase in realm essence wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. Most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling had stolen his black and white energy to break through. I admit defeat. In the end, the old man spat out a few words in a sullen manner. When Lin Ling was at the 8th level of the true God realm, it was already difficult for him to defeat him. Now that his cultivation level had increased, how could he fight? What's more, he was completely drained in these 3 days. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the huge space-time divine steel smashed down from the sky and smashed the old man into the ground. You bastard, I've already admitted defeat. The old man was smashed by the space-time divine steel. At this moment, his eyes were red as he shouted. You wanted to kill me and now you admit defeat? On the space-time divine steel, Lin Ling's blue and white robe appeared. He stood quietly on the divine steel and looked at the old man below. The old man was speechless. He knew that when warriors fought, once they revealed their killing intent, their opponents wouldn't be merciful. However, on account of you helping me increase my cultivation level, I'll spare your life. However, Lin Ling's lips quickly curled into a smile. This was the first time he smiled since coming to the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. Although the old man wanted to kill him, he knew that the old man had the ability to kill him in one blow. However, the old man was curious about his strength, so he raised his attack power bit by bit. This gave Lin Ling a chance. Moreover, if it weren't for the old man's black and white energy, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to break through. It could only be said that although the old man wasn't a good person, he had a straightforward personality and was very much to Lin Ling's liking. The only flaw was that he was a little too serious. I'll spare your life. From now on, if you see me, Lin Ling, you'll take a detour. Lin Ling's body flickered as he flew off into the distance, causing the old man to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He was a dignified sect leader of a generation, yet a junior actually spared his life in the tone of a reward? Humph. Although he was spared, how could he let go of his pride? In fact, I still like uncivilized old antiques like you. The more serious you are, the cuter I find you. However, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted over from afar, causing the old man's eyes to twitch and his face to turn red. Get lost. Cuter? I'm a dignified sect leader, yet I'm called cuter? If you want to kill Realgar, you'd better hurry up. That guy isn't very capable, but there are many people who want to curry favor with him. However, after the old man stood up, he still looked into the distance and said. Also, there will be many powerhouses in the 100 Sects conference, including some geniuses from 6th grade sections. They're not weaker than me, and in Qingzhou, they're the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. The old man seemed to have thought of something and reminded him again. Thank you. Lin Ling's chuckle came from afar. He waved his hand and disappeared in front of the old man. In order to take revenge, this guy came to Crimson Province alone. He dares to take responsibility for his actions and is magnanimous. I like him very much. Unfortunately, I've only met one such seedling in my life, so it's difficult to recruit him as a disciple. After Lin Ling completely disappeared, a smile finally appeared on the old man's stern face. Since the beginning of the battle, he had been very appreciative of Lin Ling, so he did not immediately kill him because he appreciated talent. However, who knew that because of his appreciation of talent, the young man's strength had broken through instead. He was truly a monstrous existence. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's strength, his smile turned into a bitter smile. Although he wanted to take Lin Ling as a disciple, the disciple was stronger than the master, so how could he recruit him? What an interesting old man. At that moment, Lin Ling was flying towards the depths of the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. The battle with the sect leader had wasted a lot of his time, but Lin Ling had also gained great benefits. His realm had greatly improved, and he was more familiar with the various powers in his body. In fact, he was still very grateful to that senior. I'm saying that everyone here is just an ant. With my current ability, I'm afraid that even if Wuxing is in the 2nd stage realm, I wouldn't be afraid. And little Kunlun, it actually has the ability to beat up innate talents. Lin Ling touched the vine which was wrapped around his left arm. Towards this mysterious vine, he was getting more and more curious. As though it had sensed Lin Ling's words, the little leaves on the vine started to sway, giving off an extremely adorable feeling. Realger, I'm here to kill you. After his ability had increased greatly, the current Lin Ling wasn't afraid of anything. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would destroy Buddha. At this very moment, at the location where the battle took place 3 days ago, everyone was still waiting there quietly as they surrounded Realger, discussing animatedly. I wonder how it is now. Lin Ling is really crazy, stirring up the 9 dragons and 18 ravines. From what I see, he's dead for sure. Let's just wait for the good news. As for Realger, his expression was extremely grave, but he consoled himself that how could Lin Ling be that senior's opponent? Definitely not. Realger, I'm here. But at this moment, a sharp roar was heard from afar, causing the sky to change color. A slender figure mixed with a sharp aura, as though he was a war god, walked over from the sky. Every step he took was as though an emperor was shaking, causing the 9 dragons and 18 ravines to shake. Lin Ling, you're back? Looking at that figure, the surrounding people felt as though they were struck by lightning. 3 days ago, Lin Ling arrived in a tyrannical manner, sweeping away all the elite geniuses in the 100 sect tournament and finally attracting the sect master level practitioners. They thought that once the sect master made his move, Lin Ling would definitely be defeated. But in the end, that sect master wasn't able to take down Lin Ling, and after 3 days and 3 nights of battle, finally, Lin Ling returned victorious. Then where's Great Jade Hall sect master? Someone's gaze started to search the surroundings. Aren't you talking rubbish? If Great Jade Hall sect master had won, he would have appeared long ago. Someone with quick reflexes said. Everyone started to make guesses. Could it be that Great Jade Hall sect master had lost to Lin Ling? Their faces immediately turned as ugly as the color of pig liver. Bang bang bang, Lin Ling's pace wasn't fast, but it was as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts. Every step he took made them feel a bit shorter. Some of the weaker ones even began to tremble and spit out a mouthful of blood. Plop, the one with the biggest reaction was naturally Realger. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Up until now, he had never placed Lin Ling in his eyes, because even though Lin Ling was the most powerful exceptional talent, he was still half a step into the ranks of Qing Province's 9 great heavens. Yet now, he was sure that Lin Ling already had the strength of one of Qing Province's 9 great heavens. You ants, scram. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was very calm, but when it fell into the ears of the various elite geniuses, it was as loud as thunder. You ants? They were all ants, they all frowned. Eldest senior brother Deng Yin, he's calling you ants. Moreover, you said that you would protect me. Realger looked towards everyone, trying to ask for their help. They all laughed bitterly. They had indeed said these words, but at that time, they didn't know Lin Ling was this strong. If I'm captured by him, how will you all explain this to the sect master? Realger shouted anxiously. Finally, someone walked out. He calmly looked towards the sky and said, Qing Province's Lin Ling, we admit that you are quite formidable, but don't look down on us. If we fight to the death, you might not be able to gain an advantage. That's right, we know that you have enmity with Brother Realger, but can you give us a day's time? After a day, our sect master will arrive. If you want Realger, feel free to do so. I hope you can give us some face. Also, even though we are not as strong as you, we are still elite geniuses. You calling us ants, I can't swallow this anger. The voices continued to ring out, causing Realger to laugh uncontrollably. He hoped that Lin Ling would be intimidated by them and leave. This was his only hope. However, Lin Ling still continued to move forward. It was as if the words of those people were like the chirping of sparrows. When he reached the ground, he looked at the person who first came out and said, Ant, I'm not targeting you. As soon as he said this, the person's expression softened. Lin Ling was indeed giving him face. I'm saying that everyone here is an ant. However, Lin Ling's next sentence stunned everyone. This Qing Province's Lin Ling was too arrogant. They were all furious, and all of them released their aura. However, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He quietly looked at the group of people. His gaze was as calm as the mountains and flowing water. In the eyes of the group of people, their aura gradually weakened, and their fighting spirit gradually dimmed. They didn't know why, but that gaze made them feel terrified. The calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. It was as if in another incense stick's time, if they didn't leave, they would die. Sorry, we offended you before. The young man who first came out clasped his fists, bowed, and left immediately. He had a feeling that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. I'll also apologize. I'll leave first. Brother Realgar, I'm sorry. This is a grudge between you and him. I can't help. After someone took the lead, the others spoke up one after another. It was obvious that they were just trying to show off. However, this show of strength was destroyed by Lin Ling's gaze and calm words. I'm not targeting you. I'm just saying that everyone here is an ant. This sentence lingered in their minds. How calm, how domineering, most importantly, they couldn't refute it, nor could they resist it. Don't go. Realgar's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he watched the crowd leave anxiously. Lin Ling had become so powerful? He made the geniuses of the 100 sects of the Crimson Province flee with just one sentence. This made him feel unreal. Lin Ling didn't look at Realgar. Instead, he sat cross-legged and comprehended his own strength. Not long ago, when he fought with the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall, he continuously refined his opponent's black and white energies. Not only did his first Dantian reach the 9th level of the True God Realm, even his other Dantians reached the 9th level of the True God Realm. Now, relying on the fusion of his 3 Dantians, without using martial arts, he could defeat a first-level martial immortal with just his boundary essence. Therefore, he was sure that he had already stepped into the ranks of the 9 heavens of the Green Province. So calm. Lin Ling is actually cultivating. This is a good opportunity. Why don't we make a move? If we can protect Realgar, it'll be a great merit. Get out of here. Don't get us killed. I see that Lin Ling's killing intent is extremely dense. He's definitely not a soft persimmon. You're right. I shouldn't think like that. The onlookers in the distance started whispering. Even if Lin Ling was cultivating, they didn't dare to get close. As for Realgar, his face was extremely gloomy. The mastermind, of course, Xianxia had thought of running away. However, every time he had this thought, Lin Ling's eyelashes would flutter and he would not dare to move, and this feeling of not being able to move up or down made him feel like years, as if he was suffering. Lin Ling continued to ignore him. Thinking back to the battle with the old man, he realized that he had gained a lot from that battle. Memories of the battle between Li Xiaoyao and the geniuses of the 9 prefectures rose in his mind. These memories had been covered in dust. Due to the passage of time, Lin Ling had forgotten about them. During this period of time, the sacred ground of the rainforest was facing a calamity. This caused the Emperor's fate to affect me. Thinking about the destruction of the 2 large commanderies, the destruction of the flickering light world and other matters, Lin Ling knew that the Son of Heaven that he possessed was also affecting him. Although he did not care about the slaughter, he did not like to be controlled and influenced by it. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind you? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His words and appearance made him look like an influential figure. However, he looked very young, which gave people a strange feeling. Xianxua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this moment would come, but when it really came, he was still a little panicked. I don't know. However, when Xianxia thought of that lord, he gritted his teeth. Lin Ling nodded. His expression was still calm, but it was frightening. He stood up and waved his left hand. The vine appeared. The vine lashed out like a whip. Under the whip, a painful sound came from Xianxua's mouth. His talent was pulled out. That feeling was as painful as the soul being whipped. Ah! Xianxua's voice was like a pig being slaughtered, shocking the surroundings. Hearing that voice, the people in the distance were frightened. They could feel the pain Xianxua was in. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, kill me. Xianxua roared. However, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. In his eyes, his close friends from the sacred ground of the rainforest floated past like smoke. Lord Shui Wu, Daoist came, Lord Pu, there were too many. Lin Ling lashed out with his whip as each figure appeared in his mind. Furthermore, a whip formed from white radiance appeared in his right hand. He brandished the whip with both hands and struck the Realgar. This whip was condensed from soul force and specialized in extracting souls. If you don't want to talk, fine. I have all the time in the world. I'll beat you until you talk. Ah, Realgar groaned in pain from the beating. Its entire body was convulsing, and it was in so much pain that snot and tears were spurting out. In the end, even his urine and feces were beaten out. His soul force was constantly trembling as it was being cut apart and split apart. However, the white whip had a miraculous effect. While it was splitting apart, it was also repairing his soul force. Just like that, it continued to split apart and repair itself, making him wish he was dead. How frightening! That terrifying scene caused the bodies of the people in the distance to tremble. In truth, to a martial artist, the pain of the mortal body was the weakest. The pain of the soul, or even the pain of having one's talent extracted, these were the true excruciating pains. Realgar. So miserable. What kind of thing did this guy do to make Linling torture him like this? Who knows? I just feel that this Linling is too fierce. Some of the more cowardly people even left directly because they didn't dare to look at that tragic scene anymore. Ha ha ha, 9th of September whine. Realgar, who was being whipped, seemed to have gone crazy and was laughing loudly. In truth, it was a painful laugh. Don't hit me anymore. I will kowtow to you. I will call you ancestor. Spare me. However, after the laughter, it turned into tears. His tears dyed the ground wet. However, Linling did not seem to hear it. He continued to whip. His face was still calm, but there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Every lash of the whip was for the sake of a close friend who had passed away. Those people had no enmity with Realgar. Because they had helped Realgar, they had all died. Linling felt indignant for them. If the country is destroyed, I will destroy the world. This was the sentence left behind by Realgar. Linling wanted him to regret this sentence. Anyone who dared to touch Linling's people would be hunted down by Linling, even if Linling had to kill them to the ends of the earth. It was useless for anyone to protect him. Following a crisp sound, the people in the distance saw a strange force rushing out from Realgar's body. Eventually, it turned into ashes. That seems to be an innate talent. Oh my god, he destroyed Realgar's innate talent. Realizing this, the people's faces turned pale. What a terrifying vine. This meant that even if Realgar was still a martial artist, he could no longer display the power of his innate talent. His combat power had been reduced by at least 70%. My innate talent. Realgar was in the most pain. In fact, he was also a very good genius. Otherwise, he would not have been valued by the Empress Dowager. But now, he was half a cripple. With the Empress Dowager's ruthless character, he knew that even if he returned alive, the Empress Dowager would not spare his life. This meant that he, Realgar, was finished. He was completely finished, and the reason for all this was that he had provoked Linling. What sin have I committed? There are so many worlds in the North region. Why did I have to destroy the rainforest sacred land? Realgar groaned, but it could not stop Linling's whip. In fact, he was lashing more and more fiercely. It was as if the blood debt of everyone in the rainforest sacred land was all on Realgar. And the rainforest sacred land had countless people. However many people there were, Linling would lash out as many times. I will tell you who the murderer is. I beg you to stop. Linling, I was wrong. Please let me go. The murderer is the Empress Dowager. She obtained the Son of Heaven's mandate. That is the Son of Heaven's mandate that requires souls and bodies. Therefore, not only did she want to kill, she also wanted to obtain a large amount of souls. In the end, Realgar finally revealed the murderer. Linling's whip finally stopped. His expression was grave as he raised his hand and looked at the horizon. The Empress Dowager, Emperor Qing's woman. All of this was indeed related to the Son of Heaven's mandate. In order to become the Emperor Qing, the Empress Dowager actually made the innocent people of the world sell their lives for her. What a vicious woman. Although Linling had destroyed 2 large commanderies and destroyed the flickering world, he had killed countless people. However, Linling had his own principles when it came to killing people. He did not kill for the Son of Heaven's mandate. Who else? Linling's voice was very gloomy. There are also the Luo Thorn and the Sun Bone. They asked me to help them destroy the rainforest sacred land. Realgar quickly answered Linling. After Linling withdrew his whip, Realgar finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart was filled with bitterness. Previously, he had planned to not say anything even if he was beaten to death. However, Lin Ling did not say anything and used the divine whip on him. In the end, he did not need Lin Ling to ask. He was beaten to the point where he was forced to speak. They are indeed involved. Lin Ling gritted his teeth like a ferocious lone wolf. Surrender and await capture. Lin Ling, stop hitting me. I've already told you. Why are you still hitting me? Realger's tears flowed out as he knelt down and begged for mercy. His body trembled as his soul was being whipped. There are hundreds of millions of people in the sacred land of the rainforest. How can I let you off just because you're begging for mercy? Are their lives not lives? If I don't avenge them, who will avenge them? Lin Ling roared as his whip became even more frenzied. Rumble, behind Realger, the ancient basalt rocks were crushed into powder by the aura emitted by the whip. If I don't avenge them, who will avenge them? That domineering and resolute voice swept through the world like a violent storm. He really came to avenge them. That crazy Lin Ling. He came all the way from Qingzhou to Crimson Prefecture just to avenge them. He's the only madman in the world who dares to do so. The people in the distance looked at Lin Ling. They knew why Lin Ling was so angry. Realger must have done something that made him angry. As for the enmity between martial artists, unless they had killed each other's father, they would rarely implicate their family members. Therefore, Realger was also a taboo. That was because he didn't have any feud with Lin Ling Bang. After countless whips, Realger finally fainted. Lin Ling held the long whip in his hand. His breathing was rapid and his eyes were red. No one knew what he was thinking. Empress Dowager, I, Lin Ling, will find you. Finally, he muttered to himself. With a wave of his left hand, the vine turned into a rope and tied Realger up. Then, Lin Ling walked into the distance. Rumble, it was as if he was carrying a dead dog. Wherever he passed, the Realger would crash into the black tortoise ancient rocks, causing them to shatter. Is that guy going to bring Realger back just like that? Seeing Lin Ling's actions, many people had their own guesses. Then, they laughed bitterly. Realger offended Lin Ling. It was as if it had offended a malefic star that it shouldn't have offended in its lifetime. Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. He put on the large cloak again and gradually disappeared into the distance. Wherever he passed, people respectfully opened a path for him. After an unknown amount of time, figures came from afar. When they saw the scene in front of them, their faces were extremely ugly. Where's Realger? An elder roared. Realger was lost in front of them. How were they going to explain it to the Empress Dowager? It was taken away by Lin Ling of Qingzhou. The surrounding elite geniuses said bitterly. What? Those sect leaders and elders were all stunned, unable to believe the crowd's words. There are so many of you, including 3 elders and a sect master, yet none of you were able to stop him? You must be joking. The first old man roared angrily. Senior, do we look like we're kidding? That Lin Ling is crazy. He defeated everyone by himself and stirred up chaos. None of us can stop him. The disciples said one after another. The smiles on their faces were even more bitter. Hearing that, the sect leaders fell silent. Their hearts were pounding. At first, they thought that Lin Ling was inferior to the disciples of the 100 sects. But now, they felt that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Find him. Don't let him leave the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. The elder gave the final order. Lin Ling really wanted to leave the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. However, this place was too big and he didn't know how to leave. Rumble, he dragged the Realger and continued to walk forward, looking from afar. This scene was extremely shocking. The people they met along the way were also eye-opening. However, when they saw that Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak, they didn't dare to ask anything. How do I leave this place? Lin Ling naturally noticed the people in the distance and asked coldly. Senior, you can't leave this place. You can only leave after half a year. Although they didn't know who Lin Ling was talking to, the elite geniuses in the distance still replied respectfully. So troublesome? Lin Ling walked forward again. It seemed that there was a time limit to the 100 sect conference. This meant that he could only endure for half a year. Have you seen Lin Ling? After Lin Ling disappeared for a long time, a large number of people stepped on ancient rocks and leaped over like dragonflies. The person in the lead was very young, but he had a strong sense of majesty. "You are?" The people around him immediately replied solemnly. They felt bitter. Previously, they saw the cloaked man dragging a dog. He seemed to be very powerful. Now, they encountered a group of people whose strength was hard to see through. Why were they so unlucky? Could it be that this group of people was here to snatch the mysterious light grass? "I'm Wang Guangming from the Star Sect," the young man in the lead said indifferently. "It's you." Hearing that, the faces of the elite geniuses changed drastically. This was an extremely powerful existence in the 100 Sect Conference. It was rumored that he was even stronger than the sect leader of a 4th-grade Orthodox martial arts sect. "Speak." The young man's face became even colder. "We don't know who Lin Ling is," the elite geniuses said bitterly. However, one of them seemed to have thought of something. Could it be the cloaked man who passed by earlier? "What is he like?" "He's very mysterious. He's holding a vine and dragging a dog behind him. However, I didn't see clearly. The thing he's dragging seems to be a person." "Chase." Hearing that, the young man led the group forward. He had received a mission from the sect leader, which was to save Xiong Huang no matter what. "Qingzhou Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. However, my strength is comparable to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. I'd like to see how powerful you are." The young man's eyes kept flickering with excitement. Right now, no one could save Xiong Huang except for him. Therefore, if he succeeded, he would be able to obtain a favor from the Empress Dowager of the Great Azure God Dynasty. "I see it. It's in front. Ahead." After an unknown period of time, the junior brother beside him suddenly shouted in surprise. The young man named Wang Guang was also delighted. However, when he saw Lin Ling's appearance, he was secretly shocked. On the ground, the cloaked man was like a lone ranger. He strolled in the lonely Xuanwu ancient rock, disappearing and reappearing. Behind him, there was a vine that tied up a young man. That young man was in a miserable state. His long hair was messy, and his face was full of snot and tears. He looked like a dog. There was no doubt that it was Xiong Huang. They did not expect that Xiong Huang would end up in such a situation, being dragged around like a dog. Moreover, Lin Ling should know that the 100 sects were looking for him. Instead of hiding, he walked freely. This scene was very unreal. "Stop him! Stop him!" Wang Guang waved his hand. Whoosh, the crowd immediately spread out and rushed forward, surrounding Lin Ling. Every one of them was sneering. "Lin Ling, surrender and we can spare your life." One of them shouted. Translator, trans and editor, trans and I am afraid I'll kill you. The group of people were all in the true God realm. However, one of them was in the first level of the martial immortal realm. Moreover, his talent was not weak. He had a 7th level awakened divine body, which was even stronger than the old man he defeated earlier. "Lin Ling, put down the Realger." Wang Guangming also looked at Lin Ling. After discovering that Lin Ling was in the 9th level of the true God realm, he shook his head in disdain. He pointed at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling from the Azure province, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Let them go and kneel down to admit your mistake. 2. Fight with me. I'd like to see how powerful the geniuses from the Azure province are." "That's right. Lin Ling, which one do you choose?" The surrounding junior brothers also began to roar. Lin Ling finally slowly took off his hat. "You really want to fight? Haha, you're scared? Is this all you've got in the Azure province? A bunch of cowards?" Wang Guangming sneered. His tone was filled with disdain. Hearing that, Lin Ling also sneered. "I'm afraid I'll kill you." "Kill us?" Wang Guangming seemed to have misheard something. The crowd was also stunned. Then, laughter rang out. They also knew that Lin Ling had defeated the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall. However, Wang Guangming was not weaker than the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall. Not only was he in the martial immortal realm, he also had talent that surpassed the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall. He was a genius that everyone revered in the 100 sect gathering. Lin Ling was in the 9th level of the true God realm. Moreover, he had many trump cards. Everyone knew that. However, that wasn't enough to defeat Wang Guangming. Haha, then try to kill us. Let me tell you. Even if Senior Guangming spares your life, we won't spare you. Since you dared to come to the Scarlet Province, even if you're one of the 9 heavens of the Azure Province, you'll still have to obediently lie down. Angry shouts rang out. There were even people who laughed loudly. Their laughter was filled with disdain. After the crowd spoke, Wang Guangming also walked out. His whole body became dazzling. Golden light, white, blue, red, and even black light appeared and condensed on his body. It made people feel like they wanted to worship him. A rank 7 awakened divine body was indeed extraordinary. Its aura was so strong that it could make people feel pressured. I've long wanted to meet the 9 heavens of Qing province, but I never had the chance to meet them. Then, I'll start with you. Wang Guangming said calmly after unleashing his powerful talent. To be honest, you seem to have stepped into the ranks of the 9 heavens of Qing province, but if you really want to fight, you still can't compare to them. Lin Ling also raised his head and shook his head. Is he evaluating senior brother Guangming as a senior? Haha, he must be crazy. Not only did people mock Lin Ling, but they also sympathized with Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had no idea what it meant to be a genius of the Crimson Province. Kid, your mouth is very powerful, but I wonder if your strength is as good as yours. Wang Guangming was so angry that he laughed because he thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously. Who knew that Lin Ling's words were filled with disdain? Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to do so? Crackle, a long halberd appeared in his hand. It was also shining brightly, stirring up the wind and clouds. Senior brother Guangming is so handsome. Seeing this, the female disciples around also cheered and their eyes were filled with admiration. The long halberd was mixed with surging realm essence. In addition to Wang Guangming's powerful talent, it was faster than light and pierced towards Lin Ling. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. All the light was controlled by Wang Guangming. It was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also made his move. With a clap of his right hand, the tyrannical song sword shot out. However, his left hand was the most terrifying move. The vine released the realgar and threw it towards Wang Guangming's whip like a snake. After the whip was released, the realgar woke up and shouted excitedly, "Save me, save me." Slap, however, the mysterious vine was unpredictable. It extracted the wind from the universe and suddenly appeared beside Wang Guangming like an ancient law. That strange appearance made Wang Guangming's expression change slightly. However, he believed in his talent because he was light, who had seen someone who could defeat light. When the sword slashed towards the light was completely unharmed. The only nemesis of light was darkness. Only darkness could expel light, therefore, Wang Guangming was very confident in his talent. Slap, however, this time, he was obviously going to be disappointed. That was because little Kunlun specialized in extracting talent. Under the whip, Wang Guangming found that the strength in his body was drained. Then, his dantian was in pain. Above his head, a colorful light was drawn out. This caused the power of the long halberd that he used to attack to be greatly reduced. His expression changed drastically. How could this be? Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge ancient sword came slashing down from the sky. Wang Guangming, who had lost 70% of his strength, widened his eyes. He could only watch as the giant sword got closer and closer to his eyes. In fact, that sword wasn't very strong to him. However, that was under the premise that he still had his innate talent. Therefore, he only felt a sense of helplessness in the face of that sword. Bang! Bang! Without a word, the sword directly slashed Wang Guangming into pieces. Almost at the same time, a cloaked figure holding a huge sword floated down from the sky. On the ground, everyone was silent. The realgar's expectant face turned pale. Of course, he recognized Wang Guangming. He was an existence comparable to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. However, he could not block Lin Ling's sword. In fact, you're even weaker than the leader of the Great Jade Pure Hall. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice drifted out like the wind. That was indeed the case. Lin Ling knew that Wang Guangming relied too much on his talent. With little Kunlun, any person with great talent would be greatly reduced when they met Lin Ling. Without talent, Wang Guangming was only an ordinary first-level martial immortal. Seen your brother died just like that? One sword? After a moment of silence, people began to mumble to themselves. Then, their hearts rumbled. Senior brother Wang Guanming was more powerful than many sect leaders. He had participated in the sect leader competition and defeated many sect leaders. He was also designated as the next sect leader of the Full Moon sect. However, such a terrifying genius had been slain by Yi Futian. Moreover, it was with one sword. At this moment, they could not laugh. I told you not to court death. Lin Ling put on his hat again. However, his indifferent gaze looked through the hat at the remaining people. Leave your treasures behind and then leave. If I really attack, you'll all end up dead. Also, don't think about informing your sect leader. Even if he comes, he might also end up dead. A soft voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth at the same time. Hearing that, people's hearts trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling of Qingzhou was too arrogant. Even if the sect leader came, he would also die. Although they did not believe Lin Ling's words, they could only bow down to Lin Ling. Therefore, they all left their treasures behind and fled into the distance. Unbridled. Realger, do you really think that someone can save you? Lin Ling kept little Kunlun and tied Realger up again, dragging him forward like a dog. This caused Realger's heart to turn to ashes. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to do whatever he wanted in the 100 sect meet? As for the treasures in the surroundings, Lin Ling had collected all of them and there were quite a number of black light grass. Previously, he had considered that since he couldn't leave in the short term, he would try his best to collect treasures and raise his strength at the same time. In the following period of time, Lin Ling dragged Realger forward and collected all the black light grass that he encountered along the way. Furthermore, with the help of the treasures that he had plundered, he naturally reached the 10th level of the True God Realm 3 months later. However, after raising his cultivation level, Lin Ling did not stop cultivating and continued to comprehend the ultimate martial Dao. Currently, his ultimate sword Dao was very powerful. It was a Dao domain and possessed more than 100% chaotic energy. However, the Azura sword array had also been cultivated to the peak, so there was only a slight increase in its power. This caused Lin Ling's gaze to fall on the evil flame change. The evil flame change had 6 changes, which were evil flame change, heaven shocking change, wind and cloud change, heaven and earth change, heaven and earth change, the last change, heaven and earth change. This required an enormous amount of boundary essence to support it. Therefore, even the evil flame god found it difficult to comprehend it. However, Lin Ling possessed 3 dantians and boundary essence was not a problem. The last change was comprehending the power of the universe. This was a power that was even more ancient than chaotic energy. Under the ancient rock, Lin Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. His delicate and handsome face was frowning and unfurling from time to time. Around him, fist-sized flaming coffins floated like gorgeous flaming butterflies. Not far away, Realger was still tied up, but his expression was extremely ugly. During this period of time, he had watched as Lin Ling broke through his cultivation level repeatedly. He realized that Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to have no bottlenecks at all. In fact, Lin Ling gave him the feeling of a martial arts legend. Now, when he saw a large number of small coffins floating around Lin Ling, he immediately became frightened. If he remembered correctly, that was the flame coffin. This was also the martial art that Lin Ling relied on to become famous. But now, there wasn't just one coffin, but hundreds of them. It was hard to imagine. If these coffins were to fall to the ground, then myriad worlds would be destroyed. His Dao of fire is rising at a crazy rate. I'm afraid he has already reached the Dao domain of the ultimate martial Dao. Furthermore, he's in a very peak state. Why is his perception so strong? Right now, in Qing province, he would be a true giant. I'm afraid he would be ranked in the top few of the 9 heavens in Qing province. I actually provoked such a monstrous character. I regret it so much. A large number of thoughts appeared in Realger's mind. However, Realger's guess wasn't wrong. Lin Ling's evil flame transformation's final transformation, heaven and earth transformation, not only did it raise Lin Ling's boundary essence to the 3rd level, it also raised his speed by a huge margin, and added another 10% of the power of the universe. Moreover, after activating the heaven and earth transformation, Lin Ling had the speed of 11 worlds, and by relying on the godly demon body, it was also the speed of 9 worlds. It could be said that as long as it was the first level of the martial immortal realm, Lin Ling could kill him effortlessly. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally stood up and said with a smile, "There's still one more month." After saying that, he dragged Realgar and set off on his journey again. Moreover, his advance could be said to be unrestrained. That's Qing Province's Lin Ling. He appeared again. Last month, he defeated the head of the Lutian water sect, Venerable Yunzhou. Yes. Now, there are not many people who dare to face the head of the 100 sect gathering. This expert took Realgar away just like that. Our 100 sect gathering can't do anything about it and let him run rampant. Many of the people who discovered Lin Ling began to discuss among themselves. In the nearby area, Qing Province's Lin Ling could be said to have risen to fame like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. People no longer treated him as a genius, but as a head. However, what was ironic was that Lin Ling was very young and had cultivated for less than 2,000 years. Lin Ling did not care about the gazes of the people in the 100 sect gathering. His goal was to bring Realgar out of here. Therefore, he dragged Realgar further and further away. On this day, he discovered that the surrounding rocks had started to change color and turned into a blood red color. The 18 ravines of the 9 dragons is very, very big. Even the head of the 100 sect gathering has not traveled through it. What exactly is this place? Looking at the blood red rocks indifferently, Lin Ling frowned and said. Now, he could not leave even if he wanted to. All the mysterious light grass in the nearby area had been plundered by him. Therefore, he was very depressed. Lin Ling, you've already walked out of the territory of the 100 sect gathering. At this moment, Realgar, who was tied up, said coldly. That's right. You've already arrived at the territory to the east of the Crimson Province. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on top of a massive blood-red ancient rock. He looked down at Lin Ling, but there was a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. This was because he discovered that this mysterious cloaked figure didn't seem to be someone from his side. What do you mean by that? Lin Ling, who was wearing a large cloak, asked indifferently. This time, the middle-aged man was even more surprised because Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. One must know that he was an expert at the second level of the martial immortal realm and the head of a sect. However, the mysterious cloaked man did not panic at all when he saw him. The Crimson Province is divided into 4 directions: east, west, north, and south. The 100 sect gathering is a sect gathering that represents the 4 directions. You may be from this sect to the west of the Crimson Province, but this is the territory to the east of the Crimson Province, said the middle-aged man. I see. Lin Ling nodded. The 18 ravines of the 9 dragons was larger than he had imagined. The 100 sect gathering represented the entire Crimson Province. The area he was in previously was only one of the 100 great sects in one of the regions. This further showed that the Crimson Province was stronger than the Qing Province. After all, in the area he was in previously, many people were more powerful than the experts in the Qing Province, not to mention the area he was in now. Sir, are you interested in traveling with me? The middle-aged man pondered for a while and suddenly smiled. Then, he explained, it's like this. We came across a secret realm in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. It's called the Dragon Scale Secret Realm and we found many treasures. However, our opponent, the Twin Dragon sect, appeared and killed many of our people and seized many treasures. Therefore, we need help now. Your sect? You're the head of a sect? Lin Ling asked indifferently. That's right. I'm the head of the Jiaolan Ancient Martial Arts sect. I've reached an agreement with a few other sect heads to form an alliance. However, the Twin Dragon sect is an old rival. They have gathered many sects to form an alliance to snatch treasures. Of course, the most important thing is that they found an old monster from somewhere. He's very powerful and has 20% of the power of the universe. Most of us only have 10% of the power of the universe. Therefore, we're no match for him, said the middle-aged man slowly. However, when he mentioned the Twin Dragon sect, he gritted his teeth. I'm only at the True God realm. Do you think I can help? Translator, Transin editor, Transin invitation. At first, I thought you were an ordinary True God. However, when I appeared, your reaction was very calm and you spoke as if you were on the same level as me. Therefore, I thought that your strength is not weaker than mine. I'm afraid that you're hiding your cultivation with a cultivation technique. Moreover, you should be a sect leader. The middle-aged man laughed and threw out a brocade bag. Lin Ling took it and found that there were many mysterious light herbs inside. It must be the reward. Okay, but I have a condition. If you get the treasures of the Dragon Scale Mystery Realm, I want one of them. Deal. The two of them nodded. Lin Ling still had a month before he could leave. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go and take a look. His strength had increased greatly and he was not afraid of ordinary early-stage martial immortals. Moreover, he wanted to see how powerful an expert who had 20% of the power of the universe was. For some older martial artists, if their talent was not strong, they had to rely on the ultimate martial path. The ultimate martial path was the power of the universe. Can I see your appearance? The middle-aged man said again. Without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, he flicked his finger and a powerful boundary essence shot towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not move. The tyrannical song sword behind him shot out on its own and formed a sword array to block the realm essence. Haha, then you can do it yourself. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. He had given the mysterious light herbs as a reward, so he definitely would not give it for free. Therefore, he had tested him before. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the other party had blocked it calmly. Obviously, he had used 30% of his strength. This meant that he had guessed correctly. The other party was not much weaker than him. His reward was not given for free. In fact, he did not know that Lin Ling had only used 10% of his strength. I'm still used to taking off my cloak. Lin Ling also knew the other party's intention. He could understand. He took off his cloak and revealed his handsome face. You're so young? Seeing this, the middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and his face was filled with disbelief. He thought that Lin Ling was also an old monster, but who knew that he was a disciple? Could it be that I'm not qualified to join? Lin Ling smiled. Enough. Enough. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. He was still in shock. He had never seen such a young expert before. In fact, he was also a sect master with 1 million disciples. His sect also had countless geniuses, but a monstrous disciple like Lin Ling could be said to be non-existent. However, no matter how young this young man was, his strength had clearly reached the standard and could help them. Then let's go. This guy behind you? It's just a dog. It won't get in the way. The two of them immediately moved forward. Of course, on the way, the middle-aged man also introduced himself. His name was Tianhu Zhenren, and he was the head of a sect with more than 1 million disciples. Lin Ling also introduced himself. His attitude towards Tianhu Zhenren was neither haughty nor humble, which surprised the latter. He found that Lin Ling's attitude towards him was very calm, even as if he was a lord. How could he know that Lin Ling came from the west of the Crimson State? Even the sect master on his side was scared by him. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a red valley. The ground here was also like scales, but the color was red. Walking on the ground was like walking on the body of a giant dragon. The red schists were the scales. Sect master. Voices quickly sounded. Looking around, the valley was full of people sitting in rows. They were all Tianhu Zhenren's disciples. Hurry up and greet Senior Lin. Tianhu Zhenren said sternly, making everyone salute Lin Ling. Tianhu Zhenren looked at Lin Ling and said, by the way, we have a total of 5 sects in the alliance. They have also gone to look for experts. They should be back by now. As he spoke, there was a whistling sound in the distance. A fierce tiger was galloping in the sky. Then, several figures jumped down from the tiger and walked towards the valley. The 4 people in the lead were wearing the robes of the sect masters. They were not young. Behind them were 6 people with extraordinary auras. One of them even had the aura of a venerable emperor. They were all experts in the martial immortal realm. They were as ethereal as immortals, as if they had cultivated for countless years. These are the disciples of your sect? Among the 6 people, an old man spoke. He was a senior in the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. He was extremely powerful. The other 4 sect masters immediately smiled and explained. It could be seen that the 6 people were invited by them. Tianhu Zhenren also walked over with Lin Ling. He introduced them to Lin Ling. These are the seniors of the Crimson State. You can't underestimate them. This is the Sky Fantasy old man. He introduced them one by one. Lin Ling nodded slightly. He did not salute or say anything. On the contrary, the 6 people stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. The old man in the lead frowned and said, "So young? You asked him to help. Do you want to kill him? His cultivation time is only at the level of your disciple." This old man had some skill. He actually saw through Lin Ling's age. He's not even a martial immortal realm expert. You must be joking. The other people also frowned. Their words shocked Tianhu Zhenren's disciples. They did not expect that the expert invited by the sect master was the same age as them. Tianhu Zhenren was a little embarrassed. The other 4 sect masters also looked at him suspiciously. They did not understand why he invited Lin Ling. It seems that you don't know who your opponent is. They invited the 7 Stars Emperor in daytime. He's a big shot in the Crimson State. He's from the Heavenly Court and controls 20% of the power of the universe. He has few opponents in the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. It's said that he has defeated experts with desolate body before. The power of the universe is the ultimate power. It's born in the universe. It's even more terrifying than the power of the universe. The old man said with a frown. He was not the master, so he did not drive Lin Ling away. He was just saying that Lin Ling could not help at all. Under Lin Ling's cloak, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This old man was giving him pointers. In terms of the power of the universe, although Li Xiaoyao was not number 1 in the past, he was definitely more familiar with it than them. He did not explain. He would slowly watch these seniors put on an act. Watch carefully. The old man stretched out one hand and pointed to the sky. A strong light shot into the sky, as if the aura of the ancient era had erupted. Immediately, cracks appeared in the sky. One must know that this was the void of the universe, the 9 dragons and 18 ravines. The old man was able to break through the void. From this, one could see that the power of the universe was indeed amazing. Rumble, the sky rumbled incessantly as cracks spread out like glass. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the universe was the foundation of martial artists. Moreover, it was not weak and could destroy 10,000 worlds. However, the laws of the universe did not fear the power of the universe. For example, in the Crimson State, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he could not break this huge world. This was the weakness of the universe. However, the power of the universe could. When the powerful 9 states was attacked by the power of the universe, it would also undergo a tremendous change. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Dragon Scale Secret Realm. Most of you here have 10% of the power of the universe, but that 7 Stars Emperor of the Heavenly Court has 10% more power of the universe than you. Don't underestimate this 10%. If your talent is not as good as his, he can easily kill you. Old man. That old man said again, causing Daoist Tianhu and the others to break out in cold sweat. Even in the same realm, there are strong and weak. A powerful martial immortal is like an immortal to them. Thank you, Sky Fantasy old man. Old man. Daoist Tianhu quickly said and bowed. I've received your payment, so I'll naturally do it beautifully. I want to see how powerful that 7 Stars Emperor of the Day is. That old man puffed out his chest and said indifferently. His words were full of confidence, making Daoist Tianhu and the other sect leaders very happy. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head. The old man probably possessed 20% of universal force, so he was confident that he wasn't inferior to the 7-Star Emperor in daylight. However, if the 7-Star Emperor in daylight possessed greater natural talent or possessed a higher cultivation, then the Sky Fantasy Elder might not be a match for him. Of course, Lin Ling did not express his opinion and waited quietly. Without a doubt, those experts were treated as distinguished guests by the various sections. The various sect leaders were extremely polite to them. They even caught spirit beasts from far away and roasted them personally for them to eat. After some wine and meat, those experts finally stood up. Seeing this, the various sect leaders were happy, knowing that these experts are going to move out. Is he going to? It's not that my words are unpleasant, but it's really useless for him to follow. He can't even block one attack from others. Sky Fantasy Old Man looked at Lin Ling and said. Daoist Tianhu shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling was invited by him. Although he can't help much, at least he can help, Lin Ling also said. I've accepted Daoist Tianhu's mysterious light grass. It's reasonable for me to do what he entrusted me. As for the 7 stars Emperor of the Day, I think it's just that. Old man. After saying that, he took the lead and moved forward. Those experts were all stunned. Even Daoist Tianhu and the other sect leaders were stunned. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. Nonsense. Old man Tianhuan was stunned for a moment before he became angry. Senior Sky Phantasm, don't mind it. Tianhu's spiritual master hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. Hearing his words, the illusionary Sky Elder coldly snorted. After all, he was an invited guest, so even if he was angry, he had no right to drive Lin Ling away. Soon, everyone was on their way. Let your sect's disciples go together. Although they won't be of much help, at least they can help. The illusion old man suddenly said. This is too dangerous. With a martial immortal expert attacking, if they are careless, many of them will be killed. Spiritual Master Tianhu and the other sect leaders did not agree with this proposal. Have you all forgotten who is here this time? With me here, they will be safe and sound. The Sky Fantasy Old Man said. Sect leader, let's go together. Hearing the Sky Fantasy Old Man's confident words, all the sect's disciples shouted and finally, Spiritual Master Tianhu and the other sect leaders nodded. On the ancient redstone land, a long line of people was moving forward majestically. Lin Ling was also in the line. His face under the cloak revealed a smile as he slowly appreciated the unique scenery of the 9 dragons and 18 ravines. Senior Lin Ling, have you fought with a martial immortal expert before? On the way, Spiritual Master Tianhu's disciples were very respectful to Lin Ling, although Lin Ling was not as strong as the Sky Fantasy Old Man, since he was invited by the sect leaders, his strength must be above them. Of course I have fought with them. Lin Ling nodded. Wow, powerful. Martial immortal, that is a martial immortal. Senior Lin Ling, where did you come from? Have you defeated a martial immortal expert before? Hearing this, the disciples' interest was greatly raised. That depends on the level of martial immortal. If it is early stage, 90% of them are not my opponents. Lin Ling explained with a smile. It can't be, Senior is a true immortal expert. This time, the disciples were even more surprised. They knew that there were many geniuses in the land of the 9 prefectures. Some geniuses were extremely powerful when it came to challenging people of a higher realm. Therefore, they knew that Lin Ling was a genius. However, Lin Ling's ability to challenge people of a higher realm was too high. They found it hard to believe. In fact, since they were able to come to the Crimson Province, they were naturally geniuses. However, they also knew that compared to a mysterious genius like Lin Ling, they could not compare to him. Deceiving people with lies. As if he heard Lin Ling's words, the Sky Fantasy Old Man disdainfully snorted and his face became very serious. Hearing this, the disciples did not dare to speak. Lin Ling smiled and did not refute the Sky Fantasy Old Man. The Sky Fantasy Old Man is very strict. He is strong, of course he has the qualifications. Yes, but I still think that Senior Lin Ling is easier to talk to. After the Sky Fantasy Old Man left, the disciples dared to talk among themselves. After traveling for an entire day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a tranquil ancient lake. It was as vast as the sea and as clear as a mirror. In the middle of the ancient lake, a natural dragon head formed by rocks appeared. The dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing a black expanse, as if it was connected to another world. Strands of mysterious aura also spread out from it. Dragon-scale artifact. Seeing this, the group stopped and looked at the dragon head in the ancient lake in surprise. They had heard of the legend that there were dragon-scale artifacts in the 18 grooves of the 9 dragons, and there were more than one. It was said that they were formed from dragon tendons, and there were countless treasures inside. The 18 grooves of the 9 dragons, I heard that it was the incarnation of several ancient dragons. The dragon-scale artifacts should be some of the dragon's key parts, such as the dragon's claws and eyes. Lin Ling said secretly. Sky Fantasy Old Man, This is the dragon scale artifact we found, but the Twin Dragons Union did not follow the rules and took it for themselves. Daoist Tianhu and the other sect masters also said. Don't worry, we are here today. The Sky Fantasy Old Man and the other experts said indifferently at this moment. With the giants of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper, this matter will definitely be resolved. Hearing this, Daoist Tianhu and the others felt relieved. The Sky Fantasy Old Man squinted his eyes and said, Your sects have old conflicts, this time I will also resolve it for you. After I defeat the 7 Stars Emperor, your sects will move out and surround them. Don't let them escape, I will personally destroy their sects. However, there is water in this place. There is an ancient saying that water is good at flowing. It will be difficult to catch them all in one net. The Sky Fantasy Old Man's words undoubtedly made Daoist Tianhu and the others happy because their goal was to defeat the opponent's experts. Who knew that the Sky Fantasy Old Man was confident that he could destroy the opponent's sect? I will go and invite them. Soon, Daoist Tianhu led his disciples and floated towards the ancient lake. Old Man Dian, we are here. Defeat, swish. Swish, swish. Swish. After the sound, the surroundings of the ancient lake began to wriggle. Soon after, many figures shot out. There were many of them. It could be seen that they had been guarding this place the entire time. Daoist Tianhu? An old man wearing a bagua robe was also angrily staring at Daoist Tianhu. There were also several sect leaders beside him. All of them looked ready to fight. This was obviously the sect of the Twin Dragons Society. Don't be impatient. The Dragon Scale secret treasure is about to open. These useless people can't do anything. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a 7-star Emperor robe walked out step by step. As he walked, invisible ripples spread out, making him seem like the universe, like the chaos, like a god that was born when the world was created. This was the 7-star Emperor in daytime. This was an ancient person from the Crimson Province. He had traveled in the 9 provinces and was a powerful member of the Heavenly Court. Seeing that, the faces of Daoist Tianhu and the others became serious. They were all martial immortals, but the latter gave them a lot of pressure, as if the sky was above their heads. You're called Daoist Tianhu, right? I'll give you a chance. Take your disciples and get lost immediately. The 7-star Emperor in daytime said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it was like the might of the heavens, causing Daoist Tianhu to be secretly shocked. However, when they thought of the experts they had invited, they became more confident. 7-star Emperor in daytime, our sect has no enmity with you. Why must you oppose us? Sowing discord is useless against me. You don't need to do so. Today, I'll definitely help the Twin Dragons Society. The middle-aged man replied. It seems that you've walked the same path to the end. Don't think that you can dominate everything with 20% of the power of the universe. Let me tell you, we found this dragon scale secret treasure first. So, we will definitely not leave. Daoist Tianhu also knew that a great battle was unavoidable. So, he did not hold back. Haha, it seems that you know my strength. But so what if you know? The power of the universe is more difficult than the power of the primal chaos. You won't be able to touch 20% of the power of the universe in your entire life. Now, are you all planning to die? That middle-aged man laughed insolently, making the ancient lake's waves soar into the sky, rumbling loudly. Humph, don't think that you're the only one with 20% of the power of the universe. Reverend Tianhu snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and saluted. Seniors, please. True Monarch Lightleaf, go test him out. Next to the ancient lake, the Sky Illusion Elder also spoke. However, his expression was a bit serious because he found out that the 7-star Emperor in white was a bit stronger than expected. Beside him, a middle-aged man immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the ancient lake. This was the speed of 10 realms. The crowd was in an uproar. This speed was too fast. Second level of the martial immortal realm? Are you here to die? The 7-star Emperor looked at the newcomer with disdain, shook his head, and said, I'm not interested in listening to you introduce yourself. If you want to take back the dragon scale artifact, then let's start. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on the other side flew into a rage. He was a well-known figure in the Crimson Province, but the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Xianxia. He knew that ordinary methods were useless against the seven-star emperor in daytime, so he directly unleashed his ultimate technique, an enormous amount of boundary essence energy, in addition to a middle-grade 6 boundary essence martial art, was unleashed in a mighty manner. A long shao pierced through the heavens and earth. That terrifying power could kill any first-level martial immortal. Moreover, any technique of the true immortal realm was destroyed by the shao. Rizhao star. However, the seven-star emperor in daytime flicked his finger, and a white meteor shot out. It rolled and collided with the long shao. Puff. In an instant, the middle-aged man spat out blood. His opponent's boundary essence was too enormous. As soon as he spat out blood, the hot meteor shot over. At first, it was only the size of a firefly, but when it reached him, it became the size of a small mountain. Sky Illusion Elder, save me! The middle-aged man let out an anxious cry. However, it was too late. That meteor directly catalyzed him, turning him into nothingness. A martial immortal realm expert died so easily. It made people feel that it was unreal. After all, such a person in the 10,000 realms, or even in the Azure province, was a person of virtue and prestige. You killed him. The Sky Illusion Elder immediately roared. Trash like him, what's the use of not dying? Now it's your turn, Sky Illusion Elder. The seven-star emperor in daytime said indifferently. He obviously knew the Sky Illusion Elder, but he did not put him in his eyes at all. Sky Illusion Elder, it's up to you. Yes. Daoist Tianhu and the others became nervous. The middle-aged man was slightly stronger than them, but he could not block a single attack. So, if the Sky Illusion Elder was defeated, all of them would die. Haha, Daoist Tianhu, just wait for your sect to be destroyed. Yes. In the distance, the people of the Twin Dragons Society were shouting proudly. Today, they could also destroy Daoist Tianhu's sect. At that moment, the Sky Illusion Elder finally floated out. However, his expression was extremely serious because he did not expect that the middle-aged man could not block a single attack. After all, if it was him, he would not be defeated in less than 20 attacks. I'll try my best. Yes. Daoist Tianhu and the others felt that something was wrong because the Sky Illusion Elder's words did not seem to be very confident. I'm the Sky Illusion Elder. Yes. After coming out, the Sky Illusion Elder spoke first. You don't need to introduce yourself, I'm not interested in trash like you. However, the seven-star emperor in daytime stretched out his finger and said while shaking it. You're going too far. Haha. The Sky Illusion Elder has been practicing martial arts for 50,000 years. He is a person of virtue and prestige. When has he ever been looked down upon like this? He instantly became furious. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The two experts crazily collided. With speed exceeding 10 realms, they engulfed the ancient lake. The water of the ancient lake continuously evaporated and gradually disappeared. Finally, a huge dragon head appeared in the lake. If one looked carefully, it turned out that there was a dragon body in the place that was submerged by the water. Of course, no one cared about the dragon body now. Their gazes were fixed on the fierce battle in the sky. Those two experts both possessed 20% of universal power. Moreover, their cultivation was the same. No one knew who would win in the end. They're both early martial immortals, but their strength is much stronger than ours. Daoist Tianhu and the other sect heads' faces were very pale. The attack power of 20% of universal power was simply beyond their imagination. Boom, after an unknown amount of time, an explosion suddenly sounded. Then, a figure flew out from the ancient lake. Looking at the sky above the ancient lake, the white robe fluttered in the wind. That person retreated more than 10 steps. However, he was still floating above the ancient lake. It's over. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They looked at the person beside the ancient lake and discovered that it was the Sky Illusion Elder. Obviously, the Sky Illusion Elder was defeated. How could this be? Daoist Tianhu and the others' faces instantly turned ashen. Like me, you possess 20% of universal power. However, your talent is a grade 8 divine body. The Sky Illusion Elder stared at the sky. After saying those words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Flames appear, heaven and earth change. You think you're my opponent? That 7-star Emperor's face was somewhat pale. Obviously, it was a narrow victory. After all, Sky Illusion Old Man was not a pushover. My talent can increase my realm essence by a huge amount. This is the reason why you lost. Now, what else do you have to say? 7-star Emperor walked over step by step. His aura was domineering and majestic as if he was looking down on the world. Sky Illusion Old Man, please. Seeing this, Daoist Tianhu and the others shouted anxiously. However, in their eyes, the old man smiled bitterly, spat out blood again, and sat down cross-legged. This made Daoist Tianhu and the others' faces dim because they knew that Sky Illusion Old Man had lost the power to fight. Senior 7-star Emperor, can you use treasures to exchange for our lives? Raising their heads again, several sect masters looked at 7-star Emperor and asked. You think I'm lacking treasures? 7-star Emperor said contemptuously. With life and death approaching, Daoist Tianhu and the others would definitely not give up the chance to live. He said again, then I wonder what Senior needs? Whatever the Twin Dragons Guild can give, we can give. Haha, now you know fear? Let me tell you, one of the ancestors of the Twin Dragons Guild had once saved me, and this is what you can give? 7-star Emperor laughed mockingly. His words let Daoist Tianhu and the others know that they could not escape death today. On the other side, the sect masters and disciples of the Twin Dragons Guild all shouted, destroy them, I want to devour their sect. Sigh, we underestimated the strength of 7-star Emperor. Seeing that the other party was planning to kill them all, Daoist Tianhu and the others sighed. On the path of martial arts, every step was difficult. One careless mistake and they would turn into ashes. They naturally knew this truth, however, when the truth fell on their heads, they knew how cruel the world was. As for their sect's disciples, they sat down powerlessly. Some of the timid ones even cried, moreover, some were so angry that their eyes turned red. They cursed Sky Illusion Old Man because this expert was too confident and caused them to die. However, just as death was about to arrive, suddenly, an indifferent voice floated out. Now, is it my turn to make a move? The ancient lake suddenly quieted down. Who are you? The 7-star monarch also looked at the ancient lake, looking for the person who spoke. Then he saw a cloaked person slowly walk out, which made him frown, but then, he saw the cloaked man take off his cloak, revealing a clean face. He was very young, most importantly, that kid was just true God realm. Who are you? However, the 7-star Emperor in the daytime frowned, because he believed that the kid had seen the battle just now, but he still dared to come out after seeing it. This meant that there was definitely something hidden, unless that kid was an idiot. Over at the Twin Dragons Society's side, everyone was also taken aback, and then roared with laughter. Even the Sky Fantasy Old Man, a martial immortal, was defeated. What could that true god stage brat do? He would be killed with a single finger. Tianhu Zhenren, can I make my move now? I've taken the reward, so I have to put up a front. So, all you need to do is say the word, and I'll kill him. The person who had come was Lin Ling. He spoke with a calm expression. Boom, when these words came out, the ancient lake seemed to have exploded. Kill him, a true god stage killing a martial immortal stage 3, this kid must have not woken up yet. This. Tianhu Zhenren and the other sect leaders were all smiling bitterly. Of course, they did not think that Lin Ling could reverse the situation. But now that Lin Ling had asked them, they had no choice but to answer. Go, go. Tianhu Zhenren waved his hand and said, his tone was filled with helplessness. Sky Fantasy Old Man also opened his eyes, his old face was filled with a bitter smile. Little friend, don't underestimate him. At this moment, he no longer looked down on people with the seriousness from before. He did not think that Lin Ling could win, but he felt that Lin Ling's courage was too admirable. Kid, do you really want to die? 7-star the Arch felt like he was being toyed with. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Now that Tianhu Zhenren had agreed, he could also make his move. He smiled and said indifferently. You're called 7-star Emperor Tyrant, who is your master? If your master was here, I would be afraid of him. But you? You're still too weak. What? 7-star Emperor did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. Third level of the martial immortal realm, 20% of the power of the universe. Not bad. With such great power, you can defeat 70% of the third level of the martial immortal realm. However, there is always someone better than you. If you play with great power, others may not be weaker than you. What? 7-star Emperor finally roared. This kid was using the tone of a senior to evaluate him? This guy. Sky Fantasy Old Man gave up on healing and looked at Lin Ling with a dumbfounded expression. Did this Lin Ling not see the previous battle? Why was he still spouting such arrogant words even now? Tianhu Zhenren, he's the person you invited? Beside Tianhu Zhenren, the other sect leaders were also shocked. They felt that Lin Ling did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, after 7-star Emperor flew into a rage, his killing intent rose. You are the person I want to kill the most. You will be the first to die. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Sigh. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Flames finally appeared on the surface of his body. Moreover, the sky began to oppress. No one knew what martial arts he used, but the temperature in the surrounding area was extremely high. Most importantly, Lin Ling seemed to be in the true god realm, but his boundary essence was rising steadily, giving people a great pressure, because his 3 dantians began to merge, and the evil flame change was activated to the final transformation. Sensing Lin Ling's change, the 7-star Emperor in White Sun let out a fierce shout. Boundless realm essence surged from his body, transforming into numerous meteors that shot towards Lin Ling. 20% of the power of the universe suddenly arrived. Seeing this, Sky Fantasy Old Man and the other experts all stopped breathing. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling still stood quietly without moving, as if he did not know how powerful 7-star Emperor's 20% of the power of the universe was. Be careful. Screech. Tianhu Zhenren shouted in horror, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, the clouds in the sky were burned away, and coffins seemed to be summoned from the void of the universe, causing the sky to become colorful. The destructive aura was extremely terrifying. Look. Screech. Everyone raised their heads, and their expressions changed greatly. Sky Fantasy Old Man and the other experts looked at Lin Ling and found that the flames on his body were surging, as if he was summoning the flame coffins in the sky. Heaven and earth change. Screech. Finally, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His long hair danced wildly, and his cloak flapped loudly. Flames appeared, and heaven and earth changed. Rumble. A strange scabbard, that 7-star Emperor in daytime shouted in alarm. He discovered that the power of those flame coffins had long since surpassed the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. He could not understand how a true god of the younger generation could unleash so much world essence. Then, without saying a word, he was directly killed by a flame coffin. The ancient lake was also blown into ruins. The entire earth continued to shake, looking at the twin dragons' union. Who knows how many people were killed or injured, meteors falling from the sky, nothing more than this. Is he still a human? Looking at the scene of a great calamity descending, the Sky Fantasy Old Man, Tianhu Daoist and the others were so scared that their lips turned white. They did not expect that a true Immortal Realm Junior would have such a large amount of world energy. Moreover, those flame coffins had 10% of the power of the universe. Shouldn't the power of the universe be comprehended by martial immortals? This guy's talent is all grade 5. His talent is not weak, but the density of his world energy is the most terrifying thing. After the shock, the Sky Fantasy Old Man could not close his mouth. Then, he thought of how he put on airs in front of Lin Ling and immediately slapped himself a few times. Such a terrifying guy was not a little brat at all. He was simply a martial arts legend. Tianhu Daoist, you brought back a good helper. Yes. That's right. However, his flame coffins did not distinguish between friend and foe. Many of our sect's disciples were injured and were blown away. Yes. No matter what, he saved us today. I was wondering why a true Immortal Realm Junior was not afraid of us. It turns out that this guy simply treated the sect leader as a fart. Yes. The other sect leaders also said one after another. Their words were indeed true. In the direction where Lin Ling came from, when the sect leaders saw Lin Ling, it was as if they saw a demon. Then, they hurriedly rushed towards Lin Ling. Words of flattery came out one after another, treating Lin Ling as an honored guest. Even the Sky Fantasy Old Man dragged his heavy injuries and walked forward with a smile. Lin Ling calmly listened to those words, a look of indifference on his face. In truth, he already knew that he would win. But just like before, after using the evil flame transformation's heaven and earth transformation, all the world essence in his body was exhausted. Let's not talk about those empty words. We can enter the dragon scale mystery realm now. Lin Ling looked at the dragon mouth rock in the middle of the ancient lake and strode towards it. As for the remaining members of the Twin Dragons Association, they will be left for Daoist Tianhu to deal with. Looking at the calm Lin Ling, all the seniors revealed reverence in their eyes. There were countless geniuses in the 9 prefectures of the heavens and earth. Although they would never reach such heights in their lifetime, they still yearned for it. In front of the dragon's mouth, Lin Ling stood indifferently. Previously, he had seen the flame coffin fall, but the dragon's mouth was unscathed. It was indeed very mysterious. I wonder where this dragon mouth leads to. Lin Ling quietly said. The 9 dragons and 18 ravines were like ancient dragons, so this entrance should lead to the other side. After a careful inspection, Lin Ling stepped into the cave. Behind him, Daoist Tianhu and the other experts also followed in. The cave was a little hot and long. The surrounding rocks were obviously brighter red, so red that water could drip out. Could it be that this is a cave formed by a young dragon? The Sky Fantasia elder muttered to himself. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a place where dragon chi condenses. However, Lin Ling indifferently replied. Your Excellency is right. The Sky Fantasia elder laughed. Being reprimanded by Lin Ling, he did not feel ashamed at all. Previously, he had already guessed that this guy called Lin Ling had most likely cultivated some kind of powerful martial technique that allowed him to raise his boundary essence. Or perhaps, he was a 4th-layer martial immortal and had merely concealed his cultivation with the help of a treasure. However, to possess such strength at such a young age, his background was definitely not to be underestimated. He was not someone he could afford to offend. The cave was very long. After walking for a full 2 hours, a vast cave finally appeared in front of him. There were many ancient objects on the ground, which looked extremely extraordinary. We're here. Everyone was overjoyed. According to the legends, there must be great treasures in the dragon scale secret realm. The legends were true. Haha, that's the ink-feathered teardrop jade. I've been looking for it for 800 years. The Sky Fantasia elder laughed. Wait. However, Daoist Tianhu immediately interrupted him and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Senior Lin Ling, you go first. According to the agreement, Lin Ling could choose one of the treasures in the dragon scale secret realm. Now, he had the right to choose first. This? I'm too forgetful. Senior Lin Ling, you go first. The Sky Fantasia elder reacted and patted his head. He quickly smiled and asked Lin Ling to choose first. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He activated his 10,000 elephant demon eyes and searched around. However, his gaze soon fell on an old scabbard. His 10,000 elephant demon eyes could not see through that scabbard. Kunlun. Even the little Kunlun on his left arm let out a sound. The green bud at the front of the vines also pointed at the scabbard. Haha, little Kunlun also knows about treasures. Lin Ling could not help but smile. Since that was the case, he would choose that scabbard. He came to a corner of the cave. There was a bronze man there and the scabbard was beside the bronze man. It looked inconspicuous, causing Daoist Tianhu and the others to be stunned. With so many treasures, Lin Ling only chose a broken scabbard? Even if he chose the bronze man, it would be better than the broken scabbard. However, they only thought about it. They did not dare to interrupt Lin Ling's choice. Lin Ling held the scabbard with one hand. His eyes were filled with curiosity because he did not know what treasure the scabbard was. However, he could tell that the scabbard was definitely not ordinary. However, no matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything special about the scabbard. When he poured his realm essence into the scabbard, a change finally occurred. A cloud of smoke spread out and then condensed in front of Lin Ling, turning into a headless black shadow. That cold aura actually made Lin Ling shudder. This black shadow seemed to be very scary. The black shadow gradually became clearer. It was actually a headless man, and he didn't seem to be very young. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. The people in the distance were also stunned. What was that? My head, where is it? The headless old man even let out a voice as if he was a living person. Moreover, he was wearing a sword formed by smoke, giving people the feeling that he was a great swordsman. Senior, you are? Lin Ling frowned but still asked carefully. My sword, where is it? The headless old man ignored Lin Ling and let out an old voice. Moreover, a sword aura from ancient times quietly spread out. Rumble, the entire cave began to tremble. It could be imagined that this old man was definitely a powerful swordsman. Senior. Lin Ling could not help but tremble with fear. If this mysterious headless old man attacked them, he had a feeling that no one would be able to block a sword. However, the headless old man still ignored Lin Ling. He turned into a ghost-like smoke and floated towards Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. A moment later, a broken scabbard appeared outside the tyrannical song sword. Damn! The Great War of the Ancients. Lin Ling then took the tyrannical song sword and tried to pull it out. However, even if he used 50 universe force, the sword could not be pulled out. Lin Ling could not throw away the tyrannical song sword. Therefore, he could only carry the strange scabbard with him. Senior Lin, what happened? The people in the cave saw that everything had returned to normal and they quickly asked. How would I know? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He felt that he was being haunted by ghosts. You guys choose your treasures and continue forward. Lin Ling planned to check the scabbard slowly after returning to Qingzhou. Therefore, he left after saying that and continued forward. Not long after, the end of the cave appeared. It was another part of the dragon scale mystery realm. After walking out of the cave, there was a green-black tortoise ancient rock in front of him. A large number of experts had gathered in the sky and on the ground. An earth-shattering battle had also appeared before his eyes. The entire sky was filled with treasure light and ancient desolate aura. A huge dragon that seemed to be formed by countless runes was wandering in the sky. The dragon was so big that one could not see the end of it. It was comparable to a world. Moreover, it had two ferocious dragon heads. One spat out desolate wind and the other shot out lightning from its eyes. As it roared, countless people on the ground died. This dragon was also the largest and most ancient dragon that Lin Ling had seen in his 2 lives. If the Azure Dragon King was the ancestor of dragons, then this dragon was the dragon god. On the ground, countless ancient martial artists were wriggling like tides. All of them were martial immortal realm ancient martial artists. Every move they made was like a shocking wave. Even so, they still could not stop the attack of the dragon in the sky. Kill this dragon and take its soul. A bugle horn blew, bringing with it a mysterious melody that made one's blood boil. At the same time, an ancient flag was swaying in the sky. There was an ancient word she embroidered on it. They are from the Divine Dynasty. Just as Lin Ling was looking at them in shock, a serious voice came from the side. Spiritual Master Tianhu and the others had also come after hearing the news. Divine Dynasty? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that those should be the cultivators from the Crimson State Divine Dynasty. Compared to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the Crimson State Divine Dynasty was obviously more powerful. Senior Lin Ling, what do you think they're doing? The fantasy old man's words were filled with nervousness because the battle in the distance wasn't something he could participate in. Seizing the dragon's soul, the desolate dragon formed by the runes is most likely the most ancient dragon in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. I didn't expect that after so many years, this dragon is still alive. Lin Ling said slowly. Kill. At this time, the group of experts attacked again. Compared to the dragons in the sky, they were clearly like ants, but they had the advantage in numbers. All kinds of powerful forces of the universe were blooming. Someone had unlocked the 3rd seal of the true god martial spirit. What was even more frightening was that in the distance, someone activated a true deity martial soul that was unexpectedly not smaller than the desolate dragons. That was a great condor whose entire body was resplendent with golden light. It spoke human language, challenging the desolate ancient. Desolate body. Seeing that, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Beside him, Immortal Tianhu and the others knelt down directly, facing the desolate body. They only felt that they could not resist it. As for Lin Ling, he also felt immense pressure. Of course, it was much better than them. This was because Lin Ling also had 2 desolate bodies. They were the myriad demon eyes and the space-time divine steel. In fact, they were existences that surpassed the desolate body. However, his talent had not been unearthed, so Lin Ling could not be like the person in the distance, who could release a powerful aura. As for the experts, they were like 100 flowers blooming. After joining forces, the desolate dragon's aura began to weaken. Woo woo woo. But at this time, the sound of ghosts crying could be heard. In the distant sky, a large black cloud drifted over. Furthermore, white paper money was constantly sprinkling down, giving people a very strange feeling. When the black cloud approached, people saw that it was a large group of people carrying tombstones. They were like walking corpses. This, where did this come from? Seeing this, the fantasy old man said with a trembling voice. The group of people gave him the feeling that they could take away his soul at any time. 9 prefectures 10 evils, the Tomb Guardian clan. Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused the fantasy old man's pupils to constrict. Of course, he had heard of this terrifying existence. He did not expect the legends to be true, and this group of people was clearly here to snatch the dragon's soul. This caused the two forces to be at loggerheads. However, the dragon god's soul was very rare. Therefore, another group of powerful ancient forces had arrived. After this group of people appeared, a wave of destructive aura exploded out. Among them, on a huge black fish, a man dressed like a scholar stood there. He hugged a beautiful woman, causing the experts on the ground to have solemn expressions. Creation Alliance. A cry of alarm sounded on the ground. Everyone knew that this group of people was also the 9 prefectures 10 vicious. In the 9 prefectures, the 9 prefectures 10 vicious were extremely famous. They were like vermin. Wherever they passed, people would be in a terrible situation. Bah. However, this was not the end of the terrifying matter. In the sky on the other side, Buddhist chants could be heard. Ancient Buddhist temples floated over. Black and golden rays of light intertwined as if the sun of darkness and light had arrived. Moreover, old monks wearing monk robes walked over from afar. They did not seem to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared on the other side of the lofty dragon. What is this? This time, the Tianhu Daoist also let out a cry of alarm. He could see that the people were very afraid of the approaching temples. Rumble. Moreover, these old monks had already made their move. It seemed like a gentle wave, but on the ground, millions of people died. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the dead people turned into skeletons and walked on the ground as if they were looking for the other side of the world. However, Lin Ling shook his head. For the time being, he did not know the origin of that temple-like existence. Let's go. The clash of these experts is not something we can watch. Yes. Seeing the arrival of groups of experts, the sky fantasy old man already had the intention of retreating. However, Lin Ling did not leave. His eyes stared at the temple. Inside the temple, the light of dawn gently scattered. In the soft light, he saw a familiar figure. Although he could not see the figure's appearance, he was very sure that this figure was someone he knew. I know, that is the 9 continents 10 ferocious immortal temple, and you were disappeared in this immortal temple. Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. His face became excited. However, when he wanted to rush over, the ancient earth in front of him had already erupted into a terrifying battle. The surging power made it difficult for Lin Ling to get close. Under the attacks of the experts, the lofty dragon let out a mournful cry and finally turned into a huge amount of green smoke and disappeared. The dragon's soul was also obtained by a black-cloaked man. After he obtained it, a huge earthworm rolled on the ground and spat out black soil mist. After swallowing the man, it immediately disappeared into the ground. People looked at the huge armored worm with flickering eyes, but in the end, they did not chase after it, because they knew that they could not catch up. Goodbye, and Yuer. Senior sister Yuer. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded. Everyone saw a huge rock in the distance, and there were a few people standing at the entrance of the rock. The person who shouted seemed to be a young man, and this young man was obviously Lin Ling. Senior Lin Ling. His shout caused spiritual master Qianhu's expression to change drastically. This was because he had attracted the attention of all the experts. This was indeed the case. Numerous ancient gazes were staring at them, and the terrifying aura made them not dare to move at all. I've seen it before. Those ants have been watching the battle and aren't afraid of our aura. How strange. Suddenly, a man who seemed to be dressed like a young master smiled. However, his smile was slightly evil. Two great fifth-grade divine bodies. Although they seem to be in the real God realm, they give me a feeling that they are not simple. They don't seem to be weak. A one-eyed old man laughed and said. His gaze was also fixed on Lin Ling. What should we do? What should we do now? Sensing the gazes of these experts, the old man felt like he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. He bitterly looked at Lin Ling. Little ancestor, we're finished. I'm Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to the 9 provinces experts. Instead, he was looking at the Immortal Temple. Meanwhile, Immortal Temple's experts were as cold as stone statues, looking at Lin Ling like they were looking at an ant. This was especially true for that beautiful figure in Immortal Temple. She didn't seem to have any reaction. This made Lin Ling frown. His intuition told him that it was definitely an Yuer, but why didn't she recognize him? Kid, do you know who that is? He's not your Yuer. You've got the wrong person. However, your talent isn't bad. I'll take you as my disciple. At this time, a hunchbacked old man finally said with a smile. He took a step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. Master of the Dragon Phoenix Fort, this kid belongs to me. I'm very curious about him. Another man in embroidered clothes spoke. Without waiting for the hunchbacked old man's reply, he took a step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. He had previously sensed it, but the youth remained indifferent despite the powerful forces of the universe and the desolate body. This made him very curious. I am Emperor Guantai of the Crimson State. The man spoke as he walked, as if the Son of Heaven had descended. Guantai Emperor? Isn't this the Scarlet Emperor's younger brother? Immortal Tianhu and the others' eyes trembled when they heard that. They did not expect to meet a legendary powerhouse, Scarlet Emperor. He was the #1 great emperor of the Crimson Province, and his younger brother was naturally a godlike figure as well. Scram. However, when that Prince Guantai walked over, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he shouted angrily. He was very annoyed because he had finally met an Yuer, but an Yuer didn't seem to recognize him. What the hell is going on? Get lost? In the distance, the 9 provinces experts were all shocked. This youth was truly bold. You want me to scram? You are the first person to say such words to me. Prince Guantai instantly frowned. From his point of view, Lin Ling was just an ant. An ant dared to reprimand him? I don't know who your Yuer is, but she is someone from Immortal Temple. Forget about you, even I don't dare to rashly provoke her. Don't even think about eating swan meat. Now, kneel down for me. Prince Guantai's voice was filled with the might of the heavens. However, Lin Ling ignored Prince Guantai. Instead, he shot towards the sky. I'm Lin Ling. He constantly shouted. However, the Immortal Temple's experts remained motionless. They even wanted to kill the ant. However, a stern voice sounded in their ears, leaving them slightly surprised. Following that, they hurriedly nodded. The Immortal Temple members ignored Lin Ling and shot into the distance. Immortal Temple, the 9 provinces 10 Banes. They actually didn't kill anyone despite being shouted by an ant. How strange. Everyone narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. They were in extreme disbelief. Seeing the Immortal Temple flying away, Lin Ling erupted with a speed that exceeded 10 realms and chased after it. Once the speed appeared, the experts of the 9 provinces were all moved. A speed that exceeded 10 realms was nothing in their eyes. However, the one who displayed this speed was at the true immortal realm. This was a little terrifying. This kid is not simple. The old monsters from all sides muttered to themselves. They were even more curious about Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was a little white mouse. They all wanted to know the secret of this little white mouse. Lin Ling did not know that he had become a thorn in the eyes of all the experts. He was still chasing after the Immortal Temple. Unfortunately, although the Immortal Temple seemed slow, it disappeared in an instant. This caused Lin Ling to be stunned in the sky. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was extremely ugly. He had finally met an Yuer, but his strength was too weak. In the end, he still could not make an Yuer stay. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. When he thought of the senior sister in the distant Gu Yan sect who was the first to help him and now disappeared without a trace, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Kid, you can't catch up to him. Give up. At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was the Lord of the Dragon Phoenix Fort. He was also an expert who lived as long as the heavens and the earth. He was not under the jurisdiction of the 9 provinces. In the 9 provinces, no one dared to disrespect him. Thank you, but I won't give up. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the old man. Then, he said word by word. Although the senior's strength was monstrous, he was very polite to Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had a good impression of him. Hearing this, the old man sighed softly. He somewhat admired Lin Ling's persistence. Unfortunately, the immortal temple was not something that Lin Ling could provoke. Even he did not dare to provoke it easily. Alright, stop doing useless things. You're simply an ant that can't see itself clearly. Of course, there was also someone who was very unhappy with Lin Ling. It was an old woman in a Taoist robe. In her opinion, Lin Ling was overestimating himself. It's none of your business. Hearing those tricky and harsh words, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He was looking for a new heir. What did it have to do with these people? These people were gloating and reprimanding him in the tone of a senior. This made his originally bad mood even worse. Are you talking to me? I kindly reminded you, but you reprimanded me? The old woman was stunned. She frowned and said, I'll give you a chance. Cripple your own cultivation and I'll spare your life. This is my greatest gift to you. Cripple my own cultivation? Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. If he crippled his cultivation, wouldn't he be dead? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. The old woman's voice was very serious. There's no need for you to count. If you want to cripple me, then do it. However, Lin Ling laughed. It was a maniacal laugh. Today, he watched Xianxia leave with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. When he saw these seniors bullying him, his anger immediately boiled. Don't think that you're very powerful. If you give me another 1,000 years, I'll cut you down with my sword. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 9 Lantern Fish Luchin. This brat is really arrogant. Seeing that Lin Ling did not kneel down and beg for mercy, the eyes of the 9 provinces experts flickered. Of course, the old woman was furious. A true God Realm Junior dared to be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? She laughed out of anger. Haha. To her surprise, Lin Ling laughed even louder than her. Then let me ask you, if I kneel down and beg for mercy, will you spare me? If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll only cripple your cultivation. The old woman said coldly. Since that's the case, why should I kneel down and beg for mercy? Or are you born an idiot? You don't know what's the difference between a warrior without cultivation and death. This is something that everyone knows, and you actually dare to say it out loud. You even said it so matter-of-factly. Let me tell you, since I'm going to die anyway, why should I kneel? Why should I lower my voice to you? Lin Ling's laughter grew louder and louder, making everyone secretly nod. Lin Ling was right, crippling one's cultivation was equivalent to death, so why should he kneel down and beg for mercy? Wasn't that unnecessary? Of course, that was the reason. However, if it was someone else, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Shut up. The old woman did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. A cold aura spread out from her body. She was actually at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Between her eyebrows, she could destroy 10,000 worlds. If I, Emperor Yukan, want to kill you, even the gods can't save you. The old woman attacked. Enormous amounts of world essence rolled out. Don't think that you're amazing just because you're at the peak of the martial immortal realm. In the past, I've killed more than 10,000 old monsters like you. Seeing that the old woman attacked, Lin Ling did not hide his strength and erupted with all his strength. He would rather die than fight. At that moment, he even wanted to fight to the death. And Xianxia left in front of him. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Die. Boundless world essence energy formed a large area of treasure light that enveloped Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he risked his life to block the attack. However, with his strength, How could he possibly block the attack of a peak martial immortal? Just as he was about to unleash the space-time divine steel, the Tyrant Song's sword behind him suddenly moved. It actually shot toward the old woman on its own. The sword pierced through an enormous amount of world essence energy and appeared in front of the old woman. This sudden change caused the old woman to frown slightly. This sword seemed a little strange. However, she quickly sneered and reached out with her hand in an attempt to break the sword. Just a useless sword. Watch me destroy it. However, as soon as she came into contact with Tyrant Song, a wisp of a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the scabbard. It was ghastly, gloomy, and carried the aura of destruction. My head, where is it? A headless old man floated out of the scabbard and stood in the sky as if he had lost his soul. This caused the experts of the 9 states to tremble in fear. That sword gave them a very cold feeling, as if it was a demonic sword. The old woman's eyes narrowed. She wanted to say something, but the headless old man had already placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. In the next instant, sword light flickered. It was sparkling and resplendent. It looked like a very ordinary sword strike. However, it caused the old woman to be stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ka ka ka. Almost at the same time, the old woman's body cracked open like a rock and turned into pieces of flesh. She was killed by a single sword strike. The earth immediately became deathly silent. Killing a peak martial immortal with a single sword strike. In the next instant, the experts of the 9 states sucked in a breath of cold air. After the old woman died, the world essence energy that she had activated earlier completely disappeared, revealing Lin Ling's figure. This caused everyone to look at him in fear. At the beginning, they had thought that Lin Ling was an ant that they could kill however they wanted. However, now, they realized that this mysterious young man was not simple at all, especially that sword. It gave them a very strong feeling of sharpness. It made them feel that this mysterious young man was on the same level as them. No wonder he's so arrogant. He does have some ability. Whose successor is he? Could he be the disciple of the sword comprehension old man? I don't think so. The sword comprehension old man controls the sword of the 9 states righteous path. However, that sword is somewhat evil, like a demonic sword. Everyone started whispering. Even with their knowledge, they could not see through that sword. Not bad. It's mine. However, at that moment, an ambitious voice sounded from afar. It was Prince Guantai, the younger brother of the Crimson Province Emperor. Although he was also very afraid of that sword, he was stronger than the old woman. He should be able to seize the sword. Prince Guantai has been paying attention to that young man for a long time. Now, he has the upper hand by making the first move. It's a pity that I can't fight against that sword. Otherwise, I would have made a move too. That young man is hiding too many secrets. He's like a treasure. The experts from all sides were somewhat envious. Even the tomb keepers who had been silent in the distance looked at Lin Ling curiously. It was as if they wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. However, just as Prince Guangtai made his move, a tyrannical fist broke through the sky of this world and came rolling over. Get lost. Rumble, that fist broke through the universe and blasted thousands of worlds. It formed a huge storm and shattered the earth of the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. That fist was terrifying. At the same time, a ferocious giant black fish appeared in the sky and punched out together with that fist. Bang bang bang, Heavenly Prince Guantai's expression changed. He clapped his hands and an ancient bronze bell appeared. However, when the fist hit the ancient bell, it actually cracked. Heavenly Prince Guantai quickly retreated and dodged the fist. 9 Lantern Fish Lu Chen, are you courting death? Prince Guantai shouted angrily after he escaped into the distance. Haha, Prince Guantai, how about giving me some face? He's my man. In the sky, a man dressed like a scholar appeared quietly with a wine pot in his hand and said with a smile. He seemed to be asking Prince Guantai to give him some face. However, in reality, he did not seem to be giving Prince Guantai any face. Dream on. Prince Guantai was the younger brother of the Scarlet Emperor. How could he embarrass the Scarlet Emperor? After all, this was the Scarlet Province. Haha, then there's nothing to talk about? I'm a reasonable person. If someone gives me some face, I'll give them 5. If someone provokes me, I'll give them 10. Let your brother, the Scarlet Emperor, fight me." The man dressed like a scholar smiled, but his tone was domineering. "Your brother, the Scarlet Emperor, has ancient powers. In fact, I'm no match for him. However, it's not difficult for the Creation Alliance to destroy the Scarlet Province." "You." Prince Guantai knew that the man was crazy. If he angered him, he would really destroy the Scarlet Province. "Alright, I'll seek justice for today's matter in the future." Since this was a serious matter, Prince Guantai did not dare to be too arrogant. After saying that, he wanted to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" However, the man still smiled and said, "Apologize to my brother and I'll spare your life." "Don't go too far." Prince Guantai was furious. "Yes, I'm bullying you." The returning Lin Ling. At this moment, the cultivators of the 9 states were shocked. They never thought that the 9 lanterns fish Luchen would challenge the Crimson State for the sake of that young man. "If you want to play, then let's play big." At the same time, a destructive aura burst out, and the Kings of Destruction of the Creation Alliance roared. Looking at the imposing aura of the Creation Alliance, Heavenly Prince Guantai's expression kept changing. He knew that the Creation Alliance was an alliance of lunatics. If he did not apologize, this group of lunatics would really destroy the Crimson Province. Even if everyone in the Creation Alliance died, they would not stop. "Little brother, I'm sorry if I offended you before." Finally, Emperor Guantai cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered when he saw this. In this world, strength represented everything. If he was weak today, then he would have been toyed to death like a cockroach by these experts. Most importantly, he had no enmity with these powerhouses, but they wanted him, Lin Ling, to obey their orders and kneel like a slave. Get lost. Therefore, in the face of Emperor Guantai's apology, Lin Ling did not give him any face. "You." Emperor Guantai was a giant of the Crimson Province. When had he ever received such treatment? He was so angry that his face turned green. Scram. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at the crowd and said, "You old monsters think you're so powerful, but you've forgotten that you were also very insignificant in the past. Facing cultivators stronger than you, you were just as insignificant. So, that's all you've got. That's all you have." His last sentence drifted out like a gust of wind, intimidating everyone. What an arrogant young man. The eyes of the experts flickered, but they didn't say anything. Although they felt uncomfortable, Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated. Firstly, Luchen was present. Secondly, Lin Ling's mysterious sword. These 2 reasons made them not dare to make a move. "Brother Lin Ling, why have you come to Crimson Province?" Luchen, the 9 lanterns fish, looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He was not surprised by Lin Ling's arrogant personality. He already knew that Lin Ling had the same temperament as him. "If you gave me 30% of face, I would give you 50%. If you provoked me 30%, I would fight you 50%. I came here in pursuit of an enemy." Who would have thought that so many things would happen along the way? Lin Ling also looked at the latter. He had seen Luchen the 9 lantern fish earlier, so he was not surprised. "You're just lawless. You dare to leave Qing province with a true God realm cultivation base. TSK, you have extraordinary courage. Now, you should go back." "Okay, thank you for before." The 2 of them continued to chat while Luchen personally sent Lin Ling off. Qingzhou. Hearing their conversation, Emperor Guantai's eyes turned cold. He finally knew Lin Ling's background. He would remember today's humiliation. In the future, he would pay a visit. Lin Ling and Luchen walked side by side. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, the illusionary Sky Elder and the others immediately knelt down and saluted Luchen. However, Luchen obviously did not have time to pay attention to them. Lin Ling said goodbye to Luchen, then entered the cave and went back the way he came. Luchen also knew that the 9 states experts were afraid of him, so he did not leave for the time being. He still guarded the cave entrance, giving Lin Ling time to leave. In the cave, Tianhu's spiritual master and the others treated Lin Ling as if he was their ancestor. Previously, they had guessed that Lin Ling's background was not small, and now, they were even more certain. In front of the 9 states ancient experts, he was fearless and arrogant. Would an ordinary person dare to do so? However, Lin Ling did not know what they were thinking. At this moment, he was still thinking about Anuer. Fortunately, he saw that Anuer's status in the Immortal Temple was not low, so he did not have to worry about Anuer's safety for the time being. As long as he stepped into the martial immortal realm, he could leave the Azure province and find Anuer. This scabbard is really strange. Thinking about how it killed a peak martial immortal realm expert with one strike, Lin Ling was also very shocked. However, no matter how he summoned the scabbard did not respond, so he was helpless. After a long time, everyone walked out of the cave, and Lin Ling directly said goodbye. Looking at Lin Ling leaving, Tianhu spiritual master and the others were silent for a long time. I believe that soon, 9 states will hear Lin Ling's name. The illusionary sky elder sighed. At this moment, Lin Ling was anxious to return. He wore a large cloak, tied the realgar with vines, and rushed forward. At this moment, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Clearly, the time for the 100 sect gathering had arrived. Lin Ling did not stop and shot into the crack. Of course, when he left, he also took a look at the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. He never thought that so many things would happen on the way while chasing after the realgar. However, what made him happy was that his strength had greatly increased. Sacred land of the rainforest, I, Lin Ling, am back. After entering the crack, the next thing he appeared was the Crimson Province's Diansong Mountain, and Lin Ling shot into the sky. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land was deathly silent. There was no longer its former glory, as if a corner was abandoned by heaven and earth. However, in the former rainforest's sacred land, Shanpeng Province, there were still a large number of people gathered here. Not a single person can be seen. This Lin Ling is really powerful. Where did he hide his people? Lord said that there is no one in the Azure province. Even Lin Ling is missing. I think he's not missing. He might be dead. After searching for a while, those people's faces turned ugly. Obviously, Lin Ling had been missing for a period of time, so the authorities of the Azure province did not know where he went. In the end, they guessed that Lin Ling might be dead. Therefore, those who had a grudge against Lin Ling all wanted to capture Lin Ling's family and friends alive to vent the hatred in their hearts. Unfortunately, after arriving in the Azure province, they did not find a single person. Destroy this place. A young man shouted coldly. Destroy this realm? The people at the side were stunned, and then they all sneered. Lin Ling should be dead. In that case, the rainforest's sacred land had no right to stay. The monstrous genius of the Azure province, Lin Ling, has disappeared with the wind. His hometown has also disappeared in the chaos of the universe. Everyone attacked one after another, and a huge amount of realm essence roared in the sky. However, before they could attack, a strange sound suddenly came from the ground in the distance, as if a rock was rolling along the ground. This time everyone frowned. They looked over and saw a cloaked figure walking over from the distance. He was holding a rock and walking over slowly, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Who are you? This is a forbidden area. Ordinary people are not allowed to come close. The leading young man frowned, then said indifferently, I'm from the Sunbone. I hope you can give me some face. Sunbone? A sneer came from the distance. Suddenly, a flame bloomed, and a wisp of flame shot over like a firefly. Do you have a death wish? Seeing this, the experts around the young man shouted coldly. They said that they wanted the other party to give them face. However, not only did the other party not give them face, he even took the initiative to attack. The Sunbone couldn't even protect itself. A firefly dares to compete with the moon? Lord, let me do it. An old man sneered as he walked out. His hands waved and flames immediately rose from the ground. Flames from the 10,000 worlds were also summoned. Elder Gu is still the best. Many people started roaring with laughter when they saw this scene, and they even looked at that strand of firefly fire with disdain. 2 types of flames, one big and one small. There was no need to guess. They could guess the result. Unfortunately, although the firefly's flame was small, it wasn't something they could block. Boom, the firefly's flame shot over and collided with the old man's 10,000 worlds flame. In the next moment, the old man's 10,000 worlds flame was completely burned. This was flames burning flames. Not good. This person's realm essence and talent are both very strong. The old man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but the flames had already burned his body, causing him to cry out in pain. He kept rolling on the ground and finally, his voice became softer and softer. He was completely turned into ashes. Playing with fire with me? In the distance, the cloaked man's right hand once again produced multicolored flames that poured down. Ah! Who are you? When the flames appeared, it was like opening the door between the underworld and the 10,000 worlds. It burned a large number of people to death, even the young man's right arm was burned off. If he didn't react quickly and pull his right arm out, he would have been burned to death. Who are you? After anxiously dodging the terrifying flames, the young man immediately roared in anger. I should be the one asking you who you are. The cloaked man's voice was very cold. It was a sharp contrast to the burning flames. He is Lin Ling. However, the cloaked man didn't say anything. Instead, it was Realger, who was tied up by vines behind him, who spoke in panic. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling? Aren't you dead? Hearing that, the remaining people's expressions changed drastically. One had to know that for the past few years, the experts of Qing province had been searching for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's whereabouts were unknown. Even those close to Lin Ling didn't know where Lin Ling had gone. This made the authorities of the Qing state speculate that Lin Ling might be dead. After all, the true powerhouses of the Great Green Divine Dynasty would not stand by and do nothing when the country was being destroyed, especially with the arrival of this year. They were even more certain of everything. This was because not long ago, someone had also come to the rainforest sacred land and unscrupulously ravaged this land. However, Lin Ling still did not appear, and this explained everything. You want me to die so badly? At this moment, the cloaked man also took off his cloak, revealing his cold face. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone to tremble like cicadas in winter. In reality, Lin Ling had guessed long ago that when he was not around, his enemies would cause trouble. That was why he sent his grandfather and the others to the Flame World fragment. You, don't be too arrogant. The leading youth's face was very pale. He knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. However, he also knew that if he came to the rainforest sacred land and was seen by Lin Ling, the outcome would definitely not be good. Therefore, he went all out. Bang, the ground was stomped by him and instantly cracked open. Rolling realm essence appeared on his palm and powerful martial arts were released, blasting towards Lin Ling. He was at the peak of the true immortal realm. With his full strength, and with Lin Ling's carelessness, he might be able to kill Lin Ling. Boom. However, Lin Ling did not move at all. He had received the palm strike just like that. He did not even move a single step. Instead, his icy cold eyes were staring at the young man. Impossible. Although you are stronger than me, you can't receive my full strength attack. The youth raised his head and looked at Lin Ling, his face filled with fear. Lin Ling reached out his right hand and grabbed the youth's palm. 50 universe power was released and the youth's palm turned into dust. Ah! The youth was in pain, but he could not break free from Lin Ling's palm. He shouted angrily, I am senior brother Sun Bone's subordinate. You dare to touch me? Do you want to die? Sun Bone can't even protect himself. Hearing this, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. This time, he wanted to kill Sun Bone and Luo Shawthorn the most. Enough, let him go. However, at this moment, a cold shout rang out in the sky. Then, an old man in a green robe appeared. Master! Looking at the old man, everyone was overjoyed. This was because this was a powerful elder of the 3 academies and also Sun Bone's master. Who are you? Lin Ling raised his head and asked coldly. You are not qualified to know. The old man in the green robe said indifferently, Now, let him go. I represent my disciple, Sun Bone, to settle any grudges you have. Of course, life and death are up to fate. If you die, the people behind you are not allowed to trouble me. He obviously knew that Lin Ling's appeal was terrifying, so he made this point in advance. You want to fight me? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Let my disciple go first. The old man frowned. If you want to fight, then fight fairly. What kind of ability are you to kidnap my disciple? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. I kidnapped him? He was the one who behaved atrociously in my territory and was caught red-handed by me. Do you think I should treat someone like this to tea? Moreover, do you think I will let him go just because you say so? Shut up. I will fight you later. If you attack him at a critical moment, won't that disturb my mind? Lin Ling, don't be so despicable. The old man walked down from the sky, allowing Lin Ling to understand his intentions. It turned out that the old man was afraid of Lin Ling's schemes. Haha. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He tossed the young man over to the old man, and the old man said to the young man and the others, "You all stay away. Don't let him catch you. I will fight him." After saying this, the old man in the green robe walked out and looked seriously at Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong. It was said that he had once killed a first-level martial immortal expert. Therefore, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. It was because of this that he asked Lin Ling to let the young man go. Because they were evenly matched in strength, the slightest carelessness could lead to defeat. For example, if Lin Ling took a hostage, he would be distracted. "Since you let my disciple go, I should tell you my name. I am Sun Bone's master when he was cultivating in the academy. My name is Xianxia. I know you are very strong, but I can tell you that the disciple I am most proud of, Sun Bone, is stronger than me. So, if you want to fight him, you must pass through me." The old man called Xianxia said indifferently. Terrifying realm essence surged out of his body. "Because you are young, I will let you attack first." As the last sentence was spoken, the old man's aura reached its peak. He possessed 10% of the power of the universe. Even in the Green Province, he was an overlord. Seeing the old man's powerful aura, the young men watching from afar all shouted loudly. In their opinion, Lin Ling would definitely lose. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this little bit of strength was nothing to Lin Ling. "You want me to attack first? Do you think you are qualified? You think too highly of yourself. I've taught more geniuses than you've eaten. As long as you don't use my disciple as a hostage to influence me, this battle is enough. Make your move," the old man said proudly. "Then do you know why I let your disciple go?" "Yes." Lin Ling's body also surged with powerful realm essence, causing the rainforest sacred land to tremble. Then, he saw the old man shake his head. He didn't bother to explain anything and activated the evil flame change. 10 realms speed erupted, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the old man. The powerful realm essence turned into a fist, and like 10,000 realms, it rushed towards the old man. This terrifying power and unimaginable speed caused the old man's expression to change. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be even stronger than the legends. Bang! Before he could react, the old man was hit by Lin Ling's fist. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and the endless mountains behind him collapsed. The power of this fist was enough to instantly kill the old man with just realm essence. "Do I need a hostage against you? You think too highly of yourself." "Yes." Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face incomparably pale. Of course, compared to the intense pain in his body, he felt the burning pain on his face more. He thought that Lin Ling's strength was on par with his, so he was afraid that Lin Ling would take a hostage and affect his condition. But who knew that he was thinking too much? With his strength, did Lin Ling need to take a hostage to fight Lin Ling? "With your strength, you want me to make the first move?" "Yes." Without waiting for the old man to speak, Lin Ling attacked again. With his talent, the strength of his body, the fusion of realm essence, and other powerful methods, he didn't even need to use his trump card. That old man was no match for him at all, and he actually dared to let Lin Ling make the first move. The powerful realm essence formed the fire of time and space, and turned into a multicolored fist that attacked. It was simple, but the power was vast. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and released 10% of the power of the universe. The people in the distance were extremely nervous. The power of the universe was stronger than realm essence and primal chaos. Their master would definitely win. Rumble. However, after the collision, that elder once again coughed out blood and flew backwards, passing through a large number of giant mountains. "Isn't universal power stronger than realm essence?" the youths all exclaimed. In reality, even that elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling's strength simply exceeded his logic. letting him know that after the realm essence was strengthened, its power was similarly incomparable. Puff, spitting out another mouthful of blood, the old man's face dimmed. In the Yangtze River, each new generation excels the previous one. He finally understood this principle. He bitterly smiled as he looked at his disciple. He was originally afraid that Lin Ling would kidnap his disciple to distract him, but now he knew just how petty and laughable his thoughts were. I, Xianxia, have been practicing martial arts all my life. 5,000 years ago, I became the great elder of the academy. I have taught countless geniuses. I didn't expect that I would lose to a true God Realm Junior today. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Xianxia roared towards the sky. Why can't you accept this? You're just a first-level martial immortal. Do you think you're a giant in the Azure province? Let me tell you, with your strength, I've already defeated countless people in the Crimson province. Moreover, you know that my rainforest holy land has been destroyed, yet you still dare to be arrogant in my hometown. Aren't you courting death? Puff, Lin Ling took a step forward, his expression extremely cold. Rolling flames engulfed Xianxia, an elder of the academy, an expert with the position of great elder, died in Lin Ling's hands just like that. The youths in the distance all had ashen faces. At this moment, they had forgotten about their master, all they cared about was their own lives. Lin Ling, please spare my life. Puff, the leading youth directly knelt down. Do you think this is possible? Puff, red scales appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. Like an evil flame god, he disappeared on the spot and instantly appeared in front of those people. Rolling flames erupted from his body. I know, this is impossible. Puff, the youth dispiritedly spat out a sentence. They knew Lin Ling's personality. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, he would return it 10 times over. Their mistake was to think that Lin Ling was dead. Rumble, flames soared into the sky, drowning those people and turning them into ashes in the end. On the ground, Xiong Huang was still bound by vines. His heart was trembling. All along, he had thought that Lin Ling was just a little lucky. However, he now realized that Lin Ling was able to rise in the Azure province, where experts were as common as clouds, because Lin Ling was ruthless enough. Lin Ling, I don't have any enmity with you. Everything is just a misunderstanding. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, please spare my life. Xiong Huang was also a famous person in the Five-Ring City. However, in order to live, he also begged Lin Ling for mercy. Lin Ling didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at the quiet rainforest sacred ground. This was his childhood memories. It was his hometown and the place where he grew up. However, everything was now gone with the wind. They don't have any enmity with you. Can you spare their lives? Finally, Lin Ling said indifferently. Xiong Huang opened his mouth but couldn't answer. The people of the rainforest sacred ground indeed didn't have any enmity with Xiong Huang. However, they were insignificant. Therefore, Xiong Huang could kill them as he wished. Now, you are weaker than me and have fallen into my hands. I can kill you as I wish. Sometimes, the logic of this world is that simple. Lin Ling said again. If you kill me, the Empress Dowager won't let you off. She is the first woman of the Azure Emperor and the Azure Province's Divine Empress. Xiong Huang said with a serious expression when he thought of the person behind him. I can see that you are also a person of importance in the Azure Province. Unfortunately, you don't have the courage a warrior should have. Now that you have fallen into my hands, other than begging for mercy, you can only rely on your background. How sad. Lin Ling shook his head. His words made Xiong Huang feel ashamed. However, what could he do, now that he had fallen into Lin Ling's hands, other than begging for mercy, he couldn't do anything else. Is the Empress Dowager that great? One day, I will reach the peak of the Azure Province and kill her with my own hands. Lin Ling said firmly. Xiong Huang's eyes trembled. You are crazy. The people of the rainforest sacred ground are all mortals. What's the big deal about their deaths? You actually dared to provoke the Divine Empress for them. You should know that in the history of the Azure Province, other than the Azure Emperor, no one has ever dared to challenge the Divine Empress. Even if there were, they died. Then I will be the one who succeeded. Lin Ling finally looked at Xiong Huang. His resolute expression made Xiong Huang's expression turn serious. Lin Ling was simply a madman. In fact, if Lin Ling had submitted to the Empress Dowager and become her subordinate, he would have been able to do whatever he wanted in the Azure province. However, Lin Ling actually dared to challenge the Empress Dowager for a group of ants. This wasn't a choice that an ordinary person would make, but for some reason, he suddenly felt that Lin Ling would succeed and really kill the Empress Dowager. Kill me. Xiong Huang shook his head. He knew that he couldn't escape death. Translator, Transin editor, Transin tit for tat. You want to die? Not so easy. I want you to look at my friends for thousands of lifetimes and apologize to them. Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer, causing Xiong Huang's heart to tremble. He finally felt fear. Death was sometimes not the most terrifying thing for a martial artist, especially for Xiong Huang. Death was just closing his eyes because he already knew that he was going to die. However, Lin Ling did not seem to want him to die. Demon suppression. Lin Ling's hands formed a complex barrier, causing the earth to wriggle. Rolling soil rushed towards Xiong Huang and wrapped him up, forming a new huge stone tablet. At the same time, some unknown barrier appeared around the stone tablet. A feeling of ants biting appeared on Xiong Huang's body. Ah, Lin Ling, kill me. Xiong Huang's painful voice came from the stone tablet. Do you know pain now? They had no enmity with you, but you killed them so cruelly. At that time, did you ever think about their thoughts? They only wanted to celebrate my son's wedding. They only wanted to be happy here and live a peaceful life. But you destroyed their dreams. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. Thinking of all his friends, he formed even more barriers with his hands. Right now, Xiong Huang's talent had been beaten out by little Kunlun. He was already half a cripple. Therefore, Xiong Huang could not resist those barriers. After the new barrier appeared, a burning sensation appeared all over Realger's body. Furthermore, it was burning his soul. Moreover, an ice barrier appeared. One cold and one hot, making Xiong Huang wish he was dead. Lightning. Lightning. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. His hands were constantly moving. A lightning barrier appeared and sealed the stone tablet. Wind. Wind. Soul. Wind. Lin Ling set up all the barriers he knew and used Xiong Huang as a weapon. The painful voice continued to resound from the stone tablet. However, Lin Ling had already turned around and left, leaving behind a cold sentence: you won't die. Suffer this calamity for generations. Wrong. I was wrong. Lin Ling, please give me a quick death. End. Xiong Huang's last words echoed from the stone tablet. He was now very regretful. Lin Ling had destroyed the country. This meant that Lin Ling was not a person to be provoked. However, he was the Empress Dowager, so he disdained Lin Ling and dared to provoke Lin Ling, and Xiong Huang was earth. At that time, he had already had 1 foot hell. For his sake, Lin Ling had slaughtered his way from Qingzhou to Crimson Province, captured him alive, and turned him into a giant monument of apology. Xiong Huang's was for Xiong Huang's for earth. It's too late. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the sky above the rainforest. The sky was still silent, but the laughter of the past and the faces of old friends seemed to have quietly appeared in the sky. Xiong to Xiong Xiong of Xiong. Xiong 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 Xiong's. Xiong Xiong Xiong. Sunbone, Luo Shathorn. Lin Ling appeared in the universal primal chaos with an extremely cold expression. The Empress Dowager was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. However, it was clear that the Empress Dowager wasn't targeting the rainforest Holy Land on purpose. Instead, it was Sunbone and Sunbone who Lin Ling wanted to kill the most. Therefore, Lin Ling did not go to the Flame World Fragment and went to find the Sunbone alone. Right now, while his strength had increased greatly, he had too many enemies, so he did not plan on letting old ancestor Great Flame and the others return. It would be safer in the Flame World Fragment. Ancient runes were still floating in the sky of the green region. Vaguely, a gigantic divine bell was guarding the land, and wisps of ancient power were quietly spreading out. After the Azure Thearch's imperial jade seal appeared, Qing province was obviously different from before. That was because Emperor Qing had also disappeared. Thus, the Azure province also became a chaotic world. Heroes rose together. and the matter of who would become the Azure Emperor was also the most important matter for millions of people. The Four-Ring City was still bustling with people. As the closest ancient city to the Five-Ring City in the Qing province, this was a place that countless experts dreamed of. Only by traversing through this place could one reach the pinnacle of the Qing province, the Five-Ring City. At this moment, the entire city was livelier than before. In a certain restaurant, it was packed with people. I didn't expect to come to the Four-Ring City in my lifetime. Yes, this is a kind of recognition of strength, but this Four-Ring City is really full of experts, and the strongest is the Four Symbols Divine Palace. I heard that in this year, something big happened in the Four Symbols Divine Palace. There are 2 people from the Black Warrior Divine Palace who want to become one of the Qing province's 9 great heavens, the Black Warrior Institute principal's daughter, Xianxia, and a genius called Meng Lu. Especially that Meng Lu, he has the highest chance of becoming one of the Qing province's 9 great heavens. Xianxia's background is not small. It's normal for her to want to become one of the Qing province's 9 great heavens, but who is this Meng Lu? In the past, he was the strongest 2nd generation, but his cultivation speed is the fastest. Not long ago, he became a 1st-generation genius, but now, he has already swept through many 1st-generation geniuses. TSK, looks like the Black Warrior Divine Palace has good eyesight. Recruiting such a talented genius, but the Azure Dragon Divine Palace is not weak either. What's wrong with the Azure Dragon Divine Palace? A flurry of discussion could be heard in the restaurant. When the Azure Dragon matter was mentioned, everyone's ears perked up. Sun Bone is going to become the Azure Dragon King's adopted son today. Finally, the cultivator who heard the news said with a smile. Sun Bone, one of the Qing province's 9 great heavens, the former Grand Court County's #1 genius. It's a pity that after the Grand Court County was destroyed, his reputation declined greatly. However, I heard that Sun Bone obtained the Son of Heaven's mandate, so the Azure Dragon King took him in as his adopted son in order to curry favor with him. With the Azure Dragon King, Sun Bone can do whatever he wants in the Qing province. This is called mutual benefit. Hearing this, the restaurant burst into an uproar. Tisk, just a coward. But soon, a mocking voice sounded in the restaurant, silencing the restaurant. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and saw that it was a young man. This young man had guts, daring to mock the Azure Dragon Divine Palace and Sun Bone in the Four-Ring City. Take back your words, otherwise, I don't mind you staying here forever. However, someone immediately retorted. It was obvious that this person was Sun Bone's supporter. Am I wrong? If Sun Bone was a man, he would have stood up when his Grand Court County was destroyed. Unfortunately, his Grand Court County was destroyed, so he could only run away with his tail between his legs. Moreover, the so-called Sun Bone, Meng Lu, and other geniuses are like fireflies compared to that legendary person. The young man laughed as he drank his wine. You're so arrogant, I wonder who is this legendary person you're talking about? Many people were dissatisfied. Sun Bone's name shook the Qing province, yet he was being trampled on like this, infuriating many people. Lin Ling. The young man put down his wine cup, enunciating each word. The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant. Who in the Qing province didn't know Lin Ling's name? Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals of Qingzhou. If it's Lin Ling, then he deserves it. Some of the older martial artists nodded their heads. At first, they thought that the young man's words were too arrogant. Later, when they found out that he worshipped Lin Ling, they didn't think that the young man was arrogant, because it was all the truth. Of course, the supporters of the Sun Bone had ugly expressions. You're from Resplendent Academy, right? No wonder you're speaking up for Lin Ling. But he's just a dead man. What right does he have to be proud? That's right. No matter how powerful a genius is, once he's dead, he's just a pile of dirt. Who knows, Lin Ling's ashes might have been among the bricks I stepped on yesterday. Haha, Lin Ling is trash. In the past, he could only rely on his rallying power to destroy a country. Would he dare to face senior brother Sun Bone one-on-one? He wouldn't dare. The supporters of the Sun Bone roared with laughter. Bang! Hearing this, the young man slammed the table and glared at the group of people. The people beside him, who were also from Resplendent Academy, stood up one by one. Your mouths are too smelly. Take back your words, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Cold voices came out of their mouths. So what if I say it? Are you saying that we're not allowed to speak the truth? But who knew that the other party wasn't afraid at all? Instead, they laughed even more savagely. How can you be so sure that senior brother Linling is dead? No one knows if he's alive or dead. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. Take back your words. I won't take it back. Keep bragging. Linling is dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's just a pile of bones. Haha. The young geniuses on both sides were at each other's throats. As for the people from Resplendent Academy, they couldn't hold back anymore and attacked. Moreover, they were stronger. After a few of them attacked, they immediately subdued the other party. Then, they said indifferently, slap your own mouth and I'll let you leave. The supporters of the Sunbone didn't expect this group of people to be so strong. Their faces were extremely ugly. If they slapped their own mouths in Fourth Ring City, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the academy when they returned. Their junior brothers would also look down on them. But if they didn't fight, their situation would be even more troublesome. Just as they were about to make their decision, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "You won't even tell me the truth? This Resplendent Academy has produced a tyrannical Linling. Now, junior brother is also learning how to be tyrannical." In the corner of the restaurant, a middle-aged woman was calmly drinking tea and speaking without looking at the crowd. However, everyone sensed that this woman's strength was very strong. She was not someone they could provoke. We were telling the truth before. The Sunbone Nation was destroyed, and he could only leave with his tail between his legs. But they objected, saying that Linling was dead. Whether or not Linling is dead has not been confirmed, so they should be the ones telling the truth. The young man from the Resplendent Academy frowned as he looked at the woman. However, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Clearly, they were trying to reason with her, trying to make her distinguish between right and wrong. I say, how dare you resist? Your mouths are too dirty. The woman frowned as she drank her tea. Then she stretched out her hand and waved it in the air. Pa, crisp slaps rang out. The geniuses from the Resplendent Academy were all slapped in the face. Senior, you. The young men's faces darkened. Being slapped in public was too embarrassing. Give them a few more slaps so that they will remember this. However, the woman's voice was very sinister as she said indifferently. Yes, senior. Hee, the few of you better take back what you said before. Otherwise, my slaps are not to be trifled with. The supporters of the Sunbone Nation sneered. As for the geniuses from the Resplendent Academy, they gritted their teeth. They did not know why the woman was targeting them. However, even if the woman was very strong, they still stubbornly refused to speak. One must know that in the Resplendent Academy, Linling was everyone's idol. Not only the third generation, second generation, and first generation, but even the elders and principal of the academy were full of praise for Linling. Therefore, they could not bring themselves to mock their idol. You must commit suicide. Did you hear her? Did you see her? Do you know who she is? Sensing the woman's identity, the Sunbone supporters began to clamor and clamor. Pa, however, when they thought that the cloaked man would be afraid, the cloaked man swung his palm once again, landing heavily on the faces of the supporters. You. Their pupils constricted, the people in the restaurant also sucked in cold breaths. They thought that with the appearance of the immortal plum sword, the cloaked man would definitely give them face, but who knew that not only did the cloaked man not give her face, he even hit the person she wanted to protect in front of the immortal plum sword. Bang! The immortal plum sword slammed the table as well, and an imposing aura that was like the might of the heavens spread out. Sir, you're not giving me any face at all. Her voice was laced with anger. However, the cloaked person walked towards the immortal plum sword. His pace was not fast, but it caused the restaurant to instantly fall silent. Could it be that he's going to apologize? I think so. Maybe he has to kneel down and apologize. Many people were secretly guessing. Even the immortal plum sword did not understand what the other party wanted to do. The cloaked man had already arrived in front of the immortal plum sword, as if he was a stone statue, motionless. Just as the immortal plum sword was about to open its mouth to reprimand the cloaked man, a palm shot out like lightning. Pa! A deafening slap resounded in the restaurant once again, and this time, it was the immortal plum sword that was hit. This time, even the immortal plum sword was stunned. He couldn't understand why the other party would provoke him for no reason and even dare to slap his face. "You're courting death," the disciple of the immortal plum sword shouted loudly. However, the immortal plum sword stopped him. She looked at the cloaked man indifferently and said, "You are only at the 10th level of the true god realm. Although you have some ability, you are looking down on Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. I will give you a chance. If you tell me the reason why you hit me, I might spare your life. To be honest, I really underestimated you." The cloaked man opened his mouth and slowly removed the cloak on his head. "As for the reason why I hit you, it's very simple. It's because I'm Lin Ling." When the cloak was removed, the restaurant became even quieter. The eyes of the immortal plum sword widened. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. In the past few years, Lin Ling had disappeared without a trace. She thought that Lin Ling had been killed by a magnate from the Qing province, but now, the person who had stirred up Qingzhou a few years ago had appeared before her eyes once again. Lin Ling, he's Lin Ling. As for the Sunbone's supporters, all of their faces turned pale. Of course, they knew how strong Lin Ling was, but they also thought that Lin Ling was dead, so they dared to be arrogant. "He's seen your brother Lin Ling." Compared to their ashen faces, the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy had excited smiles on their faces. They had already heard of the name Lin Ling countless times. The elders of the academy had also told them to take Lin Ling as their role model and study hard. And now, the idol of all the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy had appeared in front of them. So handsome. Among the few of them, a girl's heart was beating violently, the supporters of the Sunbone and the immortal plum sword. He was lawless and unrestrained. This was the legendary senior brother Lin Ling. However, it was no wonder that Lin Ling would appear. This was because these people were mocking Lin Ling. He was simply courting death. "Immortal plum sword, what do you have to say now?" Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked coldly at the immortal plum sword. Looking at the calm and cold eyes, the immortal plum sword panicked. In fact, after Lin Ling destroyed the two large commanderies, she knew that Lin Ling wasn't someone she could provoke. Therefore, after the incident, she had been hiding in the myriad of worlds. After she knew that Lin Ling was missing and might even be dead, she dared to return. Now that she saw him again, she had a feeling that Lin Ling was the sky above her, someone she had to look up to. "How dare you hit my master?" However, she didn't dare to speak. Instead, the young man beside her shouted angrily. In his opinion, his master was omnipotent. The young man in front of him was simply courting death. However, when he spoke, the people in the restaurant shook their heads secretly. This young man was too stupid. Everyone knew that the immortal plum sword and Lin Ling had a grudge. Now that the immortal plum sword didn't dare to speak, the young man still dared to scold Lin Ling. He was simply impudent. Of course, Lin Ling's gaze also looked at the young man. He smiled coldly and said, "Young man, I'm afraid you don't know that your master had two peerless geniuses in the past." "I know. Those two senior brothers and senior sister are people I have to look up to for my entire life." "Why, are you afraid?" The young man puffed out his chest and said, as if he wanted the immortal plum sword to know how strong his backbone was. "Then how do you know who killed them?" Lin Ling asked again. Then, he saw the young man frown and shook his head. "They both died in my hands. Even your senior sister framed my wife, causing her to not return until now. Therefore, the people you said I have to look up to are actually just a pile of bones." At the end, Lin Ling's voice became cold. "Master, help me." That voice finally made the young man a little afraid. However, the immortal plum sword still didn't dare to speak and remained silent. This time, the young man's face turned pale. Could it be that the young man in front of him was the murderer of his senior brothers and senior sisters? When his master saw this young man, not only did she not dare to draw her sword, she didn't even dare to speak. To him, this was too unreal. "I see that you are young, so I'll give you a chance. Never step into Qingzhou again and then scram. Otherwise, you will die." Lin Ling finally revealed his killing intent. However, he didn't kill the young man. After all, he didn't like to kill the innocent. Master, The young man was immediately put in a difficult position. Lin Ling was threatening him in front of his master? Qingzhu, you can leave. However, the immortal plum sword sighed softly and said slowly. This sentence made the young man's expression change drastically. His master was indeed afraid of Lin Ling. What was ironic was that she actually dared to reprimand Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he has no enmity with you. Please let him go. Moreover, I only just recruited him. There is no such thing as a master and disciple relationship. The immortal plum sword looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and said, I know that. Therefore, I will let him go. However, you must commit suicide. Hearing this, the immortal plum sword's face turned pale. She knew that Lin Ling was back. All the old and new grudges were settled by Lin Ling. Of course, you can also fight with me. However, if you lose, both of you will die. You can choose for yourself. Lin Ling said again. I don't want to fight. Let him go. I will commit suicide. The immortal plum sword sighed. Although Lin Ling was only in the 10th stage of the true god realm, she felt that she was definitely not a match for Lin Ling. Therefore, if she fought, not only would she die, but the young man would also die. The undercurrent was surging. I promise you. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded again. Thank you, but I won't implicate your family. You, Lin Ling, are much better than those big shots in Qing province. At least you know that there is a perpetrator for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. Also, I am very sorry about what happened in the rainforest. They are obviously innocent, but your enemies are not as clear as you. The immortal plum sword's gaze revealed a sigh as she quietly looked at Lin Ling. The first time I saw you, you were the opponent of my eldest disciple, Si Xuanmei, but you defeated her. The second time I saw you, you killed another disciple that I was proud of. This third time, I didn't think that I would be no match for you. Lin Ling, your growth is too fast. Of course, if you want to kill me, I won't blame you. Because, I provoked you first. So. I hope that in our next life, we can be friends. Leaving behind the last sentence, the immortal plum sword pulled out her own sword and slit her throat. Then, she fell to the ground, and a stream of blood spilled onto the ground like a plum blossom. An ancient figure whose name shook the entire Qing province had committed suicide in this restaurant. Master! The young man cried out in pain. Take your master's sword and leave this place. Don't even think about revenge. First, you will never be my match. Second, this is between me and your master. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Ling didn't even look at the young man as he turned and left. I know, I will never step into Qing province again. The young man carried the immortal plum sword's corpse and left. However, there was no hatred in his eyes when he looked at Lin Ling. This was because he knew from his master that his master was willing to commit suicide. It was also because his master provoked Lin Ling first. Seeing the Qing province's 10 great sword immortals commit suicide, the people in the restaurant were also shocked. Lin Ling was already strong to such an extent. Relying on his spirit, he defeated an ancient expert without a fight. Senior Lin Ling, we were wrong before. Please forgive us. When Lin Ling walked over, the supporters of the Sun Bone didn't dare to say anything. They all bowed and saluted. They only dared to talk behind his back. But when a legendary character appeared in front of them, they didn't even dare to fart. Look up. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing those people to quickly raise their heads. Then, Lin Ling swung his palm, and the powerful force sent those people flying. They smashed into the wall, and even their teeth were spat out. You're just a bunch of trash, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Lin Ling mocked in disdain. He then turned to the youths from the resplendent academy and smiled. That smile of his caused their faces to turn red with excitement. Greetings, senior brother Lin Ling. They all bowed and said. Help me thank the principal of the Resplendent Academy. Also, tell her that I, Lin Ling, have returned. Lin Ling waved his hand and strode out of the restaurant. So that's the legendary Lin Ling. It seems like hearing about him isn't as good as meeting him in person. Only after meeting him did I know how powerful the most monstrous genius of the Azure Prefecture is. Most importantly, he's younger than I thought. After Lin Ling left, the various experts in the restaurant let out a series of exclamations. They were fated to meet a legendary figure like Lin Ling, and they felt that it was the blessing of their lives. Their excited expressions made the youths from the resplendent academy smile excitedly. It was as if those people were looking up to them. The Sunbone has become the Azure Dragon King's adopted son. They're really a nest of snakes and rats. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and muttered to himself as he appeared on the bustling street. Today, his goal was the Sunbone and the raging Sandthorn. Now that he knew about the Sunbone, he definitely wouldn't let it go. As for the Azure Dragon King, he knew that the other party was determined to kill him. However, he decided to put aside the hatred between him and Lin Ling for now. Everything was for the Sunbone. Taking a step forward, Lin Ling headed for the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. This Azure Prefecture is different from the last time I left. It seems like the 24th Son of Heaven's fate has changed. Someone is probably getting closer to transforming the fragment into the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. Along the way, Lin Ling took out his Imperial Jade Seal fragment. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that half of his Imperial Jade Seal fragment had transformed into the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. However, it was a blood-red Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. Clearly, he had killed a lot of people in this period of time, causing the Son of Heaven's fate to become more complete. This made him shake his head helplessly. While Lin Ling was heading toward the Azure Dragon Manor, the entire Four-Ring City was in an abyss of chaos. What? Lin Ling appeared? He's still alive? Haha, that brat disappeared for several years without a word. I was worried to death, but now he's finally reappeared? Dad, Lin Ling is back. The Black Tortoise Manor, White Tiger Manor, and Vermilion Bird Manor all received the news. Of course, the first to receive the news was the Radiant Academy. It was the same group of young men who informed Dean Qin. The Radiant Academy also spread the news to all of Lin Ling's friends. Even the faraway Martial God Barracks, Lord Eighth and Chi Yu also received the news, causing them to smile excitedly. Lin Ling had returned. It seemed like the culprit had been found. They believed that with Lin Ling's character, unless he didn't return, he would definitely give the Rainforest Holy Ground an explanation. Lord is back. Lord Chi Yu said so earlier. At the Rainforest Market, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, Tang Yue, and the others also received the news. Just as they received the news, a figure rushed in from the main door. It was Gong Yanjiang. He laughed loudly and said, "Boss Lin Ling is back. Senior Sunset Glory told my father. We've known for a long time, and we're guessing that Lord Lin Ling is heading to the Azure Dragon Manor." Falling Flowers, Flowing Sword and the others replied with a smile, making Gong Yanjiang feel depressed. He wanted to see these old fellows' shocked faces, but in the end, someone else received the news faster than him. But, Lin Ling actually went to the Azure Dragon Manor, and he didn't call any of the seniors. This seems a little troublesome. Among the crowd, the 9 spirits of heaven said with a frown. The moment her words fell, the others frowned as well. The Azure Dragon Manor was a bigger force than the Grand Court Commandery, with as many experts as the clouds. In the past, when Lin Ling massacred the Grand Court Commandery, he called everyone over, but this time, he actually went to the Azure Dragon Manor alone. Lord is probably going to take revenge for the Rainforest Holy Ground, so he wants to settle it alone. Let's hurry over as well. That's right, Lord Chi Yu and the others should be rushing over as well. Falling Flowers, Flowing Sword and the others exchanged a few words, then quickly left. At this moment, because of Lin Ling's appearance in the Azure State, undercurrents were surging. Even Lin Ling noticed the dark clouds in the sky. He naturally knew that his friends had received the news of his return, but he really wanted to take revenge for the Rainforest Holy Ground alone. Gradually, a towering wall appeared in front of them, like a green dragon crouching on the ground. That was the Azure Dragon Manor. As one of the 4 overlords of the Four-Ring City, the Azure Dragon Manor was as vast as the Imperial Palace. The overlords of the Green Prefecture have gathered. Who's there? Someone from the Azure Dragon Divine Manor noticed Lin Ling's arrival. The huge city gates opened, and figures rushed out. These were all true Immortal Realm experts. If they were placed in Third Ring City, Second Ring City, and other places, each of them would be an ambitious and ruthless existence. From this, one could see the Azure Dragon Divine Matter's foundation. Scram if you don't want to die. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His long hair draped over his shoulders. Flames surged around him. You're courting death. One of them, a middle-aged man clad in dragon-scale armor, roared and leaped into the air. He transformed into a dragon and charged towards the young man on the ground with a long spear that resembled an azure dragon. Time's up. Those who block my way will die. Lin Ling did not raise his head to look at the middle-aged man. He continued to walk forward. And threw out a punch, rumble, the surging world essence turned into a huge flaming fist. He did not need to use any martial arts, but it was enough to destroy everything in its path. Pop. Pop, pop. Pop. Wherever the flaming fist passed, the azure dragon was crushed. The experts who rushed out from the divine matter were all turned into ashes. Moreover, the fist did not stop there. It slammed into the azure dragon ancient wall, causing it to pause for a moment. Then, the wall collapsed and a slender figure stepped into the azure dragon divine matter. Who is that? What terrifying strength. I heard that it's Lin Ling. Not long ago, someone saw him in a restaurant in the Fourth Ring City. I also heard that he came for Sun Bone. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it's really Lin Ling, then Sun Bone won't be able to escape this calamity. Yeah, Sun Bone said 3 months ago that the rainforest Holy Land was destroyed because of him. Lin Ling destroyed his country, and he destroyed Lin Ling's world. Sun Bone is really ruthless. How many people did he destroy? However, when Lin Ling destroyed his country, Sun Bone did not dare to say a word. Now, when Sun Bone destroyed his world, Lin Ling dared to come knocking on his door. The 9 great heavens of the Green Prefecture are no match for Lin Ling. Far away from the Four-Ring City, experts from various factions appeared in the sky, conversing with each other with grave expressions. Within the Azure Dragon Matter, Lin Ling strode forward with the demeanor of an expert. Many people from the Azure Dragon Divine Matter rushed out of the city walls, but none of them dared to approach Lin Ling. Isn't that Lin Ling? Someone recognized Lin Ling and let out a sharp cry. They didn't think that Lin Ling was still alive, and even dared to come to the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. Most importantly, Lin Ling came alone, without summoning those experts. Lin Ling dared to come alone, which made them think that Lin Ling was courting death. Inform the manor head immediately. You can't. The mansion lord said that today is the day he takes Sun Bone as his adopted son. No one is allowed to interfere, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. What should we do? The cultivators of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion became anxious. However, one of the old men sneered, let Lin Ling go. He won't be able to return. Yeah. Thinking of the experts gathered in the depths of the mansion, the cultivators relaxed and sneered. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He realized that the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion was huge, with large and small streets, like a bustling ancient city. However, there was no one in the city, and he didn't know where everyone had gone. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He saw a large group of people gathered in the center of the city, which made him want to go there. His eyes flashed with determination. He knew that his goal was Sun Bone, and no one could stop him. The center of the city was extremely vast. The ground was covered in azure dragon scales, and a huge golden pillar sat on the ground. The pillar had an azure dragon coiling around it, giving it a majestic feeling. Looking into the distance, there were layers upon layers of buildings, which showed how deep the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion's foundation was. The Azure Dragon Divine Mansion was the bloodline of a dragon. The current mansion master, the Azure Dragon King, was a genuine dragon ancestor. At this moment, a large number of people gathered in the surroundings. They were all ambitious and ruthless characters of the Four-Ring City, and even the overlords of the Five-Ring City came to give face. They sat according to the rules, chatting and laughing, while those who were standing looked at the experts with respect and envy in their eyes. I didn't expect the Dean of the Heavenly Saint Institute to come. What? Look over there, those are the people of the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. What? What's the Imperial Censor Dragon Court? It sounded like it was very powerful. What? The 4 overlords of the Azure Prefecture. What? Whispers could be heard all around the plaza. No one had expected that the Azure Dragon King would actually have such prestige. There's another reason, and that's because of the Sun Bone. It's said that this person has received a Son of Heaven's mandate, so all the overlords want to curry favor with him. What? Son of Heaven's mandate? Rumor has it that there are only 24 such Son of Heaven's blessing, and one of them is to become the Azure Emperor. What? No wonder the Azure Dragon King wants to get close to the Sun Bone. So the Sun Bone has a boundless future. Many people were very surprised by the origin of the Sun Bone. Of course, putting this aside, just the fact that the Sun Bone was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure Prefecture was enough to make people revere him. At this moment, in the center of the square, a large number of people were sitting there, drinking wine and chatting wittily. Among them, a young man with long golden hair was undoubtedly the main character today, and he was Sun Bone. In the past, when the Grand Court Commandery was destroyed, he fled with shame. Later on, when Lin Ling disappeared, he thought that Lin Ling should be dead. Therefore, he gradually surfaced and even started to become famous in the Azure Prefecture. It was also because he had received a Son of Heaven's mandate that his future was boundless, and he even had the chance to become the Azure Emperor. Thinking that he could rule the Azure Prefecture in the future, he was incomparably excited. In the crowd, Lin Ling also looked at Sun Bone. Especially when he saw the Sun Bone as if he was the ruler of the world, he revealed a mocking smile. In the past, when he led people to massacre the Grand Court Commandery, Sun Bone didn't even dare to fart. He didn't even dare to provoke him directly. He only dared to use the Empress Dowager's hand to destroy the rainforest sacred land. How could such a person be qualified to call himself one of the 9 heavens of the Azure Prefecture? How could he be qualified to receive a Son of Heaven's mandate? Coward! Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly mock him. What did you say? However, at the side, someone immediately glared at Lin Ling and mocked. Do you only dare to hide in the crowd and curse senior brother Sun Bone? You have no backbone at all. A person like you will only be like this for the rest of your life. Obviously, this was also a genius who came from the same academy as Sun Bone. I will only be like this? Lin Ling's eyes darted around. He couldn't be bothered to explain anything. With just a glance, the young man who spoke didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again. He subconsciously lowered his head and his face turned pale. This was because Lin Ling's gaze was very cold, mixed with a thick murderous intent. This made him realize that the young man beside him was a decisive person. Thank you for your love. Today, Sun Bone and I are becoming in-laws. He will be my adopted son. Dream Flow's provocation. Congratulations, congratulations. The overlords cupped their hands and bowed. The Azure Dragon King of the past couldn't be underestimated. Now that he had the Sun Bone, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. If the Sun Bone became deity Qing, the Azure Dragon King might become the Grand Emperor. Sun Bone, everyone should be familiar with him. He's one of the 9 great heavens of Qing Prefecture and the #1 genius of Heavenly Saint Academy. He's young, but his strength has already caught up to all the heroes. Even deity Qing praised him and gave him the fate of the Son of Heaven. Among the 20 fate of the Son of Heaven, he's the one most likely to become deity Qing. Deity Qing, the deity of the inheritance of the god, ruled over the power of the ancient times. Even he thinks highly of my son, Sun Bone. From what I see, the position of deity Qing belongs to my son, Sun Bone. The rumbling voice floated out, making many people nod their heads. The Azure Dragon King couldn't help but laugh. Sun Bone had been perfectly molded. His heart of martial arts, talent, and character were all top-notch. In ancient times, a dragon had 9 sons, and the 9 sons were divided into different grades. Needless to say, the selection for the throne was also divided into different grades. Sun Bone was the best choice. That's true. Courage, talent, heart of martial arts, and character are all good. Some of the old monsters of Qing Prefecture looked at Sun Bone and nodded in agreement. Sun Bone had been famous in Qing Prefecture for a long time. He had defeated many ancient legends, so they were all convinced. At this moment, many voices rang out quietly. They were all words of flattery. Sun Bone, who was sitting on the main seat, smiled and nodded. His golden hair danced in the wind. He looked forward to the future, when he could rule the Qing continent and fight against the cultivators of the 9 continents. What a nest of snakes and rats. Don't you think it's shameless to flatter each other? Don't you think it's embarrassing? However, just as everyone agreed, a mocking voice rang out. This time, everyone frowned. Today was the big day for the Azure Dragon King and Sunbone. They had become father and son and cooperated with each other. They also called on all the overlords of Qing Prefecture to join Sunbone's camp. However, at such a crucial moment, someone was causing trouble. Among the crowd, a young man with long white hair slowly walked out. This person was also wearing a long white robe. His long hair flowed freely, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. How dare you? The experts of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion roared in anger. Who is this? How bold! He actually dares to mock the 9 heavens of the Qing province. The crowd also stared at the young man, their brows tightly knitted together. So it's you, the defeated Dream Flow. In the chairman's seat, Sunbone, who had been enraged, suddenly smiled. He had recognized who this person was. Dreamstream? Could it be that genius who wants to obtain the 9 heavenly emblems of Qing province? No wonder he came out. It turns out that he doesn't agree with the Sunbone. However, he was defeated by the Sunbone. Now that he has come out to speak, he lacks some credibility. Many people looked at Dream Flow and said, if Dream Flow was someone else, he would have the right to speak. However, he was defeated by the Sunbone. His words gave the impression that he was trying to frame the Sunbone. He wanted the Sunbone's reputation to plummet so that he, Dream Flow, could obtain the position of the 9 heavenly emblems of Qing province. However, the crowd's mocking gazes did not anger Dream Flow in the slightest. He said indifferently, Sunbone, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're getting more and more arrogant. However, don't you think it's despicable to lie through your teeth? Or do you think that you're the most qualified person to become the Azure Emperor after bewitching everyone? Dream Flow, I know what you're planning, but you'd better not waste your time. I, Sunbone, have never said that I'm the most qualified person to become the Azure Emperor. However, for the sake of the Azure Emperor's position, I'll work hard. I'll do everything I can in my life. Sunbone sat calmly, exuding the aura of an expert. A cultivator must have a goal. Although it's not guaranteed that you'll reach your goal, at least you'll work hard. That's the only way to live a life that isn't in vain. A life that isn't in vain. Well said. Based on this sentence alone, I think Sunbone has the most hope of becoming the Azure Emperor. When Sun Gu's voice faded, cheers rang out from all around. A cultivator must have a goal. Although it's not guaranteed that you'll reach your goal, at least you'll work hard. That's the only way to live a life that isn't in vain. Such a carefree person was indeed worthy of being one of the 9 great heavens of the Qing province. You're better at talking than singing. I really admire your character. At this moment, Dream Flow laughed mockingly, causing Lin Ling, who was in the crowd, to frown. He did not expect Dream Flow's character to be so calm. If he did not like Dream Flow, he would immediately attack. However, compared to the last time they met, Dream Flow's strength had greatly increased this time. Dream Flow is indeed worthy of being one of the 9 provinces' 10 evils. His character is just like mine, daring to take responsibility for his actions. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had no intention of stepping forward for the time being. However, since you're the most likely to become the Azure Emperor and also have the domineering character of an emperor, let me ask Senior Sunbone, is there anyone you're afraid of in your life? Dream Flow laughed and asked again. You've hit the nail on the head. A cultivator naturally has people he's afraid of in his life. Sunbone took a sip of wine and replied indifferently. Among the 9 great heavens of the Qing province, there's someone he's afraid of? That's impossible. To become the strongest genius of the Qing province, one should be fearless and courageous. As soon as Sunbone's words fell, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. A true genius was invincible, indomitable, and fearless of any powerhouse. If one did not have such a mentality, one would only be mediocre and would not be able to become a top genius of the Qing province. The person I'm afraid of is myself. However, Sunbone's next sentence made the crowd feel as if they were struck by lightning. They never thought that Sunbone was afraid of themselves. This meant that Sunbone had been fearless his entire life. He was not even afraid of the geniuses of the 9 province. His only opponent was himself. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in every battle. This sentence sounded simple, but how many people in the 9 province could be familiar with themselves and surpass themselves time and time again? Good, the greatest enemy of a cultivator's life is himself. As expected of Sunbone. This means that even the Azure Emperor can't pressure Sunbone. Sunbone is not afraid of the Azure Emperor. What Sunbone wants to do is to constantly surpass himself. Did you hear that? Sunbone can become one of the 9 great heavens of the Qing province. His character and heart of the martial Tao are all exemplary. You should learn from Sunbone. Voices of reverence rang out. Even the elders of the Heavenly Saint Academy took the opportunity to give pointers to the geniuses of the academy. We understand. The geniuses looked at Sunbone in admiration and nodded. Rage from shame, clap clap clap. At this moment, Meng Lu clapped his hands. Well said, well said. Now you know the difference between you and me. Sunbone thought that Meng Lu was convinced. There is indeed a difference between us, but is your character really that good? Meng Lu's expression was calm as he looked at the crowd. I want to ask everyone, if your clan is massacred, how will you react? Nonsense, we'll kill the enemy with our swords. Nonsense. Clan enmity is irreconcilable. Is there even a need to say this? Nonsense. Many people looked at Meng Lu with disdain, feeling that he was simply saying some childish words. It seems that you are all hot-blooded men, but as far as I know, your Sunbone doesn't dare say a single word when faced with clan enmity. He can only run away with his tail between his legs. How can someone like this have the most perfect character? Meng Lu suddenly said, causing the entire plaza to fall. Silent. The corners of Sunbone's eyes twitched, and his expression became unsightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. However, someone immediately shouted angrily at Meng Lu. What? You won't even tell the truth? Sunbone secretly ordered you to do this, right? Meng Lu said with a faint smile. He wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. Shut up. Nonsense. A young man leaped out from the side of the plaza. He had a cultivation of the 7th level of the true god realm and wasn't weak. After he appeared, he attacked Meng Lu domineeringly. You won't let me speak? Are you trying to silence me by killing me? Meng Lu smiled calmly and didn't resist, allowing that person to attack him. However, when that person approached him, a strange aura spread out, and his soul was instantly extracted by Meng Lu. Bang! That soul was simultaneously crushed by Meng Lu, and that person stood in the plaza like a stone statue, completely dead. You dare attack me with this level of strength? Nonsense. Meng Lu shook his head in disdain, then looked at Sunbone and said, Sunbone, you should find someone stronger. Moreover, you should be clear about my strength. Ordinary exceptional talents aren't my match, but you, Sunbone, knew this, yet you didn't warn that person before. From this, it can be seen how despicable your character is. Shut. Shut up. Shut. Taiyang Bone could no longer maintain his calm and shouted angrily. You don't want me to talk? Unfortunately, I had to say it. Meng Lu took a step forward and laughed heartily. In the past, Lin Ling led a group of experts to Tating Commandery and destroyed the commandery right in front of Sunbone. But our Sunbone, who is most likely to become Emperor Qing, didn't do anything. In front of Lin Ling, he could only obediently keep his mouth shut. He didn't even dare to resist. Such a person dares to say that he's fearless and only afraid of himself? And as far as I know, Lin Ling's rainforest Holy Land was destroyed because Sunbone asked others for help. What a joke. You only dare to ask others for help to take revenge for your family. Even if it's an old man in his 80s or 90s, he still has more backbone than you. Dreamflow's words were like a barrage of cannons, bombarding Sunbone's face until it was extremely gloomy. Whispers could be heard all around the square. Not long ago, Sunbone had proudly said that in his entire life, he feared himself and wanted to surpass himself, but now, weren't these words slapping his own face? Meng Lu, you're talking nonsense. Sunbone sensed the strange gazes around him, and he was so angry that he was boiling. Today was the day that his name would shake the entire Azure province. He was also telling everyone that he, Sunbone, was the most likely to become Emperor Qing. However, Meng Lu had come to make trouble and hit him when he was down. Not only was he unable to be proud, but he was even more humiliated. A person who wanted to become Emperor Qing had his country destroyed, but he didn't dare to resist. Such a person could only be called a coward. What's wrong? Senior brother Sunbone, are you angry because I've hit your sore spot? Meng Lu continued to hit him when he was down. He looked at the geniuses who admired Sunbone and asked, "May I ask if your senior brother is a man?" Hearing this, those geniuses were speechless. They couldn't answer anything. For a moment, the entire square was filled with whispers. Although no one dared to laugh at Sunbone, it was obvious that their gazes had quietly changed. Meng Lu, this is the Azure Dragon Manor. Don't be so shameless. The Azure Dragon King sensed the strange atmosphere around him and let out a low growl. Sunbone had lost face, and the Azure Dragon Manor had also lost face. Azure Dragon Manor, the overlord of the Four-Ring City, but the current manor lord is also a coward. Let me ask you, after your son's death, do you know the murderer? Who would have thought that not only was Meng Lu unafraid, he even laughed loudly. Are you going to shut up? At the mention of his son, the Azure Dragon King's lungs almost exploded. Azure Dragon King, you definitely know who the murderer is. Even the people here know, but knowing is one thing. Do you dare to take revenge? Meng Lu continued, you don't dare. You and Sunbone are the same, only putting on an act in front of outsiders, saying how powerful you are, but in reality, you're nothing but a coward, trash, trash. What's ironic is that two cowards are actually worshipped and respected by the Azure Province's overlords. Could it be that all the Azure Province's overlords are cowards? Meng Lu's voice grew louder with each sentence, causing everyone's face to turn green with anger. Enough, you're spouting nonsense here. What are your intentions? Did the Black Warrior Manor send you here? I know, you want to become one of the Azure Province's 9 great heavens, but you're not Sunbone's opponent, so you're slandering him. You want to help the Black Warrior Manor suppress the Azure Dragon Manor, so you're slandering the Azure Dragon Manor. Meng Lu, your intentions are too vicious, don't think everyone is unaware. At this time, an old man beside the Azure Dragon King stepped out. Obviously, he had received the Azure Dragon King's order to stop Meng Lu from doing whatever he wanted, otherwise, their Azure Dragon Manor would have no face to see others in the future. Slander? Haha. However, Meng Lu shook his head. The one who destroyed the Grand Court Commandery was Lin Ling, and the one who killed the Azure Dragon Manor's son was also Lin Ling. Yet, you're saying that I'm slandering. Do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? Meng Lu's last sentence shook the surroundings, echoing endlessly, Lin Ling. Everyone recalled this name repeatedly. Whether it was Sunbone or the Azure Dragon Manor, Lin Ling had left them with great humiliation. If Sunbone had the potential to become the Azure Emperor, then what about Lin Ling? Lin Ling was clearly above Sunbone. Ironically, even though Lin Ling had accomplished such a feat, far surpassing Sunbone, he would not be like Sunbone, summoning the Azure Province's overlords to build his own reputation. In other words, a true dragon was low-key, while a cockroach was jumping up and down. What a foul mouth, what a vicious heart, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Black Warrior Manor. Hearing Sunbone's words, the old man bellowed, leaping out and attacking. Haha, awesome. I'm Lin Ling. Meng Lu's talent was terrifying and unmatched among the geniuses of the 3 academies. However, the old man was a first-level martial immortal and his power of the universe was extremely complete. He actually borrowed the power of the universe to grab Meng Lu. He obviously knew of Meng Lu's talent, so he didn't approach him. As a result, Meng Lu's talent couldn't be unleashed. In terms of other means, Meng Lu was only at the peak of the true god realm and was inferior to him. Bastard. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who attacked. The old woman on the other side also attacked. The two of them were obviously husband and wife and were highly respected in the Azure Dragon Manor. They were known as the Twin Crimson Dragons. When the old woman attacked, a crimson ancient dragon roared out. It was actually formed from the power of the universe and was extremely terrifying. Under the attacks of the two seniors, dark clouds rolled in the sky, causing the entire Four-Ring City to move. As for Meng Lu, the pressure on him increased. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon Manor to be so shameless. In order to deal with him, they actually let 2 first-level wuxing experts join forces. Your mouth stinks. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The old woman said sarcastically. The crimson dragon swept towards Meng Lu's head. It looked like she was teaching him a lesson, but in reality, she wanted to kill him. What a pity. Meng Lu is also a rare genius in the Azure province and is only below Lin Ling. However, he's still a little weak against the Azure Dragon Manor and the Sun Bone alone. I know he's always admired Lin Ling and wants to surpass Lin Ling. Therefore, he dares to do what Lin Ling dares to do. However, he's not as powerful as Lin Ling. Meng Lu is probably going to die. Around the square, some of the overlords of the Azure province knew of the Azure Dragon King's schemes and shook their heads. However, just as the old woman's crimson dragon wrapped around Meng Lu, a long roar suddenly sounded. Brother Meng Lu, you're really brave. However, how can I miss out on such a thing? A black shadow shot out like a rock and appeared beside Meng Lu. It opened its palms wide, and it was incomparably domineering. It actually tore the crimson dragon apart. Soon after, a person wearing a large cloak appeared in the plaza, causing the plaza to become deathly silent. Everyone was greatly alarmed. This person's strength is so strong. He actually suppressed the attack of a martial immortal with his bare hands. How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Azure Dragon Divine Manor? The old woman roared angrily, her old face gloomy. Snakes and rats are really a nest of snakes and rats. Someone touched your sore spot, so you killed him to silence him. Your Azure Dragon Divine Manor is really a disgrace. The cloaked man spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved and strangely appeared before the old woman. With a single punch, he blasted it out cleanly. In my opinion, the Azure Dragon Divine Manor is only SOSO. Rumble, that fist was terrifying to this extent, the world essence extremely great, making that old woman's pupils tremble. Who was this person? Why was he even more terrifying than Meng Lu? Boom, however, just as she was about to say something, the fist landed on her body, causing her body to tremble violently. Then, she directly exploded, her flesh and blood splattering everywhere. A martial immortal level expert had been killed just like that. Furthermore, he had been killed by a single fist strike. So strong. Everyone's hearts trembled, including Meng Lu. That was because he saw that the cloaked man's cultivation was the same as his. In fact, it seemed that the cloaked man's cultivation was slightly weaker than his. However, the cloaked man's cultivation was something that he could not defeat. Old woman. On the other side, the old man's eyes turned red. He never thought that killing Meng Lu would cause his wife to die. You'll pay with your life. The old man gave up on attacking Meng Lu and pounced toward the cloaked man. Be careful. Dreamy Flow subconsciously called out. Boom, however, just as his voice fell, the cloaked man had already attacked. His speed was extremely fast, the speed of the 9 realms. Moreover, it was still a single punch. With a single punch, he actually killed the old man who possessed 10% of the power of the universe. The twin crimson dragons had both died. As for the person who had taken their lives, he had only used 2 moves. Evidently, he was an overlord that could not be underestimated in the Azure province. Senior, thank you. Even Meng Lu was astonished by the cloaked man's strength. Sir, you killed my people in my Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. You are truly too arrogant. At that moment, the Azure Dragon King was naturally furious. However, Sun Gu waved his hand to stop him. Instead, he looked at the cloaked man and said, Sir, must you protect Meng Lu? Earlier, he misled the crowd with his lies and slandered our great Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. This is already a capital offense. If you insist on protecting him, be careful of provoking someone that you cannot afford to provoke. Seeing that the cloaked man was very powerful, he guessed that the cloaked man's origin was not small. Thus, he gave the cloaked man face and said those words. Haha. However, the cloaked man laughed wildly and slowly removed his cloak. First, he did not mislead the crowd with his lies. Second, you and the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion are not enough to make me feel fear. That's because I am Lin Ling. When the cloak was removed, a handsome face appeared in front of everyone, causing their hearts to beat violently. Lin Ling was back, he was not dead. Everyone looked at Sun Gu and then looked at Lin Ling. At that moment, their lips curled into a strange smile. Previously, Sun Gu would rather die than admit that he was afraid of Lin Ling. He also did not dare to admit that he had destroyed his country. Now, the murderer who destroyed his Grand Court commandery had appeared, proving everything. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion was the same. Lin Ling had killed the Azure Dragon King's son, so the Azure Dragon King should hate him to the core. However, Lin Ling was still alive. Everything showed that they were afraid of Lin Ling. "It's you." Meng Lu also stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, he smiled bitterly. He was currently the most dazzling genius in Qingzhou. His rise was fast, and his name was known throughout Qingzhou. However, there was still one person above him, and that was Lin Ling. However, he was not convinced. He had always wanted to surpass Lin Ling. This was a kind of fighting spirit, an unyielding fighting spirit. However, the previous incident also proved that while Meng Lu's strength had increased greatly, Lin Ling had improved even more than him. At the very least, Meng Lu was helpless against the Red Dragon duo. On the other hand, Lin Ling killed them with 2 punches. "Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Sun Gu and the Azure Dragon King stared at Lin Ling in disbelief, especially Sun Gu. He thought that Lin Ling had disappeared and was killed by the Empress Dowager. Now that he had appeared at their most glorious moment, they were undoubtedly furious. Lin Ling's appearance was definitely not a good thing. In fact, Lin Ling was their nightmare. In fact, they were not afraid of Lin Ling's strength. However, they had witnessed Lin Ling's charisma. It could be said that in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, 40% of the powerhouses in Qingzhou would give face to Lin Ling. Therefore, they knew that Lin Ling was not someone they could provoke. "Haha, Sun Gu, are you afraid of me? If you're not convinced, let's fight." "Sun Bone, you're a coward. Do you think I, Lin Ling, don't know that you asked others to destroy my rainforest sacred land? When I destroyed your country, you didn't dare to confront me and only dared to do some cowardly things. But when you destroyed my rainforest sacred land, I, Lin Ling, am not as cowardly as you. I'm here today to kill you." Lin Ling's voice was like thunder from the heavens. It was different from Meng Lu's. He was straightforward and went straight to the point. "This guy." Meng Lu's jaw dropped. He also didn't like Sun Bone, but he restrained his provocation. On the other hand, Lin Ling dared to confront him head-on. He was arrogant and overbearing. Even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. The grudge between the two of them isn't small. However, Sun Bone is one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. When his country was destroyed, he could only hide obediently. Lin Ling is different. When his country was destroyed, he immediately came to kill. This is how a cultivator should be. Yeah, Sun Bone said that he has the highest chance of becoming the Azure Emperor. But above him, Lin Ling is more qualified. The crowd also spoke up. They looked at the blue and white robe in the square with admiration in their eyes. "Lin Ling, leave first. We'll settle our grudge another day. For now, the Azure Dragon Manor doesn't welcome you." Sun Bone stared at Lin Ling with an ugly expression. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare. He had a feeling that if he attacked Lin Ling, he would be killed before he could even touch Lin Ling. Therefore, even if he hated Lin Ling, he could only lower his voice. "Sun Bone, are you that afraid of me? If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place." Lin Ling said coldly. Was it possible for him to leave? "Lin Ling, shut up. This is the Azure Dragon Manor." Seeing Lin Ling's overbearing attitude, the Azure Dragon King roared. "You shut up too." Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He even looked at this big shot of 4-ring city and sneered, "You are the Azure Dragon King. Since when did you have to suck up to the 9 heavens of the Azure Province? Don't you feel ashamed? However, given your thick skin, you shouldn't feel that way. However, have you not considered the other 3 divine dwellings? They are as famous as you, but you have done such a lowly thing. They have also lost face. They are not as lowly as you. Their son died, and then they casually took a dog as their son. Enough." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Azure Dragon King gritted his teeth. "Enough? I haven't finished yet. Your son died in my hands. Now that the murderer is right in front of you, do you dare to kill him? Do you dare? Lin Ling took a step forward, his blue robe flapping loudly. He was asking the Azure Dragon King whether he dared or not. In the past, although he had no enmity with the Azure Dragon matter, the son of the Azure Dragon had provoked him and was killed in the end. Therefore, he knew that the Azure Dragon King would kill him no matter what. However, Lin Ling was too powerful, and the Azure Dragon King didn't dare to make a move, therefore, Lin Ling had no reason to fear him. Lin Ling, you are only relying on the lords behind you. If not, you are nothing. Don't be too arrogant. Sun Bone lost his mind when he saw that Lin Ling had snatched his stage. Haha, I, Lin Ling, am relying on the lords behind me? Lin Ling laughed even louder. Sun Bone wanted to preserve his last bit of reputation and trample on Lin Ling at the same time. However, was Sun Bone qualified? I, Lin Ling, came from the sacred land of the rainforest. When I first arrived in Qingzhou, no one knew me. I relied on my perseverance and strength to make a name for myself. But what about you, Sun Bone? Who are the people behind you? Do you dare to say that you relied on your own strength to make a name for yourself? Lin Ling said word by word. Sun Bone opened his mouth, but he couldn't refute him. The others nodded secretly. Lin Ling wasn't famous at all in the beginning. He did rely on himself to rise step by step. Gradually, he was noticed by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It could be said that Lin Ling relied on his own blood, sweat, and perseverance to reach where he was today. Sun Bone was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He was the #1 genius of the 4 great commanderies. He didn't lack cultivation resources. The big shots also gave him face and allowed him to rise rapidly. Therefore, when comparing the two, how could the Sun Bone compare to Lin Ling? Now, Sun Bone still had the nerve to say that Lin Ling relied on the people behind him. How ironic, moreover, the two of them had different starting points and had different achievements. Lin Ling could make the big shots of Qingzhou give him face, but Sun Bone couldn't. He could only call on people like the Azure Dragon King. How could he have the nerve to say that? For a moment, the Azure Dragon Manor and Sun Bone were speechless from the humiliation. The humiliation he had just suffered was even more severe than the blow brought about by the dream stream. Lin Ling, what a good guy. You stole the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal and became famous in Qingzhou. Is that why you're so arrogant? The Azure Dragon King is a righteous person. You killed his son, but he didn't take revenge on you. Instead, you're seeking revenge. Aren't you too petty? Or do you think you're a big shot in Qingzhou? At this moment, a sarcastic voice rang out. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man was drinking tea as he spoke as if he was talking to himself. This person was the housekeeper of the Thunder Sound Manor. He was here to represent the Thunder Sound Manor. The Thunder Sound Manor had a grudge against Lin Ling, so to them, Lin Ling was their greatest enemy. You're saying that I'm lawless and arrogant? Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. He didn't know him. Isn't that the case? If all the martial artists in Qingzhou were like you, Qingzhou would be in chaos. The middle-aged man was still drinking tea. His words seemed to be fanning the flames. Hee, since you put it that way, I'll tell you. I, Lin Ling, am lawless. Go ahead and boast. Lin Ling smiled and looked directly at the middle-aged man. He spoke without fear. At this moment, the middle-aged man stopped drinking tea and his eyes trembled violently. His previous words were to sow discord and make the big shots of Qingzhou target Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling would clarify himself, but who knew that not only did Lin Ling not clarify himself, he even admitted it domineeringly. So what if I'm lawless? You. The middle-aged man pointed at Lin Ling and was speechless for a moment. What about you? If you're not convinced, let's fight. I know that many of you are not convinced by me, Lin Ling. Then, let's fight. But if you dare to come out, you'll die. If you don't, then shut up and stop your nonsense. Lin Ling's robes fluttered as he looked at the big shots of Qingzhou. Today, he was going to take Sun Bone away. He wanted to see who could resist him. The entire Azure Dragon Manor was silent. Countless gazes were fixed on the figure in blue robes, fearless of heaven and earth. Peerless arrogance, this figure was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and they would never forget it. Even Meng Lu's mouth was agape. Lin Ling was challenging a big shot of Qingzhou. as expected of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you mocked Sun Bone for relying on others to destroy your hometown. Today, you're here to challenge Sun Bone. Didn't you also rely on the big shots of Qingzhou? If you're so capable, you two can fight one-on-one. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the crowd. It was unknown who was the one shouting, however, his goal was very sinister. He wanted to force Lin Ling to fight Sun Bone face to face. That's right. Aren't you arrogant? Do you dare? Against the 9 heavens of the Azure province. Humph, you have the nerve to say that? How long has Sun Bone cultivated? How long has Lin Ling cultivated? Is it fair to have them fight face to face? As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lu also spoke. He knew what those people were up to. If Lin Ling fell for it, he would be in trouble. Lin Ling was no match for Sun Bone of the 9 heavens of the Azure province, and because he had fought Sun Bone before, he knew how strong he was. Meng Lu, you have so little confidence in me? Although Sun Bone is one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province, I am very curious about his strength. I want to see how strong he is. So, let's fight. However, just as Meng Lu's voice fell, Lin Ling spoke. His words stunned Meng Lu. Lin Ling was the strongest exceptional talent not long ago. He was still some distance away from the 9 heavens of the Azure province. Yet, 2 years later, he dared to fight Sun Bone. Even Sun Bone's pupils shrank. He seemed to think he had misheard. He hurriedly asked, Lin Ling, are you serious? Sun Bone frowned and asked. Do you think I'm a coward like you? Fight you like a dog. Lin Ling slowly walked forward, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. Fight you like a dog. His voice was filled with battle intent. It rumbled like a war drum. Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling was only at the true immortal realm, but Sun Bone was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province. He was at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm and had even defeated a 4th level martial immortal. Yet, Lin Ling dared to fight. Sun Bone's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Ling was about to die, yet he dared to call him a coward. However, Lin Ling dared to fight. This was exactly what he wanted. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling. You will regret your choice. Do you think I'm afraid of you because of your strength? I'm only afraid of the big shot behind you. Come and fight. Sun Bone leapt up. Surging realm essence roared out, the fire was burning, the sky turned golden and was filled with golden flames. This was his innate talent. It was a 7th grade divine body, the burning moon heavenly flame. Lin Ling, go to hell. The surging boundary essence transformed into a palm and rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to be filled with a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky and earth. The world also disappeared. Sun Bone battle Lin Ling, he's actually using all of his power. Meng Lu's expression was grave as he looked at the blazing palm in the sky. Even now, he still didn't know why Lin Ling had chosen this battle. You are not qualified. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. With a loud roar, he activated the demonic flame change to the heaven and earth change. Multicolored flames soared into the sky, causing him to disappear into the sea of fire. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. Was he still human? He was completely a flame god. However, although Lin Ling was powerful, no one thought that he was a match for Sun Bone. Sun Bone was a level 2 martial immortal. He couldn't be underestimated. Rumble, within the multicolored flames, rumbling sounds could be heard. Then, a fist exploded and shot towards the sky like a meteor. As the fist and palm approached from afar, they were as huge as mountains. Before they even collided, the entire Azure Dragon Divine Matter collapsed, and the tiles fluttered in the air like fallen leaves. When the fist and palm collided, a terrifying power erupted. That power was so strong that no one below the martial immortal realm could resist it. Golden flames and multicolored flames clashed crazily. The crowd's breathing quickened. Lin Ling was defeated in one move, bang. However, in the next moment, 2 rumbling sounds could be heard. Because 2 figures were sent flying out of the flames, reaching a distance of 1,000 miles. Impossible. You're just a true immortal realm cultivator. How could you block my palm? Soon, a shocked voice drifted out. The Sun Bone was roaring, and its golden hair was a little messy. In the previous collision, he didn't gain any advantage. He felt like he was dreaming. What? Everyone was also looking at the sky, their expressions extremely solemn. Sun Bone was evenly matched with Lin Ling. One should know that Sun Bone was a level 2 martial immortal realm cultivator. Not to mention other things, if it were an ordinary level 2 martial immortal realm cultivator, 90% of them wouldn't be a match for him. However, Lin Ling, who was a true immortal realm cultivator, was unharmed. A frog at the bottom of a well. On the other side, Lin Ling sneered. Now that he had activated the evil flame change to the limit and combined the two dantians, his world essence was not much weaker than a level 2 martial immortal realm cultivator. He had tested this many times in the Crimson Province. Then, without waiting for Sun Bone to say anything, Lin Ling activated the speed of 11 worlds and appeared in front of Sun Bone. Moreover, he didn't use any martial arts. He relied on his enormous world essence to suppress Sun Bone. At this moment, Sun Bone didn't seem to react. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fast. Boom, with one punch, Sun Bone's cheek was fiercely punched and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After he anxiously blocked, he couldn't stop Lin Ling's fierce attack. Sun Bone, you're finished. In the past, when I first fought with the Grand Court Commandery, I spared you once. However, you went back on your words and tried to assassinate me, Lin Ling. When I fought with the Grand Court Commandery for the second time, I thought that it would be enough to catch the murderer. However, the people of your commandery insulted me. Therefore, I destroyed your commandery. This is what the Grand Court Commandery asked for. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. Each punch was stronger than the last. His fists could easily destroy 10 worlds. Sun Bone was beaten back continuously. He roared and was furious. He didn't expect that he would be suppressed by Lin Ling. However, I destroyed your Grand Court Commandery and you dare to destroy my rainforest holy land. Do you want to die? Don't you know that your actions have completely infuriated me? You have no way out. Even if Emperor Qing is here, no one can stop me from killing you. Rumble, the terrifying flaming fist smashed Sun Bone into the ground. The entire ground exploded and flames soared into the sky. Even the Foring city was shaken. So fierce. He's being suppressed by the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. The surrounding people gasped. Could it be that Lin Ling had the strength to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou? The Azure Dragon King was also stunned. The scene in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that the one being suppressed should be Lin Ling. He's still so mysterious. His cultivation is at the true God realm, but his world essence is boundless. It's not weaker than a martial immortal. Who exactly is this Lin Ling? Meng Lu said in shock. He came from the 10 evils of 9 provinces and was proficient in various mysterious martial arts. However, he couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. Moreover, he had always wanted to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. However, Lin Ling had stepped into this realm faster than him. Geniuses could fight above their level. However, when a genius met a genius, fighting above their level was just wishful thinking. However, Lin Ling was still able to fight above his level when facing a genius of the heavens realm. Boom. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 12-leaf Heavenly June Flame. Do you think this is all I've got? Sun Bone roared. He activated his divine body and wanted to reverse the situation. My talent is very domineering. Although it doesn't have any mysterious effects, it can suppress all divine bodies that are of a lower level than me. Burning Moon Heavenly June Flame. Beautiful bone wings grew out of Sun Bone's back, greatly increasing his speed. His entire body was covered in a crystalline light, looking extremely sacred. At the same time, flaming leaves fell from the sky. The leaves were golden, and there were 6 of them in total. Sun Bone held them in his hand and began to devour them. Rumble. Behind him, the golden divine sun phoenix became even more dazzling. The surging power made even 3rd-level martial immortals tremble in fear. Lin Ling, be proud of yourself. You're still my opponent. After the divine sun phoenix appeared, Sun Bone turned into a brilliant light and shot towards Lin Ling, 3,000 burning moons. As soon as he attacked, the sky was filled with burning moons. It was extremely dazzling. These powerful moons all charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble, the moons completely exploded, as if they were sprinkling heavenly fire. The surroundings turned into a golden sea of fire. Moreover, a figure flew out from the sea of fire and smashed onto the ground. It was Lin Ling. As expected, Lin Ling is no match for Sun Bone. How can one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province be defeated so easily? Seeing this, the various overlords shook their heads and said. Even so, they did not feel that Lin Ling was a disgrace. After all, Lin Ling was also a rare genius of the Azure province. Haha. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon King laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with pride. After being hit by my talent, Lin Ling should be burned to death by now. Sun Bone floated in the sky like a divine king. The wings behind him flapped, looking indescribably majestic. Haha, Sun Bone, you should take your position as one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province yourself. This attack is too weak. However, at this moment, a maniacal laughter rang out from the ground. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still standing on the ground. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked wild and unruly. Seeing this, Sun Bone's pupils constricted. He had already unleashed his innate talent and used all of his strength, but Lin Ling blocked his attack and didn't die. If Lin Ling was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure state, then he would feel that it was normal. However, Lin Ling wasn't. He was just a junior. Sun Bone, didn't you say that I was relying on someone powerful backing me? But now, you can't even kill me in a one-on-one fight. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, causing the Sun Bone to grit its teeth. Flames surged like a tide as it attacked again. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, he had blocked the Sun Bone's attack, but it was actually a thankless effort. As for why he was safe and sound, that was because his god-fiend body was powerful and had resisted a large number of attacks. Another reason was his time and space divine tablet. Although his time and space fire was weaker than the Sun Bone's divine body, the time and space divine tablet was stronger than the Sun Bone's divine body. Therefore, the Sun Bone's divine body couldn't be used at all. It could be said that the Sun Bone was playing with fire in front of Lin Ling. It was useless. 8-leaf Tian Jun Yin. At this moment, flaming leaves fell from the sky again. 2 more were devoured by the Sun Bone, causing his flame power to increase greatly. He charged at Lin Ling again. Rumble, wherever he passed, the ground exploded. The entire 4-ring city was in turmoil, and countless buildings collapsed. One could imagine that if the Sun Bone appeared in the myriad realms, even if he didn't attack, the aura of his attack would cause the various realms to collapse. This was the strength of the 9 heavens of the Azure province. At this moment, Lin Ling had also fused his 3rd Dantian. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the Tyrant Song sword, and his strength was suppressed. Even so, his aura wasn't weaker than the Sun Bone's. Rumble, both of them exploded with powerful strength. They didn't compete in martial arts, but in a clash of strength. To the Sun Bone, his cultivation level was so much higher than Lin Ling's. If he used martial arts, it would be a thankless task instead. As for Lin Ling, he had fused his 3rd Dantian. His realm essence was huge, and he could defeat all 3 of them. Pop. Pop, pop. 2 types of golden and multicolored flames rained down from the sky. This clash lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Everyone saw that the Sun Bone was still helpless against Lin Ling. Impossible. My sun god's wings have the speed of 11 realms. Why aren't you slower than me? The more they fought, the more shocked the Sun Bone was. This was because he realized that not only did Lin Ling have the speed of 11 realms, but he was even faster than him. Moreover, in terms of realm essence, Lin Ling wasn't weaker than him. This almost drove him crazy. At this moment, red scales appeared all over Lin Ling's body. He was like an evil flame god. The realm essence of his 3 Dantian continuously provided him with power, allowing him to continuously attack the Sun Bone. Moreover, he also knew that the Sun Bone was much stronger than the sect leaders of the Crimson Province. Therefore, he wasn't greedy. Using the demon eyes of all things, he used all kinds of simple realm essence martial arts to consume the Sun Bone bit by bit. 1 punch turned into 300 million punches. His body moved left and right, making it difficult for the Sun Bone to resist. Lin Ling. The Sun Bone kept roaring. His body was covered in wounds, and Lin Ling's time and space fire was burning him. He couldn't figure it out. His flames were actually ineffective against Lin Ling. All of Lin Ling's methods seemed to have eaten him. In fact, his guess wasn't wrong. If he didn't have fire talent, Lin Ling would need more time to defeat him. However, he had a talent for fire element. Of course, what he didn't know was that Lin Ling actually had a trump card that could instantly kill him. It was the time and space divine steel. However, Lin Ling didn't use it. He wanted to rely on his own strength to defeat the Sun Bone. Of course, although Lin Ling seemed to have won, he was still cautious. He knew that the strength of someone who could become one of the 9 heavens of Qing province was definitely not as simple as he imagined. So powerful. Even though Lin Ling was very cautious, it still made people admire him. They had a feeling that the position of one of the 9 heavens of Qing province was going to change today. In the distant sky, Vice President Gong, Dean Qin, and the others had also arrived. They all looked at the battle in front of them in surprise. Every time this guy disappears and reappears, he always surprises people. Vice President Gong said solemnly, causing Dean Qin to nod beside him. The 9 heavens of Qing province was the title of the strongest genius in Qing province. And now, Lin Ling had also stepped into this realm. As for Luo Riyao and the others, they were also shocked. They were even curious about where Lin Ling had gone. After all, they guessed that Lin Ling had disappeared for so long that he had probably been killed by the big shots of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, but now, Lin Ling was still alive and had appeared to shock the entire city. Among everyone, only Lord Eighth and Red Jade Tiger knew of Lin Ling's whereabouts, but they also admired Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling, that's enough. At this moment, the Sun Bone finally unleashed his trump card. He had no choice but to use it. Fight you like a dog. 12-leaf heavenly June flame. 12 mysterious flaming leaves slowly drifted down from the sky, causing heaven and earth to fall silent. It was as if these 12 leaves had been summoned from the universe. As they floated down, people sensed a terrifying power. It was like a taboo. They even suspected that if those leaves were to completely erupt, Qing state would probably be destroyed as well. It is said that the people of Tating Commandery are the descendants of God and the descendants of the bloodline of the sun. Unfortunately, for thousands of years, no one in Tating Commandery has the bloodline of the sun. Rumor has it that the Sun Bone is the most qualified person to obtain the bloodline of the sun. Now it seems that the rumor is true. The Azure Dragon King said excitedly. Since Tating Commandery could become one of the top 4 commanderies, they must have their own resources. In the primal chaos of the ancient universe, there were countless ancient bloodlines, such as the Pure War God bloodline and the Solar God race bloodline. According to legend, these bloodlines were left behind after the great battle between gods and humans that created the world. Lin Ling, enough is enough. 12 flaming leaves floated around the Sun Bone, causing his expression to become extremely ferocious. Then, he swallowed the flaming leaves. Yanggu's bones started to change. Above his head, a mysterious golden phoenix appeared. It was a true god martial spirit, and its power was so strong that it made people wonder if Yanggu had opened the second seal of his true god martial spirit. Universal force. The Sun Bone has universal force, at least 20% of it. At this moment, the various overlords exclaimed again, what a strong talent. The second seal of the true god martial spirit had been unsealed, coupled with the power of the universe. Now, Sun Bone was already an overlord of the Azure State with monstrous strength. Even the mysterious overlords of the Five-Ring City were watching the battle solemnly. One of them even said, the Sun Bone has unleashed his full power. He has a high chance of becoming the Azure Emperor. The magnate's evaluation of the Sun Bone had increased tremendously. The screams of pain continued to ring out. Everyone watched as bones began to grow out of Sun Bone's back, piercing through his skin and transforming into a pair of bone wings. Moreover, his legs had quietly transformed into the shape of a phoenix's claws. Moreover, he had 3 claws. His entire being had begun to transform into a divine phoenix. And this was the Sun bloodline. Rather than calling it a divine phoenix, it would be better to call it a golden crow. According to legend, the sun was the incarnation of the golden crow. The surging power caused the entire Qing province to feel extremely pressured, and the temperature rose greatly. In the faraway Third Ring City and Second Ring City, the ground started to burn without any fire, letting everyone know that a great battle had occurred in the Qing province. Lin Ling, lose. Seeing the Sun Bone's strength increase greatly, the smile on the Azure Dragon King's face became increasingly excited. Lin Ling is only at the true god realm. Lord Dean, should we make a move? Vice President Gong said worriedly. However, Chi Yuhu, who was beside him, stopped them. No, I'm familiar with Lin Ling's temperament. He wants to avenge his friend personally. Otherwise, he would have called us along when he came to Sihuan City. But, his opponent is one of the 9 heavenly emblems of Azure Province. Moreover, he possesses the Sun Bone, the Emperor's fate. Vice Principal Gong frowned. Don't worry, I have confidence in him. Chi Yuhu said slowly. Vice Principal Gong and the others smiled bitterly because they didn't have much confidence in Lin Ling. Everyone, leave the Azure Dragon Divine residence immediately. At the same time, the overlords of Azure Province shouted loudly. They knew that the following battle would be very intense. If they got too close, they would be implicated if they didn't have the strength of a martial immortal. Yes. Many people began to retreat and watch the battle from afar. At this moment, the Sun Bone had already turned into a golden crow. He looked like a god and also like a demon. He lightly exhaled and the sky immediately lit up with flames. The Sun Bone's strength has increased greatly. Even the air he exhales has turned into golden flames. Seeing this, the crowd became even more alarmed. Lin Ling, you forced me to use the 12-leaf Profound Heaven Flame. You will definitely die. Don't you know that every time I use this trump card, I need 100 years to recover? You've wasted 100 years of my time. The Sun Bone's voice was very sharp, like the cry of a bird. He stepped out with his phoenix claws. Although it seemed very slow, it instantly appeared before Lin Ling. Huge wings with surging flames swept out. The power of the world essence within it had reached the 4th level of the martial immortal realm and 20% of the power of the universe. At this moment, the Sun Bone was clearly twice as powerful as the old monsters Lin Ling met in the Crimson Province. Lin Ling did not say a word. He merged all of his world essence and turned it into a fist to fight against the wings. Rumble, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking resounded. The sky seemed to shatter into pieces. After the collision, a figure was immediately sent flying. It was Lin Ling's figure. He smashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that he couldn't block the Sun Bone's attack at all. However, Lin Ling relaxed. He thought that the Sun Bone would be very strong since he had unsealed the 2nd seal of the true God martial spirit. However, the previous collision made him realize that the Sun Bone was only slightly stronger than him. If he used the space-time divine steel, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill his opponent. However, the space-time divine steel was Lin Ling's ultimate trump card. Therefore, he still did not plan to reveal it. Moreover, he still had 2 trump cards. First, the mysterious scabbard. He believed that once the scabbard was out, not to mention the Sun Bone, even the 9 heavens of the Green Province would not be able to block it. Second, Little Kunlun. But now, Lin Ling did not plan to use any of his trump cards because he had not experienced a difficult battle for a long time. The path of martial arts was too smooth. This was not good for martial artists. Come on, Birdman. Is this all you've got? Standing up again, Lin Ling looked up and laughed loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the entire city was thunderous. The Sun Bone was so powerful and arrogant. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he also invited him to fight again. I'll fight you like a dog. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Go to hell. The Sun Bone was undoubtedly furious. The result in front of him was not what he wanted. He once again unleashed a torrential surge of power and charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble, the buildings of the Azure Dragon Manor were all burned to ashes. The surging power was not something that a 4th-level martial immortal would dare to underestimate. Lin Ling's body was sent flying. However, his defense was strong and blocked a lot of the damage. Moreover, he had the space-time divine steel, so he was immune to fire. Therefore, after falling, he spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up. The 9 heavens of the Green Province? That's all there is to it. The sound of wild laughter drifted out in an unrestrained manner. How can this be? Why is this guy's defense so strong? Even a 4th-level martial immortal could not block my attack. What did this guy go through? Why is there so much mysterious power in his body? Looking at Lin Ling, the Sun Bone was a little flustered and confused. Translator, Trans and Editor, Transit escape. I don't believe I can't kill you. Sunbone also knew that his 12-leaf Grand Heaven Flame had a time limit. If he didn't kill Lin Ling now, he wouldn't have another chance. Swoosh, a dazzling light fell from the sky and a huge attack landed on the ground. Boom, the entire ground turned into a volcano and a huge pit appeared in the center. Sunbone's attack was so terrifying that it could easily destroy 100 worlds. Die, you're dead. Sunbone floated above the huge pit and shouted ferociously. On the ground, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, he realized that little Kunlun on his left arm was providing a steady stream of golden light to heal his injuries. Last time, little Kunlun had saved Huang Yinger's father by relying on this mysterious light. I forgot about little Kunlun. Although Lin Ling was seriously injured, he couldn't help but laugh. He stood up again and shouted angrily, Sunbone, let's fight to the death. Is this all you've got? When his voice floated out, Sunbone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wasn't dead yet, he felt that his power was getting weaker and weaker. He rushed to the ground like a madman. Boom, the ground exploded again as if 10,000 worlds were collapsing. The terrifying storm swept through some cultivators. Those who weren't martial immortals were all burned to death by the heat wave. Haha, Sunbone, you're getting weaker and weaker. However, after a while, Lin Ling's voice sounded again, I'm sorry, my cultivation level has increased again. I've reached the peak of True God Realm and the one who helped me increase my cultivation level is you. When Lin Ling's last sentence floated out, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty moved. Not only did he not lose, he even used the power of Sunbone to increase his cultivation level. Was Lin Ling a monster? Impossible. Sunbone was going crazy. He had never fought such a terrifying battle before. That's because you're ignorant. Now, it's my turn to attack. A figure floated out from the huge pit on the ground. His body was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. However, his long hair danced wildly and his eyes were like lightning. He raised his hand high and a terrifying flame energy spread out. Previously, Lin Ling borrowed the crazy attacks of the Sunbone, making him reach the limit, stimulating even more potential, finally stepping into peak True God Realm. In truth, Lin Ling already had the chance to step into the peak of the true immortal realm. It was just that he had broken through too quickly some time ago. This caused him to want to break through again, but there was still a veil blocking him. Thus, he borrowed the hand of the Sunbone to pierce through this veil. Pop. Pop, in the sky, the golden flames began to disperse like clouds, a blinding ray of light appeared, smashing down like a meteor, as if summoned from the chaos of the universe. What is that? Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, their expressions extremely solemn. This was because that beam of light gave them a very oppressive feeling, as if it was the end of the world. Flame coffin. In the distant skies, Vice Principal Gong and the others cried out in alarm. This was because they saw that the dazzling light was the flame coffin, and this was Lin Ling's famous martial art. However, in the past, the flame coffin was held in Lin Ling's hand, but now, it was falling from the sky. Moreover, they could feel the power of the universe within the flame coffin. Moreover, it's not just one. Vice Principal Qin's eyes began to tremble. Lin Ling's strength was almost catching up to hers. Heavens, it's the flame coffin falling from the sky. In truth, everyone saw the terrifying scene. In the sky, colorful flames bloomed, and countless flame coffins smashed down. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was the coffin of an ancient god. Rumble. Before it even smashed into the ground, the earth began to shake. Moreover, the golden flames from before were all extinguished at this moment. In their place, they were replaced by multicolored flames. When people looked at the sky, it was as though they were looking at a flame god from the ancient era. The huge flame god's heart continued to beat. Sunbone, your end is here. How dare you destroy my world? You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Lin Ling's roar sounded at the same time, shaking the heavens and the earth. Sunbone's eyes were wide open. The flame coffins falling from the sky gave him a terrifying pressure. He felt that those flame coffins could kill a level 3 martial immortal. Was this Lin Ling's trump card? A True God Realm Jr. had the ability to threaten a martial immortal? Lin Ling, it's still unknown who will be defeated and who will be a god. Sunbone activated all of his power and turned into a golden crow, which rushed toward the flame coffins in the sky. Finally, they clashed. That's the evil flame change, a cultivation technique left behind by the flame god. I didn't expect Lin Ling to have reached the peak of the sixth transformation. According to historical records, even the flame god had to spend a long time to cultivate it. Lin Ling is only a true god. Where did he get the world essence to activate such a powerful technique? Inside the five-ring city, all the magnates wore solemn expressions. Lin Ling's strength had clearly exceeded their expectations. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the sun bone and the flame coffins collided. Whether the position of the 9 heavens of the Azure province would be changed or whether Sun Bone deserved the title, it all depended on this moment. Boom. In the end, the two powerful forces overturned the Azure province, turning it upside down. Countless flame coffins fell to the ground, making the ancient city look like it was about to collapse. Looking at the meteors falling from the sky, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were at a loss. Their thoughts seemed to have returned to a long time ago. At that time, Lin Ling, like them, had come to the Azure province with dreams and goals. However, when they saw the ancient city for the first time, they only felt reverence and worship, and now, one of them, Lin Ling, finally had the strength to shake the Azure province. It was as if to Lin Ling, this ancient city with endless history was nothing more than this. Sun Bone, has he been defeated? After the explosions lasted for 3 incense sticks worth of time, people regained their calmness and looked around. Under a broken city wall, they saw Sun Bone. Sun Bone was not dead, but he was clearly much weaker. You have some ability to survive under my heaven and earth change. You are indeed much more powerful than those old monsters. Lin Ling naturally saw Sun Bone too. At this moment, he said coldly and walked towards Sun Bone step by step. I'll fight you like a dog. Sun Bone, let's continue fighting. Everyone heard that heroic voice. Although they thought that Lin Ling should be very weak, they did not expect that Lin Ling's fighting spirit was still boiling. At this moment, Sun Bone also stood up. His face was pale and he spat out blood. Should he continue fighting? He was afraid. Right now, the Sun bloodline he activated was disappearing. How could he fight? I can't fight, or I'll die. If I leave, I still have a chance to rise again. Sun Bone's eyes kept flickering as he hurriedly fled in another direction. This guy is really going to run away. In Five Ring City, several young men said indifferently. They were the 9 heavens of the Azure province, so they knew Sun Bone's personality very well. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The tyrannical Lin Ling, that Qing province's 9 great heavens laughed. His laughter was filled with pride and joy. That was indeed the case. How could Lin Ling escape with the Sun Bone? Countless lives in the rainforest sacred land are watching you. You can't escape. At this moment, Lin Ling leaped out and chased after the Sun Bone like the Azure the Arch. Bastard, are you still trying to silence me? How can I let you do whatever you want in my territory? However, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, causing the sky to tremble. A dragon soared into the sky and covered the sun. The bloodline of the dragon ancestor was roaring. This person was obviously the Azure Dragon King. He was also shocked by Lin Ling's strength. However, he knew that this was the best opportunity. If he didn't kill Lin Ling now, he wouldn't have any more chances. Azure Dragon King, how dare you? In the distance, Vice Principal Gong and the others didn't expect the Azure Dragon King to attack Lin Ling. Lin Ling was in danger. Get lost. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling was arrogant and unruly. He was not afraid in the face of the Lord of Four Ring City. He extended his left hand and a vine grew wildly. It turned into a huge whip and ruthlessly lashed at the Azure Dragon King. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon King had already transformed into an incomparably huge primordial dragon. However, his dragon's shadow actually turned illusory after being whipped. Rumble. Finally, he crashed to the ground. Oh my god! Such a scene had undoubtedly frightened all the overlords of Qing Prefecture. The Azure Dragon King, the Four-Ring City Lord, was undoubtedly strong. He wasn't someone Lin Ling could fight against. However, such an ancient overlord was sent flying. Today, even gods and demons couldn't stop Lin Ling. How is this possible? At this moment, the Azure Dragon was rolling on the ground and crying out in shock. He realized that the whip didn't deal any fatal damage to him. However, it brought out his dragon bloodline. It was terrifying. Why is this Lin Ling so scary? Sunbone also saw what was happening behind him. He was like a cicada in winter as he frantically fled. Unfortunately, he was not faster than Lin Ling. Save me, whoever saves me, I will hand over my son of heaven fate. He could only look up to the sky and roar, trying to grasp at the last straw of hope. Then let me save you. Your son of heaven fate belongs to me. Finally, a voice rang out and appeared in front of Sunbone. This was a man who looked like an emperor. He was wearing a gold and black robe, and his aura was wild and unruly. He was the sovereign marquis. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling, who was shooting over from afar. His expression was extremely grave. This was because he had never expected that Lin Ling would possess the strength of one of the 9 great heavens of Xianxia. No one can stop me from avenging my family. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a huge white bone giant descended. It was like the skeleton king of the underworld. Moreover, a terrifying white bone fist also blasted towards the sovereign marquis, causing the latter to frown because he realized that the person who attacked was not weak. It was also one of the 9 heavens of the Qing province. Who are you? The sovereign marquis frowned. He didn't know who was helping Lin Ling. I am the Sakra. In the sky, the white-boned skeleton king's voice was extremely low, but it was filled with endless pride. Boom! The sovereign marquis unleashed a powerful force that collided with the white-boned fist, but his expression was extremely ugly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to protect Sunbone today. That was because Lin Ling still had more powerhouses who hadn't made a move. While the sovereign marquis was entangled by the white-bone giant, Lin Ling had already walked towards Sunbone. The latter's face was as pale as paper. Today was the day he became famous in Qingzhou because his son of heaven fate required reverence. That was why he had caused such a big commotion. However, who knew that not only did he not obtain any reverence, but he had also lost all face. Sunbone, you destroyed my world? Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Sunbone and punched out. Although he was as weak as Sunbone, his physical body was powerful. The power of 500,000 universes was not something that Sunbone could withstand. This was also the benefit of cultivating essence, chi, and spirit. Bang, blood splattered everywhere, and Sunbone's right arm was directly broken. He flew out and landed on the ground. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was full of blood, so he couldn't say anything. Lin Ling arrived again and stepped on his left arm. Destroy my world? You're provoking the Taisui Lord. His eyes were red, and he was about to devour someone. The murderers who caused the death of the rainforest's holy land were subdued one by one. They thought that they could escape to the ends of the earth because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight back. This was a dream. Lin Ling, they are all dead. Ha ha ha, they are all dead. You must be in pain. Sunbone's arms were broken, and he roared at this moment. Bang, Lin Ling broke his legs again. Although they are dead, I, Lin Ling, will find their souls and restore all their memories on the day that I, Lin Ling, rule the 9 provinces. You want me to suffer and live in sorrow in the future? You are wrong. You. Sunbone immediately roared. Lin Ling was so ambitious that he dared to violate the universe's laws and forcefully save people. My world is not something you can understand. Lin Ling sneered. With a twitch of his brows, little Kunlun appeared and ruthlessly lashed at Sunbone. After hundreds of lashes, Sunbone's sun bloodline was pulled out alive. A golden divine crow phantom floated in the sky. My innate gift. Sunbone immediately shouted. Although his limbs were broken, as long as he had his innate gift, he would recover to his peak sooner or later, but now, his innate gift was also beaten out by Lin Ling? Haha, fire element innate gift. It seems that I have to thank you. My current fire element innate gift is 5th grade. With your innate gift, my space-time flame should be greatly improved. Lin Ling's sneer deepened. Under Sunbone's pained gaze, he held his innate gift in his hand and collected it. No. Sunbone immediately felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. You regret it, don't you? Sunbone, you had a chance to live, but you destroyed my world? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you can't afford to provoke? Now, you're going to live a life worse than death. Lin Ling waved his left hand, and little Kunlun tied up Sunbone. Then, he dragged Sun Bone away from the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. "Big brother, there's no need to fight with him. If he dares to cause trouble, we'll kill him tomorrow." When he left, Lin Ling's gaze looked at the white bone giant again, causing the Sovereign Marquis's expression to change slightly. He didn't dare to fight and quickly left. The current Lin Ling was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. Coupled with the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, if the two of them joined forces, even the Sovereign Marquis wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Lord Lin Ling is really domineering. Even the Sovereign Marquis is afraid of him. Seeing the Sovereign Marquis disappear, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said in shock. In the past, when they first went to Tating Commandery, the Sovereign Marquis appeared and forced Lin Ling to compromise and hand over Queen Qianji like a god. But now, Lin Ling's words made the Sovereign Marquis afraid. This kind of thing was like a river flowing east for 30 years, and 30 years going west for 30 years. What the Sovereign Marquis gave to Lin Ling also returned to him. Azure Dragon King, I, Lin Ling, will remember what happened today. I'll visit you again in the future. Seeking the Son of Heaven's mandate, hearing those cold words, the entire Azure Dragon Divine Manor felt as if they were facing a great enemy. No one dared to look Lin Ling in the eye. They were completely afraid of the 9 great heavens of Azure State. As for the geniuses from the Resplendent Academy, their faces were filled with admiration and reverence. The entire Azure State watched as Lin Ling dragged the Sun Bone as if he was dragging a dog as he left Azure State. This guy dares to treat the 9 great heavens of Azure State like this. Now, he has taken the Sun Bone's position and become one of the 9 great heavens of Azure State. Vice Principal Gong, Luo Riyao, and the others stared at Lin Ling. None of them had helped Lin Ling in his mission, but they had never thought that Lin Ling would succeed. He was able to fight against 4 divine dwellings by himself. "Second brother, wait for me." Sakura shouted and chased after Lin Ling. He was also a member of the sacred ground of the rainforest, so he was qualified to help. The 2 brothers disappeared from Azure State, and no one dared to stop them. The great Azure Divine Dynasty was also shaken. All the magnates felt that a new star was rising, and he had become one of the 9 most dazzling stars in Azure State. In the chaotic universe, Lin Ling and Sakura walked side by side towards the sacred ground of the rainforest. "Big brother, you're one of the 9 great heavens of Azure State?" Lin Ling said in surprise. He knew that Sakura was strong, but he did not expect him to be one of the 9 great heavens of Azure State. "Hee, I wanted to tell you earlier, but you went missing some time ago, so I didn't have the time to tell you." Sakura laughed. However, Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Big brother did not want him to feel pressured, so he didn't say it. Then, Lin Ling said, "The sacred ground of the rainforest has 2 enemies. One is the Divine Empress of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the other is Luo Shathorn. Luo Shathorn is missing, he obviously doesn't dare to face you." Sakura immediately said, "Damn, that bastard is cunning. Don't worry, as long as he's in Azure State, he won't be able to escape." Lin Ling shook his head, not minding it at all. A moment later, Lin Ling and the young man landed in the rainforests. Sacred land. Lin Ling once again laid down a barrier, using the power of heaven and earth to seal the Sun Bone, turning it into a stone tablet, enduring this torment for all eternity. "Alright, how can we let them off so easily after killing the people of the rainforest holy land? Let them worship the dead commoners." Seeing the miserable state of the Sun Bone and Realgar, Sakura couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this moment, in the rainforest sacred land, 2 gigantic stone tablets sat on the ground, surrounded by a large number of enchantments, causing the stone tablets to kneel there like sinners. Not too long later, Vice School Head Gong and the others arrived as well. Upon seeing the sight before them, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lin Ling was really generous. One of the stone steels is the Sun Bone. Only Lin Ling is capable of using the 9 great heavens of the Azure province as a stone steels to consecrate others. Who is the other stone tablet? It's Realgar. Chiyuhu explained to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Vice School Head Qin pondered for a moment, then her expression changed drastically. Because she was very familiar with the Empress Dowager, she knew that the Realgar was the Empress Dowager's favorite. Lin Ling dared to capture the Empress Dowager's people. This Lin Ling was even bolder than she imagined. At this moment, a large number of people appeared in the sky. They looked at the ground, their faces full of shock. Among them, a short old man said indifferently, "Lin Ling, where is the sun-boned son of heaven's mandate? Hand it over." This old man's strength was monstrous, and his voice was sharp. With one look, one could tell that he wasn't an ordinary person. Moreover, there were countless experts in the rainforest sacred land, and he dared to ignore their arrival, which meant that he was definitely a big shot in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Eunuch Jew? Vice School Head Qin recognized the latter. "Qin Suetson, your academy has indeed produced an outstanding talent, daring to capture the Empress Dowager's people," the old man said sarcastically. "Humph, Eunuch Jew, this is someone else's family feud, how can an outsider interfere? I'm afraid that even the Empress Dowager can't." Vice School Head Qin snorted coldly, not afraid of the old man. "I know that too, so the Great Azure Divine Dynasty doesn't care about Lin Ling's mistake, but he must hand over the Son of Heaven's mandate," the old man replied indifferently. In fact, if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, he would have already attacked today. However, Lin Ling was now one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, and his backing was the imperial court, so he didn't dare to act rashly. As for the Son of Heaven's mandate, it was the Sun Bone. Now that it was captured by Lin Ling, then the Son of Heaven's mandate must be with Lin Ling. Most importantly, the Son of Heaven's mandate could allow one to become the Azure the Arch, so no one would give it up. After all, there were only 24 such opportunities. No, the imperial court took it. Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently and said, "Impossible, you just captured the Sun Bone, how can you hand it over to the imperial court?" Hearing that, the old man's expression changed slightly. "Big brother, didn't an old woman come earlier? She asked us for the Son of Heaven's mandate and then told us that if we didn't hand it over, we would have to bear the consequences?" Lin Ling smiled coldly and said to Sakura, "Old woman?" Sakura's eyes flashed. Could it be that Lin Ling was talking about Grandma Wendao? He smiled bitterly and quickly said, "That's right, it's a very fierce old woman. We can't afford to offend her, so we could only give the Son of Heaven's mandate to her." "Old woman?" The short old man's expression changed again. Could it be her? He naturally knew who the old woman was. She should be the mastermind behind the imperial court, that mysterious Grandma Wendao. "Why did you give it to her?" "Yes." The old man was clearly furious. "She's very strong. If we don't give it to her, she'll kill us." "Since you're so strong, why don't you ask her yourself?" Lin Ling said. "You're from the imperial court, how can she kill you?" Rage. However, Lin Ling smiled calmly, "How would I know that she's from the imperial court? Moreover, even if I'm from the imperial court, will she give me face?" "Okay, I've said what I need to say. Go back and tell the Empress Dowager that if she wants the Son of Heaven's mandate, she can ask that old woman for it." Rage. You. Rage. The old man was so angry that his beard was blown up. However, he believed Lin Ling's words. After all, the mastermind behind the imperial court was a secret in Qingzhou. Although Lin Ling was from the imperial court, he might not have the right to know that person. Are you still not going to scram? Don't think that you are amazing just because you are from the Empress Dowager. You dare to do whatever you want in my territory. If I kill you, the Empress Dowager won't dare to say anything. Rage. Lin Ling's smile disappeared and his expression turned cold. The old man gritted his teeth. "Lin Ling, you are really vicious. Let's go." Go. In the end, he could only bring everyone away. This was because if he could bring back the Son of Heaven's mandate, then the Empress Dowager would definitely support him. But now that the Son of Heaven's mandate was taken away by someone else, if he didn't leave, it would be the same as provoking Lin Ling. The current Lin Ling wasn't so easy to offend. Maybe the Empress Dowager would sacrifice him for Lin Ling. Scram. Scram. Talent Improvement Luo Riyao and the other seniors shook their heads helplessly. They also noticed that Lin Ling's wings had grown bigger. In the past, they all protected Lin Ling. Now, they probably needed Lin Ling's protection. After that, the seniors did not stay. They bid farewell to Lin Ling and left one after another. Lin Ling and Sakura also began to pay their respects to the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He secretly swore that when he ruled over the 9 states, he would find all the people of the rainforest Holy Land, although those people might have reincarnated, as long as Linling found their memories, they would be able to return to their past. Empress Dowager, I, Sakura, will step on you one day. After Sakura knelt down to the ground, his eyes were red, his third brother, the old sword elder and the others were all dead. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Let's go back. After Linling paid his respects, he brought Sakura to the Flame World fragment. Until now, he still did not plan to let his grandfather and the others return. Although he was famous in the Qing state, there were many people in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty who were more powerful than him. Big brother, this Son of Heaven's fate is yours. On the way, Linling took out Sunbone's Son of Heaven's fate. Hee, I knew you were hiding it. Sakura laughed and was not pretentious. After taking the Son of Heaven's fate, there was no need to be polite between him and Linling. What does this Son of Heaven's fate seek? After that, Sakura found that the Son of Heaven's fate in his hand was still in the state of fragments. There were no signs of the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Linling also took out his fragment. However, 2/3 of it had turned into the state of the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. This made Sakura's pupils constrict. This difference was too big. It could only be said that Sunbone was useless. He had a treasure but could not achieve anything. The Son of Heaven's fate in your hand is to look up to and worship. Linling explained. Hearing this, Sakura smiled bitterly. The conditions required for the Son of Heaven's mandate were too troublesome. He didn't even know how to make others worship him. Sometimes, if you want others to worship you, you don't necessarily need to rely on great principles, just your fists will do. Linling said with a smile, which made Sakura's eyes brighten. That's right, great strength can create miracles, don't worship me? Then I'll beat you until you worship me. Compared to mine, your fate of the Son of Heaven is much simpler. Linling looked at his Son of Heaven's fate and shook his head helplessly. His fate was slaughter. During this period of time, he had killed many people, and they were all great characters. This caused his Son of Heaven's fate to undergo a great transformation. A long time later, the two arrived at the Flame World fragment. Yu and the others saw Linling and the others and were overjoyed. Linling also roughly explained what had happened during this period of time. This caused Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to hate the Empress Dowager to death. This was because the latter had destroyed the rainforest sacred land for the sake of the Emperor's order. Different from Linling's destruction of the country, the Empress Dowager had no enmity with the rainforest sacred land. Don't worry, it won't be long before I personally take revenge. Linling comforted everyone. Then, he took out the treasures he had obtained in the Crimson State and distributed them to everyone. That night, Linling accompanied his family and reminisced about the past. In the dead of the night, he began to cultivate. A golden crow appeared in his hand. This bird's spirit was dispirited, as if it would disappear at any moment. This was the talent of the Sun Bone. Linling hurriedly used the Chaos Divine Art to refine the golden crow. Moments later, a golden flame appeared in Linling's dantian. At first, it was extremely arrogant, but under the suppression of the spacetime divine steel, it gradually dimmed and transformed into a multicolored flame. As for the spacetime fire, it had also transformed and was moving towards the ultimate. The spacetime fire's ultimate goal was the 10th grade divine body, and now it had reached the 7th grade. As for the spacetime divine steel, it was even more powerful. It was the ultimate desolate body level. Even in the land of the 9 states, it was a top-notch talent body. Little Kunlun is really powerful. It can even use the Azure Dragon King's talent. Although it can't deal any damage, it can greatly reduce the opponent's combat strength. After refining the golden crow, Linling looked at the vine wrapped around his left arm. He realized that a portion of the originally emerald green vine had turned black. Even if Li Xiaoyao was still alive, he couldn't see through little Kunlun's origins. Moreover, when he thought of the scene of him seizing the Azure Thearch's jade seal, he felt that it was left behind by a god. Could there be a world of gods above the land of the 9 states? Shaking his head, this was just Linling's guess. Moreover, it was still too far away, so he didn't think too much about it. Currently, he knew that little Kunlun had 2 main functions. First, it could use talent. Second, it could heal injuries. Of course, little Kunlun could also bind people, but it had to be in a weakened state. Kunlun. Sensing that Lin Ling was watching, the vine let out a childish voice that sounded like a child's. This little guy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Then, he started cultivating again. A month later, Lin Ling came out of seclusion. He was in high spirits. He came to the main hall of the Evil Flame sect. Everyone was there. They couldn't help but smile when they saw Lin Ling. Sakura even strode over and said, "Second brother, you're finally out of seclusion. TSK, looking at you, your strength has greatly increased again." Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded. He was currently at the peak of the true god realm. However, with his various trump cards, he could defeat a level 3 martial immortal realm ancient martial artist. Of course, it was very difficult for him to defeat geniuses. For example, the 9 heavenly talents of the Azure State. The last time he defeated Sun Bone, the latter was at the level 2 martial immortal realm. When he unleashed his full strength, he could defeat a large number of level 4 martial immortals. If Sun Bone was at the level 3 martial immortal realm, Lin Ling would at most be on par with him. Geniuses, especially geniuses at the heavenly talents level, could not be measured by common sense. This time, Sakura did not hide his strength in front of Lin Ling. He realized that his big brother was stronger than Sun Bone. "Big brother, are there strong and weak heavenly talents in Qingzhou?" Lin Ling asked curiously. Sakura nodded. Indeed, in Qingzhou, the more famous the 9 heavenly talents are, the weaker they are. Vice versa. Even I don't know the identities of all the heavenly talents. The hidden ones are undoubtedly the most powerful. Hearing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp. Currently, he knew of the heavenly talents, Sakura, Sun Bone, Luo Sha Thorn, and a great change ape that he had met once. Including himself, there were at least 4 people that he had never met. Lin Ling had a feeling that those 4 people definitely had the Emperor's fate. "By the way, Grandma Wendao told me that if you wake up, you must go to her place," Sakura said again, which made Lin Ling nod his head. That night, Lin Ling did not go to Qingzhou. Instead, he accompanied his family and guided Linny in martial arts, allowing him to enter the World King realm. After that, Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation. So far, he had many trump cards, but the scabbard was the only one he could not see through. The 8 gods' heavenly palace opened again. What's the origin of this scabbard? Back then in the Scarlet Province, it killed a peak martial immortal expert with one strike. Lin Ling took out the scabbard and slowly touched it. His soul power also spread out and enveloped the scabbard. However, the scabbard's aura was very cold, like a demon, showing off its sharpness. Bang! Lin Ling's expression changed and the scabbard in his hand fell to the ground. He frowned. From the scabbard, he actually felt a sense of danger. That terrifying demon sword intent actually wanted to kill him. Although this thing is strong, it's very dangerous to carry it around. Who knows, it might even kill me one day. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. However, there was nothing he could do. The mysterious headless old man was pestering him and he couldn't get rid of him. The night quietly passed. The next day, Lin Ling and Sakura went to the Azure Province to find Grandma Wendao. After arriving at the Azure Province, there were still not many people who knew Lin Ling. However, in the streets and alleys, powerful cultivators were talking. "Lin Ling, I'm afraid he's become one of the 9 heavens of the Azure Province." "Definitely. Lin Ling came from the Resplendent Academy and is a rising genius. I didn't expect that in less than 1,000 years, he would become one of the 9 heavens of the Azure Province. More than 1,000 years, I'm afraid even 500 years won't be enough." Whether it was the old monsters of the Azure Province or the young outstanding geniuses, they were all discussing Lin Ling's name. "Second brother, now you can be considered to be famous in the Azure Province." Sakura and Lin Ling walked side by side. He smiled at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He didn't expect him to be so famous now. The 2 of them arrived at the 5-ring city and appeared in the territory of the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World. When the geniuses of the Jiang family saw Lin Ling, they were all in awe. In the past, when Lin Ling first came here, they didn't accept Lin Ling and were beaten like dogs. But today, after they found out that Lin Ling had become one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, not only were they convinced, they even treated Lin Ling as an existence similar to Dao-seeking grandma. Lin Ling didn't say much and continued forward with Sakura, once again arriving at the peak of the mountain. Over there, the beautiful maidservant in a white dress was still pouring tea. Grandma Wendao and the third princess were sitting there. When they saw Lin Ling, Grandma Wendao was the first to rush over. She opened her arms wide like a child wanting to hug Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and dodged Grandma Wendao. Xiaoli, you don't love me anymore. Grandma Wendao immediately showed an aggrieved expression. Grandma, don't play with me. What's the matter? Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. It's like this. I wonder if Your Excellency Lin Ling has heard of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace? However, before Grandma Wendao spoke, the third princess spoke first. Her expression was still cold, but compared to the past, her attitude was not as cold and arrogant. Clearly, after Lin Ling became one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, she also recognized Lin Ling's status. 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Yes, this is a secret ground of the 9 province. Someone found this secret ground, but our Qing province was the first to arrive. Therefore, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty has decided to send the 4 magnates to the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. The third princess said. This place, I definitely can't miss it. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had been to the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace and knew that there were countless treasures inside. Unfortunately, his strength was limited and he still hadn't reached the 9th floor. Now, it was time for him to explore. Don't underestimate the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. According to legend, it was left behind by the 8 gods. The third princess thought that Lin Ling didn't know about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, so she said solemnly. However, Lin Ling didn't comment. In terms of familiarity with the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, few people in the Qing province could compare to him. Third princess, if you want to find that thing, I'm afraid you'll have to ask Xiaoli this time. Grandma Wendao suddenly said, causing the third princess to frown. Lin Ling was very powerful, but the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace was a place where even peak martial immortals didn't dare to behave atrociously. What she wanted to find, how could Lin Ling find it? Thinking of this, the third princess revealed a disdainful smile. However, she still said politely, since Grandma said so, then I'll have to trouble Your Excellency Lin Ling. Lin Ling could tell that her words were insincere. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. Third princess, what do you think of my proposal last time? How about taking Lin Ling as your master? Grandma Wendao suddenly said. After those words, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. She wanted him to take the third princess as his disciple? He immediately shook his head, no. Almost at the same time, the third princess also said, no. Then, the two of them looked at each other. From Lin Ling's point of view, he took disciples based on impressions. However, the third princess didn't leave a good impression on him. She was too arrogant. To the third princess, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to be her master. He wasn't qualified at all. Haha, you have a tacit understanding. However, Grandma believes that you'll change your mind. Grandma Wendao said as if the world wasn't in chaos. Then, she went back to the main topic. This time, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's 4 giants are going to the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Moreover, they're not enemies but friends. They're going to find the secret of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace together. Moreover, they're going to set off tomorrow. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Could it be that all the experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were going to set off? Alright, go and make your preparations. Grandma Wendao didn't explain anything and let Lin Ling and Sakura prepare. The next day, everyone in the imperial court set off. Lin Ling saw that there were countless experts in the imperial court. It seemed that all the old monsters in the myriad worlds had returned at this moment. He saw a few experts at the peak of the martial immortal realm. It seemed that the imperial court's foundation was indeed deep. However, he didn't see Grandma Wendao. Instead, he saw that the imperial court was led by the third princess. This is the supreme heavenly fate. His words are equivalent to my words. Everyone in the imperial court has to listen to his orders. This is Feng Liangya. It's the same for him. This is Lin Ling. His position is the same as theirs. The third princess was dressed as a man, making others think that she was the third prince. However, she spoke to the people of the imperial court, causing them to nod their heads. Those old monsters who returned from the myriad worlds looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Because Lin Ling was only at the peak of the true immortal realm. How could he have such authority? He's one of the 9 heavens of the Azure State. After the third princess's explanation, the old monsters looked at Lin Ling differently. They were no longer arrogant. Instead, they recognized Lin Ling's identity. Then, the people of the imperial court set off and arrived at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's palace. At this moment, there was a sea of people. There were 10-meter-tall giants, Cheelants, and even purple-skinned people with 6 pairs of wings. Of course, there were also martial artists who looked like humans. These people were extremely powerful. Obviously, they were the experts of the other 3 magnates. It could be seen that the 8 gods' heavenly palace had opened again. All the experts of the 4 magnates had returned and gathered in the palace. Translator, Transin editor, Transin plotting against Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't see the other 4 mysterious geniuses, but he believed that the top geniuses of Qin Prefecture should be hidden in the crowd. Although Lin Ling had the 10,000 demonic eyes, there were too many experts here, and he didn't know who were the most terrifying experts in Qin Prefecture. Alright, everyone has come as promised. Let's go. Remember, the 4 of us are friends, not enemies. Don't fight among yourselves. The left minister of the left minister's residence walked out and said, making everyone nod. Of course, everyone knew that this peace was only temporary, or at least on the surface. Everyone set off, causing the clouds in the sky of Qin Prefecture to roll. There was the black tortoise, there was the green dragon tail whip, there was also an ancient cauldron streaking across the sky. On top of these terrifying monsters, a large number of experts stood there, causing all the experts in Qin Prefecture to look solemn, their eyes filled with worship, because the people in their eyes were the top experts of Qin Prefecture. Everyone also looked forward to the day when they could be like those top experts and soar in the sky of Qin Prefecture. As for Sakura, Xian Linglong, Meng Lu, and the rest, they all sat on a huge merciful voyage dark goose and followed the crowd. Beside the black and white goose, Lin Ling rode on the stepping fire Cheelan and also followed. However, among the countless experts in front, Lin Ling sensed killing intent, but it disappeared very quickly, so he didn't know who it was. Of course, Lin Ling had many enemies now. There was the Azure Dragon King, the Thunder Matter, the Sovereign Marquis, and there were also people from the left minister's residence who wanted to kill him, so he didn't find it strange. This time, they arrived at an ordinary realm in the myriad worlds. Everyone landed. Those who are not important in this world, leave. A voice that seemed like the might of the heavens rang out, chasing away the martial artists of this world. The 8 gods' heavenly palace only belonged to the strongest experts in Qin Prefecture. How could ordinary people get a share of it? Why waste time talking with them? Just kill them. An old monster laughed sinisterly. His arms were very long, reaching the ground, and his entire person was like a baboon. Who knew what kind of talent he had to be so strange? No. However, there were still some people among the 4 magnates who objected. Let them go. Now, open the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Another voice rang out, and a large number of experts laid out a barrier, enveloping this realm. Then, the earth rumbled, and a mysterious ancient pagoda slowly rose up. The 8 gods' heavenly palace floated in the void of the universe all year round. Very few people were able to encounter it, and those who encountered it would not give up on this mystic realm. 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the familiar giant tower. Now that he thought about it, this was his 3rd time entering it. 8 gods' heavenly palace, the dead enter, the living flee. Outside the tower, the threatening stone tablet was still there. However, the people who had arrived at the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time were much stronger than the last time, so no one feared the warning of the stone tablet. Without any hesitation, everyone stepped into the giant tower with anticipation. The first level was still filled with meteors. Rocks were floating in the void. This was the time and space of meteors, rumble. Just as everyone entered, many people were immediately killed by the meteors. Of course, the true experts were extremely powerful. They could destroy the meteors with a single punch. TSK, compared to the last time, the people entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time are even more ferocious. Looking at the endless crowd in the starry sky, Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. If he remembered correctly, the last time they entered, everyone was chased by the meteors. Yes, the last time, you were the guide. In the distance, a figure walked over. It was Luo Riyao and a few others. The last time, it was Luo Riyao who had entered the Eight Gods' heavenly palace with Lin Ling and the others. At that time, Lin Ling was still the weakest martial artist. But now, Lin Ling was already a great figure that could not be underestimated in the Qing province. Be careful, meteors. Suddenly, someone shouted at Lin Ling. But just as his words fell, Lin Ling had already attacked. Surging boundary essence erupted, and a fist exploded that meteor. This action also attracted the attention of the crowd. Many of them looked over with complicated gazes. This is Lin Ling of the Nine Heavens of the Qing province? You have some strength, but you're only at the true immortal realm. You're weaker than I thought. A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. A skinny young man looked at Lin Ling and said. Second brother, this is the 76th prince, Xianxia. He's at the third level of the martial immortal realm. He's arrogant because of his high cultivation. He doesn't put the 9 heavens in his eyes. Rumor has it that if he wants to be one of the 9 heavens, the other heavens are nothing. At this time, Sakura said. Moreover, the son of Emperor Qing can't be one of the 9 heavens. This is the rule. Luo Riyao said. Lin Ling nodded. But in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. This was because a meteor was shooting over from afar. It was extremely dazzling in the starry sky. Most importantly, this meteor was bigger than the previous ones. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that it was the 76th prince, Qing Qiyu, who had attacked him. The meteor was obviously aimed at Qing Qiyu, but the latter had lured the meteor to his side. Your Highness, are you all right? A man with a face full of pimples said worriedly to the 76th prince. I'm fine. It was very dangerous just now. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. The 76th prince said calmly. The conversation between the two seemed to be telling the crowd that the 76th prince couldn't react in time when a meteor was shooting over. Therefore, the meteor was aimed at Lin Ling's side by mistake. Of course, only a fool would be fooled by such a statement. Bastard! Sakura was the first to curse. He stretched out his fist and the dark chi rolled. It turned into a giant white bone fist and blasted toward the meteor. Boom, the meteor exploded in an instant. However, there were quite a number of meteors that shot towards Lin Ling. On the other side, another meteor appeared. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. The 76th crown prince even let out a helpless sigh. It was obvious that he was the one who had blasted the meteor at Lin Ling. This time, Sunset Glory and the rest all attacked. However, everyone seemed to be secretly targeting Lin Ling. After Sunset Glory and the rest attacked, there were still meteors shooting toward Lin Ling. There were as many as 5 of them. Even Wu Xing didn't dare to face these meteors lightly, let alone 5 of them. Sakura and the rest were instantly furious. Was the 76th prince deliberately looking for trouble? Lin Ling didn't have time to think. His 3 dantians merged and the evil flame transformation erupted. He turned into the evil flame god and fought against the 5 meteors. Rumble, the starry sky suddenly shook. Regardless of whether it was the people in the distance or the people nearby, they all frowned at Lin Ling. Obviously, they had all heard of Lin Ling's name, but they wanted to see if Lin Ling had the strength to do so. Don't tell me he's dead. The 76th prince said faintly. His tone was mixed with gloating. I didn't do it on purpose. Boom. Boom, however, the starry sky exploded, and shattered rocks flew in all directions. A man with colorful flames all over his body walked out from within, and he seemed to be safe and sound. He was Lin Ling. You have some skills. Seeing this, the 76th prince frowned slightly, then smiled and said, Your Excellency Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Yes, in this mysterious starry sky, no one can control it, so it was an accident. The other magnates chimed in as well. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. The third princess knew that Lin Ling was probably furious, and she was too. However, the bigger picture was more important. If Lin Ling and the other magnates fought, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the imperial court. Hearing this, Lin Ling shot forward without saying a word. Is he crazy? That should be the case. He was plotted against but couldn't fight back. He must be in a bad mood. Serves you right. Many experts laughed secretly when they saw this. They knew that Lin Ling was a figure that couldn't be underestimated. However, all the experts of Pine Prefecture were gathered here, so they weren't really afraid of Lin Ling. What the hell is he doing? The third princess frowned. Look ahead. At that moment, someone pointed in front of him in shock. That was because light had appeared in front of him. It was boundless light, and the light had turned into a huge snake. Could it be a meteor-flowing snake? Luo Riyao exclaimed. He had been here before, so he knew that the falling meteor snake was the divine beast guarding this place. This was a divine snake formed from light. Although it was not strong enough to kill them, it was an immortal existence. Most importantly, the snake was charging towards them, and in front of the snake of light, there was a flaming figure. It seemed to be Lin Ling. More importantly, the falling meteor-flowing snake was chasing Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was running towards the 76th prince. This time, the 76th prince's expression changed drastically. This was his first time here, so he didn't know what kind of existence that huge light snake was. However, he knew that Lin Ling had provoked that scourge to come to his side. Hold him back. At that moment, Lin Ling sneered and let out a low shout. Boom! The giant snake of light gave up on Lin Ling and charged towards the 76th prince. Mother ****. The 76th crown prince let out an angry roar. That strange snake was obviously chasing after Lin Ling, but why did it suddenly chase after him? He did not offend that strange snake. Bang 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 bang, pop. Unfortunately, the falling meteor-flowing snake did not care about his explanation at all. It continued to entangle him and explode with a powerful force. Of course, the 76th prince was not weak. After expending a lot of effort, he finally killed the falling meteor-flowing snake. Of course, the snake was immortal. It was just reborn in another place. Lin Ling, you're courting death. After killing the snake of light, the 76th prince did not feel proud. Instead, he was furious. Are you the 72nd prince or the 75th prince? Forget it, you're just a 70-year-old prince. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling replied calmly as he floated in the sky. This was an eye for an eye. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that Lin Ling was scheming against the 76th prince. Moreover, Lin Ling had not been in a sorry state when he destroyed the 5 meteors. However, the 76th prince was facing a divine beast of the falling meteor space, so he was in a sorry state. With such a comparison, the 76th prince was obviously at a disadvantage. You're courting death. The 76th prince had never suffered such humiliation before. The other magnates also pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. They were saying that Lin Ling had affected the unity of the 4 magnates. Some were even angry and wanted to chase Lin Ling away. In this mysterious galaxy, no one can control it. That was an accident. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He returned all the words they had said before. This time, everyone was speechless. That's right, it was an accident. The third princess also said at the critical moment. Good, good, good. Lin Ling, I'll remember you. The 76th prince could not find an excuse to flare up. He could only sulk secretly. Thank you, but don't remember me for too long. I'm afraid you'll hurt your body. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. You. The 76th prince coldly snorted and strode forward. However, he didn't walk for long before he saw the snake of light again in the distant starry sky. This made him so angry that he erupted like a volcano. It turned out that he had used all his strength but still hadn't been able to kill the snake of light. Of course, the falling meteor space snake did not stop him this time. However, when others wanted to step into the next level, the light snake would appear and stop them. If there was an accident, it would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling even smiled at the falling meteor space snake. The light snake looked back at him with a human-like gaze and allowed Lin Ling to enter the next level. Why is this happening? Such unfair treatment had undoubtedly infuriated all the magnates. Haha, second brother is still the best. The Sakura laughed excitedly. Although he did not know how Lin Ling did it, it was obvious that Lin Ling had angered the magnates to death. In fact, He did not know that this was the third time Lin Ling had faced the falling meteor space snake. Especially the first time, when Li Xiaoyao faced the falling meteor space snake, he had fought countless battles with the light snake. They were rivals but also friends. The falling meteor space snake had obviously recognized Lin Ling, so its attitude towards Lin Ling was different. "Big brother, I'll go in first." Lin Ling was already heading towards the end. He was familiar with the path as if he was at home. He knew that everyone would be separated after entering the second level. Therefore, it was useless to wait for the Sakura and the rest. "Okay." Seeing Lin Ling disappear without a trace, the Sakura immediately nodded. As for the third princess in the distance, her brows were tightly knitted together. She felt that Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Could it be that everything was like what Grandma Wendao said? If she wanted to find that thing, it would be best to seek help from Lin Ling. However, asking her to put down her pride and seek help from Lin Ling, she still could not put down her pride. On the other side, several mysterious people's eyes flickered. "I heard that Lin Ling has been to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace before and acted as a guide. Is that true?" "That's right, he was the one who led the way the last time." A cloaked person at the side replied. "Last time, you and Sun Bone participated in the trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. If that's the case, what you said is true." "Good, send someone to follow Lin Ling. Maybe we can get some treasures," one of the cloaked people said indifferently. "Prince is still the one who thought it through," another person said with a smile. He took off his cloak and revealed a face that Lin Ling was familiar with. It was Luo Xiai. Last time, he and Sun Bone participated in the trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, he knew that Lin Ling was very familiar with the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. He even thought that Lin Ling had obtained some benefits from the Eight Gods' heavenly palace to become one of the 9 great heavenly palace. Of course, this benefit now belonged to them. As for the second level, the earth element ground, Lin Ling had appeared there. This place was filled with yellow sand and all kinds of powerful demonic beasts were hidden. The water elemental land, however, this time, Lin Ling did not linger on this level. He went straight to the third level because there were no more treasures here that could attract him. The third level was the water elemental land. In his memories, there was a treasure here called the seawater heart flower. It was an extremely rare heavenly treasure. It was said that this flower gathered the souls of the sea from 10,000 worlds and could greatly enhance one's physical body. Right now, Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly. His cultivation had also increased, but his physical body had not improved by much. Therefore, he needed to increase his physical strength. With his essence, qi, and soul cultivation, the 3 realms had to be balanced in order to form the 4th dantian. "Are you Sir Lin Ling?" Not long after, Lin Ling met a stranger who seemed to know him. "I'm from the imperial court." That person came from afar and waved his hand as he explained. More and more people appeared in the distance. They were also from the imperial court. Obviously, the treasures on the second level did not catch their eyes. They had also come to the third level. "It's good to see you all. Help me find the black pool." Lin Ling replied with a smile. It would be difficult for him to find the seawater heart flower on the third level alone. Therefore, he needed help. The third prince said that if we meet Sir Lin Ling in the imperial court, we must listen to Sir Lin Ling's words. Those from the imperial court immediately bowed and replied. "Are you Sir Lin Ling? I admire you so much. Please let me follow you." At this time, another person came. It was a young man with a face full of acne. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He was somewhat familiar with this person. Then, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the follower of the 76th prince? The Great Azure Divine Dynasty has ordered that the 4 magnates should work together in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. We are not allowed to fight among ourselves. That person seemed to know that Lin Ling recognized him, so he was afraid that Lin Ling would chase him away. He quickly spoke again. "You're right. Then, follow us." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sneered in his heart as he nodded indifferently. Soon after, he strode forward. The young man with acne secretly laughed and said, "This Lin Ling is really too stupid. Isn't keeping me by your side the same as keeping a wolf by your side?" He thought that he had gained Lin Ling's trust, so he knew some of Lin Ling's secrets. Perhaps he could steal some treasures. Unfortunately, he did not see that Lin Ling led the group forward and looked into the distance. In this water elemental land, the sky was filled with puddles of water. It was as if pieces of mirrors left behind by the ancient gods had fallen onto the ground, emitting a precious light. As for the water of the earth, it was a pretty good treasure. It was called First Cloud Heaven water, and was even rarer than Pinnacle Life water. However, the people present were not weak, so no one was interested in these treasures. Cultivators with talents. Heavenly Palace. I've entered the martial immortal realm. Heavenly heavens. In every corner of the third level, excited voices rang out unceasingly. Rainbow soared into the sky. This was the characteristic of breaking through to the true God realm, but all of this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. He was still searching for the seawater heart flower. At the same time, an Imperial Dynasty member sent news that he found a different puddle. It was black in color. After hearing the news, Lin Ling led everyone and rushed over. After a long time, he also arrived at that area. He suddenly discovered that the boundless waters ahead were like ink, completely black and extremely mysterious. Your Excellency Lin Ling, is this the place? Someone gravely looked at Lin Ling and asked. What made Lin Ling surprised was that the person who found this water region was Xianling Long. As for Xianling Long, she met the people from the imperial court and knew that Lin Ling was looking for a rare treasure, so she joined in. Now that she saw Lin Ling, her attitude was extremely polite. I didn't expect it to be you, Xianling Long. But where is Mang Lu? Lin Ling had a good impression of Xianling Long. Although this woman was extremely snobbish, at least she had helped Lin Ling before. We separated. He should still be on the third level. Of course, he might have entered the fourth level. Because this level is full of treasures of water, they are useless to him. Xianling Long said with a smile. Then she asked, Lin Ling, are there any treasures here? Hearing this, Lin Ling activated 10,000 elephant magic eyes and looked at the black puddle. Then he smiled and said, this is Northstar primordial water. It is more precious than First Cloud heavenly water. It has the effect of strengthening one's soul. It should be here. Northstar heavenly water? I've heard of this treasure, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Everyone was delighted and quickly collected it. Lin Ling did the same. However, his goal was the seawater heart flower, so he was still searching for this treasure. Could it be in the water? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then he became more and more certain. Everyone, get ready to enter the water with me. The treasure I'm looking for is inside. Lin Ling instructed everyone. Everyone nodded. If they followed Lin Ling, they would get more benefits than ordinary people. Haha, Lin Ling, looks like you found a good treasure. Good, I'm also very interested in this treasure land. Just as everyone was about to enter the pool, 3 dragons of various colors flew over from the sky. 3 men stood on the dragons. They were 2 old men and a young man. All of them wore dragon robes and had extraordinary auras. Imperial Censor Dragon Court? The eyes of the people in the Imperial Court lit up. However, the 3 of them were not weak. They were all martial immortals. The young man was even a level 3 martial immortal. However, although he looked young, it was very likely that he had been cultivating for a long time. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would have been one of the 9 heavens. I am Long Tang, the guardian of the carp leaping over Dragon Gate. After the young man jumped down, he smiled faintly at Lin Ling. Dragon bloodline? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The carp leaping over Dragon Gate was a special feature of the universe. Many dragons were born there. The ancestor dragon Granny was one of them. He did not expect this young man to be one too. That's right. Let's not talk about this for now. We've been paying attention to this treasure land for a long time. However, you've beaten us to it. Of course, the 4 of us are working together in this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. So, let's explore the treasure land together. The young man said again. The dragon horn on his forehead shone even more brightly. Damn it, we're the ones who came first. How shameless. Hearing that, the people in the imperial court cursed secretly. Due to the other party's identity, they did not dare to do anything. However, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Sure." As soon as he said that, the people of the imperial court were very unwilling because they felt that this expert called Long Tang had definitely followed them here in secret. Not good, this Long Tang is one of the 99th prince's people. I didn't expect the 99th prince to also have his eyes on Lin Ling. The young man who had been following at the side cursed secretly. He was one of the 76th prince's people, while the other party was the 99th prince. His background was even greater than his. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so popular that even the 99th prince's people had come. However, he was confident that if they encountered treasures, although he could not compare to Long Tang, he would definitely obtain more than Lin Ling. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Big Seawater Heart Flower. Lin Ling, be careful. They will strike first when they encounter a treasure. Xian Linglong secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would not know about the enemy's scheme. Hee, they want to snatch the treasure that I, Lin Ling, want. It's not that I, Lin Ling, am arrogant, but they are too inexperienced. Lin Ling quietly replied. Then, he flew above the black water and looked down with his 10,000 demonic eyes. These black waters were like pieces of black gemstones, motionless and unmoving. Then, Lin Ling saw mysterious cyclones spiraling out from one of the waters like invisible dragons. This pool was different from the others. There must be a strange treasure here. It should be there. A smile immediately appeared on Lin Ling's face, and everyone else was overjoyed. I will go first. The young man with a face full of pimples stepped forward and said, the four magnates want to work together on this trip, so let me take vanguard ma. If we encounter any danger, I will block it and protect Sir Lin Ling at all costs. His words sounded nice, as if he was Lin Ling's servant, but in fact, he wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. Wait, you stay here and guard the outside in case of any accidents. However, Lin Ling stopped him. What? I will guard the outside? Aren't I a guard dog? The young man's pupils constricted. If he could not enter the water, he would not be able to obtain any treasure. He immediately shouted, I will not go. I am the 76th prince's follower. I will not be a guard dog. Because you are the prince's follower, your status is high enough. Therefore, you can guard the water. Evil spirits and demons do not dare to come close. This job is yours. Lin Ling smiled casually. The young man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted to be Lin Ling's ingrate, but in the end, he became a guard dog? No matter what you say, I will not go. The young man shook his head desperately, but Lin Ling walked over to him and asked softly, do you agree or not? Lin Ling's eyes were very calm, but they were mixed with killing intent. That gaze made the young man's whole body tremble. He knew that if Lin Ling really wanted to kill him, he would not care if he was the heir's man. If he angered Lin Ling, he would kill him without hesitation. Lin Ling was just that crazy. I agree. The young man nodded gloomily. Not only did he fail to be an ingrate, he even became a watchdog. Haha. Seeing this, the people from the imperial dynasty laughed. Lin Ling also took the lead and shot into the water. With a splash, he disappeared into the black water. What was shocking was that this water was extremely heavy, as if it was the force of a world. However, none of the people here were weak. Powerful realm essence appeared on the surface of their bodies, and they all disappeared into the water. As they rushed down, it was pitch black. Those with weak willpower would not be able to endure the loneliness for more than 3 incense sticks time. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. Soon, everyone rushed out of the black water area. What appeared before them was an endless black mountain. Rolling waterfalls came crashing down. It was actually the Bachan origin water. On the ground, there were many black plants that looked like thorns. It was very strange, however, on the black thorns, there were small black flowers growing out. Dense realm essence spiritual energy filled the air. Could this be the legendary black forbidden medicine? Among the crowd, Xian Linglong exclaimed, this is a treasure comparable to an imperial crystal. However, this treasure has a taboo. That is, you cannot consume more than 49 flowers. If you exceed that amount, not only will your cultivation level not increase, but it will also decrease. That is why it is called the Black Forbidden Medicine. I have also heard of this legend. In the land of the 9 prefectures, only one person has successfully consumed 50 Black Forbidden Medicine and his cultivation level did not decrease. Instead, his strength increased greatly. The others also spoke one after another. They were extremely excited. They did not expect to encounter such a treasure so soon. Long Tang and the 2 old men had already started to collect the flowers. Lin Ling was also doing the same. They collected all the small black flowers around them. Even if each person could only consume 49 flowers, they could give them to their friends in exchange for treasures. Then, everyone went on their way again. They did not encounter any heavenly treasures along the way. However, very soon, rumbling sounds came from the front. Moreover, the sounds were very loud. As they moved forward, the rumbling sounds were as if they were going to break a world. Some of the weaker people were so shocked that their ears started to bleed. They hurriedly covered their ears with realm essence. Only then did they manage to stop a small part of the sound. What is this sound? It sounds like the sound of a heavenly drum. Xianling Long shouted beside Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling could not hear her. However, Lin Ling was the only one who was unaffected. Because his body was very strong, his eardrums seemed to have been tempered by iron water. He smiled and said, "It seems like we are about to reach our destination." After saying that, he strode forward. The eyes of Long Tang and the others behind him lit up. Although they had obtained the Black Forbidden Medicine, the greed of humans was obviously not limited to that. Not long after, everyone finally saw the source of the sound. Then, they were all stunned, because there was a clear pond in front of him. There was a small blue flower in the pond. The small flower was transparent and did not emit any spiritual energy. However, around the small flower, the rolling sea water sprinkled down like a heavenly river. Moreover, the sea water was of different colors. There was a sea of lightning, a sea of ice, and a sea of fire. When the sea water crashed down, the sound was like thunder. It turned out that the deafening sound came from the sea water crashing down. This water is probably the Sea of 10,000 Worlds. Moreover, it is drowned by the Sea of 10,000 Worlds. That flower is actually safe and sound? Everyone was shocked. Because even they could not withstand the impact of the Sea of 10,000 Worlds. However, that small flower could. It was really extraordinary. This is the big seawater heart flower. Wow. Lin Ling was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen the big seawater heart flower. Of course, he was also shocked by the flower. If a human's body was tempered by the Sea of 10,000 Worlds, it would reach an unimaginable height. However, at this moment, Long Tang sneered and took the lead to shoot forward with the other 2 old men. This action had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Could it be that Long Tang wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand? Long Tang, you are too shameless. Long Tang cursed angrily. Xianling Long cursed angrily. They were the ones who found the blessed enclave first. Lin Ling allowed them to participate in the operation because of the rules set by the 4 magnates. In the end, when they saw the treasure, they made the first move. Your Excellency Lin Ling, don't let them succeed. The people of the imperial court looked at Lin Ling and said. However, Lin Ling frowned and did not do anything. Haha, Lin Ling, thank you. After this treasure is mine, I will give you some compensation. Long Tang's complacent voice could be heard. The 9th prince is really good at foresight. He knew that Lin Ling was a guide and was familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, he asked us to find Lin Ling and follow him. This trip was not in vain. The 2 old men said with a smile. The 4 great beasts of the universe. They will definitely fail. Xianling Long gritted her teeth and suddenly said. This was because the seawater heart flower was surrounded by all kinds of seas from the myriad worlds. There was a sea of lightning, a sea of ice, and a sea of fire. Ordinary people could not get close. Come out, 3,000 dragon scale umbrella. But at this time, Long Tang waved his right hand and a roar came out. The shadow of a dragon appeared and then the huge dragon exploded. Its scales sputtered out and turned into a multicolored umbrella. The 3 of them held the umbrella and blocked the Sea of Myriad Worlds as they walked step by step towards the seawater heart flower. 3,000 dragon scale umbrella? Xian Linglong's eyes fiercely trembled. This was an existence that surpassed immortal treasures. It was an extreme treasure, extreme, the ultimate intent. Any treasure that could become an extreme treasure was an existence that could shake the 9 provinces. Its creation was very difficult, but once it was created, it would definitely have a heaven-defying power. As for the multicolored umbrella, Xian Linglong had heard that it was made from the dragon scales of 3,000 dragons. Moreover, each dragon only wanted one scale, and that scale was the reverse scale. Such a precious extreme treasure would require more than 10,000 years to create. Haha, I have disappointed you all. Lin Ling, I know that you must be very angry. You spent so much effort only to end up with someone else's wedding dress. But so what if you are angry? Come and destroy my country. Come and kill me. Let's see who is stronger, you or the 99th prince. Under the umbrella, the 3 of them were laughing with extreme arrogance. At this moment, they had clearly taken off their masks. Even the 99th prince, who had reached the 4th level, couldn't help but smile because he received news from Long Tang that Long Tang's group had taken Lin Ling's treasure. Not bad at all. Only Lin Ling is not my match. This time, we took his treasure and suppressed his spirit. We will let him know who is the master of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He faintly smiled and said. Hee, with Lin Ling's arrogant personality, he must be bursting with rage right now. However, Lord Long Tang and the others have the 3,000 dragon scale umbrellas, and Lin Ling can't do anything to them. Haha, I can't wait to see Lin Ling's current appearance. Beside him, the Luo Thorn also trembled with excitement when he heard the news. They were like the people behind the scenes, toying with Lin Ling. Bastard! At this moment, in the blessed enclave, the eyes of the imperial court's people turned red with anger. They all looked at Lin Ling, but what surprised them was that Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He was as calm as the clouds in the sky. Your Excellency Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? Xian Linglong frowned because this was not in line with Lin Ling's character. Lin Ling said indifferently, the seawater heart flower is a treasure of the universe. How can such a precious treasure not have a powerful divine beast guarding it? Hearing this, Xian Linglong's eyes trembled violently. Almost at the same time, under the blue flower, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Then, a large patch of green hair floated up, followed by a pair of bull horns. A ferocious aura quietly spread out. Rumble, the entire cave started to shake, and even the myriad world sea started to flow backwards. This change caused Long Tang and the other 2's expressions to change drastically. The 3,000 dragon scale umbrellas above their heads seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating. What kind of terrifying existence was this to be able to shake an extreme-grade weapon? Finally, under the blue flower, a ferocious beast slowly floated up. It had a head of long green hair, and it looked like a ferocious god. However, its body was like a lion, and there were bull horns on its head. Most importantly, in the thick hair, there were 4 pairs of eyes, and they slowly opened. The moment they opened their eyes, a terrifying ferocious aura burst out. Whoosh, the 3,000 dragon scale umbrellas in Long Tang and the others' hands were blown into pieces by the ferocious aura. Roar, the 4-eyed lion beast with dragon horns opened its mouth, bared its fangs, and roared angrily. Puff. Long Tang and the others immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. They no longer looked as smug as before. Instead, they looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Let's go. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed. He called for everyone to leave quickly. Xian Linglong and the others were trembling with fear. They followed Lin Ling, and on the way, they asked anxiously, Your Excellency Lin Ling, what is that? Tao Tai, one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the universe. It is as famous as the Tao Wu, Han Dun, and Qiong Qi. Lin Ling said word by word. He was also shocked. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had never seen a real ferocious beast. He did not expect that Lin Ling would have the chance to see one in this life. One of the 4 ferocious beasts of the universe. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, that is a cub. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Lin Ling said. Earlier, he had felt that the Tao Tai only possessed the strength of a 4th-level martial immortal. However, due to its name as a ferocious beast, it was likely capable of killing a 5th-level martial immortal. The true Taotai was not that simple. Cub? Doesn't that mean Long Tang and the others have a chance? Xian Linglong said worriedly. What a joke. Even if the 4 ferocious beasts of the universe have just been born, they are not something that ordinary people can stop. Now, Long Tang and the others have blocked it for us. Otherwise, we might not have been able to escape. As for them? They would have died. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Hearing that, everyone laughed. Previously, Long Tang and the other 2 were so proud of themselves. Now, they had made a wedding dress for them, rumble. At the same time, it was as if the sky and earth were collapsing behind them. The ferocious aura was like a cloud of gas that could devour everything, destroying everything. Ah, no. Lin Ling, save me. Don't leave. Even the painful cries of Long Tang and the others could be faintly heard. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the others did not save them. Instead, they ran even faster. Long Tang and the others wanted to snatch the treasure. Now, they would pay the price. At the same time, on the 4th floor, the 99th prince saw that the life plate in his hand had shattered. He was stunned on the spot. Long Tang is dead. What? Everyone who was laughing just now felt as if they had been slapped in the face. They were speechless. Is it Lin Ling? The Luo Shawthorn was the most furious. Why was Lin Ling so difficult to deal with? Maybe it's him, maybe it's not. The 99th prince strode forward. His expression was extremely cold. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others rushed out of the black waters. Each of them looked as if they had just survived a disaster. The guard dog was still there. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately asked, "Did you get any treasures?" "What treasures are there down there?" "There are treasures down there. Go and get them. We'll guard this place," Lin Ling said with a smile. "That's great. I'll go down then." The young man with the pimples on his face was overjoyed and wanted to rush down. However, he did not let his excitement get to his head. He immediately reacted and asked with a smile, "That, Your Excellency Lin Ling, what about Long Tang and the others?" "Dead." Lin Ling did not even look at him as he replied indifferently. Plop. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Meng Lu entered the martial immortal realm. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw his expression. This young man had followed Lin Ling and thought that he would be able to take advantage of him. In the end, he was being toyed around by Lin Ling like a dog. After escaping from the beasts, everyone gradually relaxed. Xian Linglong looked at Lin Ling and said, "Your Excellency Lin Ling, what do we do now?" "I'm afraid we have to give up on the seawater heart flower. I plan to cultivate in seclusion." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Cultivate in seclusion here?" Everyone opened their mouths wide. It was rare for the 8 gods' heavenly palace to come here. Everyone was looking for treasures, but Lin Ling was cultivating in seclusion here. Wouldn't that be a waste of a golden opportunity? However, they did not try to persuade Lin Ling. After all, although this was not the best place to break through, many people had broken through here. Lin Ling planned to cultivate in seclusion because he did not want to give up on the seawater heart flower. He could not give it up, therefore, only by breaking through could he defeat the 4 great ferocious beasts. Soon, everyone left. Lin Ling found a quiet place and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. Xian Linglong and the others were still looking for treasures on the 3rd floor. On the way, they met many people from the imperial court and the other 3 magnates. What? Lin Ling is cultivating in seclusion? They were all shocked when they heard that Lin Ling was cultivating in seclusion. Lin Ling is at the peak of the true god realm. He is cultivating in seclusion to enter the martial immortal realm. However, it is very difficult to enter the martial immortal realm. He might fail. That's right. If he fails, his cultivation will be greatly reduced. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Breaking through to the martial immortal realm was a big matter. Ordinary people would prepare for 10 years or even 100 or 1,000 years. Then, they would find a quiet place to calm their mind before choosing to break through. However, Lin Ling chose this place and was anxious to break through. This was obviously not a good choice. Right at this time, in the distant 3rd layer, immortal light rushed into the heavens, multicolored light endless. A seven-colored rainbow appeared, as if an immortal was being born. Another person has entered the martial immortal realm. Everyone looked in that direction and then walked over curiously. The martial immortal realm, the immortal realm, was the basic strength that allowed one to move about unhindered in the 9 provinces. Those who had stepped into the martial immortal realm could shake the entire Azure province. Thus, the crowd wanted to know who it was that had become a martial immortal, and which martial immortal had appeared in the Azure province. Furthermore, breaking through to the martial celestial realm was very dangerous. If one was careless, one would fail. At that time, one's cultivation would decrease greatly. It was even possible for one to drop down to the true God realm. Even if one wanted to break through again, it would be very difficult. Therefore, some people with bad intentions liked to cause trouble when others were breaking through. Too slow. However, this time, many old monsters were slow. It was because the 7-colored rainbow in the sky had already taken form. This meant that that person successfully broke through. If the rainbow collapsed, the breakthrough would fail. 7-colored rainbow, that's an incredible existence. Ordinary people are only 3-colored rainbows. An old monster said enviously, he must be a genius. Rumble, at this time, in a massive body of water, waves of water erupted into the heavens. Then, the illusion of the demon god's tomb appeared in the skies. A white-haired youth slowly walked out from the water. The water from the sky sprinkled down, but none of it was able to approach him. Meng Lu. In the crowd, Xianxia was the first to cry out in surprise. It's a genius of the imperial court. Damn it, a genius actually broke through. Seeing that, the old monsters of the various big powers were annoyed. If the other party was an old monster, even if he had entered the martial immortal realm, he would not be a big threat. However, it was different for a genius. Once a person entered the martial immortal realm, their battle strength would increase by several times. No wonder it's a 7-colored rainbow. Damn it, we should have come earlier. There were a few people who broke through on the 3rd floor. However, they had water talent and used the right time and place to break through. However, this Meng Lu does not have water talent. How could he break through? He must have obtained some benefits. The spectators discussed animatedly, and their words were filled with envy. After all, everyone was selfish, and it was especially so for the overlords of Pine Prefecture. They didn't want to see a rising star surpass them. At the same time, the big powers on the 4th floor also received the news. Not bad, not bad. Our imperial court has another fierce general. The 3rd princess could not help but be happy. Meng Lu? The genius who challenged the 9 heavens? That's really amazing. Yes, the imperial court has Meng Lu, Xianxia, and the most terrifying Lin Ling. The imperial court cannot be underestimated. The big powers said coldly. They felt very uncomfortable. At that moment, all the experts on the 3rd floor were still shocked by Meng Lu's breakthrough. Congratulations, Meng Lu. Xianxia stood in the sky and smiled at Meng Lu. The latter was the only one she could not see through, and he did not disappoint her. Meng Lu had broken through. If Lin Ling had broken through, then the imperial court's momentum would definitely increase. Where is Lin Ling? Meng Lu retracted his aura and walked towards Xianxia like an immortal. His aura was obviously different from before. His realm essence was stronger and mixed with immortal qi. He could change the world. He was with me before, but he is now in seclusion. I don't know if he is breaking through or comprehending martial arts. Xianxia immediately said. Then, she smiled, you have always wanted to surpass Lin Ling. This time, you should not be weaker than Lin Ling. That's right. I have always wanted to surpass him. Only by surpassing him can I be considered to have completed the 1st stage of the martial path. I can also go home. Originally, I thought it would only take 10 years to return to the family. However, Lin Ling's appearance delayed me for a long time. Meng Lu also smiled. This was the first time he had smiled. However, he soon let out a long sigh. Although I've made a breakthrough, I have a feeling that I'm still no match for Lin Ling unless I reach the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. Is the gap between you two that big? Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes trembled violently. She said in surprise, you are the successor of the 9 provinces' 10 evils. What can I do? that guy is a freak. Meng Lu's smile turned into a bitter smile. Moreover, if Lin Ling is not comprehending martial arts but trying to break through, the gap between us will not shrink. Instead, it will grow further. At this moment, Lin Ling was hiding in a body of water. He was in seclusion to break through. He had obtained a large amount of black forbidden medicine. It was enough for him to break through, however, the black forbidden medicine had a restriction. He could not obtain more than 40 of them. The jade pendant that Grandma Wen Dao gave me has gathered a large amount of mysterious spiritual qi. It will reduce the difficulty of breaking through. Together with the black forbidden medicine, it should be enough. Lin Ling did not break through immediately. Instead, he calmed his mind and focused. In his mind, Li Xiaoyao's past experiences of cultivation kept floating in his mind. Begin. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and 12 Rainbows shocked Qingzhou. The small flowers were stuffed into his mouth and turned into a black stream, merging with the aura emitted by the jade pendant on his waist. His dantian had also undergone an earth-shattering change. The boundary river that stored the boundary essence had collapsed and was quietly transforming into a boundary sea. However, the smoothness of the breakthrough this time was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. There was no need for 49 black forbidden herbs. Around 40 of them were enough for a wisp of divine qi to appear like clouds and mist. As for the Dantian's boundary sea, it was shrouded in clouds and mist. Right now, the boundary essence in the first Dantian was more than 3 times larger than usual. Moreover, a mysterious feeling arose spontaneously, making Lin Ling feel as if he had reached the void of the universe. He saw the ancient gods, the great Tao of the universe, and the creation of heaven and earth. Rumble, at the same time a miracle was born. Above the water area where Lin Ling was, a 7-colored rainbow appeared. It was like a bridge that allowed Lin Ling to reach the other side of martial arts. Oh my god, someone has broken through again. It's also a 7-colored rainbow. What a solid rainbow. It means that this person is very talented. Which overlord is this genius? Currently, among the 4 overlords, the ones most likely to break through are Lin Ling, Tian Rui, Yuan Zhenzi, and the Eastern Crown Prince. Among the 4 of them, in terms of combat power and talent, Lin Ling is the most qualified. Could it be Lin Ling? The 3rd level exploded. The martial artists who were looking for treasures all looked serious. Moreover, Lin Ling was a popular person in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, in the 4th level, those experts were also frowning. Damn it, I came to the 4th level, but he broke through in the 3rd level. I missed the chance to cause trouble. Thundersound Mother was furious. In fact, she had been looking for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling played hide and seek with her, so she couldn't find him. Now that he had broken through in front of her eyes, she couldn't do anything. Is it really Lin Ling? The 99 princes, the left minister's residence, the leader of the Blue Flame Army, the overlords, and the magnates were all paying attention to Lin Ling's breakthrough. They even hurriedly ordered the people on the 3rd level to cause trouble. Although this would anger Lin Ling, if Lin Ling failed to break through, he would also be a cripple. What was there to be afraid of? At that moment, Lin Ling had officially entered the martial immortal realm. His powerful strength nearly caused him to roar toward the sky. However, he managed to calm himself down. The reason for that was because this was only the breakthrough of his first Dantian. He wanted to borrow this momentum to break through his second Dantian as well. The second Dantian was the spacetime flame. When the power of the black forbidden medicine surged into the second Dantian, a strange change occurred in the sky. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors appeared. The appearance of the 12-colored rainbow shocked the entire 8 gods' heavenly palace. Even the Great Azure God dynasty had taken action. A 12-colored rainbow represented an extremely powerful talent. It had been many years since someone like that had appeared in Qing State. We must stop him. Damn it. Damn it. Where did he get the treasure to break through? Previously, I received news that Lin Ling had obtained the black forbidden medicine and could consume 49 of them. He must have broken through with the help of this treasure. Those magnates could no longer remain calm. They even had the intention to charge into the 3rd level and risk their lives to stop Lin Ling. As for the cultivators on the 3rd level, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and flew toward the rainbow. Rainbow Bridge, Immortal Bridge, 12-colored rainbow. TSK, he must be Lin Ling. Meng Lu was also moving forward with excitement. In fact, the stronger Lin Ling was, the less he was jealous. That was because Lin Ling was the target that he wanted to surpass. If he were to surpass Lin Ling one day, it would mean that his strength was even more powerful than he had imagined. It could be said that Lin Ling was a banner that led him forward on the path of martial arts. The things that he could not do, the world that he could not see through, were created by Lin Ling for him to follow. Rumble, a huge 12-colored rainbow floated in the sky as if it was the ruler of the world. At that moment, a large number of cultivators had gathered around the rainbow. The old monsters of the 10,000 realms and the Qing province were all red-eyed. They were risking their lives to stop Lin Ling from breaking through. As for the people of the imperial court, they were naturally there too. However, their faces were pale because with their strength, they could not stop the experts from all sides. However, at that moment, Lin Ling did not know that his breakthrough had attracted experts from all sides. Instead, he was happy. That was because his 2 dantians had successfully entered the martial immortal realm, causing his strength to increase greatly. This kind of success was beyond imagination. What was left was the 3rd dantian. The 3rd dantian was the Thunder Dantian, which was also the weakest dantian. The 1st dantian used 40 black forbidden medicine, the 2nd dantian used 30, and there are still 9 black forbidden medicine left. Lin Ling quickly swallowed it. However, he discovered that the power of 9 black forbidden medicine was not enough to break through. Although the Thunder Dantian is very weak, it requires a lot of power. Do I have to swallow another one? Lin Ling thought to himself. He was a little hesitant. After all, the taboo of the black forbidden medicine was 49. If he swallowed another one, it would depend on his luck. However, most of them failed and their cultivation decreased greatly. Therefore, Lin Ling did not have much confidence. One had to know that others would fail when breaking through one dantian. However, he had succeeded in both dantians. If he wanted to succeed in the 3rd dantian, it would be even more difficult. Most importantly, breaking through 3 dantians at the same time was unprecedented in the 9 provinces. It's fine. The 3rd dantian is a secondary dantian. Even if my cultivation decreased greatly, I can use treasures to recover it. The main thing is that the main dantian is not affected. Lin Ling was very clear about the Chaos Divine formula. The main dantian was the most important. The secondary dantian could never surpass the main dantian. Therefore, even if the secondary dantian collapsed, he could rely on the Chaos Divine formula to cultivate a new dantian, not to mention a collapsed dantian. I'll risk it. I don't believe that my luck will be so bad. Lin Ling began to swallow the black forbidden medicine. He felt that the spiritual energy here wasn't enough, so he swallowed another 5. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His 3rd dantian was like a thunderstorm. A black flood rushed in, stirring up a storm of blood, but it was clear that he had failed this time. He didn't know if it was because of the taboo of the black forbidden medicine or because his 3rd dantian's background was insufficient. His 3rd dantian had collapsed and he had fallen to the World King realm. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. It seemed that recultivating his 3rd dantian would take a great deal of time. However, he wasn't annoyed. This was because he didn't have much confidence in breaking through 3 dantians at the same time. Even if he failed this time, he could continue the next time. It was as simple as eating and drinking. It wasn't a big deal. Attack. At this time, all around the water region, the martial artists couldn't bear it any longer. They erupted with powerful ultimate skills, preparing to bombard the water region, but at this time, a change occurred in the skies. The immortal bridge, the 12-colored rainbow, shattered like glass. Wah, the rainbow shattered and we haven't even done anything yet. Haha, Lin Ling's breakthrough has failed. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, no matter how pitiful I am not as pitiful as you. Black forbidden medicine? He actually obtained such a precious treasure. Is this guy an idiot? Black forbidden medicine can't be consumed in large quantities. No one can break the taboo. So that's how he failed. Haha, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. With this failure, it will be twice as difficult for him to enter the martial immortal realm. More gloating voices sounded. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the collapse of Lin Ling's third dantian was only a small matter to him. It wasn't a bottleneck at all. Furthermore, because of his main dantian, the next breakthrough of his third dantian would be twice as difficult. Lin Ling, it's impossible for him to fail. Standing in the sky, Meng Lu kept sighing. At first, he didn't believe the scene in front of him. However, after hearing about the black forbidden medicine, he believed it. That was because there was a reason why a taboo was called a taboo. Moreover, in the history of the 9 provinces, only one person had broken the taboo. This showed how strict the taboo was. Let's go. Lin Ling is already a trash. He won't be able to accomplish anything. We should seize the time to search for treasures and then go to the 4th floor. Following that, the experts of the various big powers left one after another. They didn't have time to care about a trash. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Meng Lu, how are we now? Xian Linglong looked at Meng Lu and said. In her opinion, Lin Ling was already a trash and wasn't worth paying attention to anymore. Let's wait for him. In the end, there will be people who want to harm Lin Ling. Since we know Lin Ling, we should help him if we can. Meng Lu's temperament had always been cold. That was because he didn't like strangers. However, he had interacted with Lin Ling too much. Thus, he couldn't bear to see Lin Ling die. After all, Lin Ling was once a man who stood above him. Moreover, Lin Ling had saved him once in the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. Hearing that, Xian Linglong nodded. She looked at the water below and said indifferently, Lin Ling, come out. It's just a failed breakthrough. It's no big deal. It could be seen that her attitude towards Lin Ling was not as respectful as before. Of course, she wasn't adding insult to injury. After all, Lin Ling was still someone from the imperial court. Her voice floated into the water, causing the smiling Lin Ling to be stunned. He was still immersed in the joy of breaking through, so Xian Linglong's voice caught him off guard. Oh, that's right. A breakthrough in the martial immortal realm is something that can cause an abnormal change in heaven and earth. My breakthrough has definitely been noticed by the big powers of the Azure province. Did they think that I failed in my breakthrough? After being stunned for a moment, Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Moreover, his laughter was very bright. Hiding his cultivation was also very good. At the crucial moment, he could catch his opponent off guard. He used his shattered third dantian and hid the other 2 dantians. Then, he floated out of the water. Crash, ripples appeared in the glossy water. Then, a figure floated out of it. Both Meng Lu and Xian Linglong were stunned. Meng Lu immediately frowned. He discovered that even though Lin Ling had failed in his breakthrough, his expression was still calm and there wasn't the slightest bit of decadence. As expected of the man above my head. Even with such a setback, he can still remain calm. Meng Lu was secretly shocked. He admired Lin Ling's mentality. Looking at Xian Linglong, she shook her head. She discovered that Lin Ling was only at the World King realm. His cultivation had fallen too quickly. However, she and Lin Ling were friends. Therefore, she comforted him. Lin Ling, the world is unpredictable. Don't take it to heart. Sometimes, a peaceful life is also very good. What she meant was that Lin Ling would become an ordinary person in the future. He should enjoy the life of an ordinary person and completely give up on the martial path. Lin Ling sensed Xian Linglong's attitude towards him. He sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. If Lin Ling were to display his full strength today, Xian Linglong would definitely flatter him. Thus, sometimes hiding one's cultivation was also very good. However, Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with Xian Linglong. They were only together because of their own interests. Thus, Lin Ling was used to Xian Linglong's attitude towards him. Haha, World King realm, Lin Ling, you actually became a World King. At this time, a mocking laugh sounded out from the distance. Several youths stepped on the clouds and walked over, and these youths were among the strongest of the first generation. In the past, they had been beaten by Lin Ling until they were scared. They didn't even have the courage to look at Lin Ling. But now, they clearly didn't fear Lin Ling. Do you want to die? Screw off. At this time, Meng Lu coldly spoke out. causing the expressions of these first-generation talents to change. They were filled with awe towards Meng Lu. Meng Lu? Lin Ling faintly smiled. He didn't think that not only would Meng Lu not look down on him, but he would instead take the initiative to protect him. It had to be known that Meng Lu was one of the 9 provinces' 10 evils. People with such backgrounds would normally treat all living beings as ants, and this was what it meant to be a friend in need. Senior apprentice brother Meng Lu, in the past Lin Ling humiliated me. I have a personal grudge with him and this grudge must be avenged. I hope you won't interfere. One of the youths was still unwilling. Lin Ling had become a piece of trash at the World King realm. If he didn't step on him a few times, he wouldn't be happy. This was because in the past, Lin Ling had humiliated him. No wonder you can only remain as first-generation talents forever. So this is all you have. When others are strong, you only know how to respect them, but when some accident happens to them, you jump out and clamor. With such an attitude, you really are worse than dogs. Meng Lu laughed, his words full of ridicule. Hearing this, the faces of these first-generation talents turned red and blue. They didn't dare to provoke Meng Lu. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you were the strongest first-generation talent in the past, the most monstrous genius of Blue Province. Do you dare to fight like a man? Come and fight. I'll give you 10 moves. If you aren't defeated within 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Is that enough? Do you dare to fight? These first-generation talents were all filled with fighting spirit, their fighting spirit boiling over. What was ironic was that they saw that Lin Ling was only at the World King realm. If Lin Ling were at the true divinity realm, how could they dare to be so domineering? Meng Lu laughed even louder, as if he was looking at a group of trash. Moreover, no matter what Lin Ling's current cultivation was, he was still the man above him in the past. How could he allow these clowns to humiliate him? Just as he was about to move, Lin Ling coldly smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? As these words fell, Meng Lu was stunned. He didn't interrupt Lin Ling's choice, because if he protected Lin Ling, that would be the same as sympathizing with Lin Ling. And, what a man needed the least was sympathy. Haha, you dare to fight? I'll do it. You shut up, I'll do it. Seeing Lin Ling agree, these first-generation talents all rushed to fight. This was because if they defeated Lin Ling, then when they returned to Blue Province, they would also be famous figures. Finally, a thin and weak youth walked out. He looked at Lin Ling with contempt. The strongest first-generation talent of the past has fallen to such a state today. Truly pitiful, truly lamentable. You should have the fate of the Son of Heaven, right? You should hand it over. You no longer have the qualifications to possess such a treasure. No matter how pitiful I am not as pitiful as you. Lin Ling coldly said. Because you are a piece of trash. Because if we really fight, you will die. Lin Ling took a step forward, lightning appearing on his body. This was the lightning power of his third dantian. However, this lightning was very weak, and his realm essence was also extremely dim. Haha, World King realm? I fear that your realm essence seed isn't even condensed yet. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, not only was the thin youth not afraid, he instead laughed loudly. Watch as I defeat you in one move. The cry of a phoenix rang out. The thin youth turned into a 7-colored phoenix, fiercely attacking Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was expressionless. He also sent out a fist. This fist contained the power of lightning. It looked very weak. When they saw this, the distant spectators all sighed. Lin Ling was very arrogant, but unfortunately, he couldn't see reality clearly. He was no longer the most powerful exceptional talent worshipped by tens of thousands. Meng Lu, are you not going to help him? Xianling long hesitated, and then couldn't help but ask. Meng Lu frowned, but in the end, he still shook his head. Even if Lin Ling was defeated, he still didn't want to sympathize with Lin Ling, because this would be humiliating Lin Ling. Rumble, the fist collided with the 7-colored phoenix. On the ground, water rushed into the sky, scattering down a torrential downpour. I'm afraid Lin Ling is dead. Those exceptional talents shook their heads. They knew that the youth before looked like he was exchanging pointers, but in reality, he wanted to kill Lin Ling, because the latter was someone from the left minister's residence. Killing Lin Ling would be a great merit. Next? However, just as they finished speaking, a slender figure appeared in the torrential downpour. It was Lin Ling. In front of him, the youth stood there, his eyes bloodshot, as if he couldn't believe everything before his eyes. How could this be? How? He also spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because when Lin Ling's fist collided with his, he discovered that the fist had shattered his dantian, bones, and meridians. Lin Ling placed his hand on his forehead and lightly pushed, causing the latter to fall to the ground. At the same time, his disdainful voice floated out, "Because you are a piece of trash." Bang! When the voice echoed through the earth, everyone was shocked. Meng Lu and Xianlinglong's jaws dropped. A world king had killed a true divinity, and with a single punch. As expected, that exceptional talent was a piece of trash. As for the other exceptional talents, their faces were all pale. Even though they didn't know how Lin Ling won, right now, Lin Ling was still as glorious as before, as if the most powerful exceptional talent of the past had risen. "So sorry. We were wrong." Without any hesitation, those exceptional talents knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Hand over your treasures, or die," Lin Ling said indifferently. Those exceptional talents were a bit reluctant, but after seeing the indifferent blue-robed youth, they all handed over their treasures and bitterly smiled again and again. "Mother asterisk cur, we were tricked. This fellow didn't fail at all." "Who the F asterisk CK," said Lin Ling, "failed? Stand up, I definitely won't beat you to death." After handing over their treasures, those exceptional talents all cursed inwardly. "Yo, you plundered quite a few treasures." Lin Ling checked his harvest and was also shocked, because these exceptional talents had truly gained quite a bit. No wonder their faces were all dark and their bodies were shaking. It was because their hearts were shaking. Scram! Lin Ling waved his hand, having those exceptional talents piss their pants in terror and run away. "Meng Lu, thank you. However, no matter how much I, Lin Ling, have fallen, it is not up to others to help me." Lin Ling bowed slightly towards Meng Lu, then turned and left with large strides. The surrounding martial artists, Meng Lu, Xianlinglong, and the others, all looked at that free and easy figure, each and every one of them feeling like they were dreaming. That figure was like the blue sky and white clouds, wild and unruly, his arrogance reaching the clouds. He was exactly the same as Lin Ling, whose name shook Qin province in the past and created countless legends. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't fail at all? Meng Lu, Lin Ling's strength? Xianlinglong frowned. She suddenly felt a bit of regret, because her attitude towards Lin Ling before seemed to be a bit arrogant. "It's his physical strength." Meng Lu pondered for a moment, then said indifferently, "His physical strength is very strong, so even if his realm essence has weakened, it is still not something exceptional talents can touch. So that's how it is." Hearing this, Xianlinglong nodded in realization. It seemed like she had thought too much. Although his strength can defeat exceptional talents, there are as many people in the 8 gods' heavenly palace who are stronger than exceptional talents. Therefore, Lin Ling is still very dangerous. Meng Lu said again. Then, he strode forward in search of his own opportunity. "Sigh, the 4th level, the world of the strong, Lin Ling is probably not qualified to enter." Xianlinglong sighed inwardly and followed Meng Lu. "What? You were all defeated by Lin Ling?" As for the exceptional talents from before, they were stopped by an old man, who was asking about the process of the previous battle. "I am a guest elder of the Azure Dragon Divine Palace from 10,000 worlds. My name is Zhang Huanga, you can call me Master Zhang. Tell me all the power Lin Ling used before." Lin Ling used the power of lightning, but he killed senior brother Lu with one punch. "You've been fooled. Lin Ling is proficient in the spacetime fire, and he has the god devil body. He didn't even use his strongest move before, which means that his strength has been greatly reduced. But he also killed senior brother Lu with one punch. His physical strength won't be weakened because of a breakthrough. In fact, that was Lin Ling's strongest punch. Moreover, he should have been seriously injured. Unfortunately, you were frightened by Lin Ling's fame and still thought that Lin Ling was very strong. Ah, we've been fooled?" After the exceptional talents analyzed the situation, they were so angry that their faces turned red. Then, they roared, "Bastard, Lin Ling is actually an arrow at the end of its flight." Find him, we must find him. Hee hee, there are probably many people who want to catch him now. Lin Ling has the Son of Heaven's fate, which is a delicious cake. Soon, there will be more and more people looking for him, and Lin Ling will die in the 3rd level. The old man revealed a sinister smile. Right now, the experts of the Imperial Court had all gone to the 4th level, so no one could help Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling had become a cripple, so the Imperial Court might not be able to protect Lin Ling anymore. It could only be said that Lin Ling was too arrogant and had offended too many ancient experts. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading towards the Blackwater region. He looked at the distant sky and felt that the world was about to move. Right now, there should be many people looking for him. In the past, he, Lin Ling, was very strong, and many people respected him greatly. However, that was only on the surface. Secretly, those people wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling could clearly see who wanted to kill him, so he could catch them all in one fell swoop. However, the most important thing right now was for Lin Ling to obtain the seawater heart flower, because if the magnates knew about this treasure, they would probably return from the 4th level to seize it. According to his memories, Lin Ling once again arrived at the Blackwater region. What surprised him was that there were several figures standing at the edge of the Blackwater region, discussing spiritedly. Stealing the seawater heart flower. But senior brother Zhang said that there are powerful ferocious beasts in the blessed enclave under the water. Should we go down? Let's go down and give it a try. The path of martial arts is filled with death. If we don't increase our strength, we'll be looked down upon forever. These people actually planned to enter the Black Waters. Moreover, they were also from the Imperial Court. This isn't a place you can enter. Didn't the Imperial Court tell you? Lin Ling floated down and said indifferently. Your Excellency Lin Ling. These people were shocked and then bowed to Lin Ling. A good-looking woman said to Lin Ling, the Imperial Court did say that it's dangerous below the Black Waters, but they didn't say what kind of danger there is. We're the weakest in the Imperial Court and have a lowly status. Therefore, we don't want to give up this opportunity. The girl who spoke looked very cute and had a round, apple-like face. She looked at Lin Ling with a gaze full of reverence. Even her voice was trembling. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Your willpower is very strong, but do what you can. Under the Black Waters, you will definitely die. Moreover, even if you have a slim chance of surviving, I, Lin Ling, will not stop you from going down. Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Ling. These people believed in Lin Ling's words and nodded. Lin Ling sighed. These people probably didn't know that his cultivation had decreased greatly. If they knew, would they still treat him like this? Your Excellency Lin Ling, I'm Lin Ping-er. I look up to you the most. I'm Su Shu. I joined the Imperial Court because of you. Seeing Lin Ling smile, the people from the Imperial Court didn't feel so much pressure anymore. If you want to obtain some treasures, why don't you head west and find the blue and orange waters? After you gather them, you can fuse them with divine crystals. The effects of the divine crystals will increase by 10 times. Lin Ling thought about it and decided to help these people. Although they were weak, they had the heart to become stronger and weren't afraid of danger. Is that so? Thank you, Sir Lin Ling. Lin Ping-er was overjoyed and left with the others. Lin Ling shook his head and jumped into the black water. As for Lin Ping-er and the others, they chatted as they walked. Your Excellency Lin Ling is famous throughout the Azure province. I thought you were a fierce god, but I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Yeah, and he doesn't put on any airs when he treats us. He's completely different from the other experts. I really want to keep him by my side. Most importantly, I think he's so handsome. Yo, our Ping-er is thinking of love. Hateful. Lin Ling and the other women chattered incessantly, causing those young men to shake their heads helplessly. However, they were extremely excited in their hearts when they thought about how Lin Ling was able to talk to them. Golialu. At that moment, Lin Ling had passed through the black waters and arrived at the blessed enclave again. Here, there were mountains and lofty ridges. It was like another world. Looking at the sky, the black waters were rolling like dark clouds. Lin Ling's expression turned serious as he strode forward. Rumbling sounds of water could be heard in front of him. After a while, the Sea of 10,000 Realms appeared again. Within it, a small transparent flower was swaying slightly, emitting a mysterious light. Looking around, the ground was a mess. The 3,000 dragon-scale umbrella was lying in tatters in the distance. As for Long Tang and the others, they were probably dead. Tao Tai, one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. It's extremely powerful and has gained human intelligence. I have to strike first to gain the upper hand. Lin Ling's soul power spread out. Seeing that the surroundings were still quiet, Lin Ling's eyes emitted a sharp light. Whoosh. Before Tao Tai appeared, Lin Ling had already dashed towards the seawater heart flower. Lin Ling's tyrannical body blocked the Sea of 10,000 Realms. However, the mysterious sea still crashed into him, causing his bones to shatter. He knew that he could only block the impact of the sea for 3 breaths. However, 3 breaths were as long as 3 centuries for Lin Ling. It was enough. He was getting closer and closer to the seawater heart flower. In the next moment, he held the small flower in his palm and pulled it out. However, although the flower looked small, it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Not good. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. At the same time, green hair emerged from the water beneath his feet. Tao Tai had appeared. Rumble, billowing ferocious aura erupted at the same time, causing Lin Ling's expression to turn serious. Fortunately, the ferocious aura rushed out from the bottom of the water. Coupled with Lin Ling's strength, he was able to pull the seawater heart flower out. Moreover, his body retreated like an arrow. How dare you? At the same time, a low voice sounded. The water surface exploded, and the ferocious beast quickly appeared. Its 4 eyes stared fiercely at Lin Ling. Its body was like a qilin, its green hair dancing wildly, its sharp horns, and its ferocious face. All these proved that it was a ferocious beast of slaughter. Rumble, billowing ferocious aura filled the air, causing huge waves to appear in the black water in the sky. On the other hand, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand and then quickly leave. However, now that the beast had awakened, a fierce battle was inevitable. 1 man and 1 beast just watched quietly like this. Time passed quietly. At this moment, above the black water, a large number of figures floated in the sky. They had captured many people from the imperial court. Is Lin Ling under the black water? Roar! One of the burly men shouted angrily. He had the face of a lion and was extremely terrifying. Speak! Speak! Beside him was an old man with 8 arms. His beard was extremely long, like the arms of an octopus. These experts came from thousands of worlds. After knowing that Lin Ling had become a cripple, they came for the Emperor's mandate, because becoming the Azure Emperor was the dream of all Qing state warriors. However, the 3rd level was too big. They couldn't find Lin Ling, so they captured people from the imperial court. They wanted to know where Lin Ling was through them. Sir, you dare to break the rules? Are you not afraid that the 3rd prince will kill you? Sir. In the imperial court, an old man said coldly. Haha, we have a personal grudge with Lin Ling. It has nothing to do with the imperial court. Moreover, there are so many people who want to capture Lin Ling. Can the imperial court handle all of them? If the 3rd prince knew that Lin Ling had become a cripple, he would probably abandon Lin Ling. Sir. As for you, we won't kill you because we don't want to offend the imperial court. However, if you don't tell us where Lin Ling is, don't blame us for being ruthless. Sir. The old monster said coldly. There were many exceptional talents and magnates among them. We don't know. Sir. However, the people from the imperial court were very stubborn. They clenched their teeth and refused to say anything. Not good, Sir Lin Ling is in the black water. If these old monsters know, Sir Lin Ling will be in trouble. Yes. In the imperial court, someone secretly transmitted to Lin Ping-er. Only a few of them knew where Lin Ling was. However, they didn't plan on revealing Lin Ling's location. The King of Beasts. I have 80 million divine crystals here. As long as you tell me where Lin Ling is, these divine crystals will belong to you. I'll even teach you a martial art. That's right. Although you're from the imperial court, the true experts have all gone to the 4th level, so you shouldn't have any status in the imperial court. If you want others to worship you, you have to be stronger. Don't miss the chance we're giving you. That's right. The old monsters all took out temptations, making the imperial court people lick their lips. Indeed, they were very ordinary in the imperial court, but now, they had a chance. If they could get those treasures, their strength would increase greatly. Aye. That's right. One of them opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Shut up. Although we're weak, we have principles. As people of the imperial court, how can we betray our own people so easily? However, Lin Ping suddenly shouted. I was wrong. That's right. Hearing that person immediately lowered his head. Haha, you have backbone. However, little girl, you're still too inexperienced. You definitely know where Lin Ling is, and you all look panicked. This means that Lin Ling is nearby. Am I right? A cunning old man suddenly laughed sinisterly, causing Lin Ping and the others' expressions to change. With their experience, they were clearly too inexperienced compared to the old monsters. He should be in the black waters. Find him, we must find that trash Lin Ling. That's right. The first generation of the various giants also spoke one after another, boom. However, at that moment, a soaring ferocious aura erupted, and the image of a ferocious beast appeared. It was as if a monarch had descended upon the world. Tao Tai, one of the 4 great beasts of the universe. That's right. Those old monsters could be said to have seen a lot. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Looking at this aura, it's probably at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. That's right. It should be a young beast, but it's not something we can provoke. That's right. Everyone began to quietly retreat. Even the 4 giants couldn't kill the 4 great beasts of the universe. If the Tao Tai charged out, this place would be littered with corpses. Retreat. That's right. Someone shouted and hurriedly ran into the distance. Damn it, is Lin Ling really here? The eyes of those exceptional talents turned red from anger, all of them looking at Lin Ping and the others. It is indeed here. Moreover, His Excellency Lin Ling clearly knows that there are ferocious creatures in the black waters, yet he isn't the slightest bit afraid. Look at your appearances, you're scared witless. Haha, you want to compare yourself to Lin Ling? You're just a bunch of dogs. At this moment, Lin Ping's heart was at ease. You shut up, you must be deceiving us. How can that Tao Tai be someone that Lin Ling, this trash, can challenge? In my opinion, Lin Ling isn't here at all. The exceptional talents all shouted angrily. That's because you're trash. You're a bunch of trash. Everyone in the imperial court laughed mockingly, especially Lin Ling's. At this moment, she worshipped Lin Ling even more. This was because Lin Ling was not afraid of the monster that everyone was afraid of. This made her feel very proud. Moreover, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's warning, they would definitely have to face that monster. Therefore, Lin Ling had saved their lives. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is in the black waters. If you have the ability, then go find him. If you wait until he comes out, trash like you definitely won't dare to be arrogant. You can only obediently kneel and kowtow. Lin Ping said again. Take them away. An old monster roared. He clearly didn't think that Lin Ling was in the black waters. He was definitely hiding somewhere else. Our patience is limited. We'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, if you don't speak, then every 2 hours, we'll kill one of you. Everyone fled this place, but they still weren't willing to give up on Lin Ling, so they kidnapped the imperial court's people. Meanwhile, the black waters were surging with great waves, as if a vicious creature had descended. However, the black waters were extremely peaceful. 1 man and 1 beast faced off against each other. The 4 eyes of the Tao Tai stared at Lin Ling and spoke in human language. Previously, there were many people gathered above. I thought they were here to save you, but now it seems that they're just a bunch of trash. They don't even have as much courage as you. At least, you're the first person to remain calm in front of me. Moreover, you've been here once before, but you still dared to come despite knowing how terrifying I am. You really surprised me. Could it be that you didn't see the 3 people who died before? I saw them, so what? Lin Ling stood tall like a pine tree, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. The Tao Tai didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Lin Ling and said slowly, kid, you really have guts. However, you stole my seawater heart flower. Your courage also makes me very angry. Do you know that for this seawater heart flower, I've been here for 5,000 years? What a joke. Heavenly treasures can only be obtained by those who have the ability. How could it be yours just because you came first? Moreover, if we're talking about who knew about the seawater heart flower earlier, I already knew about the seawater heart flower in my last life. At that time, you were still drinking milk. Lin Ling faintly smiled, causing the Taotia's 4 eyes to twinkle. It discovered that this youth in front of it was a bit strange. You're only a human world king, yet you're not afraid of me? I see that your courage is extraordinary, so I'll give you a chance. Put down the seawater heart flower and I'll let you leave. The Taotai said again. Thank you. Lin Ling calmly shrugged. He gently bent down, preparing to put down the seawater heart flower. But at this time, the Taotia's 4 eyes emitted an ominous light. It was one of the 4 great vicious beasts of the universe. How could it let someone leave? However, Lin Ling seemed to know its temperament. He bent down and stood up straight again. I've suddenly changed my mind. You. The Taotai didn't think that Lin Ling would change his mind so quickly, as if he were toying with it. Haha, you don't need to play any tricks. This black water region has already been sealed off by you. Unless you die, no one will be able to leave. Moreover, how can the words of the king of vicious beasts be trusted? Lin Ling put away the seawater heart flower once more, smiling as he spoke. It seems that I've underestimated you. Then, let's see just who the master of the seawater heart flower is. The Taotia's vicious aura became increasingly rich. Its long blue hair wildly danced in the wind. In the next moment, it vanished from where it was. It actually had the speed of 20 worlds. Seeing this, Lin Ling's complexion also became dignified. Boy, I have to admit that you are a bit strange. But in this universe of chaos, strength is everything. A giant claw tore through space. It was fast, incomparably fast. This claw could collapse 10 worlds. In the Taotia's opinion, this claw could even take Lin Ling's life. However, it was surprised. This was because Lin Ling also attacked. Billowing flames erupted, multicolored as they illuminated the entire black water region. A terrifying fist mixed with powerful world essence collided with the claw. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the 2 powerhouses collided, the surrounding mountains were instantly flattened. You are not at the World King realm. This is impossible. I am one of the 4 great vicious beasts of the universe and I have the 4 absolute eyes. If you hide your cultivation, it should be impossible for me to not see it. The Taotai cried out in alarm. This was too strange, it had surpassed its imagination. I will remember this enmity. At this moment, Lin Ling had already used his flame dantian. When the other claw came at him, his left fist also blasted out. Boom, 2 claws clashed against 2 fists. The terrifying impact seemed like it was going to destroy the blessed enclave. 1 man and 1 beast faced each other. Behind the Taotai, his long green hair danced wildly, and his vicious aura seemed to be surging. Behind Lin Ling, the flame god's heart jumped, and the space-time flame continued to burn. Moreover, a huge mouth appeared, as if it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Impossible. You have the talent of the world-swallowing beast? The Taotai screamed again. The world-swallowing beast was an extremely mysterious existence in the universe. It had never appeared on a human before. Hee, do you think you're the only one who's a monster? Lin Ling's lips curled into an evil smile. Who exactly are you? Could you be one of the 4 most ferocious beings in the universe, chaos? Taotai's voice became solemn. He had a cultivation level and power that he could not see through, and he also had the talent of a realm-swallowing beast. Such an existence could not appear among humans. Only chaos, one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe, might have such power. The ultimate form of the world-swallowing beast is chaos, one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. It has the power to swallow 10,000 realms. You must be chaos. The Taotai roared angrily once again. Its terrifying ominous aura materialized and shot towards Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling merged his 3 dantians together. His strength instantly reached the 2nd layer martial immortal realm. Together with the worldly change of the demonic flame transformation, countless fiery coffins descended from the sky and collided with the ferocious aura, rumble. The collision of the two ferocious creatures caused the black water to explode. Water soared into the sky. In the distance, those martial artists saw the earth-shattering impact behind them, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, they ran fast enough, otherwise, not even their bones would be left. What they didn't know was that half of that terrifying power came from the so-called trash, Lin Ling. If they knew all of this, would they still dare to encircle Lin Ling? Most likely, he was so scared that he fled to the second level. At this moment, in the blessed cave, a man and a beast were still facing each other. Cao Tai did not expect that he could not deal with the young man in front of him. He was completely furious. Soul-devouring Cao Tai. A huge mouth suddenly appeared and swallowed Lin Ling. It was actually the soul of the Cao Tai. This Cao Tai was worthy of being one of the four great ominous creatures of the universe. It was an extremely powerful existence in each domain and could be said to be invincible. Even Lin Ling had a grave expression on his face. He did not expect that after becoming a martial immortal, he would not be able to fight against other cultivators. Instead, he would encounter this demonic beast. Fortunately, this was only a cub. If it was a fully grown ferocious beast, he would have no choice but to abandon the seawater heartflower and flee. Playing with soul force? Do you think you're the only one who can do that? On Lin Ling's body, a terrifying soul power also rushed out. He transformed into a human form and punched out. Pop. Pop, invisible soul forces collided. If it were any other martial artist here, just the ripples of soul force alone would cause their soul to collapse, but in the collision of soul force, Cao Tai still wasn't able to gain any advantage, and even suffered a bit of a loss. Impossible. Why is your soul power so strong? Isn't the primal chaos not good at soul power? Cao Tai was somewhat furious. He had never seen such a troublesome primal chaos. How many times have you said impossible? Let me tell you, you can't kill me. The seawater heartflower is on me, and now it belongs to me. Lin Ling sneered. His long hair was also wildly dancing. He was simply a living ferocious beast. In terms of world essence, he was not much weaker than Cao Tai with the fusion of his three dantians and the evil flame transformation. In terms of physical strength, he had the god-demon body and the world-devouring beast. He was not much weaker than Cao Tai. In terms of soul power, he could even crush Cao Tai. At this moment, Cao Tai was extremely depressed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so difficult to deal with. He was even more difficult to deal with than the three people he had killed earlier. Most importantly, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was lower than the three of them. There are four ferocious beasts in the universe: Cao Tai, Xuanni, Xianxia, and Primal Chaos. These are the kings of the ferocious beasts, above the 10 ferocious beasts. The 10 ferocious beasts: Sky-cracking roar, coral unicorn, red flame golden Xuanni, ice-horned demonic dragon, 8-clawed fire centipede, 9-winged celestial dragon, thunder bat dragon, blue-winged sea dragon, sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale, and Kuei cow. When they meet the kings of the ferocious beasts, they are like subjects. You are definitely the king of the 4 ferocious beasts. Tao Tie's voice became more and more serious. Now, it only had one choice. 1. Give up on the seawater heartflower. 2. Erupt its ferocious beast bloodline. As for the second choice, it would weaken its bloodline, and it would need more treasures to make up for it. In the end, it chose to throw caution to the wind. Empty void. Endless green hair danced wildly, turning into a huge vortex like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. At this moment, Lin Ling finally felt the rolling pressure because the vortex seemed to have become chaotic in the universe. A touch of ancient bloodline aura filled the air. Cao Tai is already so difficult to deal with as a baby. If it grows up, I'm afraid even the 9 states will not be able to stop it. Only gods can suppress it. For the first time, Lin Ling felt how terrifying the 4 great ferocious beasts of the universe were. It was as if they were created by gods. The rolling black vortex began to devour Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling could neither advance nor retreat. He was in a very dangerous situation. Time and space divine steel. Rumble. However, Lin Ling also activated his powerful killer move. The huge divine steel smashed down, and the black vortex paused for a moment. Furthermore, a mouthful of green blood was spat out. obviously, the time and space divine steel had injured Tao Tai. Impossible. How do you have such a precious treasure? Tao Tai exclaimed again. Every trump card of the young man in front of it was a precious treasure. It was envious, however, although the time and space divine steel had injured it, it could not stop its black vortex from being activated. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only continue to smash down with the time and space divine steel. He was racing against the Grim Reaper to see if Tao Tai would fall first or if he, Lin Ling, would be devoured. However, a ferocious beast was a ferocious beast. The more it was provoked, the more ferocious it became. Tao Tai was obviously going all out. However, when the rolling black hole touched the sword on Lin Ling's back, a chilling demonic aura and murderous intent spread out. My head, where is it? A headless old man mysteriously appeared. He waved the battle sword in his hand. The sword light flashed, sparkling and resplendent. The huge black vortex was cut in half by the sword. Demonic sword. The Tao Tai let out a cry of surprise and turned into a ferocious aura as it fled into the distance. As it fled, green blood sprinkled down like rain. If one looked closely, one would see that one of the horns on its forehead had been cut off. However, from its voice, one could tell that it was very afraid of the headless old man. Therefore, it could only leave with hatred. Hun Dun, one of the 4 great ferocious beasts of the universe. I will remember this. Tao Tie's indignant voice came from afar. Plop, Lin Ling had already collapsed from exhaustion. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As if relieved of a heavy burden, he said, I'm really not Hun Dun. He did not expect Tao Tai to escape. However, he also looked at the headless old man floating not far away and suddenly shuddered. His godly devil body had taken a huge step forward. Just who was this old man when he was alive? Why was he so strong? Looking at the headless old man, Lin Ling's heart began to turn cold. He was deeply afraid that the old man would suddenly attack him. Moreover, he had the feeling that the headless old man intended to kill him. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword on the ground suddenly jumped up, causing the headless old man to move. Then, it disappeared into the scabbard. Looks like I have to deal with this scabbard. Otherwise, I'll be in danger. Seeing this, Lin Ling relaxed. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his forehead was already full of cold sweat. Compared to the Tao Tai, he felt that the scabbard was the most terrifying existence. Of course, this was also because the Tao Tai was a cub. Everything has its pros and cons. Although the scabbard almost wanted to kill me, it also helped me before. Now, the seawater heart flower is in my hands. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a sparkling flower appeared, causing him to smile brilliantly. This flower could greatly increase his strength. He might even be able to fight against an overlord like the Sovereign Marquis. Next, Lin Ling planned to refine the seawater heart flower. Although he felt that the outside world was in an uproar because of him, he wanted to increase his strength before going to meet those people. Holding the seawater heart flower with both hands, the sound of the sea rumbled. So heavy. Lin Ling's expression changed. He felt as if he was holding up the sea of 10,000 worlds. There were countless seas in the myriad worlds. The seas of every world were different. There were lightning seas, wind seas, ice seas, and so on. When all of these seas gathered together, it was a terrifying scene. As for Lin Ling, he wanted to borrow the power of the sea to temper his fiend god body. Rumble, the sound of the ocean rang out. Lin Ling seemed to be carrying the sea of a world on his back. His bones were bent, but a crazy smile appeared on his face. He realized that his god-demon body was changing. The realm-swallowing beast was also evolving. The seawater heart flower was indeed the soul of the infinite world sea. Rumble, the sea of lightning enveloped Lin Ling's body, followed by the sea of wind. It wanted to blow Lin Ling into nothingness. Furthermore, the sea of flame and sea of ice had also appeared. It was as if the 2 heavens of ice and fire had enveloped Lin Ling. The entire land shook, and the water in the 3rd level soared into the sky. Chaos. In the distance, the Tao Tai was galloping through the sky, leaving the 8-god sky. However, it sensed the changes in the 3rd level. It roared towards the sky, its vicious aura surging. It knew that Lin Ling was definitely refining its seawater heart flower. As for the martial artists on the 3rd level, their complexions all changed. They thought that this was the vicious creature beneath the black waters venting its anger. Awesome. Beneath the earth, Lin Ling let out a roar. A huge mouth appeared behind him as if it wanted to devour the heavens and earth. His god-devil body's power was also increasing crazily. Originally, it was 500,000 universes of power, but gradually, it reached 600,000 universes, 700,000. In the end, it stopped at 800,000 universes. As for the world-swallowing beast behind him, it was now even bigger. Its talent had reached the pinnacle of the godly body, and the aura of an ancient vicious creature had quietly awakened. This series of changes shocked Lin Ling. Could it be, as the Taotai had said, that the world-swallowing beast's ultimate form was one of the four vicious creatures of the universe, Chaos? According to legend, Chaos was an extremely mysterious creature. It had no limbs, no head, only a huge mouth. However, this mouth could devour everything. Chaos was so greedy that it could even devour itself. This meant that Lin Ling's physical talent was not much weaker than the time and space divine steel. Of course, this was a matter for the future. For now, the world-swallowing beast's talent was still very far from its ultimate form. Rumble, Lin Ling stood up like a ferocious beast. The huge mouth behind him opened, forming a terrifying suction force that swallowed all the rocks and black water in the vicinity. What a strong power! 800,000 universes of power is equivalent to the power of 80 worlds. Now, my defense has greatly increased. Boom! Lin Ling was overjoyed. He activated his second dantian, forming a change in heaven and earth. A large number of flame coffins fell from the sky, and the flame coffins were all bombarding him. In the sky, meteors fell, destroying 10,000 worlds. However, when they hit Lin Ling's body, they made his body burn with flames. However, that power could not hurt him at all. His right arm was even smashed by the flame coffins. In the blink of an eye, his body immediately recovered. This was also the immortal indestructible body. No wonder the world-swallowing beast is so difficult to kill. It turns out that this guy can't die. Lin Ling smiled. He felt that even if he did not fuse his three dantians, with his god-devil body, he would not fear the attack of an early-stage martial immortal. Moreover, if he fused his three dantians, his battle power would be so strong that he would be invincible in the early-stage martial immortal, even if he faced the geniuses of the 9 heavenly talents. As long as they were early-stage martial immortals, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat them. Roar! Roar! Lin Ling roared toward the sky. The powerful strength in his body made him feel dripping with exhaustion. Rumble! He took a step forward and the speed of 15 worlds erupted. This was without the evil flame change. Otherwise, he would have reached the speed of 20 worlds. No wonder the Taotai was reluctant to part with the seawater heart flower. This flower that condensed the sea of 10,000 worlds was indeed a rare treasure. After leaving the black water region, Lin Ling walked around the third layer at will. Previously, through the mouth of the Taotai, he knew that a large number of experts had gathered in the black water region. He did not know why those experts had come. However, if they had come for him, Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would definitely settle their grudges with his own hands. Lin Ling, it's you? Yes. His majestic appearance was immediately noticed by the experts. Among them, an old man shouted in ecstasy, Lin Ling, come here. Lin Ling strode over. He stared at one of the old men and frowned slightly. Who are you? I seem to have seen you before. Yes. That old man was obviously someone with great status. His cultivation was at the second level of the martial immortal realm. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are truly a person of great status who forgets things. That old man smiled and said, I am the 4/9. I came from the eastern border and have repeatedly gone to your rainforest marketplace to purchase treasures. Could it be that you have forgotten? Oh. After being reminded, Lin Ling remembered that the 4/9 were frequent customers of the rainforest marketplace. However, if he remembered correctly, the 4/9 were extremely respectful when they saw him in the past. However, their current attitude had become somewhat cold. That was indeed the case. The gazes of the 4/9 as they looked at Lin Ling were filled with sneers. Lin Ling, you will not be able to escape even if you grow wings. You had better hand over the Son of Heaven's mandate and cripple your own cultivation. Seeing that we have known each other for a while, I can plead for leniency on your behalf and spare your life. That 4-9 narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, Lin Ling, I was respectful to you in the past because you were powerful. However, you are now a piece of trash. Obediently accept reality. Understood. Hearing that, Lin Ling finally understood. He smiled coldly, you are called the 4-9, right? In the past, you were like a dog in front of me. Today, in the blink of an eye, you do not recognize me. Do you not feel that your conduct is very shameless? Understood. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations killing one person in 2 hours. I hope your intuition is still sharp. Now, spit it out. Kill. Killing intent appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. When he was famous in Qingzhou, all the feudal lords gave him face and often went to his Yulin market to flatter him. However, there were too many hypocrites. Many people even wanted to secretly kill him, and now, he could use this opportunity to see who wanted to kill him. After all, Lin Ling might not be afraid if he kept ingrates by his side, but it would not be good if he implicated Yu and the others one day. You'd better follow us obediently. All the strong cultivators are waiting for you. If you run away, the people of the imperial court will die. The 4-9 said again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn even colder. These people had actually captured the people of the imperial court. The people of the imperial court were obviously implicated by him. Lead the way. Yes. Lin Ling took the lead. Senior 4-9, in my opinion, we should capture him and cripple his cultivation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes. One of them looked at Lin Ling coldly and said. This person was afraid that Lin Ling would run away, so he actually made such a suggestion. Yes, safety first. Yes. The 4-9 immediately nodded. Looking at Lin Ling's back, he said, Lin Ling, you and I can be considered friends. Why don't you cripple your own cultivation and follow us so that we can make a great contribution? Yes. When he said this, it was as if it was a matter of course. Trash. Yes. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He ignored him and continued to walk forward. Bah, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yes. The people beside the 4-9 were furious and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and looked over coldly. That one glance caused all of them to stop what they were doing. A cold chill rose from their hearts. Although Lin Ling was now crippled, the name of Lin Ling's destruction of the country still remained in their hearts. A bunch of trash. Yes. Seeing that they didn't dare to move, Lin Ling continued forward. The expressions of the 4-9 and the others were extremely ugly, but they could not do anything. They could only follow Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling did not try to escape, they would let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. This way. Of course, the 4-9 and the others were still astonished by Lin Ling's calmness along the way. In fact, Lin Ling gave them the feeling that he wasn't going to throw his life away. Instead, he was going to kill people. It must be an illusion. He's only at the World King realm, he can't cause any great waves. The 4-9 and the others all secretly comforted themselves. As for the third layer right now, large amounts of experts were gathered there. There were many exceptional talents and old monsters from 10,000 realms. One of them sat down in an imposing manner. Below him was a chair condensed from golden sand. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of reverence. My nephew Luo Sha, for Lin Ling, you actually came back from the 4th floor. You are truly courageous. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion smiled at the young man. The 99 High Prince has ordered me to bring back Lin Ling's Son of Heaven mandate. Luo Sha indifferently said, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They never thought that the person behind Imperial Censor Dragon Court would also move against Lin Ling. The 99 High Prince was in truth not young. He wasn't the 99th son of the Blue Emperor, but because he was arrogant and overbearing and had repeatedly committed treacherous acts, the Blue Emperor had demoted him to the 99 High Prince, and now that the Blue Emperor had been demoted, the ambitious 99 High Prince had finally revealed his fangs. Of course, if you and the others have helped the 99 High Prince, the High Prince will also reward you. Luo Sha said. He knew that there were all sorts of powerhouses here. There were blue flame soldiers as well as people from the left minister's palace. Thus, he had to appease these people. Otherwise, if these people were to notify the two overlords of the left minister's palace, those two overlords would also send powerhouses to seize the Son of Heaven mandate. The High Prince is wise. The various vassals began to laugh. In their respective overlords, their status wasn't high and they weren't considered trusted subordinates. Thus, they placed great importance on treasures and didn't have a sense of belonging to the overlords. Where's Lin Ling? Luo Xiaxia looked at the group of people in the distance. Those people were from the imperial court. We don't know. Yes. The people from the imperial court were still stubborn. They gritted their teeth and shook their heads. Time's up. Kill. Kill one person in 2 hours. If Lin Ling still doesn't appear after 6 hours, kill 100 people. Luo Xiaxia waved his hand coldly. This was the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. He wouldn't miss it. Moreover, he had heard about what happened to the Sun Bone and Realgar. He was terrified. He didn't want to be a stone statue for the rest of his life, living a life worse than death. Among the people from the imperial court, you seem to be the one who protects Lin Ling the most. Little girl, I'll start with you. Yes. A skinny man walked out. He looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, but his eyes were filled with lust. The person he was staring at was Lin Ping-er. I'm called Ruthless Destroying Flowers. I specialize in devouring the primordial yin of beautiful women. Before you die, it will be very painful. Yes. The man smiled. His mouth was filled with yellow teeth. It was extremely disgusting. Lin Ping-er saw this and her body trembled. She knew that the ugly man wanted to destroy her. Luo Xiaxia, you've broken the rules. The 4 magnates are not allowed to fight in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Roar. The people from the imperial court roared. Haha, do you really think that the 4 magnates won't fight? That's because the treasures haven't appeared yet. Once the treasures appear, the magnates on the 4th floor will make their move. Moreover, you're on the 3rd floor. Why would the magnates of the imperial court care about you? Taking a step back, we can say that you're courting death. You stole our treasures and were killed by us. I believe that with the 3 magnates working together, the 3rd prince won't dare to pursue the matter. In the end, he can only sacrifice you. Roar. Luo Xiaxia suddenly laughed and looked at the people from the imperial court mockingly. You, despicable. The people from the imperial court cursed. Don't be hasty. You'll all die later. Let's start with this little girl. The skinny man took off his shirt, revealing his bony upper body. Ping-er. Seeing this, the people from the imperial court shouted. However, their bodies were bound by the realm essence chains. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. As for Lin Ping-er, she gritted her teeth. In the imperial court, their status was the lowest. However, they were unwilling and wanted to become stronger. Who knew that they would end up in such a situation? She was unwilling, tears welled up in her eyes. She came from a huge realm in the Western world. She was the 3rd princess of that realm. She thought that she could achieve great things in Qing province. However, she found that she, who was looked up to in the realm, was actually just an ant in Qing province. When she was still in the realm, the young geniuses nearby all came to ask for her hand in marriage. However, she was arrogant and rejected all of them. Today, she was going to marry that ugly man. I once said that no man in this universe will ever be able to marry me. However, when I saw him that day, I finally knew that if I were to marry in the future, my husband would have to be like him, Lin Ling of the imperial court. Lin Ping-er gritted her teeth. Hee, Lin Ling is young. No wonder the beauties like him. Unfortunately, you can only benefit an ugly uncle like me. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Only one person gave up on killing Lin Ling, rumble rumble rumble, but at this time, the sound of a tsunami rang out. In the distance, the sound waves rumbled, turning into a terrifying fist that shot towards the yellow-toothed man. The yellow-toothed man's pupils constricted, sound wave attack, these words floated through his mind. Then, he was shaken to death by the sound. Waves. Who? Everyone was shocked. Relying on sound waves to kill an opponent? Could this be a sound wave talent? No one knew that the one who attacked wasn't a sound wave talent, but had relied on his powerful mortal body to break through the skies and create a sonic boom. Imperial Court Lin Ling, have arrived. At the same time, a roar sounded out in the distance, causing the waters of the water element land to soar into the skies and rain to fall down. Amidst the heavy rain, a handsome young man strode over with large strides. Lin Ling has arrived. Seeing this youth that shocked the world as soon as he appeared, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. There was an illusion that Lin Ling was still as strong as before, even Razor Sand frowned, a bit panicked. But after he used his heavenly vision ability and discovered that Lin Ling was only at the World King realm, he finally relaxed. It turned out that Lin Ling had been deliberately mystifying himself. Many old monsters also checked Lin Ling's cultivation and were relieved. However, Lin Ling, who was walking over from afar, still shocked them. This was because Lin Ling was indifferent as the clouds in the horizon. It was as if he didn't come here to die, but to kill them. Lin Ling, I will ask you 2 questions. Do you dare to answer me? Yes. Razor Sand stood up. A billowing sandstorm appeared around him, as if the Sand King had descended. First, do you still have the Son of Heaven's fate on you? Yes. Second, are you really only at the World King realm? Yes. His voice floated over, causing Lin Ling's lips to curve in a sneer. Razor Sand had been avoiding him this entire time, and now he had finally appeared. It seemed that hiding his cultivation was indeed beneficial, otherwise it would have taken him a great deal of effort to find Razor Sand. Your Excellency Lin Ling, leave quickly. Don't pay attention to us. At this moment, Lin Ping shouted excitedly. Your Excellency Lin Ling, the Emperor's mandate was given to you by the third prince. Don't give it to them. We're at the bottom of the hierarchy, so it's no big deal if we die. However, you can't die. You're the man who can become Emperor Qing. Many voices spread out from the imperial dynasty. This stunned Lin Ling. Indeed, these people were at the bottom of the imperial dynasty, but he didn't expect them to be so loyal. Even if they gave up their lives, they still wanted him to leave. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He was sure that these people definitely didn't betray him. They would rather die than submit, therefore, it was even more impossible for Lin Ling to leave. Luo Xiaothorn, the fate of the Son of Heaven is in my hands, and I am indeed at the World King realm right now. Of course, that might not be the case in the future. Lin Ling lightly said. Haha, you have no future. Luo Xiaothorn couldn't help but laugh. Poor Lin Ling. Did he think that he still had a future? He didn't know that the future that Lin Ling spoke of wasn't far away. Perhaps it would happen in the next moment. At that time, if Lin Ling used his first dantian, he wouldn't be at the World King realm anymore. What treasures do you have on you? Hand them all over. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you fulfill everyone's wish? I promise you that if you hand over everything, I'll let everyone in the imperial dynasty go. Luo Xiaothorn said. I have a lot of treasures on me, but there are so many of you. How are we going to split them? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. As soon as his words fell, the experts around Luo Xiaothorn also started arguing. Lin Ling was able to become one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, so he definitely had a lot of treasures. But who would take the bigger share? Our left minister's residence wants 80%. Bullshit, Lin Ling was brought back by the 4 Nineens. The 4 Nineens are now part of the imperial dynasty. We should take 80%. We were the first to know that Lin Ling's cultivation had been crippled. We first-generation talents want 90%. The remaining 10% will be divided among you. No one looked at Lin Ling. Instead, they were discussing the price. It was as if Lin Ling was already meat on the chopping block. Even some people who knew Lin Ling joined in. This caused the faces of the imperial dynasty to turn gloomy. Everyone kicked a man who was down. The world was so cruel. The world of the strong was so heartless. They suddenly sympathized with Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was expressionless. He quietly waited for everyone to discuss. Lin Ling, you're quite tactful. But later, you better not resist and be killed by Lord Luo Xiaothorn. I promise you that I'll protect your family for you. Beside Lin Ling, a few people from the Four Nineines also spoke. They often went to the Yulin market, so they naturally knew about Yu and the others. However, Lin Ling knew that the Four Nineines were shameless people. They definitely wouldn't let Yu and the others go. So, these people would definitely die. Thank you, but I still have to say that your intuition is really sharp. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was full of sarcasm. He didn't kill these people for the time being. He would let them wait until the end of the world. Hee, of course. With my sharp intuition, many people in Qingzhou will give me face. Unfortunately, I had a good relationship with you, Lin Ling, but you're too disappointing. How can you die? You made me invest in you for nothing. The Four Nineines still didn't understand the meaning of Lin Ling's words. He smiled happily. Have you finished discussing? At this time, Lin Ling finally interrupted everyone's discussion, causing everyone to look at him. I'm very curious. Many of you know me. Even if you don't have a good relationship with me, you still know me. Do you want me to die so badly? Also, the Luosha Thorn is one of the 9 great heavens of Qingzhou. You're afraid of him, but don't you fear me, Lin Ling? Lin Ling said again. Isn't that nonsense? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all started to laugh. Lin Ling still thought that he was one of the 9 great heavens of Qingzhou? What a fool's dream. As for why they wanted Lin Ling to die, they curried favor with Lin Ling because they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. It didn't mean that they treated Lin Ling as a true friend, especially some old monsters. They didn't have any friends in their lives. They only cared about benefits. Shut up and interrupt our discussion. You'll get it later. Some impatient people even reprimanded Lin Ling. Alright, I won't interrupt you. However, before that, I'll still give you a chance. It's also your last chance. Those who don't want me, Lin Ling, to die, step out now. I, Lin Ling, won't kill the innocent. Lin Ling said again. Chance? Haha, shouldn't we be the ones saying this to you? Lin Ling, don't try to drive a wedge between us. In this world, the strong are respected. If you don't have the strength, then shut up. Mocking laughter rang out one after another. Lin Ling, you and I know each other. Today, I can't help you, but I won't harm you either. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A violent monster, the Holy King's sons, Xing Xiaobao and Xing Taibao, were both killed by Lin Ling. Logically speaking, he should be the one who wanted to kill Lin Ling the most. But now, he gave up on killing Lin Ling. No one could figure out what he was thinking. Trash. All the feudal lords cursed. However, they did not object. After the Holy King left, there would be one less person to share the treasures on Lin Ling. As for the Holy King, he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. He gave up because he owed Lin Ling a favor. In the past, Lin Ling had the strength to destroy the Holy King's mansion. However, Lin Ling had promised the Holy King that they would mind their own business. After that, Lin Ling did not care about the Holy King's mansion anymore. Therefore, the Holy King did not want to break his promise. Haha, only 1 out of thousands of people doesn't want me, Lin Ling, to die. It seems that it's not good to have too many friends because they are all dogs. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed arrogantly and began to walk forward step by step. Everyone sneered because they knew that there would be a good show to watch. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you should have known that this day would come when you destroyed my commandery. Before I die, I want to ask you what you have to say. Luo Xiaxia looked down at Lin Ling with an excited smile on his face. Luo Xiaxia was furious when his 2 commanderies were destroyed. However, Lin Ling had become a formidable opponent that could not be eliminated. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be killed by Luo Xiaxia in the end? Lord Luo Xiaxia, I'll kill him. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A burly man took the initiative to attack. His cultivation was at the first stage of the martial immortal realm. In the past, he could only be slaughtered by Lin Ling. But now, he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, remember, the one who will kill you is Qing Tai Tian of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. Surging true dragon aura burst out, and a dragon roared in the sky. After rolling 1 round, it charged towards Lin Ling. In fact, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Staring at the dragon in the sky, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like one of the four most ferocious beasts in the universe, a ferocious punch blasted out at the same time. He didn't release any realm essence and relied solely on his physical strength. Boom, the real dragon collided with Lin Ling's fist and instantly froze in place. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the whole real dragon exploded, and hot blood rained down from the sky. Amidst the blood, Lin Ling walked out with a savage and domineering smile on his face. How is this possible? A world king can kill a first stage of the martial immortal realm? This must be fake. Seeing this, people's eyes trembled in disbelief. I'll do it. You've been waiting for this moment for a long time? Sorry, we've been waiting even longer. Even more experts moved out, some turning into enormous spiders, some turning into human-faced sphinxes, all of them activating true deity martial souls, mixed with terrifying realm essence, rushing murderously at Lin Ling. With so many martial immortal realm experts, even if Lin Ling was a martial immortal realm expert, he would die with hatred, not to mention, Lin Ling was only a world king. Too little. However, Lin Ling roared and leaped up. Like a god of war, he didn't even need to use any martial arts. Instead, he threw out a punch full of power. Boom, under the punch, flesh and blood bloomed. An expert was killed. Boom, another punch. The sky was like a fairy scattering flowers, but it was flesh and blood that scattered. How can he be so powerful? Everyone in the distance opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling was like a violent monster. His punches killed world essence. Even 10% of the power of the universe could not shake him. Haha, I've caught you. At this moment, an endless swamp appeared. It rolled, eerie and silent. In the distance, a fat old man was laughing heartily. His innate skill was very strange. It was actually the very rare earth attribute poison swamp. It should be known that anyone trapped in the swamp would find it difficult to move, let alone his divine body. His swamp power had even drowned 100 worlds. Good, as expected of 1,000 poison spiritual master. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Boom. However, his laughter didn't last long because the enormous swamp had exploded. It was as if it couldn't trap Lin Ling at all. Moreover, a figure had appeared before the old man, and it caused the old man's face to instantly turn pale, because his swamp power could devour third-level martial immortals, but it could not trap Lin Ling? Too weak. Lin Ling shook his head. Without waiting for the old man to speak, he punched out. Another martial immortal level expert had fallen. Come and get more of us. Lin Ling stepped on the ground. His blue robe was like a bright star shooting into the sky. He actually appeared above everyone's head. His terrifying fist smashed down like a meteor. Let's see how many people can block my fist. At the same time, a heroic voice sounded in the sky. Lin Ling planned to fight against 1,000 people by himself. Wasn't this Lin Ling's cultivation crippled? Why is he so terrifying? One person against 1,000 martial immortals. Even if Lin Ling's cultivation was still there, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so powerful. In a distant place, some weak people gathered there. They did not dare to participate in the battle, so they just watched. At this moment, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's tyranny. Stop him. At this moment, on the Sandthorn's side, everyone's expression changed greatly. They galvanized their true divinity martial souls, world king martial arts, and even brought out powerful weapons, all of them wanting to block Lin Ling's fist. Buzz. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Ling's fist that came from the sky was blocked. Under the fist, all kinds of world essence gathered together, forming a huge light shield. Good, blocked. The experts on the ground were all overjoyed. Still too weak. However, in the sky, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. Previously, he only used 70 universes of power. Now, a wisp of ancient ominous aura filled the air. When 80 universes of power arrived, an ancient roar sounded, his fist made cracking sounds, and blue veins popped out. How was this the arm of a human? It was simply the arm of a ferocious monster. The fist began to smash down again. The destructive intent was extremely terrifying. Not good. Everyone was shocked, but they could not block the meteor-like fist in the sky. Boom. When the fist smashed down, the entire ground exploded. Smoke soared into the sky, and a deep pit thousands of miles wide appeared. There were countless deaths and injuries. Those who were still alive were all pale with fright. Was this still Lin Ling who failed to break through? One must know that there were stage 4 martial immortals in this group, and there were so many of them, but they could not stop Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling only used one fist in the entire process. Could it be the fist of the war god? You all thought that since I failed to break through, I would become a cripple from now on. But who told you that a martial artist's strength is evaluated by world essence? Even if I'm at the initial realm of martial arts, killing you all is just a matter of flipping my hand. At this moment, Lin Ling looked down at the people on the ground with arrogance. 1 person against 1,000. Could it be physical strength? Luo Xianxia raised his head, looking at the man who was above him in the past. His face became even paler. Relying on physical strength, he killed early-stage martial immortals. What if Lin Ling recovered his cultivation? He didn't dare imagine. You all called me a cripple, but now, who is the cripple? Lin Ling's voice shook the heavens, sound waves curling about, making the third layer tremble. If one had to say who was the king of the third layer, it would undoubtedly be Lin Ling. All of you who are still alive, join hands, because if you don't, you won't have another chance. It was to the extent where Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, giving these ancient experts a final chance. Exceptional talents, you all had best grasp this final chance. Lin Ling's eyes also looked towards the past exceptional talents, making those exceptional talents' bodies tremble. Before, Lin Ling said he would give them a chance, but they didn't grasp it. Now, they had another chance. However, they didn't feel like this was their last chance. Stake it all. Someone roared. World essence rushed into the sky, rising and falling. An ancient giant ship floated behind him, as if it came from the ancient times. This person's talent was actually a rare ancient ship. When this ship appeared, ice, lightning, fire, and other powers shot out like cannons. Moreover, large amounts of people also rushed out from the ancient ship, their auras grand, as if a great army was descending. We must kill him. Another elder roared towards the sky, turning into an enormous ancient alligator. Its bloody mouth opened, devouring the world. 36 sword paths. The powerful swordsmen also attacked. They were all going all out. When a cultivator went all out, they could erupt with 120% of their strength. Moreover, with so many people joining hands, even if Sun Gu was still alive, he wouldn't dare face them head-on. However, the people of the imperial court saw that Lin Ling was still floating in the sky, his eyes actually revealing an expression of disdain. Your Excellency Lin Ling, so domineering. She thought back to the first time she met Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling had been extremely amiable and approachable. Now, as she looked at the Lin Ling that dominated the third level, the two figures overlapped, giving her a surreal feeling. He actually let these dukes make the first move. Under the heavens, who else could it be but him? The others spoke one after another. Still too weak. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling spoke as well. Billowing ferocious aura emanated from behind him and actually took on a physical form. The ferocious aura condensed and covered the sky, making Lin Ling seem like a demon god. Rumble, the sky seemed to have been torn apart, and a huge mouth appeared. It was like a huge black cloud, rolling and suppressing all life. The black sky and the huge mouth seemed to lead to the underworld. The realm-swallowing beast had arrived. A 10th-grade divine body. The aura of destruction, the aura of nirvanic extermination, and the cold aura exploded in the sky, causing the faces of the various vassals to turn pale. They watched helplessly as their attacks were all devoured by the huge mouth. Their attacks were of no use at all, even if it was 120% attack, even if all of them joined forces, they were still suppressed by Lin Ling alone. The blue-robed figure in the sky became dazzling and piercingly cold at this moment. Not good, that mouth is going to devour us. Someone suddenly let out a cry of horror because a powerful suction force was born, pulling them. They could not control their bodies and could not resist. At this moment, they regretted and were afraid, especially the ancient martial artists who had a good relationship with Lin Ling. They were the most miserable, because if they did not make this choice today, Lin Ling would still be their friend. But now, Lin Ling was their enemy. All of this could not be blamed on them for looking down on others. It was because they did not expect that even if Lin Ling failed to break through, his strength would still be among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. What a bold move. Is he going to kill the 4 magnates in one move? At this moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This person was wearing silver armor. The moment he appeared, a roaring aura filled the air. Great Ape of Change, save me! When Xianxia saw who it was, he immediately shouted. The latter was one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, the Great Ape of Change. It was said that this person was transformed from a stone monkey. He entered the world to find a master and became the disciple of a reclusive expert. He studied hard for 800 years and finally came to Qingzhou. He defeated countless experts and became one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. This person was very strong. Even the 9 heavens of Qingzhou did not know his strength because he had never used his full strength, therefore, Sun Gu and Luo Shaxi were extremely respectful towards him. They felt that this person was twice as strong as them. It's you. Lin Ling also looked at the person who came. He had seen the Great Ape of Change before. Back then, when he went to Tating Commandery for the first time, this heavens of Qingzhou appeared. Lin Ling, I did not expect your strength to increase so much after we parted that day. Also, you failed to break through, but your strength is still strong. This surprised me. However, how about you give me some face and let them go? The Great Ape of Change looked at Lin Ling calmly. Why should I give you face? Lin Ling replied coldly. If he had really failed to break through, he wondered if the Great Ape of Change would have come to save him at that time. Good, very good. Hearing this, the Great Ape of Change nodded. For the sake of the Imperial Court, I will ignore your rudeness. However, remember, defeating Sun Gu does not mean anything. It only means that your luck is good. However, if you want to go to the 4th level, I advise you not to go. With that, he turned and left. Luck is good? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could see that the Great Ape of Change was hostile towards him. If he really was a cripple today, the Great Ape of Change would definitely attack him. However, his strength was ferocious now, so the Great Ape of Change did not dare to attack him. This was not because they were afraid of him, but because they were afraid of the Imperial Court. Because Lin Ling was still strong, the Imperial Court would definitely not let anything happen to Lin Ling. I also advise you that the 4th and 5th levels are not places that trash can go. You better look at yourself carefully. Lin Ling said calmly. He also looked at the people on the ground. You're reminding me? However, Lin Ling's casual words made the Great Ape of Change suddenly stop. He slowly turned around and a murderous aura appeared on his forehead. He stepped forward and shot towards Lin Ling with the speed of 14 worlds. He attacked just like that. Clearly, he was angry. Kaboom, the sky exploded. Rolling power exploded. It was incomparably ferocious, a giant palm slapped over. It was as if a giant ape was slapping towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was unable to react to this sudden turn of events. He wanted to block it, but it was clearly a little too late. His chest was viciously slapped by a palm, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The most terrifying thing was that the giant mouth was still floating in the sky, but it had no effect on the Great Ape of Change. From this, one could see that this person's talent was extremely strong. He did not fear the realm-swallowing beast. Do you think I am Sun Gu? Armor break. So powerful. On the ground, those vassals sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Luo Shathorn. He couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. Although Lin Ling was powerful, compared to the famous Great Change Ape, he was indeed much weaker. One move, just one move, and Lin Ling was injured, his spirit was also suppressed. Maybe they could escape with their lives. Bang! At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling stood up again, blood at the corner of his mouth. This Great Change Ape indeed had some ability. Then, his body shook, and the bones in his body emitted crisp sounds. He actually recovered in an instant. This made the Great Change Ape in the sky narrow its eyes. Lin Ling took a direct hit from its palm, and then recovered in an instant. Bang! Lin Ling began to step forward, step by step towards the sky, the ground, the sky. Terrifying ripples blossomed. His battle intent surged, and his ferocious aura soared, shaking the world. It was like an emperor trembling. Lin Ling dares to fight the Great Change Ape? Bang! Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene. Of the Azure Province's 9 heavens, the more famous they were, the weaker they were, such as Sun Bone and Luo Shawthorn. On the contrary, the less famous they were, the stronger they were, such as the Great Change Ape, and the remaining mysterious heavens. This was a secret that everyone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty knew. However, Lin Ling dared to fight the Great Change Ape. Moreover, he was currently in the World King realm. With this cultivation, he might be able to easily kill a third-level martial immortal, but against a heavens, it was impossible. The Great Change Ape frowned, looking at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. Lin Ling walked towards it step by step. His expression was calm, but his eyes were cold, and his ferocious aura surged. "You want to attack me?" Bang! The Great Change Ape opened its mouth, its voice a bit low. It didn't like Lin Ling's gaze because it was too cold, too calm, as if it was looking down on it. One had to know that even if Lin Ling was at his peak, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to look down on it, let alone a Lin Ling who had failed to break through. "I hope you don't disappoint me." Lin Ling slowly stretched out his fist. His ancient bloodline was roaring with destruction and fanaticism. It was as if a ferocious beast was roaring at the heavens and earth. That punch contained surging battle intent as it blasted towards the Great Change Ape. "You can't see yourself clearly." The Great Change Ape coldly shouted, and then a black stone ape appeared behind it. It was several thousand li tall, towering between the heavens and the earth, like a Vajra bone ape that split the world apart. The surging power of the world essence, along with the beast chi and the power of the universe, transformed into a fist to resist Lin Ling's vicious fist. Boom! Boom! Pop! Pop! It was as if two ferocious beasts of the universe were colliding. Destructive auras surged in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators, even if they were far away, were blown by the strong winds and fell to the ground one by one. "Lin Ling, is that all you've got?" A disdainful smile hung on the Great Change Ape's lips. However, when his fist collided with Lin Ling's fist, he discovered an unparalleled vicious aura erupting. This power was very strong, able to easily break through 20 worlds, and this was the power of the physical body. The Great Change Ape's expression instantly changed. He felt that Lin Ling's fist contained 800,000 universe power. What he collided with was not one person, but 80 worlds. He immediately roared, his left hand slamming onto his right fist, wanting to give his right fist more power to resist Lin Ling's fist. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he discovered that Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Lin Ling's left hand also slammed onto his right fist, and even more terrifying power poured out, as if the sound of the sea was roaring. A sea of thunder, a sea of wind, a sea of fire, and all the other world seas, at this moment, actually all condensed into Lin Ling's right fist. That deafening sound of a tsunami caused the third level to rumble. Not good. The Great Change Ape knew that he underestimated Lin Ling. He shouldn't have easily received that fist. It was too powerful, like the fist of the Sea of 10,000 Worlds. At this moment, he suddenly felt some regret. He simply didn't think that Lin Ling was still so powerful. Even if his world essence was crippled, his physical body was already at the top of Azure state. Crack, crack, crack. The armor on the Great Change Ape's body, at this moment, started to emit crisp sounds. Moreover, numerous cracks appeared. What? On the ground, everyone's pupils fiercely trembled. Before, when the Great Change Ape arrived and sent Lin Ling flying with one move, everyone knew that even among the 9 great heavens of Azure State, there were differences in strength. And Lin Ling didn't refute anything, so much so that he didn't even say anything. He directly used strength to prove everything. His fist was difficult for the Great Change Ape to receive. Even the armor on his body cracked. All of this was beyond imagination. Roar! The Great Change Ape sensed the cracks on his armor. He roared furiously, like a giant ape roaring. He didn't want to have his armor broken by Lin Ling and lose all face. "Are you the only one who's ferocious?" When he saw this, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The enormous mouth behind him also emitted a roar, and a surging aura collided with the Great Change Ape's ancient ape. The bloodline from the ancient era was boiling at this moment, dancing wildly, becoming more and more domineering. In reality, the Great Change Ape wasn't weaker than the current Lin Ling. In the collision between the two, Lin Ling merely had a slight upper hand. But Lin Ling had an advantage that the great change ape didn't have, and that was the strength of his physical body. One had to know that in the collision, the great change ape definitely suffered some injuries. But Lin Ling's physical body's recovery ability was powerful. Not only was he not injured, as time passed, his physical body became more and more powerful instead. This also made the balance start to tilt towards Lin Ling. I thought that the great change ape of Azure State's 9 great heavens would be very powerful. Unfortunately, you still slightly disappointed me. Lin Ling raised his head, his icy cold eyes meeting the great change ape's. You're very formidable, surprising me greatly. But do you think that's all I have? The great change ape revealed fangs at the corners of his mouth, and he said gloomily. I'm going to break your armor, do you believe me? Lin Ling said again, making the great change ape's expression change, and he roared furiously, dream on. Lin Ling said that he would break his armor in front of so many people. Did he think that he, the great change ape, didn't exist? He wasn't the likes of Sun Bone. You'll see. Surging boundary essence started to appear on Lin Ling's fist. At the beginning, it was the boundary essence of the third Dantian. Gradually, the boundary essence of the second Dantian also silently surged out. He didn't believe that the great change ape could block him for long. However, when the boundary essence of his third Dantian had just surged out, this power was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing a clear sound to resound out. Crack! The armor on the great change ape's entire body instantly split apart, spraying out in all directions. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out. Rumble! The ground was smashed by the great change ape, an enormous and deep pit appeared, and enormous rocks rolled in the sky like straw. What an ugly person! Bang! 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 At the same time, the ground shook as a giant ape roared furiously, and then a figure shot out from the ground. This person's hair was disheveled, and there were traces of blood on his body. It was the great ape of change. At this moment, he had his head lowered, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the shattered armor on his body. Earlier, he didn't take Lin Ling seriously and defeated Lin Ling with a single move. After that, Lin Ling returned the favor. However, what was even more terrifying than the great ape of change was that Lin Ling's punch had shattered the armor that he was most proud of. Lin Ling was telling him that it was only one of the 9 great heavens of Azure Province. It wasn't the great ape of change that was one, but he, Lin Ling, was one as well. I'll kill you. The great ape of change raised his head, and his eyes were completely red. I'm looking forward to that. Lin Ling tilted his head slightly and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. If the great ape of change was a violent ancient ape, then Lin Ling was a ferocious being. Let's see who was more ferocious and ferocious. Those words caused the great ape of change to frown tightly. I didn't use my full strength earlier, and I only used 70% of my strength. As one of the 9 great heavens of Azure Province, the great ape of change was naturally not as weak as it seemed. However, it would be slightly troublesome if it wanted to unleash even greater strength. So, it wanted to use these words to tell Lin Ling that it would be extremely easy for it to destroy Lin Ling. You think you're the only one who didn't use your full strength? However, Lin Ling smiled and spat out a sentence coldly. This caused the great ape of change to be stunned on the spot. Lin Ling's strength was so terrifying just now, yet he hadn't used his full strength? What if Lin Ling used his full strength? It simply didn't dare to imagine. It was even to the extent that it thought Lin Ling was lying to it. However, it could only continue fighting if it wanted to know everything. Once it continued fighting, it wouldn't benefit the great ape of change at all. Because it had only come to the 3rd level out of curiosity. The 4th level was its true battlefield, and it couldn't miss the treasures on the 4th level. I'll remember you, Lin Ling. After pondering for a moment, the great change ape didn't dare to start the final battle. After leaving behind a few words, it strode away. A stray dog dares to speak such arrogant words. Looking indifferently at the great change ape, Lin Ling disdainfully spat out, You say you are not a Sun Bone, but in reality, in my eyes, you are no different from a Sun Bone. A stray dog? The great change ape recalled Lin Ling's words. It roared angrily and endured that humiliation. In the end, it disappeared into the distance. However, when everyone looked at its back, they found that it cut a bit of a sorry figure. Even when the great change ape completely disappeared, the earth was still silent. Everyone was looking at the man in the sky, their hearts shaking. Someone as strong as the great change ape, Lin Ling actually used a single punch to force the other back. This meant that all of them had misjudged Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling failed to break through, he was still not someone they could provoke. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were very, very regretful. Luo Xianxia, do you know that I've been looking for you for a long time? I didn't expect you to come out on your own. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze shifted as he looked at Luo Xianxia with a cold smile. Luo Xianxia was the most regretful of all. Originally, he didn't have to face Lin Ling. With the 99th prince beside him, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to touch him. However, he thought that Lin Ling had failed to break through and was completely crippled. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to come and wash away the humiliation of his commandery. However, this pride and complacency didn't last long. Reality let him know that returning to the third level was the worst choice in his life. You can't escape. Lin Ling naturally knew the regret in Luo Xiaoxi's heart. He didn't say much and shot down from the sky towards the ground. A rolling fist blasted towards Luo Xiaoxi. Sand World Storm. Luo Xiaoxi's pupils constricted as he unleashed all his strength. His true god martial soul was activated and a pitch-black sand emperor appeared behind him. His long robes fluttered in the wind and turned into a three-edged sand knife that slashed towards the sky. At this moment, all the heroes were extremely nervous because Luo Xiaoxi was their last line of defense. However, this line of defense was obviously useless, not to mention the current Lin Ling. Even the previous Lin Ling could easily defeat Luo Xiaoxi. Rumble, a meteor came crashing down from the sky. A ferocious fist stirred up the sand, causing it to split into pieces. Then, the fist landed on Luo Xiaoxi's chest. Crack crack crack, the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Pop pop pop, then, there was a muffled sound that sounded like thunder. Luo Xiaoxi's dantian had collapsed. Crash, Luo Xiaoxi's limbs and bones were smashed into pieces by the powerful fist. Plop, Luo Xiaoxi fell to the ground and his eyes were filled with dismay. As one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, he couldn't withstand a single punch from Lin Ling. He stared at the man in front of him and laughed bitterly in his heart. The first time he met Lin Ling was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant. Now, Lin Ling and he met again in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but the ant had become him. Destroy my realm. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. I won't kill you. But now, you'll have to experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Lin Ling looked down at Luo Xiaoxi. Luo Xiaoxi's expression was calm. Perhaps he also knew what would happen if he fell into Lin Ling's hands. At this moment, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was very calm, very calm. There were countless geniuses in the universe. In this process, a large number of geniuses fell and a large number of geniuses rose like comets, and now, he met Lin Ling. It could only be said that he had lost to Lin Ling in the competition of martial arts. Little Kunlun, look at him. Lin Ling didn't look at Luo Xiaoxi again. He spoke softly to his left arm. Immediately, vines slithered out like snakes, binding Luo Xiaoxi. Meanwhile, Lin Ling stepped out, walking towards the sky and looking down on the various vassals on the ground. Lin Ling, do you still remember me? I am from the southern Dao. In the past, I had a meal with you in a restaurant in Four Ring City. At the time, Sunset Brilliance was also present. Lin Ling, I was wrong. The vassals and exceptional talents on the ground all began to panic at this moment. They wanted Lin Ling to let them go. They even spoke of their past friendship, hoping that Lin Ling would spare their lives out of respect for their past acquaintance. You people really are ugly. For the sake of the martial Dao, you can abandon everything. Friendship, family, love, in your eyes, everyone serves you. If they are useful to you, you will receive them with a smile. If they are useless to you, you will stab them in the back. However, you all are also very pitiful. Even if you all become strong in the future and rule over the 9 provinces, when you look back, you all actually have nothing, only loneliness. Lin Ling coldly looked at the various vassals and said. When they heard this, no one could refute it. They were indeed people who could abandon everything for the sake of the martial Dao. In the future, when they looked back, in reality, there was nothing left in their memories. It was because all of their family, friendship, and love had been abandoned by them. They only had themselves in their hearts. Translator, trans and editor, trans and wrong intuition. However, I, Lin Ling, don't have the time to care about how pitiful you are. I only know that you will all die today. Lin Ling smiled and prepared to kill them all. After this incident, he had seen through this group of people. He, Lin Ling, did not need people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lin Ling, you lied to us. You purposely leaked the news of your failure to break through to trick us. You wanted to kill us all in one fell swoop. At this time, an old man roared. He knew that he was going to die, but he was unwilling to accept it. Ha ha ha, as expected of a pitiful person. You still want to find excuses for yourself before you die. You say I lied to you? You say I purposely leaked the news? Dare I ask, when did I tell anyone that I failed to break through? When did I tell anyone that I was weak? Everything is just wishful thinking on your part. As the saying goes, if there is no evil in your heart, there is no need to fear ghosts. Lin Ling roared at the sky, and his face became even colder. These people had kicked him when he was down, and now they were blaming it on Lin Ling. In fact, if they did not target Lin Ling would not have the time to care about them. He would have entered the 4th level long ago. However, you say I lied to you? Fine, you are right. I did lie to you, but do you have the strength to resist? I, Lin Ling, really want to lie to you and play with you. What can you do? Lin Ling shot down from the sky like a meteor that wanted to destroy the world. No, spare my life. Give me another chance. Lin Ling, we were wrong. Everyone was roaring loudly, and even more people were kneeling down and kowtowing incessantly. The people of the imperial court were stunned. Not long ago, these people were discussing how to divide Lin Ling's treasures. Now, they were all begging for mercy and kowtowing. Such a scene gave them too much of a shock. Rumble, Lin Ling finally made his move. The realm-swallowing beast descended, and its rolling physical strength bombarded the earth, causing all living beings to die. After that fist smashed down, it destroyed all martial arts and realm essence, making several hundred people die. As for some ancient martial artists who were not weak, they fled in all directions. Their faces were all pale as if they were witnessing the end of the world. But could they escape? In the sky, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. Its giant mouth swallowed everything. Save me! Everyone screamed powerlessly, but in the end, they gradually disappeared into the giant mouth in the sky. Thousands of people were looking for Lin Ling. They wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they were all wiped out. How terrifying! Far away in the distance, the 4 Nineens were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. One of them even gave himself a vicious slap. This was because he saw that he was seeking his own death. Run! Run while Lin Ling hasn't discovered us yet. The 4 Nineens said in a trembling voice. They immediately planned to leave this place. However, just as he turned around, a slender figure appeared behind him like a grim reaper. For Nineens, you said that your intuition is very sharp, and it allowed you to live a very comfortable life. I wonder how your intuition is right now. Lin Ling said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. That appearance, that smile, it was as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. The 4 Nineens immediately smiled bitterly. All along, he had relied on his sharp intuition to live a very comfortable life. He knew that Lin Ling was famous in the Qing province, so he immediately went to curry favor with Lin Ling. However, he knew that Lin Ling had failed to break through, so he immediately flattered the Luosha thorn and made the right choice, but now, he did not think that his choice was right. The intuition that he was so proud of was obviously wrong at this moment. Lin Ling, don't kill me. The 4 Nineens and the others knelt down and kept kowtowing. Although they were martial immortal experts, in reality, the older they were, the more afraid of death they were. That was because they were above tens of thousands of people in the 10,000 realms. They had already gotten used to this feeling of being above others. They had not enjoyed enough, and they did not want to die yet. No matter what, since you've made the final choice, then you have to accept the corresponding price. You trusted your intuition, but your intuition has harmed you. Lin Ling shook his head. He took a step forward and punched out. Seeing that ordinary punch coming, the 4 Nineens and the others' eyes slowly narrowed. It was as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe chopping towards their necks. Lin Ling, you once said that you hoped that my intuition was still sharp. At that time, I should have known that my intuition was wrong. The 4-9 muttered to himself. Then, he was killed by Lin Ling with a punch. After dealing with those people, Lin Ling took away all the treasures on their bodies. Then, he walked towards the imperial court. All the people of the imperial court were saved by Lin Ling. They looked at Lin Ling with reverence, their eyes filled with worship. Lin Ling had fought against 1,000 people by himself. Moreover, he was only a world king. His strength was too terrifying. Collect the treasures left behind by those who died. Consider them your rewards. Lin Ling smiled at the people of the imperial court. His gaze fell on Lin Ping-er, causing the latter to be extremely excited. After Lin Ling spoke, he turned and walked towards a person in the distance. That person was stunned on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. He was the Holy King. Out of everyone, he was the only one who had given up on killing Lin Ling, and now, he was the only one alive. Holy King, you've made the right choice. Lin Ling arrived in front of him and smiled. Yes, fortunately, I didn't break my promise. The Holy King reacted and bitterly smiled. The current Lin Ling was someone he had to look up to. Although he was afraid of the Lin Ling of the past, he was more afraid of the overlord behind Lin Ling. Thank you, but I also didn't break my promise. Lin Ling waved his hand. He stepped onto the ground and shot off into the distance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked open, as if a vicious monster was leaving. Your Excellency Lin Ling, how awe-inspiring. The people of the imperial court looked at Lin Ling. They hoped that one day they would be as strong as Lin Ling and be able to save the people of the imperial court by themselves. He should have gone to the 4th level. That is his world. Lin Ping-er smiled. She knew that after separating from Lin Ling, it would be difficult for her to see Lin Ling again. But, she believed that one day she would catch up to Lin Ling. This was because the template of her future husband was impressively based on Lin Ling. The news of Lin Ling defeating 1,000 people by himself spread like a snowball to the ears of the overlords of the 4th level. On the 4th level, on a giant flower petal, a man in a loose cloak looked into the distance. Then, a black ray of light shot over from afar. Upon closer inspection, the light looked like a ball of flesh. The surface of the ball of flesh was filled with human heads. Some of the heads were smiling, while others were crying. It was extremely terrifying. 99th Prince, something happened on the 3rd level. The ball of flesh exclaimed. I know. It's about the Luosha thorn, right? He should have killed Lin Ling. The cloaked man said calmly. No, the Luosha thorn was caught by Lin Ling. The ball of flesh fell silent for a moment and suddenly said in a serious tone. Broken sword. That's not the case. Lin Ling defeated the Luosha thorn by himself. Moreover, the 1,000 or so exceptional talents and dukes on the 3rd floor were all defeated by Lin Ling. What? Lin Ling is this strong? Impossible. How did he defeat the Luosha thorn? One punch, just one punch. After knowing the process, the cloaked man's pupils constricted and he slowly took off his cloak. As one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, Lin Ling defeated Luosha Ci with a single punch. Could it be that he didn't fail? It could be seen that this man was very shocked, extremely shocked. He was the 99th prince, one of the people behind the scenes of the imperial court. He still failed to break through, but his physical strength suddenly increased greatly, relying on his terrifying strength to defeat everyone. The meatball said solemnly. What a strange guy, to be able to become one of the 9 heavens with his physical strength. I'm afraid he's the only freak in Qing state. But no matter, physical strength can't become a great Dao, it can only be awe-inspiring for a while. After knowing that Lin Ling didn't succeed, the 99th prince relaxed. Everyone knew that boundary essence was the method of top martial artists. Without boundary essence, one couldn't use the power of the universe and their talent would be greatly weakened, therefore, relying on physical strength wasn't a long-term solution. This Lin Ling is still a cripple, let's ignore him for now and prepare to fight for the Emperor's life essence. The 99th prince continued, right now, the giants are starting to shed all pretenses for the sake of obtaining the Emperor's life essence. If we can get the Emperor's life essence closer to the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, we can't miss this opportunity. Yes. The prince is right, the big picture is more important. Yes. The meatball immediately replied, but he didn't say one thing, which was that Lin Ling made the great change ape return in a sorry state. He originally wanted to say it, but everything was as the 99th prince said. Lin Ling was only temporarily awe-inspiring. Without cultivation, he wasn't worth mentioning. The same thing was happening in the other magnates as well. They were all surprised by Lin Ling's strength, but knowing that Lin Ling relied on his physical strength to defeat his opponent, they were not so afraid of Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling would still be one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, but that would be the limit for the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to improve any further. Good, Lin Ling has crossed a great tribulation. I originally wanted to ask someone to help him, but I didn't expect him to be so unyielding. When the third prince heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh. In fact, she had been very worried about Lin Ling. After all, if something happened to Lin Ling, she would not be able to explain it to Grandma Wendao. Have someone tell Lin Ling that it's fine for him to stay on the 3rd floor. Don't come to the 4th floor. The third prince stood on a huge vine and waved his arms as he shouted. It was as if the Azure Emperor had descended upon the world. The countless cultivators around him nodded in agreement. The 4th level was indeed turbulent. This was the battlefield of the strongest cultivators of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. At this moment, Lin Ling was on his way to the 4th floor, because the treasures on the 3rd floor could no longer attract his attention. Moreover, the experts of the giants were all on the 4th floor. His big brother was definitely there too. The monster guarding the 3rd floor was a huge water spirit giant. It was completely transparent, as if it was formed by the water of 10,000 worlds. This giant also had an indestructible body and had the strength of a 4th-level martial immortal. Of course, this strength could not stop Lin Ling, and Lin Ling smoothly passed the 3rd floor. The 4th floor was the land of the wood element. After entering, it was as if one had shrunk. This was a huge world of plants. Vines intertwined, ancient trees towered into the sky, and even a flower was as big as a small mountain. Lin Ling stood on a huge leaf with a smile on his face. Back then, Li Xiaoyao had reached the 5th floor. Now, he was getting closer and closer. Then, Lin Ling stepped forward and flew into the distance. Lin Ling, save me! Hurry! Not long after flying, an anxious voice suddenly sounded from the ground. Lin Ling looked down and saw that under a huge ancient tree, there was a battle. A few people who looked like they were from the Imperial Dragon Court were besieging a woman. And the one who shouted for Lin Ling was that woman. Xianxia. Hurry! Lin Ling saw that it was someone he knew. He stopped flying and landed on a huge leaf. Help me, they want to kill me. Help! Xianxia activated her talent, and the image of a dragon turtle floated out, causing a huge black turtle shell to appear within 100 meters. Its defense was extremely strong. Lin Ling even sensed 10% of the power of the universe on the turtle shell. Lin Ling! Hurry! As for the people besieging Xianxia, they were a bit nervous at first, but they soon relaxed. They thought that Xianxia had found someone to help her, but it turned out to be Lin Ling. They naturally knew that Lin Ling had failed to break through, so Lin Ling was not worth mentioning in their hearts. As for Xianxia, she was also surprised that Lin Ling appeared here. She did not think that Lin Ling could help her, but she did not have any other choice. Why should I help you? However, Lin Ling suddenly laughed, making Xianxia stunned. She and Lin Ling were both from the imperial court, but he did not intend to help her when he saw that she was in trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia felt that it was unbelievable. Lin Ling shook his head and turned to leave. He had failed to break through, and Xianxia had treated him coldly. Since that was the case, why would Lin Ling help her? Lin Ling, you! Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Xianxia couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her black tortoise divine shell could not last much longer, and Lin Ling did not want to help her. She was very disappointed. Haha, black tortoise divine manners, young miss, hand over the treasure in your hand. For the sake of the black tortoise divine manner, we will spare your life. As for Lin Ling, he definitely wants to leave, because if he stays, he won't be able to protect himself. The people around Xianxia laughed loudly. They were all in the third stage martial immortal realm, and their talents were slightly higher than the dukes on the third floor. Xianling, what treasure did you get? Hand it to me, I'll save you. At this time, Lin Ling's voice suddenly sounded, startling Xianling. She gritted her teeth. Lin Ling, you're shameless. We're all from the imperial court, but you want to take a reward for helping me, you're too shameless. Hehe, Xianling, don't make yourself sound so righteous. When I failed to break through, you turned hostile. Although you didn't hit me when I was down, your eyes were very realistic, which made me very unhappy. Therefore, you don't have the qualifications to criticize me now. Let's make a deal, I help you, you hand over the treasure, and we don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling said indifferently. You're a profiteer. Xianling cursed, but in truth, Lin Ling's words made her feel a little ashamed. I got a broken sword, it's very extraordinary, even I couldn't see through it. I wanted to bring it back for father to examine, but I was stopped by them. Xianling revealed the treasure she got. Broken sword? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Xianling's background was not small, a treasure that could catch her eye must be extraordinary. Translator, Transin editor, Transin reaching the 4th floor. Bastard, I just got the sword tip. I haven't even touched it, and you want to steal my stuff? You are so greedy. Xianling was fuming, but she still took out the sword tip. However, after the sword tip appeared, Lin Ling realized that the tyrannical song sword behind him suddenly jumped up. It seemed to be telling Lin Ling that he must get the sword tip. The tyrannical song sword wants the sword tip? No, it's the scabbard. Lin Ling was shocked. He suddenly remembered that after he got the scabbard, the headless old man kept saying that he wanted to find his head and his sword. Could the sword tip be the sword in the scabbard? This sword tip is mine. Lin Ling roared. He was wild and unruly. He was like a meteor crashing down on the ground as he pounced on those people. Lin Ling, how dare you? Those people were furious. They never thought that Lin Ling, who had failed to break through, would dare to attack them. You are too weak. The world-swallowing beast appeared behind Lin Ling. 800,000 universe power exploded. He waved his fists and the power to move mountains and rivers. Boom. Boom, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those people were killed by Lin Ling. Xianling was stunned. She never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. Give me the sword tip. Lin Ling walked toward her step by step. His face was cold. Heartless guy. Seeing this, Xianling gritted her teeth. She could only reluctantly throw the sword tip to Lin Ling. Lin Ling carefully caught it. He looked at it carefully. The sword tip was very ordinary. It was the front part of the sword. He couldn't even see any spiritual energy. However, if he used his soul power to check, he could see a touch of sharp energy. This energy was like a demon. It was cold and gloomy. It was exactly the same as the energy emitted by the scabbard. Looks like the sword tip really did come from the scabbard. Lin Ling thought to himself. He took off the scabbard on his back and carefully placed it next to the sword point. What surprised Lin Ling was that when the sword point approached the scabbard, a cold cloud immediately floated out of the scabbard, transforming into a headless old man. This old man actually held the sword point in his hand, as if he was investigating something. Where is my sword? The headless old man's voice was very low, and he disappeared into the sword sheath along with the tip of the sword. Seeing this mysterious scene, Lin Ling was somewhat astonished. This old man was still as crazy as ever. Then, he picked up the scabbard and was surprised to find that the killing intent the scabbard emitted towards him had dimmed significantly. Looks like this headless old man wants me to find the sword for him. If I can't find it, he'll kill me. What a troublesome fellow. Lin Ling guessed as he put the tyrannical song sword on his back again. As for Xianling, she was dumbstruck as she looked at this scene. She never thought that the mysterious sword point was related to Lin Ling. So, the treasure you just obtained is actually mine. Looking at it from another angle, you still owe me a favor. Lin Ling did not explain anything as he looked at Xianling with a faint smile and said. You're shameless. Xianling immediately cursed. However, she was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. In an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling had taken care of several third-level martial immortal experts. This Lin Ling is still as powerful as before. Oh right, answer my question and I'll tell you a piece of news. Xian Linglong suddenly thought of something. She quickly looked at Lin Ling and said, "Let me ask you, how is your strength? Are you still in World King Realm? Are you blind? Isn't my aura of World King Realm? The reason why I can defeat them is because of the strength of my physical body. In the Black Water region, I obtained the Seawater Heart Flower." Lin Ling did not hide anything and directly said. "But isn't there a ferocious creature in the Black Water region?" Xian Linglong was startled once again. Lin Ling's physical body is comparable to a third-level martial immortal. This is too frightening. Will the ferocious creature kill people? After I left with you, I went to the Black Water region again. After I saw the ferocious creature, I discussed with it for a long time. In the end, it saw that I was easy to talk to, so it gave me the Seawater Heart Flower." Lin Ling said. "You lied to me." Xian Linglong opened her mouth wide. She had also sensed how frightening that ferocious creature was. Lin Ling was merely a human, how could he talk to it? "What qualifications do you have to be lied to by me? Whether you believe it or not, you'd better tell me what you know." Lin Ling continued. Xian Linglong's eyes kept flickering. She did not know whether Lin Ling was telling the truth or not. However, she felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to defeat that ferocious creature. "Alright, since you are not weak, I will roughly explain the situation on the 4th level. First, the magnates are fighting for the essence of the Son of Heavens while in the 4th level. It is said that this is a kind of essence fragment that can turn the Son of Heavens will into the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. There is no need to complete the task of handing over the Son of Heaven's will. The Imperial Court is currently fighting with the magnates and lacks manpower. Second, Meng Lu and I found a divine cave not long ago. There are countless treasures inside. The sword tip was obtained from the divine cave. However, there are experts who want to get their hands on the divine cave, so there is a battle there. I want you to return to the divine cave with me and help them." Xian Linglong said slowly. "You actually ran away halfway and abandoned them. Meng Lu is really unlucky to know you." Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He somewhat understood the meaning behind Xian Linglong's words. She wanted him to be her helper. "What do you mean by abandoning them? Do you know which experts have gone to the divine cave?" "There is the Sovereign Marquis, the 181st Crown Prince of the 9 Heavens of the Green Region, and experts from the Thunder Mansion. With my strength, how do you think I can help?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xian Linglong was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She jumped up and down and said, alright, I misunderstood you. However, with your character, you would ask for help. It seems like there is someone you care about in the divine cave. Let me guess, it should be Meng Lu. You like him?" Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said. "Lin Ling, you can't spit out ivory from your filthy mouth." Xian Linglong's face instantly turned red. Lin Ling was shocked that this ambitious and ruthless woman would act like a little girl. "Oh right, your brother is there too." Suddenly, Xian Linglong said again. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing this, Lin Ling's face instantly changed. "What's the use of saying so earlier? I don't even know how strong you are. If you were too weak, wouldn't you be courting death?" Xian Linglong curled her lips and said. "Quick, lead the way." Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Xian Linglong. "Are you sure? You should know that there are countless experts there. If they see you, they might give up on the treasure and kill you." Xian Linglong did not expect Lin Ling to be so anxious. In her opinion, although Lin Ling was powerful, there was still a certain gap between him and experts like the Sovereign Marquis. "If I ask you to lead the way, then lead the way. If your boyfriend dies, then it has nothing to do with me." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Terrifying Crimson Pearl Sound Vine. Don't worry, as long as my brother is here, I will definitely go. Moreover, although I hate you, it doesn't mean that I hate Meng Lu and the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven. Lin Ling's voice came from the front, mixed with calmness. Xian Linglong was stunned, but her gaze quickly fell behind Lin Ling. There, a person was tied up by a black vine, and that person seemed to be Luo Xiai. Luo Xiai, one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, was caught by Lin Ling and tied up like a dog. This scene made Xianling Long speechless. She looked at Lin Ling with fear in her eyes. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was still among the top of the 9 heavens? Lin Ling, you caught Luo Xiai? Who helped you? Xianling Long quickly caught up with Lin Ling and asked in surprise. It's just Luo Xiai, do I need help? I already said, even if it's someone like the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, I still want to meet them. Lin Ling shot forward like a meteor. He didn't even look at Xianling Long because he felt that Xianling Long's words were idiotic. Before Lin Ling broke through, Luo Xiai could only run like a dog when he saw him, let alone after he broke through. Xianling Long naturally didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking about her. She frowned. Lin Ling failed to break through, and she saw it with her own eyes. So, how could Lin Ling defeat Luo Xiai? Could it be that someone really helped him? I hope he can help, Xianling Long said to herself. The two of them went deeper and passed through a large number of ancient trees. At this moment, a silver world appeared in front of them. It was bright and countless vines intertwined like snakes. We're here. After passing through those crimson pearl sound vines, we'll reach the divine cave. Xianling Long stopped on a huge flower petal, her hair fluttering in the breeze. That's the divine cave? At the side, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back, calmly looking into the distance. Through the countless vines, Lin Ling saw a huge silver tree standing tall on the ground. This tree was as grand as a city, and there was a huge tree hole under the tree. So the divine cave was that tree hole. Moreover, at this moment, a mysterious silver light shone down from the top of the tree. This made Lin Ling frown. That tree was somewhat familiar to him. Lin Ling, those crimson pearl sound vines cannot be underestimated. If they hear the slightest sound, they will capture the nearby creatures. When I escaped from there before, I didn't even dare to breathe. So if we want to go back, we must be very careful. We must not awaken the vines. Xianling Long looked at Lin Ling and said. However, she discovered that Lin Ling didn't listen to her at all. Lin Ling, did you hear that? This is not a small matter. You must not be careless. Maybe you are stronger than me and your status in Qingzhou is higher than mine. But at least I have just experienced the crimson pearl sound vines and know how terrifying this divine item is. At the end of her speech, Xianling Long's voice became serious and even dignified. She was originally a heroine with great ambition. After she became dignified, she had the aura of a superior. Cut the crap. Let's go to the tree hole now. However, Lin Ling was still staring ahead. Then, he said something that made Xianling Long confused. Did you understand what I said? Xianling Long was instantly furious, because she had kindly reminded Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't give her any face and pretended to understand in front of her. She admitted that she had underestimated Lin Ling. However, she had already given him a treasure as an apology. Lin Ling, why be so stingy? However, Lin Ling didn't wait for her to say more. He took a step forward and carried her in his arms. Then, he shot forward. Ah, Lin Ling, you. Xianling Long was dumbfounded. Lin Ling, what was he doing? Could it be that his bestial nature had suddenly erupted? Lin Ling, if you dare to mess around with me, my black warrior divine manner will not let you off. Xianling Long shouted. Her eyes were moist because she wanted to resist, but she realized that she couldn't resist Lin Ling. The feeling that Lin Ling gave her was tyrannical and rude. Of course, after she shouted, Xianling Long realized that Lin Ling was actually rushing toward the crimson pearl sound vines. This guy is courting death, she had warned Lin Ling earlier, but Lin Ling didn't listen. This time, Xianling Long's face was ashen. She never imagined that she would die in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. She was unwilling because her father had asked for the Son of Heaven's mandate for her. She had the chance to become the Azure Emperor. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the same time, silvery lights flickered in the sky and on the ground like fireworks. Countless vines heard the noise and shot toward Lin Ling. That kind of speed wasn't something that an early martial immortal could dodge. According to legend, the crimson pearl sound vines were used by gods to capture demon spirits in ancient times, and they had succeeded time after time, never once failing. Lin Ling, you're killing us. Xianling Long couldn't resist being hugged by Lin Ling, but her hands weren't grabbed. Therefore, she slapped Lin Ling's face. Of course, after this slap, she calmed down, and her heart was filled with fear. Who in the Azure province didn't know about Lin Ling's fierce reputation? One wrong word and he would annihilate a country. But now, because of anger, she slapped Lin Ling. This was courting death. If Lin Ling asked the third prince to take action, their black warrior divine matter would be implicated. I'm sorry. Xianling Long hurriedly apologized, completely forgetting that they were already trapped by the crimson pearl sound vines. Shut up. However, Lin Ling's expression was solemn as he continued to look ahead, completely ignoring Xianling Long's slap. This stunned Xianling Long, then her mouth fell open. She noticed that Lin Ling was carrying her at a speed exceeding 15 worlds, weaving through the crimson pearl sound vines. There were several times when they were surrounded by danger, almost being entangled by the crimson pearl sound vines, but Lin Ling managed to evade them. Could it be that he wants to bring me past the crimson pearl sound vines? This lunatic. Xianling Long noticed Lin Ling's intention and couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. To pass through the crimson pearl sound vines, one only needed to make no noise. This was the safest method, but Lin Ling dashed past the crimson pearl sound vines. Wasn't this challenging the crimson pearl sound vines limit? Watch out. While Xianling Long was thinking, the numerous vines above her head shot out like tentacles. Their speed was so fast that Xianling Long couldn't help but warn Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ling ignored Xianling Long. His gaze swept over the surroundings, noticing that the area had been sealed off. These crimson pearl sound vines were indeed powerful, possessing the speed of 12 worlds. Adding on the fact that there were so many of them, it gave people the feeling that they couldn't escape even if they grew wings. There's no way out. Lin Ling shook his head. It's all your fault. I reminded you out of kindness, but you didn't listen. Xianling Long couldn't help but complain as she looked at the silver space that was sealed off. Tears of unwillingness flowed out from her eyes. Tit for tat, however, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling had already moved. He actually shot towards the silver vine in front of him. The vines were like sharp blades. After Lin Ling passed through, they actually cut him apart. Lin Ling carried Xianling Long on his shoulder. In order to protect her, his left arm kept tearing apart the crimson pearl sound vines in front of him. As a result, his entire left arm was cut apart. This time, Xianling Long was stunned because Lin Ling could have abandoned her, but Lin Ling didn't. Moreover, in order to prevent her from being injured, Lin Ling actually used his left arm and body to resist the crimson pearl sonic vine, rumble. With Lin Ling's brutal charge, he finally broke out of the crimson pearl sound vine's encirclement. A huge tree hole appeared in front of him. Silver light sprinkled down from the sky like the moon, enveloping the entire tree. However, just as the silver light was about to reach the ground, Lin Ling coincidentally rushed into the divine hole. Bang! Xianling Long was immediately thrown to the ground by Lin Ling. However, she did not blame Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's entire body was dripping with blood. His body had been cut into pieces, and even his intestines were exposed. It was a ghastly sight. Are you all right? Xianling Long asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lin Ling looked behind him and let out a sigh of relief. Then his body shook and those wounds healed quickly. Even his broken left arm grew back. This kind of magical power made Xianling Long sit there in a daze. She naturally knew that powerful warriors could be reborn from a drop of blood. However, this required a process. Lin Ling could recover in the blink of an eye. This was simply unheard of. Thank you for earlier, he said. I thought you were going to mess around, but it turns out you wanted to rush into the divine cave. But you were too impulsive. At first, Xianling Long thought that Lin Ling wanted to do something to her, but now she knows that she misunderstood. You're the one who's being impulsive. Who do you think I, Lin Ling, am? You're just a toad-like girl. Do you think I, Lin Ling, would fancy you? Moreover, you are actually crying. Are you afraid that I will rape you? Why don't you look in the mirror? Lin Ling glanced at Xianling Long and strode forward. Nothing good comes out of your filthy mouth. Xianling Long was fuming with anger. Her gratitude towards Lin Ling disappeared instantly. That was because this Lin Ling, who had always been cold and callous, spoke too smelly. No matter what, she was still a beautiful woman. In Lin Ling's mouth, she had actually become a toad. Was he, Lin Ling, a white swan? Also, you slapped me before. This, you have to pay for it. In front, Lin Ling's voice floated over again. Bah! Xian Linglong cursed angrily. Of course, she still caught up with Lin Ling. She knew that this divine cave was not to be underestimated. It was very dangerous to walk alone. Can you blame me for this? I've already reminded you that if you want to pass through those silver vines, you must not make any noise. But you still swaggered through it. Do you think you're Emperor Qing, or do you think you're a god? After catching up with Lin Ling, Xian Linglong reprimanded him. Turn around and look at the entrance of the cave. Lin Ling frowned and said disdainfully. His words made Xian Linglong stop in her tracks. She turned around and saw that the entrance of the giant tree cave was covered with a layer of mysterious silver light, like a waterfall. What's this? Xian Linglong was puzzled. This is the Silver King ancient tree, an excellent place for cultivation. Ancient cultivators loved to cultivate in this kind of tree cave, treating it as their own cultivation dwelling. That silver light is called Nirvana Silver Netherworld Juice. It's the secreted leaves of the Silver King ancient tree. When the silver light shrouds the entire ancient tree, not even a celestial being can get close to it. This is also the reason why ancient cultivators love to cultivate here, because it's safe enough. Lin Ling continued walking forward, explaining slowly. But, what does this have to do with us rushing over? Xian Linglong was shocked. Even she, the daughter of the Black Warrior Divine Manor, didn't know about this, yet Lin Ling knew about it. She couldn't deny that Lin Ling was indeed a genius, but Lin Ling's background was also very ordinary. His experience shouldn't be this rich. You're really stupid. Lin Ling stopped walking, frowning. If I didn't rush over, do you think we could enter when the silver light shrouds the ancient tree? How long will it take for the silver light to disappear? Can you be sure? Idiot. Ah. Xian Linglong opened her mouth wide, unable to refute. Her eyes followed Lin Ling as he walked forward, her heart roared. No wonder Lin Ling was so impulsive, everything he did was for a reason, and she missed out on Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was going to do something beastly to her. Moreover, she actually pretended to give pointers in front of Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Xian Linglong's face flushed red. You slapped me, you have to pay for it. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice drifted over, making Xian Linglong smile bitterly and nod her head. The two of them continued walking forward through the tree cave. This tree cave was big, but not deep. Walking forward, they could see the corpses of some ancient cultivators. They had passed away in a sitting posture, as if they had lived through countless years. There were some treasures scattered on the ground, but because too much time had passed, they had lost their luster. These should be the ancient cultivators of the ancient era. Xian Linglong looked at the ground, then curiously said, however, after reaching martial immortal realm, don't they have the same lifespan as the sun and moon? Why did they die of old age here? Having the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth is a relative term. After all, ancient cultivators are humans, not gods. In terms of life, they cannot compare to gods, they cannot compare to ancient species. Therefore, they can also die, it's just that their lifespan is very long. Lin Ling indifferently said. But why did they choose to die here? Xian Linglong asked again. In front of Lin Ling, she seemed to have become a student seeking knowledge. Because they wanted to become gods. Lin Ling smiled and said, alright, don't be greedy for those small things, the important matter is more important. I can already sense the great battle in the depths of the divine cave. But be careful, the opponent is very strong. Xian Linglong immediately warned. That's all there is to it. Lin Ling looked ahead, surging battle intent was boiling. After he had reached martial immortal realm, he had always wanted to test how strong he was with his full strength, therefore, he hoped that those experts would not disappoint him. After saying those words, he walked forward with large strides. As for Xian Linglong, it was as if this was the first time she had seen Lin Ling looking at his slender back, her eyes were unceasingly flickering. Even now, she did not know whether Lin Ling had failed or succeeded in his breakthrough. At this moment, in the depths of the tree hole, an oppressive aura was pervading the air. All the experts were staring at the treasures in the tree hole. The most important among them was the essence of the son of heaven's fate. Of course, there were also many extraordinary treasures. For example, there was a fish-scale heavenly halberd. It was clearly a type of extreme weapon. Moreover, on some stone tables, ancient books covered in dust were placed there. They also appeared to be rare divine techniques. The 8 gods' heavenly palace was the divine palace of the 9 prefectures. The treasures here were not only precious to the Qingzhou martial artists, they were also extremely precious to the 9 prefectures' martial artists. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin A battle between gods. The essence of the Son of Heaven's fate is covered by a layer of silver light. It will take some time to get it. Let's fight against the enemies. An anxious voice sounded. Everyone looked at the top of the tree hole. There was a mysterious white flower there. The flower was huge and there was a ray of light in the flower bud. It was said to be the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate. This secret was spread by someone not long ago. It was said that those who obtained the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate did not need to complete many tasks to obtain the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. After the news spread, the great Azure divine dynasty moved. All the giants wanted to obtain the Son of Heaven's fate. They even offered generous rewards to the heroes to help. Of course, some people suspected that the news was spread by the Azure Emperor. His goal was to let the giants fight against each other so that the Azure Emperor could reap the benefits. However, even if they knew that the news was spread by the Azure Emperor, they would not miss out on the mysterious essence of the Son of Heaven's fate. Who is the leader? Another voice rang out. It was a man in a red robe. He held a maple leaf in his hand and smelled it as he spoke. This man was called Feng Wang. He was a powerful cultivator at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. He was an expert in the Azure and Tianzhou continents. To be able to travel freely in the 9 continents, there was no doubt about his strength. You don't have the right to ask that question. At this moment, a domineering voice sounded. A man looked forward with cold eyes. His long hair danced in the wind. He was unruly. Then, I have the right. Seeing that man speak, a young man walked out with a smile. 81st Prince, you have the right. The man immediately nodded. This made the expert called Feng Wang's face turn ugly. He said indifferently, 9 heavens of the Azure continent, Sakura, do you really think you're something? I've heard of your and Lin Ling's names. However, I also heard that your second brother Lin Ling has become a cripple. You want to shake my heart? You're too naive. As for my second brother, you don't have to worry. I've never worried about him. You should worry about yourself. The man laughed mockingly. He was Sakura. Your second brother Lin Ling is a cripple. Soon, you will be too. Feng Wang seemed to have shed all pretense of cordiality. Marquis Sovereign Marquis, 81st Prince, you really want to fight? At this moment, a man beside Indra spoke solemnly as he looked ahead. This person was 8th Lord Zhu. Red Jade Tiger of the martial gods Huangfuyu. Their side could be said to have as many experts as there were clouds. If they were to gather in Qingzhou, they would be able to shake Qingzhou. Of the other side. The Sovereign Marquis, the Thunderclap Matriarch, the Maple Monarch, and the 81st Prince, none of them were weak. Apart from them, there were also many experts from the Blue Flame Army. Every single one of them was a mid-martial immortal. Among them were the Demon Constellation C and the Divine Dynasty's Divine Guards, especially those Divine Guards that were over 100 meters tall. Just looking at them was enough to make one feel suffocated. Marquis Immortals. They were the guardians of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It could be said that 1/3 of the elite experts of the 4 magnates were gathered here. If they join forces, we'll be in trouble. If they don't join forces, it'll be difficult for us to fight against the Marquis Sovereign Marquis. On Sakura's side, an old man analyzed the situation. He was Song Taizu, an existence like Mount Tai and Big Dipper in martial arts. The Taizu Divine Fist was created by him. Yes, but I don't think the Blue Flame Army will join forces casually. There are also a few people from the left minister's residence. They won't attack easily either. They're waiting to reap the benefits. Sakura secretly transmitted his voice. Their group had a big battle before and then stopped. They didn't want others to reap the benefits. So, they were all wasting time and each had their own ulterior motives. If we continue to waste time and let the magnates come, our situation will be unfavorable. We have more experts on our side. Why don't we attack? The Sovereign Marquis was also talking to the people behind him. He looked at the 81st Prince. This person was their leader. The 81st Prince was very young. He was only 20 years old, but no one dared to underestimate him. He was also the one who fought with Lin Ling for the Qing Thearka's Jade Seal at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The third prince should have received the news. The same goes for the 99th Prince. To prevent trouble, let's attack. Although the 81st Prince was young, he was decisive and very straightforward. God of Light. Rays of light shot out, illuminating the pitch-black cave. The 81st Prince attacked. He floated in the air and shone brightly. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the God of Light bloodline. It said that the 81st Prince's mother was an ancient descendant. Everyone's eyes lit up. 81st Prince, let me see the strength of your 9 great heavenly gifts. Taizu Divine Fist. Seeing this, the old man beside Sakura stepped forward. A gust of ancient martial arts filled the air, and a seemingly simple punch was thrown out. But that punch contained 30% of the power of the universe. It was as if the fist ancestor attacked. Void distortion. The 81st Prince controlled the strongest Tao of space. He actually twisted the space and dodged the punch. Moreover, he kicked out with a wide-open kick. Rumble, Song Taizu's expression changed. He wanted to block, but he was too slow. He was kicked by the terrifying kick and spat out blood. His expression became dispirited. Moreover, that kick was extremely terrifying. It actually kicked a deep groove in the tree hole as if it was a sword mark. Among the 9 great heavenly gifts of Qing province, the more low-key one is, the stronger one is. If that's the case, the 81st Prince is probably ranked 5th among the 9 great heavenly gifts. Sakura, it's up to you. Song Taizu no longer dared to fight the 81st Prince. He could only fight against the other giants. Feng Mantian. At this moment, the Maple King also took action. The surrounding space became multicolored with maple leaves fluttering in the air. Time seemed to have stopped, however, after the maple leaves blew past, everything was ignited. The ancient objects were immediately turned into ashes. Only the treasures were left untouched. Great Cosmos Sword. But on Sakura's side, a man attacked. The Sword of Cosmos, this was the head of the 9 great sword immortals of Qing province, the Cosmos Sword. His sword was very terrifying. It cut through the space of the Feng King and his maple leaves. Come and fight. The 2 powerhouses immediately clashed. Bone. At this moment, Sakura also attacked. He turned into a skeletal giant and waved his skeletal arms. His talent was obviously extraordinary. It was one of the 100 great bloodlines, the Nether God bloodline. There were many types of Nether God bloodlines, but they all came from the Nether realm. Sakura, I'll help you. At this moment, the Nether Chi filled the air. The divine tomb appeared and buried gods and demons. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. They were not qualified. Meng Lu, after the sunbone fell, you've already become one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province. However, your position was given to you by Lin Ling. Don't you feel ashamed? Roar. An azure dragon was roaring, circling above the cave and speaking human language. It held a lightning umbrella and attacked Meng Lu. Azure Dragon King, you must feel good after being humiliated by me. Roar. Meng Lu also chose the Azure Dragon King as his opponent. In the huge tree hole, the strongest battlefield of the Azure province erupted, various martial arts, one mysterious talent after another, colorful displays. These experts and geniuses had endless pride and strength. When they clashed, it was like a battle between gods. On the other side of the tree hole, the Blue Flame Army and the Left Minister's residence did not attack. They had fewer people and naturally planned to reap the benefits. Moreover, they also saw that the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate was covered by the silver light. No one could get it now, so they were not in a hurry. As for the experts of the Imperial Court and the experts of the Imperial Court, they were fighting for other treasures. So strong, the imperial court is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Roar. However, seeing the experts of the imperial court moving out one after another, the people of the left minister's residence frowned. From the looks of the situation, the 81st prince's side is stronger. The 81st prince is not one of the 4 giants, but now he's helping the imperial court. How strange. Perhaps he and the 99th prince have reached some agreement. The experts of the Blue Flame Army were also discussing. Thunder. Another explosion sounded. The thunder bamboo appeared, turning the cave into a pool of thunder. This was the Thunder Mother. Tiger roar. The Red Jade Tiger and Lord Eighth joined forces to fight the Thunder Mother. This old woman had a strong background. In a one-on-one battle, they were not her match. Rumble. At this moment, Sakura was brandishing his giant skeletal fist, clashing head-on with the 81st Prince's light god bloodline. The two of them were fighting fiercely, from the east to the west of the tree hole. Some 4th-level martial immortals who got too close were directly shaken to death by their power. This halberd is mine. At this time, Sakura suddenly let out a roar. He actually grasped that mysterious halberd in the cave. The light of the extreme weapon blossomed, and that mysterious power once again raised Sakura's strength by a notch. Not good. Seeing this, the 81st Prince's expression changed slightly. Sakura wasn't weak in the first place among the 9 great heavens of Qing province. Now that he had obtained such a precious treasure, his strength had obviously surpassed him. He had to explode out with an even stronger trump card. The true god martial spirit has been unsealed, the 3rd seal. A blinding light instantly appeared, and all the martial artists in the cave were blinded. Their hearts were pounding like thunder. The 81st Prince had actually unlocked the 3rd seal of the true god martial spirit. My eyes. The dazzling rays of light made Sakura let out a painful cry. Those rays of light had the power of innate talent. They could shoot people, and they could even shoot people's eyes. Sovereign Cauldron, refined Qingzhou. At this time, the Sovereign Marquis, who had been silent all this time, also made his move. They had more people on their side, so they temporarily suppressed the experts on Sakura's side. Seeing that Sakura had obtained such a precious treasure and his strength had greatly increased, he had no choice but to make his move. A huge square ancient bronze cauldron suddenly appeared as if it had been summoned from Qingzhou. After it smashed into the tree hole, it caused the entire huge ancient tree to shake. The Cauldron of Qingzhou. Legend has it that this cauldron was personally refined by the Emperor Qing and was bestowed to the Sovereign Marquis. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect the Sovereign Marquis to use his strongest move right away. Of course, everyone present was a godlike existence. Ordinary moves wouldn't be of much use. Rumble, a huge cauldron appeared around Sakura. The square cauldron actually surrounded him, and the lid of the cauldron was smashing down. Dream on. Sakura roared. The halberd in his hand was about to pierce through heaven and earth, causing the cauldron to creak. Even the Sovereign Marquis expression changed drastically. He and the 81st Prince joined forces, but they still couldn't suppress Sakura in one move. This guy was really ferocious. Suppress for me. The Sovereign Marquis roared angrily. He jumped up and slapped the lid of the cauldron with his palm. A terrifying power of realm essence gushed out and suppressed it. Ka. Sakura's bones immediately cracked as if they were about to shatter. Sakura. Someone roared angrily. A cloaked figure shot over like a shadow. Void, don't come over. Sensing that someone wanted to help him, Sakura also cried out in pain. The person who came was one of Grandma Wendao's people. The cloaked man Void. / At this moment, a light appeared in front of the cloaked man Void with his back facing him. With a wave of his hand, a light / appeared, causing the cloaked man's expression to change drastically. He turned into a shadow and disappeared. Although he avoided the danger, the hood of his cloak was also cut open, revealing a cold face. This cloaked man Void was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a powerful woman. A small pawn has a small pawn's opponent. A general has a general's opponent. The person who attacked said faintly. His words were mixed with disdain. He was the 81st Prince. In Qingzhou, he was the number 1 in the Tao of space, at this moment, the situation on the imperial court side was obviously getting weaker. At this moment, on the other side of the faraway tree hole, two figures appeared. It was Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. However, the battle in the tree hole caused their expressions to change. Especially Xian Linglong, her face was very pale because she could not withstand the power of the battle of the gods. She would die if she got close. Not good, Big Brother is in danger. At this moment, Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. It's too late. Lin Ling, let's retreat. Xian Linglong instantly analyzed the situation. She knew that even if Lin Ling came, it would be useless because there were too many experts in the battle of the gods. They are not qualified. However, Lin Ling said coldly and his body disappeared instantly. Xian Linglong still wanted to say something, but her pupils suddenly trembled violently. Lin Ling was so fast. He probably surpassed the speed of 15 worlds. Could it be that when he rushed past the silver vines, Lin Ling did not use his full strength? At this moment, no one paid attention to the appearance of Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. The battle became even crazier. Chi Yuhu and the others were all roaring, worried about the Sakura. Thunder Sound Mother laughed. Now that the Sakura was defeated, Chi Yuhu and the others were no longer a threat. My destiny is to kill geniuses of the same age. You are the first person to die in my hands. At this moment, the 81st prince said faintly. He stepped into the sky and the power of space gushed out from his left foot. His right foot used the power of the god of light. It made his speed seem slow, but in an instant, he arrived in front of the huge skeleton. He stretched out his right hand, and his arm had already turned into a dazzling light, like a light blade. He jumped up and faced the skeleton of the Sakura, looking at him indifferently. Sakura, before you die, what do you have to say? The 81st prince spat out a sentence. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Clash of the Kings of the Nine Great Heavens. Lin Ling is already crippled and you're dead. You two brothers are really disappointing. However, I have to say that Lin Ling was very powerful in the past. He defeated me once and was at least slightly more powerful than you. Of course, it was just a flash in the pan, the 81st prince said slowly. I won't die. Sakura finally opened his mouth. Hearing that, the 81st prince smiled. His smile was very relaxed. He shook his head lightly and said, I don't really believe it. Nope. After saying that, his hand slowly slashed out. The light was sharp as if it could cut through 10,000 worlds. The speed was very slow, but it caused the entire cave to fall silent. Sakura of the Nine Great Heavens of the Green State was an ambitious and ruthless character. He seemed to be low-key, but all the magnates knew that there was such a fierce person in the imperial court. He allowed the imperial court to gain a foothold in the Great Azure God dynasty and no one dared to underestimate him, but now, this fierce person was about to fall. Dead. Nope. Someone said coldly. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared in the sky as if it came from the void. It suddenly grabbed the arm of the 81st prince. Bang, at the moment of collision, a terrifying shockwave exploded in the sky. The entire tree cave was on the verge of collapse. That's right, he won't die. Nope. A chuckle could also be heard. Everyone saw a blue-robed youth appearing beside the huge white bones of the Sakura Emperor. He was resisting the arm of the 81st prince, as if they were kings fighting. Boom. Boom, boom. The two arms collided and two mysterious forces continued to collide. It was as if time had stopped. Lin Ling? Many people saw who it was and were shocked. Lin Ling's name was known to everyone in the Great Azure God dynasty. He was the most monstrous genius in the Green State. His speed of growth was also the fastest in the history of the Great Azure God dynasty. Didn't he fail to break through? Moreover, even if he had not failed to break through, he should not have been able to withstand the light god bloodline of the 81st prince. 81st Crown Prince's mother is an ancient remnant. Back then, Emperor Qing forcefully kidnapped her in order to obtain the power in her body. Later on, she gave birth to the 81st Crown Prince. However, the 81st Crown Prince's mother has always refused to admit that she is Emperor Qing's woman. Therefore, the 81st Crown Prince is only in name but not in reality. He is not considered Emperor Qing's successor. That is how he became one of the 9 great heavens of Qingzhou. Someone said solemnly. If Lin Ling was the most devilish genius in Qing province, then the 80th prince would be a peerless genius because he was only in his 20s. Lin Ling will never be able to stop the 81st prince. The experts of the Imperial Censor Dragon Court said coldly. Second brother. At the same time, Sakura also looked at the young man floating in front of him. He had previously said that he would not die, but his second brother had arrived and blocked the light blade of the 81st prince, saving him. This made him excited and happy. As for the people of the Imperial Court, they were all overjoyed. Qi Yuhu, Lord 8th, Huangfu Dao, and the others were all smiling. It was as if they had seen the arrival of their backbone, especially the cloaked person, Su. Her expression was extremely complicated. In the past, she had saved Lin Ling twice. At that time, Lin Ling was like a junior to her. However, now, Lin Ling could fight against an expert that she could not fight against. No wonder Grandma Wen Dao said that one should never underestimate Lin Ling. This guy was even more terrifying than Emperor Qing. Ka ka ka. At that moment, the 81st prince maintained his swinging right arm. On his arm, there was a palm pressing down, blocking his attack and preventing him from moving an inch. His eyes were looking at the young man in front of him. You're stopping me? The 81st prince spat out. In the rumors, Lin Ling had failed to break through. However, from the looks of it, even if Lin Ling had failed, his combat strength was still terrifying. You want to kill my big brother? Do you think I can't stop you? Lin Ling said as he looked down at the 81st prince from above. Lin Ling, I don't want to be your enemy. However, I have my own mission. Therefore, I must kill your big brother. Back then, I lost the battle for the Emperor Qing's jade seal at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. That made me realize that you're an extraordinary person. However, this time, I'm going to win. The 81st prince's long hair danced wildly. His ferocious realm essence surged like a tide. In the past, in order to enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he had suppressed his cultivation to the true god realm. After that, he crazily broke through. Now, he was at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. His combat strength was so strong that he could fight against a 6th level martial immortal. Young man, it's better to be respectful when meeting a senior. Lin Ling chuckled and spoke as well. His tone was calm. This stunned the 81st prince. Young man, however, with his age, he was indeed a young man in Lin Ling's eyes. The people from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court were furious. The son of the Emperor Qing was being called a young man by Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling think he was an old monster? Respect or not, it depends on strength. The silver light on the 81st prince's arm shone brightly, blinding everyone once again. You can't stop me. His light god innate skill also erupted, causing the tree hole to tremble, and the ancient bark continued to explode. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. What was terrifying was that the 81st prince's light god bloodline could not affect Lin Ling's eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling shouted coldly and the power of 80 realms burst out. Rumble. After the realm-swallowing beast's power burst out, a figure flew out and crashed into a tree wall in the distance. Although he was not injured, his face was filled with fear. The crowd also looked at the figure that was sent flying, and all of them fell silent, because that was the 81st prince. This time, everyone looked at the blue-robed figure in the sky in horror. Their faces were filled with disbelief. From their point of view, even if Lin Ling did not fail to break through, he should not be a match for the 81st prince. However, in the Battle of the Kings of the Nine Heavens, Lin Ling defeated the 81st prince. He's so powerful. Lin Ling is indeed one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Far away, Xian Linglong's expression was also very interesting. Her mouth was opened so wide that she could swallow a duck egg. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. His strength was beyond her imagination. Then, she thought of her attitude towards Lin Ling and could not help but laugh bitterly. Lin Ling, die. At this time, a roar was heard. It was like the Emperor Qing's imperial edict. In the sky, the lid of the giant cauldron smashed down on Lin Ling. Rumble. Lin Ling was smashed into the ground and sealed in the ancient bronze cauldron. The sun, moon, stars, ancient lakes, mountains, and rivers also appeared and were refined in the ancient cauldron. According to legend, this cauldron was made by the Emperor Qing on the first day of his ascension to the throne in order to suppress the 8 barren lands of Qingzhou. Therefore, the Sovereign Marquis had another title, the Sovereign Marquis. Phew. At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis was breathing heavily. His eyes were extremely serious, as if he had defeated a great enemy. Not long ago, he heard that Lin Ling had failed to break through. He was very happy, very happy. However, after seeing Lin Ling, he realized how crazy Lin Ling was. He was so fierce even after failing to break through. Could this guy be the descendant of a god? Punch the Azure Dragon, boom. However, just as he thought about it, a huge mouth appeared, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The lid of the cauldron exploded, and a figure shot out like a cannonball, holding the lid of the cauldron and pouncing towards the Sovereign Marquis. Is that all you've got? The lid of the huge cauldron was like a mountain. Lin Ling held it and smashed it towards the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis couldn't react in time. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Everyone looked at the valiant general who had the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. They were all shocked. Lin Ling actually rushed out of the Azure Thearch's cauldron and ignored this divine item as a casual weapon to fight against the Sovereign Marquis? I always thought that there were many valiant generals in the imperial court, like Disher Tian and the others. But now, I realized that Lin Ling is the third prince's right hand. An old man from the left minister's palace said solemnly. General of the imperial court, Lin Ling. This voice resounded in the hearts of the magnates. It could be said that after the short confrontation, Lin Ling's status in the hearts of the magnates had risen infinitely. He was now a magnate that could not be underestimated. Big brother, are you all right? After sending the Sovereign Marquis flying, Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. With the lid of the ancient cauldron in his hand, he walked towards Sakura step by step, completely ignoring all the powerhouses. Bang! Along the way, he waved the lid of the ancient cauldron a few times. As if he felt that the cauldron's lid was uncomfortable, he punched out and directly smashed the lid of the ancient cauldron apart. Most importantly, everyone saw that fist didn't contain world essence power, nor did it contain universal power. It was just an extremely ordinary fist. This guy is simply a ferocious beast. At this moment, everyone was moved. The powerhouses in the tree hole didn't dare to rashly make a move. They were deeply afraid that a slight move would affect the entire situation. They didn't think that Lin Ling's arrival would cause such a huge reaction. It's fine. Sakura recovered his true body and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lord Eighth and the others were the same. Now, they had to look up to Lin Ling. That's great. Lin Ling smiled calmly as he looked at the treasures on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on a few sets of books. He ignored the crowd and walked forward. He picked up the books and started reading. Not bad. Ancient Divine Book, 7th Grade Earth Divine Skill, Great Earth Technique. Which one of you is an Earth Elemental Warrior? He put away the book and looked at Lord Eighth and the others. The Sovereign Marquis and the others stood in the distance, their expressions extremely ugly. They had been fighting over the treasures, but after Lin Ling arrived, he snatched the treasures and ignored them. Your Excellency Lin Ling, give it to me. Song Taizu immediately said, letting Lin Ling throw out the ancient divine book. This divine book was left behind by an ancient martial art practitioner who had cultivated here in the past. In Qingzhou, it was priceless. Unfortunately, it was of little use to Lin Ling. He threw the sets of ancient books to the people of the imperial court. During the entire process, he was indeed ignoring the people of the major powers. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Don't you think you're too arrogant and despotic? Sigh. It was the Azure Dragon King. He hovered on the ground, the head of the Azure Dragon rising high as if he was looking down on the common people. Hearing this, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the Azure Dragon King calmly. The Azure Dragon King also looked at him fearlessly. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs. Hee hee. Sigh. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. In midair, a vine appeared and lashed down like a whip. Azure Dragon King, be careful. Sigh. Seeing this, the Sovereign Marquis immediately shouted. He didn't expect Lin Ling to attack just like that. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Sigh. The Azure Dragon King also let out a furious roar. His huge dragon body swam, but when the whip landed, his bloodline seemed to be sealed, and his strength was greatly reduced. That vine was little Kunlun. the Azure Dragon King immediately panicked. Last time, he had suffered a loss from this mysterious vine. Moreover, compared to last time, this vine seemed to be even more powerful. At the same time, Lin Ling's fierce punch arrived, as if an ancient beast was roaring. Dragon tail! Dragon tail! At the crucial moment, the Azure Dragon King's huge dragon tail swung, blocking Lin Ling's sudden punch. His dragon tail could easily break through 30 worlds, however, Lin Ling's was the power of 80 worlds. Pop pop pop, under the punch, the dragon tail seemed to have been hit by a meteor. Dragon scales splattered everywhere, and the huge dragon tail was actually smashed by the punch, boom boom boom. Moreover, this was not the end. Lin Ling's fist was still smashing out like a meteor, entangling the Azure Dragon King, causing dust to fly everywhere. Broken tree bark also continuously fell from the cave ceiling. It was terrifying. After a dozen breaths, the rumbling finally stopped. Everyone saw that the huge Azure Dragon King, the Lord of the Four-Ringed City, was actually beaten to death by Lin Ling's fist, punching the Azure Dragon. This result was undoubtedly more terrifying than the battle between the 81st Prince and the other two. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. One must know that when one reached the strength of a magnate, it was very rare for them to die. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. However, Lin Ling used his fist to kill the Azure Dragon King in front of everyone. Of course, the Azure Dragon King must have been careless. The Azure Dragon King knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but he didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him. In addition, the little Kunlun had caught him off guard. Even so, the Azure Dragon King was the Lord of the Four-Ringed City, and his lifespan was endless. No one had ever thought that he would die here, and this was also the first powerful magnate to fall in the Battle of the Gods. Bang! At the same time, the Sovereign Marquis arrived and stood a dozen meters away from Lin Ling. He originally wanted to help the Azure Dragon King, but now he did not dare to move. His gaze was constantly flickering, and it was extremely serious. I'm arrogant, I'm domineering, so what? Bang! Lin Ling waved his fist and said calmly as if he was talking about the most normal thing. Everyone here had a grudge with him, so Lin Ling did not need to give any face. Hearing that sentence, everyone fell silent. The terrifying scene of punching the Azure Dragon King was still circulating in their minds. Sovereign Marquis, you want to save the Azure Dragon King? You're too late. Bang! Lin Ling turned his head and looked at the Sovereign Marquis. His words made the latter clench his teeth tightly. Lin Ling was provoking him, telling him that he would kill the Azure Dragon King just like that. What could he do about it? However, the Sovereign Marquis did not dare to move. Even his breathing had become much heavier. In the distance, the 81st Prince's eyes were fixed. He had not made a move all this time because he wanted to see Lin Ling's powerful means. Now, he was sure that Lin Ling's physical body had become so terrifying that he did not look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a species left behind from the ancient era, a mythical beast or something like that. Even a dragon is not as fierce as him? The 81st Prince muttered to himself. In fact, during the trip to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he already knew that Lin Ling could not be underestimated. Now, he was even more certain of his guess. For a moment, the tree hole was even quieter. Lin Ling collected the treasures around him and looked at the top of the tree. There was a white bud there, and the bud contained a ray of light. It must be the Emperor's life essence. Moreover, he also saw that everyone's eyes were fixed on the Emperor's life essence. The four magnates had arrived. This treasure is mine. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and spoke calmly, as if the treasure belonged to Lin Ling in the first place. As soon as his domineering words fell, the faces of all the experts turned ugly. Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, they were a little afraid of Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. Unless all of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Ling and the imperial dynasty. For a moment, each of them had their own ulterior motives and continued to maintain their silence. Bang bang bang. However, not long after, there was a sudden rumbling sound, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The entire tree began to sway, as if there was an expert outside the tree that was attacking the divine tree. All of them had sharp eyes and they quickly looked around. Immediately, they realized that there were many experts gathered around the divine tree. It turned out that the four magnates had arrived, the 3rd Prince of the Imperial Court, the 99th Prince of the Imperial Court, the army of blue flame, the prime minister of the divine dynasty, left minister's residence, lord left minister, they had brought all the experts here to attack the divine tree. Sir, they're here. Seeing this, the people in the tree hole were overjoyed. Not good, the magnates are here. It's hard to tell who will get the emperor's life essence. Lord Eighth immediately looked worried. Judging from the current situation, Lin Ling's arrival had boosted the imperial court's prestige. They had the highest chance of obtaining the emperor's life essence. However, if the magnate G practitioners outside the tree rushed in, everything would be uncertain. Haha, Lin Ling, you've wasted your efforts. Another joyful voice came from the tree hole. It was Lei Crone. At this moment, she was extremely proud of herself. Obviously, when she saw Lin Ling commanding the wind and clouds, she was under a lot of pressure. Now that she saw Lin Ling's plan being disrupted, she was naturally very happy. Of course, the other magnates were laughing coldly as well. It seems that you are very happy, but don't be happy too early. They may not be able to help you. However, at this time, Lin Ling sneered. As soon as he said this, everyone frowned. Apparently, Mother Lane didn't believe Lin Ling's words. She shook her head and said, Lin Ling, don't bewitch us. We won't be fooled. Indeed, you won't fall for it because you're all idiots. Lin Ling shrugged and pointed outside the tree hole. Open your dog eyes and see if they can come in. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked outside the tree hole. Only then did they realize that the tree hole was enveloped by a layer of mysterious silver light. The attacks of the various experts were utterly unable to break through that layer of silver light. This time, there was no one who wasn't shocked, even Sakura was the same. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Second brother, what is this? One had to know that before they entered the tree hole, there was no silver light sealing the tree hole. The sap of this tree, even the flower bud on top of the head, has been sealed by this silver light. There are no more than 5 people in Qingzhou who can break through this silver light. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Haha, this means that they can't come in. The essence of the emperor's life can only appear in our group. Hearing this, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. As for Mother Lane and the others, their pupils constricted and their expressions were unusually ugly. It was as if the treasure that they had just obtained had been snatched away by someone else. That kind of ruthlessness was indescribable. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Ling as if it was the first time they had met Lin Ling. Because, how did Lin Ling know about this item of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Are you all here? At this moment, a voice came from outside the tree hole. 99th Prince, we are here. Someone replied immediately. Seize the essence of the Emperor's life. Imperial Censor Dragon Court will reward you handsomely. Good. After receiving the order, the experts in the tree hole knew that they had to fight for their lives. Is Sakura here? The voice of the 3rd Prince of the Imperial Court floated in at this moment. I'm here, and Lin Ling is here too. Sakura replied immediately, which made the 3rd Prince, who was outside the tree hole, change his expression. Wasn't Lin Ling on the 3rd level? Why was he on the 4th level too? Is this guy messing around? The 3rd Prince couldn't help but be angry. There was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle in the tree hole. With Lin Ling's strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. If he was injured, how would he explain it to Grandma Wendao? Don't worry, this guy isn't weak. Sakura seemed to know the 3rd Prince's worries and suddenly said. Then, he secretly transmitted Lin Ling's magnificent feat in the cave to the 3rd Prince. It appeared in a jade token in the 3rd Prince's hand. 3rd Prince, you don't have to worry about me. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out of the tree hole. Lin Ling. After hearing that voice, the eyes of the 99th Prince and the other magnates flickered slightly. Among them, a disdainful voice floated out, Lin Ling? What a piece of trash. When the battle starts later, the first one to kill him will be heavily rewarded. The one who spoke was the 76th Prince. When he entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he was played by Lin Ling, so he hated Lin Ling to the core. However, the experts in the tree hole shook their heads. Although they also wanted to kill Lin Ling wasn't someone who could be killed so easily. The 76th Prince probably didn't know this at all. Hee hee, you should be the 76th Prince. Hee hee, you should be the 76th prince, right? I'm sorry, but you sent someone to follow me because you wanted to be an ingrate. Unfortunately, you became a watchdog. That guy is dead now, and the 99th prince. The dragon hall you sent also died on the 3rd floor. Please, the next time you send someone to follow me, at least send someone smarter. Also, Luo Xiaothorn, I caught him. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Hearing this, the faces of the magnates turned ugly. Lin Ling was too arrogant. I underestimated you. However, you have to be careful later. The 99th prince said coldly. He also heard the message from the people in the tree hole and knew that Lin Ling had killed the Azure Dragon King. His strength wasn't to be underestimated. Even the 3rd prince gradually learned about what happened. While she was shocked, she also warned Lin Ling, be careful. You must obtain the essence of the emperor's life. The imperial court will reward you handsomely. However, just as she finished speaking, the minister of the left also said, why don't the 3 of us work together to eliminate the imperial court in the tree hole? Then, the 3 of us can compete for the emperor's life. Dream on. My Blue Flame army will never work with you. Prime Minister, if you don't obtain the essence of the emperor's life, the person behind you will kill you. I think this is a good suggestion because the imperial court in the tree hole is stronger. If the 3 magnates don't work together, the essence of the emperor's life will be taken away by them. The leaders of the magnates discussed among themselves and nodded in agreement. Moreover, they didn't try to hide anything from the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The War God Guards. Lin Ling, be careful. Just do your best. The 3rd prince couldn't help much at this moment. All hope was on Lin Ling and the others. She also ordered people to attack the silver light again, but it was useless. Haha, Lin Ling, you are very arrogant. I want to see how you die later. Haha, after reaching an agreement, the 99th prince sneered. He wanted Lin Ling dead the most out of all the magnates. The minister of the left and the others also wanted Lin Ling dead, but their desire wasn't as strong as his. The situation was getting worse for the imperial court. However, at this moment, a smile was heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Facing the top experts of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, he was still calm. Just this bit of strength? To be honest, they are not enough for me, Lin Ling. Haha. When this voice floated out, not only inside the tree hole, but also outside the tree hole, there was complete silence. Lin Ling was so arrogant, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. He was still one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. However, the people in the tree hole weren't weak either. If they joined forces, how could Lin Ling win? Lin Ling, you're probably bragging. Haha, remember, whoever kills Lin Ling will be heavily rewarded. I want to see how powerful this braggart is and how he became one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. After a moment of silence, the 76th prince was the first to speak. He was laughing very happily. Alright, everyone listen to my orders. Kill Lin Ling first. The 99th prince also laughed. He wasn't stupid and knew that Lin Ling was bluffing. He wanted to scare the experts in the tree hole. However, such a small trick couldn't be hidden from the emperor. This guy. The 3rd prince frowned. Now that the imperial court was weak, she wanted to let Lin Ling appear weak. Then, after the experts obtained the emperor's life essence, she would attack at the crucial moment and catch them off guard. However, who knew that Lin Ling would be so arrogant? Wouldn't this incite public anger? 3rd prince, I know you're worried about me, but you're underestimating me, Lin Ling. Some things can't be judged on the surface. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out again, sounding calm and relaxed. If you don't look at the surface, then what do you look at? Lin Ling, things have already come to this point. Stop messing around. The 3rd prince was speechless. She recalled Grandma Wendao's suggestion to her to acknowledge Lin Ling as her master. In the past, she was 100 times unwilling to accept this idea. Now, she was 120 times unwilling. My world is not something you can understand. Lin Ling's voice became faintly discernible, but it was mixed with a strong sense of confidence. Hearing this, the 3rd prince slapped his forehead. He was speechless. The magnates outside the tree hole laughed out loud. Inside the tree hole, the sovereign marquis and the rest also sneered. Of course, their laughter was not very arrogant. After all, no matter how mysterious Lin Ling was, he was still one of the 9 elites. Sir, the silver light of the flower bud in the tree hole is starting to dissipate. Suddenly, one of them spoke. This voice seemed to have lit a fuse. Whether it was outside the tree hole or inside the tree hole, all the elites' faces turned serious. The battle of the gods that had been interrupted earlier had obviously started again. Attack! The 99th prince could not be bothered with Lin Ling. At this moment, he waved his hand coldly. A great battle was about to break out. Inside the tree hole, the terrifying divine guards took a step forward. With a destructive force, they took the initiative to attack Lin Ling. They obviously knew that Lin Ling was the flag of the imperial dynasty. If Lin Ling was defeated, the imperial dynasty would at least lose an arm. Fight! The Sakra roared and transformed into a huge white bone giant. It was as if he was going to burst the tree hole. Big brother, all of you guard the essence of the emperor's life. Kill anyone who comes close. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Everyone in the imperial dynasty was stunned. Let me fight them. Then, Lin Ling's next sentence made them gasp. Lin Ling wanted to fight these elites? Do as I say. Don't let the villain steal the essence of the emperor's life. While the Sakra and the rest were in disbelief, Lin Ling reminded them again. Okay, 8th Lord, everyone follow me. The Sakra did not agree at first, but when he thought of the years when he and Lin Ling swept through the storms in the sacred rainforest, he finally nodded. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Many figures appeared under the flower bud and stood guard there. The 3 magnates in the tree hole looked at the flower bud. Seeing that the silver light outside the flower bud still needed some time to recede, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they sneered at Lin Ling. Divine guards, go and kill him. Let him experience the might of the divine guards. Someone said coldly, bang. Bang. Bang, the deafening sound shook the tree hole. The divine guards of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were the personal guards of the Azure Emperor. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They could kill early-stage martial immortals as easily as killing chickens and dogs. Lin Ling also moved. With the speed of 15 worlds, he rushed toward the divine guards and punched out. Bang, one of the divine guards also attacked and collided with Lin Ling. It was as if 2 ferocious beasts were roaring at each other. However, Lin Ling's fist was obviously stronger than the divine guards. Cracks appeared on the divine guard's arm. Boom. Boom. However, more divine guards had also arrived. They hurriedly launched divine punches that could destroy stars and shatter worlds, smashing into Lin Ling's body. Puff, Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the more injured he was, the crazier he became. He waved his fists as if he was holding the world in his hands. Whoosh, as soon as he attacked, cracks appeared on the divine guards and they exploded. So fierce. The experts outside the tree hole stared into the tree hole through the silver light. It was the first time they had seen Lin Ling attack. They were all shocked. Was Lin Ling still human? He was simply the king of the divine guards. Lin Ling summoned the realm-devouring beast and his rank 10 divine body descended. His ferocious aura was even more powerful. He blocked the attacks of the remaining divine guards and even killed a few divine guards with one punch. He was so powerful. At this moment, even if they were in the enemy camp, many people had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a genius, because no one had ever failed a breakthrough and still had such powerful strength. Luo Xianxia was defeated by Lin Ling with one punch. It seems that it is true. 99 Crown Prince thought. Fortunately, although Lin Ling had the strength to move mountains and rivers, his future achievements were only SOSO. This made 99 Crown Prince relax. Rumble, huge chunks of flesh fell. Lin Ling defeated the divine guards. At the same time, a cold laugh floated out. The divine guards have experienced it. They are only SOSO. Kill him. The experts who were walking over from afar also made their move. Lin Ling was too ferocious. Everyone had to work together to get rid of him. An old man from the left minister's palace made his move. A black book appeared in his hand, and he kept chanting, forming a black gas that spread out. His clothes immediately turned into nothingness, revealing his tall and sturdy body. His entire body became pitch black, and the luster was dazzling, as if he was a black diamond. God of War Scroll, invincible. Fight against this group of heroes. Alright, the 100 Books Elder has made his move. He has an Earth Elemental innate talent, cultivated the God of War Scroll, and has 40% of the power of the universe. He has also cultivated the invincible black adamantine body. Sounds of surprise came from the crowd. The 100 Books Elder was also the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's martial arts recorder. Many of the martial arts manuals in the 3 big academies came from him. Brat, you can't stop all of us by yourself. The old man maintained his punching posture as he looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time someone had dared to go head-to-head with him. This old man's martial arts were very strong. Again. Lin Ling punched again. His expression was solemn and holy, but he also revealed his ferocity. Bang bang bang, the two of them exchanged a few punches. Their strength was so great that it could break through a myriad of mountains. However, the old man was still unscathed. He smiled and said, I don't believe you can block many of my punches. Let me tell you, once I use this technique, I will beat my opponent into mincemeat. His voice was kind and even doting, but his words were vicious. You can try. The more Lin Ling fought, the fiercer he became. However, he discovered that the old man was simply invincible. He could not shake the old man at all. Boom. Instead, his chest was penetrated by the old man's fist, and his body flew backward. All right. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. That joyful appearance was as if they had obtained a rare treasure. The old man took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He brandished his black Vajra fist and appeared above Lin Ling's head, smashing down like a storm. Previously, Lin Ling had smashed the Azure Dragon King to death. Now, he wanted to smash Lin Ling to death. How terrifying. As expected of the black diamond body. I'm afraid this Lin Ling will be smashed into meat paste. Both inside and outside the tree hole, the various powerhouses exclaimed in shock. Even the 81st Prince's expression was solemn. He did not dare to take the elder's punch lightly. He's dead. The old man punched hundreds of millions of times consecutively, creating a huge crater in the hard ground. Then, he leaped up and floated in the sky, looking majestic. Looking at his fists, they were now covered in blood. This was Lin Ling's blood. Lin Ling. Outside the tree, Lord Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 3rd Prince, Prince 3rd Prince. Lin Ling whoosh. At that moment, a meteor shot book star Lin Ling, and Lin Ling translation Lin Lingli translation Lin. At this moment, he was covered in blood, but his battle intent was still boiling. He ferociously threw a punch at the old man. What? The elder's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was not dead? His translation his fists translation Lu Lin dragon translation Lin translation of the translation Lin pft. At that moment, Lin Ling's punch arrived. However, the old man was not afraid at all because Lin Ling could not shake his black diamond body. However, Lin Ling's punch landed on the sole of his foot, and the old man's expression changed drastically. How impressive is that? So it's a cultivation technique with a loophole. Lin Ling's voice floated out at the same time. The old man's burly body seemed to deflate and started to shrink. He actually turned into an old man the size of a 6-year-old child. His cultivation technique had been broken. His God of War scroll was extremely heaven-defying. Its defense and attack were powerful, but it had a fatal flaw. It was his Achilles heel. However, ordinary people did not know about this flaw, but Lin Ling had found his Achilles heel after fighting with him. Impossible, impossible. How did you know my Achilles heel? The old man kept shaking his head. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. Lin Ling stepped forward. The injuries on his body were quickly recovering. He did not fight with the old man for nothing. His demonic eyes of all things were also searching for the old man's weakness. After all, the old man's bloodline was not strong, but his physical body was so terrifying. This was impossible. Take Lin Ling for example. His physical body was strong because he had swallowed the seawater heart flower. Everyone, attack. We must save the 100 Books elder. Seeing the childlike old man, even more experts attacked. The thunderclap mother turned into a thunderclap bamboo and attacked Lin Ling with the force of a thunderbolt. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. He rushed into the lightning pool and appeared in front of the old man. The old man kept shaking his head. No, no, don't kill me. I will beat you into a pulp. Lin Ling smiled gently. Just like the old man before, he looked calm but his words were extremely fierce. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Behind him, tens of thousands of lightning bolts attacked him, but he turned a blind eye to it. Qingzhou Divine Cauldron. Seeing this, the sovereign marquis also used his trump card. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Even the 81st prince, after thinking for a while, continuously kicked out a large number of light legs. The entire cave seemed to be about to collapse at this moment. In the end, the battle of the gods had developed into Lin Ling fighting against the gods alone. Even the experts outside the tree hole had grave expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was so fierce. Even if he died, he would be able to leave behind good words in the great Qing Divine Dynasty. What a terrifying person. His physical body is invincible. The 99th prince and the others also said solemnly. However, they did not feel much pressure. Although Lin Ling's defense was very strong, his future was limited and he could not reach the Great Tao. Now that he was facing the siege of so many experts, he had a slim chance of survival. This guy is too arrogant. If he had asked Sakura and the others for help, the outcome would definitely not have been like this. The third prince also frowned and kept shaking his head. Second brother, let us help you. Sakura and the others watched as the power to destroy everything gathered on Lin Ling. They planned to give up the emperor's life essence and help Lin Ling. Don't come over. They can't touch me. However, at this moment, a firm voice floated out. A figure stood up with difficulty amidst the fierce power. Below him was a pile of mud. The 100-book-old man had indeed been beaten into a pulp by Lin Ling. Can't touch you? Look at you now. You can't even stand up now. Someone shouted ferociously. He wanted to kill Lin Ling because the current Lin Ling gave them a terrifying feeling. He was like the son of the devil god, immortal and indestructible. The others were also in a frenzy as they continued to attack Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still stood up straight. His body was covered in blood and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even the realm-devouring beast behind him had dimmed a lot. However, he still stood up straight. Is this all you've got? A disdainful voice also floated out. This undoubtedly infuriated the magnates. Lin Ling actually dared to be so stubborn in front of the joint forces of the three magnates. Get down. An expert roared and withdrew his palms. The rolling heavenly river also suppressed down. This person was a level 4 martial immortal expert with a level 7 divine body. He was not weak at all. Too weak. However, Lin Ling still raised his head. On the surface of his body, flames finally appeared. Translator, Transin editor, Transin famous in Qingzhou Lin Ling, don't go too far. Everyone was infuriated, and their attacks became even more terrifying. However, the destructive power had less and less effect on Lin Ling, because the flames began to boil. You heroes, I'll fight you with all my strength. Bang! Boom! Finally, the flames exploded, and the martial immortal realm's world essence surged. Evil flame changes final change, heaven and earth change. He didn't fail to break through, he's at the first level of the martial immortal realm. My god! My god, he was already at the World King realm, and now he's at the martial immortal realm. Bang! We've all been fooled by him. Bang! The experts who attacked all changed their expressions. Outside the tree hole, there was a deathly silence. They all saw Lin Ling's ferocity, but they comforted themselves that Lin Ling would only be so in the future. But now, Lin Ling told them that it was just a warm-up, and that he was at the martial immortal realm, not the World King realm. Just a warm-up, and he can fight with all the heroes. What if he goes all out? The 76th prince's face was extremely pale, and even the 99th prince's pupils constricted, and he kept shouting in his heart, kill him, kill him. Flame coffin. Bang! Almost at the same time, the world-destroying flame coffin began to descend from the sky, and the colorful flames made the tree whole colorful. Lin Ling merged his three dantians together, and in addition to his ferocious physical body, his aura was vast and mighty. Boom! He rushed out of the attacks of the heroes, and rushed into the sky, bringing with him the roar of the sea, the scorching flames and ferocious aura fused, and his fist began to turn into a flaming fist. With a bang, a fourth-level martial immortal expert's body trembled, and he looked down, and his chest was penetrated. He roared in disbelief, You! He only said one word, and his body exploded. Heroes, it's my turn to attack. Bang! Lin Ling sneered, and as if he was stirring up the wind and clouds of the great Azure divine dynasty, he pounced on another person, and his fist broke through 10,000 techniques. Not to mention an early martial immortal, even a mid-martial immortal couldn't block his fist. Rumble, at the same time, the flaming coffin in the sky smashed down. Although it only had 10% of the power of the universe, the power of the world was extremely terrifying. All the early-stage martial immortals were killed. How could this be? Both inside and outside the tree hole, there were no mid-stage martial immortals. All of them were shouting loudly as their bodies convulsed. Some of them even fell limply to the ground. They watched as Lin Ling, who was like the son of a demon god, slaughtered the top heroes of the great Azure divine dynasty as if he were cutting vegetables and melons. Their hearts were shaken. Without a doubt, the great Azure divine dynasty had changed. The name of the imperial court Lin Ling had spread throughout Azure State. 81st Prince, it's up to you. Thunderclap Crone and the rest were terrified. They could only look forward to the 81st Prince. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the Light God bloodline, was definitely worthy of its reputation. The 81st Prince's youthful face was solemn, extremely solemn. Among the 9 great heavens of Azure State, other than the most mysterious 4, the rest were nothing to worry about. The stronger one was only Disher Tian, but now there was one more person, Lin Ling. He felt like he was in a dream. He was even recalling everything about Lin Ling in his mind. However, Lin Ling seemed to have been born out of thin air. He didn't have any reputation before, but once he became famous, he became unstoppable. Lin Ling, I'll fight you. The 81st Prince walked out, his whole body shining brightly as he chanted, Combine and return to the origin, righteous and righteous, evil and evil, righteous and righteous, ghostly howls towards the heavens, turbidity and light, chaos and impurity, life and death oblivion. A large amount of chi and blood spread out from the top of his head. The blood carried a dazzling light. He had pushed his talent to the peak. It was a peak divine body. This was the bloodline that his mother had left for him. The Light God bloodline, in the hierarchy of life, was superior to all living things. Just like Lin Ling, his realm-swallowing beast talent had reached the 10th grade divine body. Its life hierarchy surpassed all living things and could resist a large number of attacks. It was as if he was a peerless expert created by the gods. And the 81st Prince also had this advantage. Light Cloud Remnant Underworld. The light scattered like clouds, and the 80th Prince disappeared without a trace. Light appeared under his left foot, and space appeared under his right foot. When combined, it allowed him to reach the speed of 20 worlds. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. Lin Ling stood on the ground and looked up at the sky. He was fearless. Seeing this, many people sneered. Lin Ling probably didn't know the power of the #1 spatial user in Azure State. 9 Heavens Light God Technique, Light Break. Almost at the same time, a ray of light slashed down like lightning. Very quickly, other than the mid-stage martial immortal experts, no one else felt anything. That ray of light was like a line of life and death, slashing down on Lin Ling's head. However, a vicious aura appeared on Lin Ling's body, and a fierce light shone brightly. It was as if he had merged with the evil fire god. He moved and disappeared. The speed of 20 worlds appeared. That ray of light swept across the ground, and a bottomless ditch appeared in the ground. It was unknown how many roots of the divine tree were cut off. Young man, you're not the only one who can reach the speed of 20 worlds. Lin Ling appeared on the other side with his hands behind his back. His calm appearance shocked everyone, even the 81st Prince was the same. He felt that Lin Ling was like his master, restraining him in every way. One must know that the speed of 20 worlds was unparalleled in the mid-stage martial immortal realm. He thought that he was the only one in Azure State who had it, but Lin Ling also had it. 81 St Prince, you're one of the 9 heavens of Azure State. However, in my opinion, you're only half a genius. Lin Ling said again. He thought of the past, when he competed with the geniuses of 9 states. Compared to them, the 81st Prince was like a grain of light. Nonsense. The 81st Prince was the youngest genius in Azure State. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, Lin Ling's words were too casual. He was looking down on him. Boom, his entire body exploded, causing the tree hole to be filled with resplendent light. Countless strong practitioners were blinded by the dazzling light. Only those outside the tree hole could see that the 81st Prince had transformed into countless doppelgangers and was charging towards Lin Ling at the speed of 20 worlds. With such strength, not to mention in Azure State, even in 9 states, he would be able to move freely without fear. If I don't show you how powerful I am, you won't know what it means to be an expert. Lin Ling looked around with his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes. The 81st Prince was only at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. Although his strength was very strong, as long as he was at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, Lin Ling was not afraid. Boom, the roar of the sea was heard, as if 10,000 seas were surging. However, there were flames that soared into the sky and surged. The sea and flames were originally opposites. However, at that moment, they appeared perfectly on Lin Ling's body, facing the attack of the 81st Prince. He merged his 3 dantians and his world essence surged. Boom, he punched towards the south. Light exploded and darkness appeared. What? Even light can be destroyed. The experts outside the tree hole all shuddered. Lin Ling's method was very simple. It was just his fist. However, it was incomparably powerful. No one could understand why it was like this. Boom, another punch and a ray of light was immediately torn apart. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Ling destroyed the clones one after another. In terms of speed, he was not inferior to the 81st Prince. In terms of talent, he was not weak either. In terms of combat strength, his world essence was more powerful than the 81st Prince's. Translator, Transin editor, Transin no one dared to fight. 81st Prince, let me help you. Those below the middle martial immortal realm were not qualified to join the battle. Therefore, those who attacked were all middle martial immortal realm experts. Wind song time. It was an elegant man. He leaped high into the air and sang towards the sky. Hateful parting, a sorrowful melody filled the air, and the entire universe moved. This was actually 50% of the power of the universe, and it was terrifying. Moreover, the song was formless and colorless. It was impossible to guard against it. This was a kind of innate divine ability that combined the universe's power and soul power. Hee, are you also here to die? Lin Ling raised his head and smiled lightly. Smile, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The experts who had attacked were all the strongest in the tree hole. This Lin Ling could still smile? Get lost. At this time, Lin Ling roared. It was like the roar of the king of the 4 beasts, the world-devouring beast. Behind him, a huge mouth appeared. Mixed with Lin Ling's powerful soul power, it attacked. Puff, the man who was singing sorrowfully spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. Lin Ling's soul power was actually so strong, he was simply a monster. His body was strong, his world essence was strong, and his soul was also strong. He was simply a perfect genius with no weak points. Since you like to sing sorrowful songs so much, you can make a sorrowful story. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. His soul power rippled and attacked the man's soul. If the man had kept his soul in his dantian, Lin Ling would not have been able to kill him. That was because Lin Ling had not cultivated a powerful soul power martial art. However, the man specialized in soul power. When his soul came out, it was very weak. As if struck by lightning, the graceful man froze in midair. His soul had collapsed. Xiaoxing. Outside the tree hole, the left minister was boiling with anger. That man was an extraordinary existence in the left minister's residence, but now he was dead. Lin Ling, take this. Cauldron sealing masterpiece. There were less than 5 people who still dared to attack, and the sovereign marquis was one of them. He unleashed his ultimate technique, causing the Qingzhou cauldron to shatter. The bronze fragments danced in the air, then reformed again and charged at Lin Ling. The new cauldron of the Azure province actually carried the incense of the people of the myriad worlds. The entire tree hole was filled with the rich aroma of red sandalwood. Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, when you took Queen Xianxia from me, you also want to know where the space-time steel is, right? Lin Ling said with his hands behind his back as he looked at the cauldron crashing down from the sky. This kind of calm boldness shocked everyone. Could it be that no one could make Lin Ling treat seriously? That's right. Let me tell you, Lin Ling. Even though Queen Xianxia has escaped, I have already found her. I will get the space-time divine steel sooner or later. In the sky, the sovereign Marquis long hair danced wildly. He was like a cauldron god, invulnerable to all evil. His words obviously wanted to affect Lin Ling's mentality. However, Lin Ling's next sentence affected his mentality instead. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The space-time divine steel is with me. Lin Ling said calmly. What? The sovereign Marquis expression changed drastically. For that treasure, he had put in a lot of effort to find Queen Xianxia. Countless people had died, however, Lin Ling said that the space-time divine steel was with him. Pfft. The sovereign Marquis was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This meant that the space-time divine steel was with him. In the past, Lin Ling was not very strong. If he knew this secret, he could have taken it at any time. However, he did not know, so he missed it. Now, Lin Ling was fully fledged. Even if he knew, what could he do? Pfft, pfft. The sovereign Marquis spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He looked dispirited as if he had missed the most regrettable thing in his life. So powerful. You defeated the sovereign Marquis with 1 sentence. On the Sakura's side, Lord 8's pupils were trembling. Lin Ling was flying higher than the sovereign Marquis now, and he was even more dazzling. Sovereign Marquis, don't be fooled. He's lying to you. At this moment, Thunderclap Mother said anxiously. This made the sovereign Marquis eyes light up. This was possible because Lin Ling had encountered several life and death situations, but he had never used the space-time divine steel. This was illogical. You lied to me. The sovereign Marquis roared angrily and activated the Qingzhou cauldron again to attack Lin Ling. Haha. However, Lin Ling smiled again. I never lie. Take the news that I failed to break through as an example. That's all just deceiving yourselves. When did I tell others that I failed to break through? Of course, I know you don't believe me, but look above your head. Hearing this, the sovereign Marquis looked up, and his face turned pale again. Pfft. 3 mouthfuls of blood shot out like arrows. Because at the top of the tree hole, a huge black shadow rolled over. It was the space-time divine steel. The huge divine steel flickered with ancient runes, as if it was an item used by a deity to suppress thousands of worlds. At this moment, the huge divine steel was following closely behind the Qingzhou cauldron. Rumble. The moment it smashed down, the Qingzhou cauldron was instantly shattered. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. The divine cauldron personally refined by the Azure the Arch is also broken. Everyone was completely frightened by Lin Ling's ferocious strength. No one expected that Lin Ling had hidden his strength so deeply. At this moment, he had unleashed his full strength, and this full strength was even more terrifying than before. Rumble. After the space-time divine steel broke the Qingzhou cauldron, it floated above the sovereign Marquis head. The sovereign Marquis trembled all over and sat on the ground with a plop, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Was this the treasure he had been dreaming of? Now, he could finally look at it up close. The space-time divine steel was indeed very beautiful and powerful. Unfortunately, this treasure didn't belong to him. I won't kill you for now. In the future, I will visit you personally and ask for an old friend of yours. Lin Ling waved his hand lightly, and the space-time divine steel shot towards him and disappeared into his body. The person he wanted was Queen Xianxia. In the past, the sovereign Marquis had taken Queen Xianxia from him. Today, he wanted to see what the sovereign Marquis could say and resist. Also, Lei Yin Crone, your granddaughter was killed by me. Do you want to take revenge? Lin Ling looked at Lei Yin Crone again, still as calm as ever. Lei Yin Crone's face was ferocious. She was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire, but there was nothing she could do. After the matter at the 8 Gods' heavenly palace is over, I will go to the Lei Yin mansion personally to look for you. Prepare some tea for me. Lin Ling smiled as if he was talking to a friend. However, all the magnates present knew that this kind of friendly tone was often the most terrifying threat. Plop, Lei Yin Crone sat on the ground helplessly. Lin Ling came to visit her personally. This was definitely not a good thing. Alright, now who still wants to snatch the Emperor's life essence? Come out. I, Lin Ling, will give you 3 moves. With his hands still behind his back, Lin Ling looked at the crowd. The tree hole was silent, no one dared to fight. Everyone looked at the young man with his hands behind his back as if they were looking at the arrival of the Azure Emperor, defeating the 81st Crown Prince, killing the experts from the left minister's residence, and smashing the sovereign Marquis Steele. A series of powerful moves had suppressed the crowd until they couldn't raise their heads. Since there is no one else, then this Emperor's life essence is mine. Lin Ling lifted his feet and walked towards the flower bud at the top of the tree hole. Awakening Dragon Palace, outside the tree hole, the magnates' faces were solemn. They were helpless and could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. This brat. The third prince's face was solemn. He didn't expect Lin Ling to become so powerful after the trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. He was about to reach the pinnacle of the Green State's pyramid. This is his full strength. Among the crowd, a muscular man was trembling. He was the great ape of E. Not long ago, he was sent flying by Lin Ling with a single punch. At that time, he said that he didn't use his full strength. But now, he realized that even if he used his full strength, he would still be suppressed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had already obtained the Emperor's Fate's essence. Sakura immediately said, "Second brother, use it." Lin Ling's Emperor's Fate was already very close to the Azure Thearch's Jade Seal. If he used the Emperor's Fate's essence, he might be able to obtain the Azure Thearch's Jade Seal. However, Lin Ling shook his head. "I am not interested in the Azure Thearch's throne." When such words came out, everyone's jaws dropped. They were so angry that their teeth were itching. The Emperor's Fate was the power that the Green State's cultivators yearned for the most. Lin Ling was so close to that power, yet he wasn't interested. Moreover, if he wasn't interested, why didn't he give it to others? Bastard. The 99th prince couldn't help but curse. The third prince smiled. Lin Ling didn't want the treasure, but she wanted it. She planned to use other treasures to exchange with Lin Ling. Second brother, why? Sakura was puzzled. Because my goal is the 9 prefectures emperor. Lin Ling chuckled. His words silenced the crowd. They didn't expect Lin Ling's ambition to be so great. He didn't care about the Azure Thearch's throne and had set his sights on the 9 prefectures emperor. The 9 prefectures emperor, this was a divine position that no one dared to think about. They wanted to say that Lin Ling was dreaming, but they felt that it wasn't convincing because they had all witnessed Lin Ling's strength. At this moment, the silver light of the flower bud dispersed completely, and at the same time, an ancient divine diagram floated down. The divine map was made of sheepskin and was extremely ancient. However, since it could be placed in the flower bud, it was obviously something that ancient martial artists valued greatly. Lin Ling took the sheepskin and opened it. He couldn't help but smile. Map of the Dragon Palace. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone outside and inside the tree hole changed. Dragon Palace. Could the Dragon Palace of the 8 gods' heavenly palace be the Dragon God Palace of the 8 gods in the past? The Dragon God was a divine being that was above the ancestral dragon. In terms of life, it was even higher than the ancestral dragon, the universal dragon, the 9 continents dragon, and the myriad world dragon. At the same time, after the silver light of the flower bud poured out, the silver light outside the divine tree also gradually dispersed like mercury flowing down the ground. The magnates were allowed to enter, but none of them dared to act recklessly. Lin Ling, give me the map of Dragon Palace. The 76th prince was the first to speak. Now that the essence of the emperor's life was taken by the third prince, they didn't want to fight for it anymore. However, the map of Dragon Palace was no small matter. Lin Ling was still looking at the map of Dragon Palace, and a familiar smile appeared on his face. This was because Li Xiaoyao had been looking for this Dragon Palace in his previous life. It was hidden in the 4th floor, but he couldn't find it in the end. This led him to go to the 5th floor. Give him 3 slaps and I'll tell you what this map is. Lin Ling was still looking at the map as he muttered to himself. As soon as these words were spoken, the magnates frowned and looked at the 76th prince with evil intentions. "What are you guys trying to do?" The 76th prince reacted with a furious expression because the 99th prince, the minister of the left, and other experts were staring at him. Weren't these people enemies with Lin Ling? 76th prince, I'm sorry. The 99th prince took a step forward and 3 crisp slaps landed on the 76th prince's face. The 76th prince caressed his face. He was so angry that he couldn't speak, but he didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling anymore. This is the resuscitating dragon palace, one of the 49 dragon gods under the 8 gods. Hearing the crisp sound of the slap, Lin Ling spoke slowly. Hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened. There were probably more treasures in this dragon palace. Inside is the desolate body's great Tao body, passed down from the universe to the era of the gods. There are also many 8th grade martial arts, many heavenly treasures, and the essence of the emperor's life. Of course, there are also precious dragon souls. Those who obtain the dragon souls will possess the bloodline of the dragon gods. Lin Ling spoke again. Every word he said made everyone's heart skip a beat. The existence of the desolate body could be traced back to the era of the gods. Thinking about it, Lin Ling's powerful talent was a 10th grade divine body, and he was able to suppress everyone with this talent. As for the desolate body, there were less than 10 people in Xianxia who had the desolate body. And this was only an estimate. There were probably only 5 people. As for 8th grade martial arts, one could cultivate the power of the universe, which was even more powerful. It was a divine art that ordinary warriors could only dream of. There was also the essence of the emperor's life. Previously, just the essence of the emperor's life was enough for them to fight over it. What if there were multiple essences in the dragon palace? As for the dragon souls, there was no need to talk about them, they had only heard of it in legends. Even if they obtained the dragon souls, they wouldn't use them. All of these showed how precious the dragon palace was. Lin Ling, hand over the map. The 99th prince suppressed the excitement in his heart and said coldly. Hee hee. Lin Ling smiled calmly. Flames appeared in his palm and burned the map to ashes. Sorry, my hand got a little hot, so I burned the map. When Lin Ling's voice drifted out, all the experts were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and some of the older ancient martial artists were so angry that they couldn't breathe. You are courting death. The left prime minister couldn't help but roar. He no longer looked as gentle as before. Although the map was burned, I still remember it. So, if you want to find the resuscitating dragon palace, you have to hand over some treasures. Lin Ling ignored the left prime minister's anger and said with a smile. He looked like an unscrupulous merchant. The magnates gritted their teeth in anger. It turned out that Lin Ling had done it on purpose. He had destroyed the map in order to blackmail them. Lin Ling, you are making a deal with the king of hell. The prime minister, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Threatening me? To put it bluntly, even if you are the king of hell, I don't care. Lin Ling shrugged nonchalantly and said with a smile, are you going to give up the dragon palace or hand over the treasures? I have 10,000 royal crystals here. Is that enough? Hearing this, the 99th prince said angrily. He had never expected that as the leader of the magnates and the son of Emperor Qing, he would one day have to lower his voice to Lin Ling. Hee hee, it's enough. It's enough. Lin Ling's smile became even more charming. A royal crystal was more precious than a divine crystal. 10,000 royal crystals was a huge sum of money. It was enough for him to break through his third dantian. Lin Ling also knew that although he was famous in Qingzhou, there were many people who were stronger than him. For example, Tian Ling, who was a middle-stage martial celestial, was not someone he could fight against. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I don't think you are a good person. I have a piece of divine tumor cloth. I got it from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It is an ancient martial artist's robe. It has a large amount of ancient martial arts recorded in it. It can help you comprehend the power of the universe. Take it. The prime minister took out an ordinary cloth and threw it to Lin Ling reluctantly. My lord, this is a great treasure. The people from the prime minister's residence shouted. The prime minister did not get many treasures from the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but this divine tumor cloth was a treasure that all the magnates coveted. For this treasure, the Prime Minister's residents suffered a great loss. But now, Lin Ling got it. This meant that their efforts were in vain. Thank you. Lin Ling could see that the treasure was extraordinary. No need. The Prime Minister said politely. But in his heart, he was cursing. Lin Ling looked at the Prime Minister and said with a smile, Prime Minister, they gave me such precious treasures. You won't give me some trash, right? I have many treasures. Take your pick. The Prime Minister said indifferently. He took out a large amount of treasures. Wow, a supreme weapon. The aura of that hammer is very sharp. It must be a powerful supreme weapon. Tiansong bone ashes. Legend has it that the bone ashes of a person who cultivated the Tiansong Great Ring technique can help a martial artist reach the martial immortal realm in an instant. High rank 7 cultivation technique. That red cultivation technique is a fire attribute martial art. Everyone exclaimed. The Prime Minister was very low-key, but they did not expect him to have so many treasures. Lin Ling, Tiansong bone ashes are very good. If your friend has not reached the martial immortal realm, he can devour the bone ashes and step into the martial immortal realm in a year. Also, you are a fire attribute martial artist. That fire attribute martial art is very suitable for you. The Prime Minister looked at Lin Ling and said, but there are so many treasures. You can only choose one. Without a doubt, the treasures that the Prime Minister valued were all priceless. But he took the initiative to recommend them to Lin Ling. There must be something fishy about this, Lin Lingyun smiled faintly. The heavenly pine bone ashes were indeed very good. However, after the devourer became a martial immortal, they could only train in the heavenly pine great ring technique. This heavenly pine great ring technique was very ordinary and could even be called trash. It was completely useless to Lin Ling. Only those mortals who would never be able to reach the martial immortal realm in their entire lives would be tempted by this treasure. As for the fire elemental cultivation technique, Lin Ling also shook his head because he saw an even better treasure. I want this. Lin Ling stretched out his hand, which made the Prime Minister secretly smile. That was a 7th grade fire attribute cultivation method. Although it was precious, at least he would not feel heartache. However, Lin Ling's hand quickly changed. He suddenly held an ordinary stone in his hand. The Prime Minister's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Lin Ling, that stupid rock is useless against you. He had scattered countless treasures, but who knew that Lin Ling would choose that treasure of all things? That treasure looked ordinary, but it was actually the most precious treasure among all the treasures. That was the essence of the World Mountain. According to legend, it was the essence of the World Mountain that was formed after a long period of time. Although it looked like a fist-sized stone, it actually suppressed countless mountains in the World Mountain. If such a treasure was used to refine weapons, it would definitely be an invincible existence. If it was used to assist one's cultivation, it would definitely increase one's cultivation speed by 3 times. It could be said that the Prime Minister's entire body was a treasure. I like to take people by surprise. I don't want good treasures. I like stupid rocks the most. Lin Ling kept the treasure with a smile. The Prime Minister's heart was bleeding. He did not expect Lin Ling's eyes to be so sharp. He had seen that treasure in the history of Qing province, so he had an impression of it. How could a young boy like Lin Ling be more knowledgeable than him? Although the others did not know what treasure Lin Ling had taken, they could see from the Prime Minister's expression that Lin Ling had taken a precious treasure. What a despicable guy. All the magnates cursed in their hearts. Alright, 3 days later, I will bring all of you to the Awakening Dragon Palace. Lin Ling kept the essence of the World Mountain and turned to leave. The people of the imperial court followed him. Among them, the third prince was undoubtedly in a good mood. She had fought with the magnates for many years and had always been on par with them. She never expected that Lin Ling would be able to suppress the founding elders of Qing province. Haha, second brother, this is great. Sakura followed Lin Ling and kept laughing heartily. Menglu felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling still failed to break through. He recalled the sympathy he had for Lin Ling on the 3rd level and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such a ferocious Lin Ling still needed his help. This made him embarrassed to see Lin Ling. Last time, I had a feeling that if Lin Ling really succeeded in breaking through, he would definitely stir up a storm in Qing province. Now, it seems like that is indeed the case, Meng Lu said in his heart. The people of the imperial court were undoubtedly very happy. As for the magnates behind them, their expressions turned ugly. They knew that a fierce general had appeared in the imperial court and was the third prince's right-hand man. This person was Lin Ling of the imperial court. Lin Ling, why did you let them go to the Awakening Dragon Palace together? The third prince caught up to Lin Ling and asked in a dignified tone. He had the aura of the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling glanced at the third prince and was unhappy. The third prince kept putting on airs in front of him. Did he really think that he was the Azure Emperor? Moreover, even if he was the real Azure Emperor, Lin Ling wouldn't give him any face. One had to know that the battle earlier reminded Lin Ling of the days when Li Xiaoyao dominated the Nine Province. He then thought of the people who died in the rainforest sacred land. His low-profile heart gradually became arrogant. Sometimes, the more low-profile a person was, the more trouble they would bring. Everyone would treat you as a pushover and bully you. Do you think that I can refuse? I can defeat the three magnates in the tree hole, but do you think that's possible outside the tree hole? Let me tell you, even if all the experts of the imperial court are here, the imperial court won't be able to stop the three magnates. Lin Ling said indifferently, as the leader of the imperial court, you should set your sights further. Don't let the imperial court suffer a heavy blow for some small benefits. His words were filled with reprimand, causing the third prince to open his mouth wide. How dare you? Behind him, an old man immediately shouted angrily. This person was a prominent figure in the imperial court. He was a mid-stage martial immortal, so he couldn't stand Lin Ling reprimanding the third prince. Who do you think you are? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the old man. I was here when the imperial court was first established. Tell me, who do you think I am? The old man was clearly even more furious. I think you're nothing. Why didn't you speak up when you faced the three magnates? Who was the one who raised the prestige of the imperial court in the tree hole? Where are you? Lin Ling said solemnly. The old man was speechless. You're rebelling. He was a prominent figure, so he didn't like Lin Ling's arrogance at all. Third prince, look at who you brought. Other than taking advantage of his seniority, what else can he do? He's strong, but is he of any use? When he sees the magnates, he only hides behind you. When the imperial court needs someone to stand up, he doesn't even know where he's hiding. Sigh. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. On the third level, there are many people from the imperial court. They are weak, but they have the courage to become strong. They were captured by the three magnates, but they refused to surrender. They fought with the imperial court's aura. You are strong, but you don't dare to face the three magnates. They are weak, but they dare to. Can you compare to them? Lin Ling said again. Pooh, the elder was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Lin Ling, but he couldn't say anything. I agree with Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, we wouldn't have gotten the Emperor's life essence. The magnates would look down on us, and we wouldn't have a share in the Awakening Dragon Palace. At this time, Lord Eighth also spoke, supporting Lin Ling. Yes, my second brother is right. Yes. Sakura also said the same. The others from the imperial court were silent. Although Lin Ling had only joined the imperial court for a short time, Lin Ling had created too much fame. They all secretly approved of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you are right, but... The heavens! The third prince frowned and pleaded for the elder. You shut up too. Shut up. However, Lin Ling directly reprimanded her, causing her pupils to tremble. Lin Ling didn't give her any face at all. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Think about it. Sometimes, only those who are strong are useful. Those who are useful are those who can be used at the crucial moment. If you let them down, you will find that no one in the imperial court can use them. Lin Ling looked coldly at the third prince and strode forward. The people he was talking about were Lin Ping-er and the others from the third level. The third prince was stunned. She was furious. She was from the Jiang family of the Tianzhou Great World, but she was being scolded. However, she couldn't refute it, because Lin Ling's reputation in the imperial court had greatly increased. gritting her teeth, she chased after Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ling, I admit that your words make sense, but why did you bring the magnates to the resuscitating dragon palace? Like I said, if the three magnates work together, our royal court will definitely be eliminated from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, there are hidden experts among the 3 magnates. I'm afraid that the remaining experts from the Green Prefecture's 9 great heavens are among them. Lin Ling said without looking at her. There is also another reason, which is that the imperial dynasty won't be able to enter Wake Up Dragon Palace. I see. Although the third prince was annoyed that Lin Ling didn't give him face, he wasn't a little girl and knew that the bigger picture was more important. I know you don't like me, but let me remind you that you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Also, you'd better listen to me because someone like you wasn't even qualified to be my maid in your previous life. Lin Ling glanced at the third prince again, but his tone was no longer as cold as before. He spoke in a casual tone. You. The third prince was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but Lin Ling had already strode forward. As for the people of the royal court, some were angry at Lin Ling's arrogance, while some agreed with Lin Ling's actions because the royal court needed a domineering ruler. As for Sakura and the others, they followed Lin Ling. After a long time, the experts of the royal court rested in a tree hole and waited for the resuscitating dragon palace to open. As for Lin Ling, he found a quiet tree hole and enjoyed this hard-won peace. At the same time, he began to tidy up his loot. He had to admit that he had benefited greatly from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Other than the scabbard, the time-space divine steel, and little Kunlun, he had a few more trump cards. He took out the ancient martial artist's robe and began to comprehend it. The robe looked ordinary, but it was actually left behind by a martial artist from the era of the gods. It had accompanied the martial artist for his entire life and had memorized many martial arts. Holding the robe with both hands, Lin Ling's all-encompassing demonic eyes appeared. Instantly, he saw the process of an indomitable powerhouse rising from the weak to the strong. All kinds of martial arts and ultimate martial arts flowed through Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling's ultimate fire Dao had been greatly enhanced. His Dao domain had improved as well. At the same time, his fire-type universal force had been greatly enhanced as well, reaching 30% of his universal force. Even without using the demonic flame transformation, he was able to reach this level of power. As for the robe, it had turned into fragments and scattered with the wind. I broke through too quickly. Otherwise, my fire universal power would have reached 50%. Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. Then, his eyes lit up because he realized that someone was secretly watching him. It was the third prince. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. This third prince was too arrogant. Watching others cultivate was a great taboo in martial arts. However, Lin Ling did not hide anything. He used all the imperial crystals that he had extorted from the 99 princes to cultivate. This time, he wanted to break through to the martial immortal realm with his third dantian. Last time, he had failed to break through with the help of the black forbidden medicine. However, imperial crystals were safer than the black forbidden medicine. Rumble. At the same time, his third dantian crazily increased. Although it was not very talented, it had increased Lin Ling's battle prowess by 20%. Heavens, does this guy not have any bottlenecks in his cultivation? How is this possible? The third prince was indeed secretly watching Lin Ling. At this moment, he was shocked and his chest was violently jumping up and down. How could she know that Lin Ling had already reached a level that even she could only look up to? Thus, it was not difficult for him to break through quickly. After Lin Ling consumed most of the imperial crystals, his third dantian had reached stage 1 martial immortal realm. The aura of an immortal filled the air. What a strange guy. One moment, he gives off the feeling that he's a martial immortal. The next moment, he gives off the feeling that he's a world king. The third prince shook his head again. He could not see through Lin Ling at all. Have you seen enough? However, at this moment, a voice rang in her ears, causing her to blush. It turned out that Lin Ling had already discovered her. The third prince was extremely embarrassed. There's no need to explain. It's not that I, Lin Ling, can't let others watch me cultivate. It's just that if I show them, they might not understand. Lin Ling had already appeared outside the tree hole. There was a huge leaf there, and the third prince was standing on the leaf. One had to admit that the third prince's clothes were whiter than snow. She was as ethereal as a fairy and as cold as the moon. She was indeed a rare beauty. Of course, Lin Ling's gaze was very normal. He was not affected at all. Lin Ling, why? Why did you break through to martial immortal realm again? The third prince quickly changed the topic. Lin Ling smiled when he heard that. He turned his gaze to the distance. At this moment, many experts from the royal clan had arrived. His elder brother, Indra, had also arrived. Indra had actually broken through to the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. The reason was that Lin Ling had given Sakura a lot of forbidden black medicine. The experts of the imperial court gathered on the huge leaf. They all looked at Lin Ling. They had also heard the third prince's words, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's answer. There was no lack of old monsters among them. There were even sect leaders who had founded their own sects. To them, they had studied martial arts for their entire lives. However, they had never seen a freak like Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations reprimanding the founding elder of the imperial court. I've heard that there is a fish in the north called the Kuan. The Kuan is so big that no one knows how many thousand miles it can transform into a bird called the Pung. The third prince was very knowledgeable. There is a technique that allows one to become a Kuan Pung. It can transform into a fish in water and become a Pung in the sky. I'm practicing this technique called the Kuan Pung Heaven and Earth technique. That's why I'm sometimes in the World King realm and sometimes in the martial immortal realm. That's because I have 2 dantians. Lin Ling slowly explained. *T, it's still possible to create 2 dantians with the help of heavenly treasures, but with the help of a technique? That's impossible. Although techniques are important, they're just external objects. An old man shook his head solemnly. He was the Sky Elder who refuted Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. Impossible with the help of a technique? Did he think the Chaos Divine formula was a joke? Lin Ling just didn't want to expose the Chaos Divine formula, so he said the Kuan Pung Heaven and Earth technique. The Kuan Pung Heaven and Earth technique could indeed create 2 dantians. One was the Pung and the other was the fish. It was also called the Heaven and Earth Dantian. Don't look at the world with your eyes. That's just your eyes. Only a toad would say the word impossible. Lin Ling said with disdain. Lin Ling's attitude and disdain infuriated Elder Sky so much that his face turned red. Lin Ling reprimanded him again and again as if he was a martial arts grandmaster. If it wasn't for the third prince, he really wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The third prince also frowned. Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but the Sky Elder was the guiding light of her life. He solved many difficult problems for her. Therefore, she couldn't help but say, Lin Ling, the Sky Elder is highly respected in the imperial court. His knowledge is as vast as the sea. Don't always target him. Vast as the sea? Third prince, you must be joking. If that's the case, then look at my talent. Lin Ling mockingly smiled and activated the realm-swallowing beast talent. This made the Sky Elder frown. He had seen this talent, but he didn't know what it was. The others were the same. I don't think you can understand it. Let me tell you, this is a realm-swallowing beast. Lin Ling cast a sidelong glance at Old Heaven. How is this possible? This time everyone exclaimed in unison. Everyone present knew about the world-swallowing beast. It was a strange beast that existed in the chaos of the universe. It was immortal and mysterious. Once it appeared, 10,000 worlds would be swallowed up. Now, this secret of the universe was Lin Ling's talent. Nothing is impossible when it comes to me, so don't judge others with your little knowledge. You can't do it, but that doesn't mean others can't. Lin Ling said disdainfully, making the group of old monsters embarrassed. They couldn't refute, but they were very unhappy with Lin Ling's disdainful attitude. They were the founding elders of the imperial dynasty, so when had they ever been scolded by a junior? The third prince also felt that it was difficult to put down his face. Moreover, she thought of the first time she met Lin Ling. Lin Ling had left her with the impression that he was arrogant and unruly. Now, this arrogance was getting more and more exaggerated. Even Red Jade Tiger and the others had the same feeling. It seemed that after the destruction of the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had quietly changed. In the past, Lin Ling gave them a very mysterious feeling. Now, Lin Ling was not only mysterious, but also ethereal. He was like the Azure Emperor, inviolable, inviolable, inviolable. Perhaps the destruction of the rainforest Holy Land made Lin Ling no longer retreat behind the scenes. Instead, he chose to stand at the peak of the Qing province. In the past, he was very weak and didn't have much right to speak. Even though his country was destroyed, there were still people who dared to provoke him. Now, Lin Ling has stepped into the martial immortal realm and entered the ranks of the strongest martial artists in the Qing province. He will no longer be bullied. Lord Eighth secretly laughed. He liked the current Lin Ling even more because he dared to take responsibility for his actions and was not afraid of power. Lin Ling knew that the third prince was not convinced. He took out the essence of the world mountain and said, "Then let me ask you another question. Do you know what this is? Whoever answers correctly, I will give this stone to him as a reward." Yes. Once the essence of the world mountain was taken out, the eyes of the people in the imperial dynasty flickered. They kept guessing what treasure it was. It seems like it is some kind of sealing stone. Yes. Perhaps, this is an existence that surpasses the Emperor Crystal. It contains endless essence of the universe. Yes. I think it is just an ordinary stone. Yes. Those old monsters touched their chins and said, "A bunch of nonsense. You should go back and cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years. You don't know anything. Are these the founding elders of the imperial dynasty?" Yes. Hearing those guesses, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. You. Those old monsters were all trembling with anger. Lin Ling, how many times had he scolded them today? That tone, that disdain, it was too infuriating. After all, with Lin Ling's age, he was too young to be their grand disciple. This is the essence of the world mountain. It was left behind by the world mountain after the world shattered. After countless years, it finally formed the essence. Lin Ling said the answer. Hearing this, those old monsters' faces turned red. They had never heard of the essence of the world mountain before. Elder Heaven was still unwilling to give up and said, "You are the one who is talking nonsense. I think it is just an ordinary stone." You. Hearing those words, Lin Ling stared at Elder Heavenly. His gaze caused Elder Heavenly's face to turn red. He did not dare to look Lin Ling in the eye. As for Lin Ling, he did not bother to explain himself. He formed a complicated spirit formation with his hands and removed the layer of ordinary clothing from the fist-sized ancient stone in his hand. "Feel it for yourself." You. He threw the stone at Elder Heaven. The latter laughed in disdain. "Watch me destroy it." Boom. Just as he caught the stone, his expression changed greatly. As if he was holding 10,000 worlds, his body smashed into the ground. Rumble, the entire ground was shaking, as if countless mountains in 10,000 worlds smashed down. A huge crater also appeared. At that moment, the crowd were all greatly alarmed. That fist-sized toy was actually capable of sending a late-stage martial immortal expert flying? This is a joke, right? However, Elder Heaven's strength was not weak. At this moment, he was holding the mountain with both hands. His legs trembled as he floated up from the crater. He bitterly shouted, "Someone, come help me. Help." When those words were spoken, everyone bitterly smiled. Finally, a few old monsters came out and saved Elder Heaven. Then, they carried the fist-sized stone and returned it to Lin Ling with both hands. "Sir Lin Ling, we really didn't know this stone was so miraculous." Sigh. Elder Heaven seemed to be convinced. His face was in a sorry state. "You are short-sighted, so it's not strange that you didn't know." However, the Prime Minister's face was filled with pain. "Can't you see it? If it was an ordinary treasure, would that old man feel pain?" Lin Ling could also see that these old monsters were stumped by these few questions. They also didn't dare to take advantage of their seniority. In the imperial court, only the third prince still refused to accept him. "Third prince, what do you have to say?" Therefore, Lin Ling looked at the third prince and said. The third prince's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, "Your Excellency Lin Ling, very good. From now on, you will be the imperial court's dragon and tiger general. This dragon and tiger general is only below me and Grandma Wendao. You are as famous as Indra." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations training the third princess. Everyone in the imperial court was envious. Lin Ling, someone who had just joined the imperial court, had become a dragon general in the blink of an eye. This was a great gift. Your Excellency Lin Ling, how is it? Are you satisfied? The third prince looked at everyone and then looked at Lin Ling coldly. In her opinion, she had already given Lin Ling a lot of face. Many people from the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World had helped her, but none of them were qualified to become a dragon general. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. There was a limit to his patience with this girl's arrogance. He, Lin Ling, had helped the imperial court many times, but the third prince kept putting on an act in front of him. She didn't know that Lin Ling stayed in the imperial court because he was giving face to Grandma Wendao. Do you think I'll be happy just because you gave me the position of general? I'm someone who doesn't even care about the position of Emperor Qing. Do you think a vanity position can make me smile? You're underestimating me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly, I helped you become Emperor Qing because of Grandma Wendao. In reality, I didn't gain anything. Instead, you took advantage of me. You. The third prince didn't expect Lin Ling's words to be so harsh. I know you're the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World and the daughter of Emperor Qing. It's normal for you to be arrogant. Lin Ling continued, moreover, you can continue to be arrogant in front of me, but it's best to stop this arrogance before going too far. Because when I, Lin Ling, sweep through the 9 states in the future and you come looking for me again, you won't even have the qualifications to stand by my side at that time. I'll even despise you for being a servant girl. You. The third prince spat out another sentence. Everyone's expression changed, but they all smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more arrogant than the third prince. The third prince stared at Lin Ling. She realized that although Lin Ling's words were arrogant, his expression was calm as if he was talking about the most normal thing. If someone else said this, the third prince would definitely think they were arrogant and ignorant. However, Lin Ling was different. He always did what he said. It gave her the illusion that Lin Ling would sweep through the 9 states in the future. At the same time, she remembered Grandma Wendao's words. She wanted her to be Lin Ling's disciple. All sorts of thoughts appeared in the third prince's mind. He was angry and helpless at the same time. With a cold face, he said, if you're so powerful, then prove yourself. Prove? Lin Ling said nonchalantly. That attitude once again made the third prince grit his teeth. This was the first time she had seen such an arrogant junior in Qingzhou. Then give me some pointers on my martial arts. The third prince finally said. Lin Ling smiled. His 10,000 demonic eyes quietly appeared. He checked the third prince's talent and said, the bloodline of your Jiang family is condensed in your right arm. Moreover, you cultivate a divine technique called the Heavenly Mandate 9 Yang art. You can transform into a giant arm and control the 10,000 realms. Am I right? The last time he met the third prince, Lin Ling had challenged the people of the Great World's Jiang family. He knew that their innate gifts appeared in their arms. Then, he thought of a genius he had met in his previous life and immediately had a guess, that genius's talent was also in his right arm. He had the 9 Yang Qi, the third prince also had it. How did you know? At this moment, the third prince's beautiful eyes narrowed. It was not strange that Lin Ling had guessed the source of her talent, but it was strange that Lin Ling also knew that she was practicing her family's cultivation method. I've said it before. There's nothing in this chaotic universe that I don't know. Lin Ling shrugged and said, your family's technique is indeed powerful. Moreover, you should have cultivated to the 4th sun. It's a pity. If you combine yin and yang, you'll be truly invincible. What do you mean by that? The third prince's attitude finally changed. She was no longer cold and arrogant. The Kuan-Ping heaven and earth technique is very suitable for you because it's a water-type technique. It can be combined with your family's heavenly mandate 9 Yang art to form the great Tao of water and fire. In the end, you can transform into the giant arm Kuan-Ping. However, there's a prerequisite. Lin Ling said slowly. I can cultivate the Kuan-Ping heaven and earth technique? The third prince's face changed dramatically. She would be lying if she said she wasn't tempted by a technique with 2 dantians. You can. However, the prerequisite is that you have to give up the heavenly mandate 9 yang art and abandon your dantian to cultivate again. Lin Ling said. What? The third prince's eyes narrowed. She was currently a middle-stage martial immortal. She had outstanding talent and her ultimate martial path was powerful. However, she had to abandon everything? That's right. If your heavenly mandate 9 yang art has reached the 5th sun, then you'd better not covet the Kuanping heaven and earth technique because it'll be too late by then. Lin Ling turned around and left, leaving the third prince with a confused expression. She believed that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to deceive her, nor would he harm her. However, she was really reluctant to give up her strength. Moreover, it was very dangerous because she would be weak if she were to recultivate. If she were to encounter a strong enemy, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, only you are qualified to cultivate the Kuanping heaven and earth technique because it requires a lot of resources. Ordinary people can't afford those resources. Lin Ling's voice drifted over again. Third princess, ignore him. An old woman beside the third prince immediately said. She was the third prince's personal old servant and she was also from the Tianzhou realm's Jiang family. Of course, the others also agreed with the old woman. After all, it wasn't that easy to reach the martial immortal realm. Alright, I promise you. However, it must be after the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, the third prince had already spoken firmly. You have courage. You are the right person to become Emperor Qing. Stop. Lin Ling stopped and couldn't help but smile. I'll give you the Son of Heaven's life essence that I obtained earlier. As for the Kuanping heaven and earth technique, after leaving the 8 gods' heavenly palace, I'll personally guide you. Stop. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the third prince's eyes flickered. She had never thought that Lin Ling was qualified to be her master. However, now it seemed that she was half kneeling and taking Lin Ling as her master. Third princess, are you stupid? Stop. The old woman didn't understand why the third princess would listen to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had some ability, he was currently even weaker than the third princess. I bet my future on Grandma Wen. The third prince's body emitted the aura of an son of heaven. She knew that with her family's cultivation technique, she could only be considered above average in the Jiang family. However, her ambition was not limited to that. She wanted to become the number 1 in the Jiang family and become the Emperor Qing of the Qingzhou realm. In the past, her hope was Grandma Wen. However, Grandma Wen had recommended Lin Ling to her. Therefore, she gambled that Grandma Wen wouldn't harm her. Don't worry, I'll slowly train you to become the Emperor Qing. As if he had guessed the third prince's thoughts, Lin Ling's voice drifted into the third prince's ears, causing her to blush. Train. After leaving, Lin Ling found a tree hole and began to cultivate. Wow, second brother, you're amazing. Even the third prince was completely under your control. That ice beauty had scolded me a lot in the past. Night talk. Hee, big brother, don't laugh at me. However, when I first met the third prince, he was also very arrogant. He actually used me to motivate the younger generation of the Jiang family. He even treated me, Lin Ling, as free labor. Lin Ling laughed. He was the same as before when he was with his family and friends. Then, Lin Ling said with a deep look in his eyes, Big brother, the rainforest sacred land has been destroyed. It's time for us to stand up because we'll have to fight the Empress Dowager sooner or later. So, we have to be strong when necessary. Sakura nodded when he heard this. Presently, he and Lin Ling weren't ordinary people in the Azure County anymore. An expert naturally had to have the demeanor of an expert, so he understood the changes that Lin Ling had undergone during this period of time. This was because their enemy was the Empress Dowager. How could they be intimidated by a minor character like the leader of the magnates? The two of them chatted for a long time before Sakura finally left. Lin Ling took out the essence of the World Mountain and then activated the Primal Chaos Divine Formula, planning to refine this treasure. The essence of World Mountain is not any lower than the level of the Big Seawater Heart Flower. If I can successfully refine it, my godly demon body will reach the barren body level. The world-swallowing beast's power will increase greatly. Lin Ling thought to himself, but he was worried that the Chaos Godly Formula would not be able to refine the essence of World Mountain. However, he was obviously thinking too much. When he activated the Primal Chaos Divine Formula, the fist-sized ancient stone immediately melted. Moreover, it enveloped Lin Ling's left arm and disappeared within it. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. This time, he did not completely refine it. Instead, the essence of the World Mountain was stuck in his left arm. As for his left arm, it had undoubtedly become much more powerful. Coupled with his 800,000 universes of power, he would most likely be able to kill a 5th-level martial immortal with his physical strength alone. Stuck in the left arm? Could it be that my physical body has gathered too much power of the universe and I can't refine it all at once? Lin Ling secretly guessed that his Primal Chaos Divine method could refine any treasure, but his physical body had not reached such a height. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the World Mountain's essence would be refined. Calculating the time, tomorrow would be the day when all the magnates would gather. And in these 2 days, Lin Ling's strength had once again increased greatly, causing him to sigh. This 8 gods' heavenly palace was truly worthy of being a palace left behind by a god. It was night, and the world of plants was very quiet. All kinds of fragrances of flowers were floating in the air, and the wind blew past, making people feel incomparably relaxed. Lin Ling stood on a huge leaf and gazed into the distance. "You miss your family?" A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Under the moonlight, the third prince was like a princess in snow-white robes, walking over with light steps. However, she was no longer as cold and distant as before. "You're not hiding your identity anymore?" Lin Ling was still looking at the sky. On this level, the third prince had always presented himself as a woman. Hence, Lin Ling guessed that the third prince had gained the confidence to not be afraid of the gossip of the authorities. "I won't hide anymore." The third prince came to Lin Ling's side. She tucked her fringe behind her ear, giving off a different vibe. It was beautiful. The third prince was indeed as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. "As a woman, you've worked hard to become the Azure the Arch," Lin Ling said. "So what if it's hard? My mother is dead, and my life's goal is to kill the Azure the Arch. Hence, as long as the Azure the Arch is not dead, I, Jiang Shuiying, will not rest," the third prince said indifferently. "You will succeed. Remember, if you want to become a leader, other than strength, sometimes it's also very important to win people's hearts. Don't underestimate the weak, and don't let them down." Lin Ling turned around and looked at the third prince. "I'll remember." The third prince nodded. After pondering for a moment, she bowed to Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling calmly accepted the bow with his hands behind his back. "Grandma Wendao told me to take you as my master. I wonder if Sir Lin Ling will accept me." The third prince raised her head and looked forward to Lin Ling's reply. This time, she had clearly thought it through. Lin Ling had repeatedly created miracles, and in a short period of time, he had risen to power in the imperial court. All of this showed that he was a powerful cultivator who had fought in the 9 states before. However, this powerful cultivator had just risen, and the third prince had underestimated him. Of course, she still had some doubts as to where the limits of this powerful cultivator were. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. "You took Grandma Wendao's words seriously?" "Seriously." The third prince nodded. "As long as you're willing to take me as your disciple, I'm willing to do anything." When she said that, her pretty face turned red, and her plump upper body bounced up and down like a rabbit. This made Lin Ling smile even more bitterly. To be honest, he still liked the aloof third princess. "You don't have to do this. As long as Grandma Wendao is here, I will definitely help you. As for doing anything, there's no need. I have a family." Lin Ling stopped smiling and said seriously. "Master, do you dislike me?" The third prince frowned when she heard that. That charming look was very beautiful. "Don't call me master. I don't plan to take you as my disciple. Secondly, don't insult me, Lin Ling. I have a family, and I'm not the kind of person you think I am," Lin Ling said with a serious expression. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, I'm sorry." The third prince was stunned and quickly bowed to Lin Ling. In fact, after saying that, she was very nervous. If Lin Ling had nodded, she would have had to give her body. However, after Lin Ling rejected her, she suddenly felt disappointed. Was she not beautiful? Could it be that his status was very low? Why were countless men in Qingzhou yearning for her, but Lin Ling was indifferent? Your wives must be very happy, right? The third prince suppressed her thoughts and suddenly asked. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Looking into the distance, he thought of Yu, Xianyuan and the rest. He also thought of his grandfather and mother. You are out fighting, but you think of them when you are free. They should be the motivation for you to become stronger, the third prince said again. That's right. They are the motivation for me to become stronger. When the day comes that I wash my enemies with blood, I will accompany them throughout the universe. Lin Ling looked at the moon in the sky and thought of the heavenly court that covered the 9 states, as well as the Empress Tian Liuli who stood above the 9 states. The third prince looked at Lin Ling's cold eyes and her heart trembled. In Lin Ling's resolute eyes, she saw the vicissitudes of life, the secrets of the universe, and a huge mission. Lin Ling should be a man with a story, the third prince thought to herself. For some reason, the current Lin Ling was very attractive to her. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was still looking into the distance and said meaningfully, Third prince, I know that you seem to respect me, but in fact, you are still a little unwilling, right? That's right, Your Excellency Lin Ling. I know that you are very mysterious and powerful. However, I still have some doubts in my heart. For example, what is your limit? Can you really rule the 9 states? Of course, these doubts are not many anymore. The third prince did not hide anything and nodded. You will understand in the future. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The magnates had gathered. Third princess, how have you been? A loud voice sounded at the same time. A figure floated up from the ground with his hands behind his back and a large number of experts following behind him. The 76th prince? The third princess frowned. Haha, I didn't expect that the beautiful elder sister from back then would become the most promising person to become the next Emperor Qing after my father. The person who came was the 76th prince. He smiled at the third princess and then at Lin Ling, of course, his eyes were extremely cold when he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had humiliated him twice in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Didn't this lowly peasant know that he was the son of the Azure Emperor? Didn't he know that he had the noble bloodline of the Azure Emperor? If Lin Ling hadn't obtained the map of the Waking Dragon Palace, he would have tortured Lin Ling to death. At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the 76th Crown Prince and smiled disdainfully. This smile made the 76th Crown Prince clench his teeth. He suddenly said, Third Princess, can I talk to you about something? What is it? The third princess replied. Although you are the leader of the 4 magnates in Qing province, the other 3 magnates are not weak. The Prime Minister is the mastermind behind the Blue Flame Army, but there is another mastermind. I'm sure you have guessed it. As for the Minister of the Left is definitely not the mastermind. There are also the 99 crown princes of the imperial court. He has gathered a lot of Azure Emperor's bloodline and is very powerful. On the other hand, your imperial court is a little weak. The 76th prince said proudly. What are you trying to say? The third princess frowned. I want to say that if I join your imperial court, your strength will increase greatly. You should know that although I know the magnates, I have not joined them. The 76th prince grinned. Hearing this, the third princess's eyes flashed and said, What are your conditions? Hee, I knew you wouldn't reject. The 76th prince had already guessed the third princess's expression. Give me Lin Ling. After that, I, the 76th prince, will join the imperial court. This will greatly benefit you. Although Lin Ling is one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, can he compare to the people behind me? I have countless experts on my side. Hee. At the end of his sentence, the 76th prince laughed out loud. Compared to Lin Ling, he believed that he was more tempting. He even guessed that the third princess would definitely agree, and if Lin Ling were to fall into his hands, he would definitely torture Lin Ling. Rejected. Hee. However, just as he was about to smile, the third princess had already answered him coldly. You're crazy. Hee. The 76th prince's eyes widened, and so did the cultivators behind him. There were so many of them, yet they were no match for Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling calmly looked ahead. How could he not know the other party's intentions? However, he obviously did not have time to deal with this clown. 76th Prince, slap yourself 3 times. Seeing that the Dragon Palace is about to open, I will spare your life for now. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Hearing this, the 76th Prince and the others were stunned and dumbfounded. Lin Ling actually spoke to them in such a tone? Lowly commoner who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you know whose bloodline I am? Trash like you has the right to talk to me? If you didn't have the map of Wake Up Dragon Palace, 10 of your lives would not be worth a single strand of my hair. The 76th Prince roared. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling smiled and did not bother to talk nonsense. He turned and left. Didn't you want me to slap myself 3 times? Why don't you dare to speak? I knew it. You're a coward. When faced with my noble bloodline, you only know how to kneel and beg for mercy. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the 76th Prince became arrogant. The experts behind him also sneered. Go and slap him 3 times. He's so noisy. Lin Ling continued to move forward and left a message for the 3rd princess. Haha, you actually ordered the 3rd princess? Haha, I'm not deaf, right? Doctor, tell me, did I hear wrongly? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the 76th Prince laughed even louder. The people behind him were also laughing hysterically. The 3rd princess was one of the people behind the scenes. She had a powerful background and the bloodline of the Azure Emperor. Not many people in Qingzhou could order her around, not even the 99th prince. And now, a mere Lin Ling dared to order the 3rd princess. Did he think he was the Azure Emperor? Lin Ling is right. You're really noisy. However, the 3rd princess had already taken a step forward and was walking towards him. This time, the 76th prince and the others' faces stiffened. They looked as if they had eaten dog shit. Did they hear wrongly? The 3rd princess really listened to Lin Ling? Unfortunately, the 3rd princess did not explain anything. She was powerful and had already appeared in front of the 76th prince. She slapped him, rumble, that slap sent the 76th prince to the ground. The 3rd princess followed closely behind. Then, from the dense forest on the ground, cries of pain could be heard. In the sky, the people brought by the 76th prince were all stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't the 3rd prince the most powerful person in the imperial court? How did it become Lin Ling? At this time, the 3rd princess had already floated up with a cold expression. If you make any more noise, I'll kill all of you. After saying that, she turned and left. Those experts were instantly scared out of their wits. They knew that the 3rd princess would really kill them. However, the resuscitating Dragon Palace was about to open and the 3rd princess did not want to create more trouble. At the same time, the 76th prince floated up. His face was bruised and swollen. He was so angry that his forehead was covered in smoke. Lin Ling, that lowly commoner, had slapped him in the face for the 3rd time. We've come according to the agreement. At this time, a roar could be heard from afar. A large number of experts had arrived. They were the people of the 3 magnates. The 3 leading them were the 99th prince, the prime minister, and the minister of the left. When they saw the 76th prince who looked like a pig's head, their expressions changed. Previously, they had seen how the 3rd princess had rejected the 76th prince for Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's status in the imperial court was unparalleled. Lin Ling, what kind of person is he? How did he achieve such results? This Lin Ling is already the leader of the magnates. All the magnates whispered to each other. If the previous Lin Ling could not be underestimated, the current Lin Ling was on the same level as them. He could even influence the future Emperor Qing. Everyone is here. That's great. Let's get ready to go. On the giant leaf, Lin Ling's smile could be heard. That smile was so mysterious that it made all the magnates' eyes light up. They believed that Lin Ling was not a fool. Since he dared to invite them to the resuscitating Dragon Palace, he would definitely need their help. They would be free fighters. However, even though Lin Ling was smart, they had to be careful that their cleverness backfired on them. If they were able to obtain treasures from the Dragon Palace, their strength would increase tremendously. Lin Ling would not be a threat anymore. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Lin Ling knew what they were thinking. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had memorized the map of the resuscitating dragon palace. In addition, he had been to the 8 gods celestial palace in his previous life. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them causing any trouble. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I wonder if you are interested in joining the Blue Flame Army? Suddenly, the Prime Minister looked at Lin Ling and smiled, his attitude amiable. I'll take a look. Lin Ling replied calmly. He took a step forward and walked into the distance. Behind him were the people from the imperial court. Hearing that, the Prime Minister's eyes lit up. Lin Ling didn't reject him immediately. This meant that he still had a chance to recruit Lin Ling. Although he didn't like Lin Ling, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling was indeed a genius. If he could use him, the advantages would outweigh the disadvantages. Although this Lin Ling is powerful, he is only ranked 5th among the 9 elites. If I didn't have the map of the resuscitating dragon palace, I would have killed him long ago. As for the 99th crown prince, he secretly snorted. The 76th crown prince immediately flattered him. That's right. Lin Ling only has a lowly bloodline. How can he compare to our Emperor Qing's bloodline? Hearing that, the 99th crown prince nodded. He looked at the left prime minister and realized that the latter was calm and indifferent. However, he knew that the left prime minister didn't take Lin Ling seriously. He was just using Lin Ling. To put it bluntly, although Lin Ling was one of the best in Qingzhou, compared to the leaders of the magnates, his foundation was indeed weaker. The Prime Minister must have extended an olive branch to Lin Ling because of the resuscitating dragon palace. As for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, Mother of Thunder, and the rest, they sneered. This was because they knew that Lin Ling had become a thorn in the side of the magnates. If they weren't careful, Lin Ling could very well die in the hands of the magnates. Everyone followed Lin Ling, and at the front of the group, Lin Ling rode on the fire Qilin, looking majestic. Who would have thought that there would be a day where that brat, Lin Ling, would actually lead the 4 magnates? Lord 8th looked at the distant figure and could not help but sigh. He believed that if news of this were to spread to Pine Prefecture, it would absolutely cause unrest in Pine Prefecture. The cultivators of Qingzhou continued forward, passing through countless plants and vines. Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. At this moment, everyone became nervous. They looked around and saw that they were on top of a hill. This hill was very big, but it looked extremely ordinary. Old man Xianxia, please take a look. The Lord Left Minister said politely to someone behind him. An old man wearing a starry robe walked out. A starry array appeared around him. His hands were skillfully moving around. This person was actually a world spiritist, and his skills were superb. Old man Xianxia? I didn't expect that the left prime minister would invite him out of the mountain. Seeing this, the 3rd princess's face turned serious. That's a red-robed world spiritist. Not just a red-robed world spiritist. I'm afraid he's half a step into the gold-robed world spiritist. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3rd princess, Sakura, and the others gasped. If that was the case, then the imperial court would be in trouble. Your Excellency Lin Ling, the Lord Left Minister obviously wants to find the entrance to the Dragon Palace. If he succeeds, he might kill you first. The 3rd princess frowned. If they found the entrance, Lin Ling would be useless. Lin Ling had extorted the magnates not long ago. Those magnates would join forces to kill Lin Ling. By then, the imperial court would not be able to stop the 3 magnates. At this moment, the 99th prince and the others were sneering with their hands behind their backs. In their eyes, Lin Ling was asking a tiger for its skin. Daring to make a deal with them was equivalent to dancing on a tightrope. This hill is called the Spirit Boundary Mountain. It's a magical place. The Dragon Palace might be under this hill. Finally, Elder Xianxia said. The Lord Left Minister and the others were overjoyed. Found the entrance to the Dragon Palace, they couldn't help but look at Lin Ling with cold eyes. This made the 3rd princess and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all prepared for a fierce battle. Hee, you're Elder Xianxia, right? But at this moment, Lin Ling said slowly, are you sure this is the entrance to the Dragon Palace? Are you sure this is the Spirit Boundary Mountain? Old man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Brat, what did you say? Elder Xianxia raised his eyebrows when he saw Lin Ling's disdainful look. Although he had seen Lin Ling's prowess in the divine cave, Lin Ling was like a junior to him. It seems like you still don't understand what I'm saying. Look at my lips. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lin Ling said again. You. Elder Xianxia was furious. Ignorant brat, you must be afraid that the lords will kill you. That's why you're talking nonsense. When he said that, the 99th prince and the others frowned. They did want to kill Lin Ling, but Elder Xianxia had said it. This made them feel a little embarrassed. Humph, I'm not bragging. Even if I stood here and let them kill me, they wouldn't dare to. However, Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. You said this is the spirit boundary mountain? Actually, this is a flower bud called the elephant drum flower. That's why you shouldn't talk nonsense if you don't understand. When he said that, everyone was shocked, because the hill under their feet, no matter how they looked at it, was actually a huge mound of dirt. It did not look like a flower bud at all. Some people even used their eye of heaven to look at it carefully. It was indeed a hill. Lin Ling, this is a serious matter. Don't talk nonsense. The Lord Left Minister said immediately. Lord Left Minister, it seems like you're very protective. How about this? If this is a flower bud, why don't you give Lord Xianxia 3 slaps? Lin Ling said. This. Humph. The Lord Left Minister was put in a difficult position. He was the one who invited old man Xianxia. He had visited him 3 times before old man Xianxia came to give him face. Old man Xianxia's background was not small. He had studied spirit boundaries together with Emperor Qing. Thus, even the Lord Left Minister had to treat him with respect, let alone give him 3 slaps. Lord Left Minister, do as he says. I don't believe that I, old man Xianxia, have been around since Emperor Qing ascended to the throne. How can I lose to a brat who is still wet behind the ears? You don't have to give me face. Humph. Old man Xianxia said while blowing his beard. He believed in his own spirit boundary technique. Moreover, he was going to teach Lin Ling, this arrogant brat, a lesson today. Seeing that, the crowd also sneered. They were looking forward to a good show. So, you agree? Then, I, Lin Ling, also agree. If this is the spirit boundary mountain, I, Lin Ling, will give you my head. Now, let me ask you a question. The spirit boundary mountain is the boundary of the universe. It's like a knot in the heart of a cultivator. However, it has a special characteristic. When it encounters water mist, can you see if this mountain will produce mist? Humph. Lin Ling took a step forward and asked indifferently. Hearing that, old man Xianxia opened his mouth wide. He didn't know that the spirit boundary mountain could encounter water mist. Let me ask you another question. You said that this is the entrance to the Dragon Palace. Lin Ling took another step forward, opposing him with equal harshness. Old man Xianxia quietly took a step back. He calculated that this mountain was not ordinary, but he didn't know how to enter the Dragon Palace. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Taboo of the Gods. I told you that you don't understand, yet you are so arrogant. Now that you have nothing to say, let me tell you. The elephant drum flower blooms when it meets fire. Fire, Lin Ling's right hand was burning with flames as he sprinkled the fire seeds. Rumble, a miracle happened. The huge hill started to shake and the soil started to move. Gradually, the flower petals opened. It was an ancient flower as big as a mountain. It was like the king of flowers. No wonder it was called the elephant drum flower. It was as big as an elephant. It's really a flower. Everyone was shocked, and it was an eye-opener because this was the first time they had seen such a huge flower. Elder Xianxia, do you admit defeat? Lin Ling looked at Elder Xianxia and asked. Elephant drum flower? Is this the elephant drum flower? Elder Xianxia's heart was pounding. He was in a daze. Let me ask you, do you admit defeat? However, Lin Ling took another step forward with a majestic aura. Plop, Elder Xianxia fell from the sky and sat on the ground. Lord Left Minister, give him 3 slaps. He is too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and walked towards the huge elephant drum flower. What he said and how he looked was undoubtedly a huge blow to the magnates, because they weren't surprised that Lin Ling was able to defeat all the geniuses of Pine Prefecture, but the fact that Lin Ling was able to cause old man Xianxia to suffer a loss was a huge matter that shook Pine Prefecture. Elder Xianxia, I'm sorry. The Lord Left Minister looked at Lin Ling angrily. He knew that Lin Ling's words were directed at them. The three magnates were too inexperienced to play tricks in front of Lin Ling. This sentence was even more infuriating than giving him 3 slaps. They were the founding elders of Qingzhou and had worked together with the Azure Emperor. However, Lin Ling said that they were too inexperienced. Could it be that Lin Ling was an old monster that was even more powerful than the Azure Emperor? I admit defeat. Give me 3 slaps. Elder Xianxia said through gritted teeth. Master. A 7th-layer martial immortal expert among the crowd yelled. Such an expert was merely old man Xianxia's disciple. From this, one could see old man Xianxia's seniority, pa. However, old man Xianxia was still slapped 3 times by the left minister. His beard fell to the ground and his old face was filled with embarrassment. He, old man Xianxia, was renowned throughout the Azure Prefecture. This was also the first time he had been humiliated in front of so many people. Even the Azure Emperor of the past could not do this. Lin Ling, you're giving us a show of strength, reminding us not to act recklessly. You're crazy enough. The 99th prince had also guessed what Lin Ling meant. His expression turned ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling had already entered the giant flower. Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly followed one after another. What an arrogant guy. The more I look at him, the more annoyed I am. Once we find the entrance, I will kill him first. The 76th crown prince said coldly as he followed the crowd. Inside the giant flower, there seemed to be a world of its own. It formed an ancient path, surrounded by a misty world that seemed to lead to another void. Everyone was shocked as they stepped on the ancient path. I didn't expect there to be a world of its own under the flower. The 99th prince said solemnly. 99th prince, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Didn't old man Xianxia increase your intelligence? However, Lin Ling's voice floated from the front. This is within the stem of the flower, not a world of its own. As soon as he said that, the 99th prince almost exploded. Was Lin Ling purposely making him lose face? Calm down, 99th prince. He's purposely infuriating you. Seeing that, the prime minister immediately sent a telepathic message, which made the 99th prince roar in his heart. He had to endure it for now. Through the previous incident, they also knew that if they wanted to find the entrance to the Dragon Palace, they still had to rely on Lin Ling. As they walked along the path, the ancient path gradually narrowed. There were many plants growing on both sides. They were all blood-colored plants with ancient leaves. On each leaf, a star was suspended, breathing in and out the chaotic aura. It looked extremely mysterious. Star Origin Tree. Someone exclaimed. The sound made all the powerful cultivators restless. I forgot to mention one thing. In here, you can't touch anything. However, at this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the front. His all-encompassing demonic eyes stared at the blood-colored plants and flickered slightly. Who do you think you are? Why should the 3 magnates listen to you? Some of the powerful cultivators immediately retorted. Lin Ling's words represent my words. However, at this time, the prime minister also spoke, which made the people who objected very unhappy. That was because the Star Origin Tree was a precious treasure. Not only could it be used to refine weapons and become ultimate weapons, but it could also be refined to improve one's ultimate martial path. Now, they were asked to give up such a precious treasure and listen to Lin Ling. How could they be willing to accept that? That's right. The Imperial Censor Dragon Court is the same. However, Your Excellency Lin Ling, can you tell me why you can't touch anything? The 99th prince didn't like being ordered around by Lin Ling, but he endured it. People of the Imperial Court, follow me. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him and had already walked forward. You're courting death. Seeing this, the 99th prince was enraged again. Lin Ling didn't care about the bloodline of the Azure the Arch. At this time, the people of the imperial court followed Lin Ling forward, but the three magnates didn't move. They looked at the precious treasures around them and were extremely reluctant to part with them. "My lord, are we really going to listen to Lin Ling?" someone asked softly. The Prime Minister, the Left Minister, and the 99th Prince all sneered. In the beginning, they had listened to Lin Ling because they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. However, now, they felt that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. "Do as you wish." At this thought, the three magnates said, "Thank you, my lord." The powerful cultivators were overjoyed. They all moved to plunder the star origin tree around them. However, as soon as they touched the blood-colored plants, the plants immediately withered, which made them very confused. However, at this time, the clouds around the path changed. Countless skeletons appeared and stretched out their skeletal arms to grab those powerful cultivators. These skeletal arms were extremely tough and weren't afraid of Jia Yuan's attacks. Moreover, those who were caught by the skeletons disappeared after being pulled into the surroundings. Moreover, the colorful clouds around them began to disperse, revealing a crystal-like ice layer. Upon closer inspection, a large number of skeletons and bones were sealed in the ice layer. There were even some living people who were sealed in the ice layer and were probably dead. Oh no! Everyone was shocked and started to panic. They used their martial arts to fight against the ice. However, the path was too small and the skeletons were endless. As a result, a large number of people were pulled into the ice layer and died completely. That kind of frozen wretchedness scared the people like cicadas in winter. "Let's get out of here quickly." The 99th Prince also shouted. He used the people around him to attract the skeletons and shot forward. Looking ahead, the people of the imperial court were safe and sound. They had followed Lin Ling for a long time, but when they looked back, they all gasped. This time, the three magnates must have lost countless of their men. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Sacrificial Pit. Your Excellency Lin Ling, this is... The third princess was also shocked. Luckily, everyone in the imperial court obeyed Lin Ling's orders. Otherwise, there would have been countless casualties. "It's a taboo because that's the sacrificial pit," Lin Ling said solemnly. It was recorded on the map of Fusu that one had to pass by the sacrificial pit before entering the Dragon Palace. However, he didn't expect the sacrificial pit to be so terrifying. He had never seen a blood-red plant before, so he reminded everyone not to touch it. As for people saying that it was the star origin tree, he thought that it was a joke. "Ah, save me!" Behind them, cries of pain could be heard. Everyone regretted not listening to Lin Ling, but it was too late. "Speed up." Lin Ling didn't care about the people behind him and gave the order. The people of the imperial court quickly ran along the path. The 99th Prince and the others also caught up. When they looked back, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives. Many of their people had died. After following Lin Ling for a full 2 hours, the path also became wider. Everyone rested on the spot, exhausted. "Lin Ling, you've killed too many of our people. Don't you think you've gone overboard?" The left minister couldn't help but say. He hated Lin Ling to the core. "Didn't I remind you not to move around? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair?" Lin Ling sneered and said fearlessly. The left minister couldn't refute him and could only sulk. So many people from the left minister's residence had died, but no one from the imperial court had died. Lin Ling mocked them for plugging their ears with donkey hair. This humiliation wouldn't disappear even after 10,000 years. "Let's continue. If you don't think it's safe, you can walk in front." Lin Ling ignored the left minister and looked ahead. "We'll walk in front." "Yes." The three magnate chi practitioners exchanged glances with one another and led the experts forward. Previously, they were at the bottom and suffered countless casualties. This time, they wouldn't be at the bottom even if they were beaten to death. If something really happened, then it should be the imperial dynasty. Some of them should have died. When he saw that, Lin Ling laughed coldly. He brought the people of imperial dynasty forward slowly. "There are also plants. Where exactly is this place? Why is it so strange?" After walking for an unknown period of time, a sound suddenly came from the front. This was because mysterious plants had appeared on both sides of the road again. These plants were half a meter tall and also had stars hanging from their leaves. But this time, they were afraid at a glance, therefore, they all quickened their pace. Lin Ling, be careful. Beside Lin Ling, the red jade tiger also saw those plants and couldn't help but remind him. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot over and landed on the plants on both sides of the path, causing a large area of electric snakes to wreak havoc. This would undoubtedly trigger the outbreaks of the taboo. Someone was framing them. Bastard! The red jade tiger instantly roared in anger. Touching the taboo of a god was definitely going to cause a calamity to befall all living beings. The person who did this clearly wanted their imperial court to suffer great losses. Get out of here! The third princess also yelled out. Wait! But at this moment, Lin Ling's slow voice floated out. He curiously stared at the plants around him and suddenly smiled. I recognize this thing, Blood Arch Star Tree. It's used to protect the soul. I didn't expect such a precious treasure to be gathered here. Your Excellency Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? Hearing this, the third princess's face changed. What time is it now? Lin Ling is actually leisurely admiring the plants around him. Is he courting death? Don't worry, it's better to be calm. I don't recognize the blood-colored plants from before, so I told you not to touch them casually. But these plants, I recognize them. The smile on Lin Ling's face became wider and wider. Someone, give those plants a slash. If you find that they are bleeding and the blood is scattered in the air, then collect them. Second brother, let me do it. Seeing Lin Ling's mysterious appearance, Indra hurriedly walked out. A halberd appeared in his hand as he prepared to attack the plants on the roadside. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's better to be careful. The third princess was still very worried. If Lin Ling's guess was wrong, then many of them would die. Don't worry, Lin Ling, won't be wrong. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of plant left behind by the gods, Li Xiaoyao had seen it once in the past, so he was sure, Indra had already made his move. With a slash of his halberd, the plants on the roadside immediately started to bleed. Moreover, the blood turned into mysterious symbols and dissipated in the sky. So powerful, just like what Your Excellency Lin Ling said. Seeing this, the third princess felt extremely mystical. However, in her eyes, Lin Ling had already started to pick the plants around him. Looking carefully, these plants were the same as the blood-colored plants from before. However, there were a few more stars on the leaves. There was a moon mark and a sun mark. Lin Ling's heart was in ecstasy. This was a treasure that could nourish the soul force. However, he was also puzzled. This Wake-Up Dragon Palace should be the tomb of Wake-Up Dragon God. Why would there be so many treasures that could nourish the soul force? Could it be that Wake-Up Dragon God didn't die? Was he using these treasures to nourish his soul? If his guess was correct, this Wake-Up Dragon God was terrifying. This was because this was a dragon god that had existed since the ancient gods. There were a lot of treasures. Everyone started to pick them up one after another, each of them beaming with joy. Haha, those idiots ran really fast. Otherwise, they would have definitely snatched these treasures. Indra laughed. One could imagine that if the three magnates were to see this scene, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. The third princess secretly wiped the sweat off her forehead and revealed a smile that could topple countries. She looked at Lin Ling and her heart was filled with admiration. After a long time, everyone had a great harvest. They slowly walked forward, talking and laughing. At this moment, in front of them, the 99th prince and the rest stopped in their tracks, all of them frowning. They still haven't caught up. Are they all dead? Oh no, if Lin Ling is dead and we still haven't found the entrance of the Dragon Palace, then we have come here for nothing. Damn it, Mother Laine, who told you to plot against Lin Ling? The Prime Minister and the Left Minister were also worried. However, at this moment, a laugh could be heard. Thank you for your concern. However, even if all of you are dead, I, Lin Ling, will not die. A large number of figures appeared on the misty path. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. After him, the people from the imperial court also appeared. Upon closer inspection, not only were they not dead, they were also not injured at all. Most importantly, they were in high spirits as if they had encountered something joyous. At this moment, the three magnates were tongue-tied. You didn't encounter those skeletons? Someone asked with a frown. You're talking about this, right? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and those plants with leaves that fluttered like stars appeared. Immediately, the Prime Minister and the rest of the experts were frightened and frantically retreated. Enter Wake suppressing Dragon Palace. Hearing this, the Prime Minister and the other experts looked as if they had seen a ghost, because the thing in Lin Ling's hand was exactly the same as what they had seen before. But Lin Ling and the others were fine, while they had suffered countless casualties. How was this possible? You guys have been stalling for so long. Could it be that you've been collecting these treasures? 99th Prince frowned. That's right. Naturally, we can't miss such a precious treasure. I wanted to call you guys along, but you guys ran too fast. It's such a pity that we missed such a treasure. Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. Crack crack, hearing this, the leaders of the various factions were stunned. Then, they trembled with anger. The left minister's gaze was cold as he roared, how could this be? Why is it that we've suffered so many casualties while you've obtained such treasures? I don't know either. Maybe it's a matter of character. Lin Ling said with a shrug. That regretful look on his face made the left minister and the others almost want to kill Lin Ling. Of course, this was just a thought, and this feeling of wanting to kill but not daring to do so was even worse than eating dog shit. Who told you to walk in front? Perhaps if you stay behind, those treasures will also be yours. But this time, are you still going to walk in front? Lin Ling said again. The most infuriating thing was that his expression was very calm, without any hint of sarcasm, and this kind of attitude was undoubtedly the biggest mockery to others. You walk in front. The 99th Crown Prince and the others roared in unison. Actually, it doesn't matter who walks in front, because we've reached the gate. Lin Ling had already stepped forward, passing through the hazy fog. His voice floated out at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed, and they all rushed through the fog. Up ahead, an enormous palace appeared, and a tombstone hung from the ground. Tomb of the Fusu Dragon God. Do not disturb it. This huge dragon palace was made of grey rocks. It was hidden in the fog and was extremely mysterious. However, it was silent and gave people a sense of oppression. At the same time, a huge rock was blocking the entrance of the dragon palace. It was motionless, as if it had existed since the era of the gods. That's the dragon sealing rock. Break it and you can enter the palace. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he pointed at the huge rock in front of the dragon palace. This was recorded on the map. I'll do it. Hearing that, an old man smiled joyfully and took the initiative to attack. His strength was at the 6th level of a martial immortal realm. However, when his attack landed on the rock did not move in the slightest. Instead, a terrifying power was reflected back and directly killed that old man. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The dragon sealing rock is not easy. Only Lin Ling was used to it. This was the reason why he needed the magnates to join him. He knew that the imperial court alone wouldn't be able to break the dragon sealing stone. The 99 crown princes also knew why Lin Ling had invited them. However, the most important thing right now was to break the dragon sealing stone. Once the entrance was opened, they wouldn't have to be threatened by Lin Ling anymore. In fact, they had been holding back for a long time. 18 imperial dragons, attack. The 99th prince decisively ordered the experts of the Imperial Dragon Court to take action. These 18 imperial dragons were all at the 8th layer of the martial immortal realm. Although they looked like children, short and young, they were all experts who had lived for countless years. Their strength was monstrous. When they attacked, it was as if they stirred up chaos. However, when their attacks landed on the dragon sealing rock, it only made the rock move slightly. On the contrary, 18 terrifying forces were reflected back at him. Retreat. The expressions of the 18 experts changed drastically, and they used their powerful speed, wanting to avoid the feedback force. However, the forces were extremely mysterious. They did not attack others. Instead, they chased after them, causing them to be seriously injured. How terrifying. At this moment, a feeling of insignificance rose in everyone's hearts. They were the strongest experts in Qingzhou. However, the forces left behind by the gods could easily kill them. This was only the power of one of the 8 gods. As for the 8 gods, they could imagine how powerful they were. They probably had the power to suppress the entire 9 states. Even Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He was even more curious about the secrets of the universe. Attack from 8 directions. Qian triple link, Kuan 6 break, Xianyang bull, Jian overturning bull, Li Zhong void, Ken Zhong full, Dui upper lack, Sun lower break. Lin Ling did not care about the difference between friend and foe. If he could not break the dragon sealing rock, he would not be able to enter the dragon palace. Hearing that, the 99th prince and the others understood. They ordered the experts to attack according to Lin Ling's instructions. Third princess, let the imperial court attack too. Otherwise, we're still lacking strength. Lin Ling said to the third princess. Hearing that, the experts of the imperial court attacked too. At that moment, the ancient martial arts of Qingzhou exploded. In terms of age, Lin Ling was the leader of the younger generation in Qingzhou. However, in terms of strength, many people present were stronger than him. Especially the experts in the later stage of the martial immortal realm. He was still unable to defeat them. The powerful force of the universe, all kinds of ancient martial arts caused the dragon sealing rock to tremble and cracks began to appear. Lin Ling also saw that most of the people present had divine bodies and no desolate bodies. Of course, there might be experts with desolate bodies hidden among them. For example, the last 4 people of the 9 heavens. Furthermore, he saw that the 99th prince, the prime minister, and the left minister did not use their full strength. They were obviously hiding their strength. However, that was enough. Under the attacks of the 4 giants, the dragon sealing rock finally exploded. The deafening roar of a dragon was heard. A terrifying and ferocious dragon rushed out from the gate of the dragon palace. It was accompanied by the heads of the various auspicious creatures, such as the silver deer, the blue phoenix, the wood qilin, and other divine creatures. In an instant, ominous aura, divine light, and all kinds of opposing forces of the universe fused together and formed a terrifying tornado. At that moment, the place where the gods slept seemed to have been disturbed. Third princess, enter the dragon palace immediately. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He recalled what was recorded on the map. The dragon sealing rock was broken and the dragon god was revived. Enter. Enter. Upon hearing that, the third princess immediately gave the order. Everyone from the imperial court rushed towards the dragon palace. Big brother, be careful. Brother. Lin Ling exhorted and also rushed forward. At that moment, the 99th prince and the rest originally wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, when they saw the people from the imperial court rush into the dragon palace, they immediately panicked. They were afraid that they had touched upon some taboo of the gods. All of them took action. Although they were the strongest in Qingzhou, they were like ants when faced with the taboo of the gods' era. After Lin Ling entered the dragon palace, he immediately discovered a large number of entrances. He ran towards one of the entrances and disappeared. When the people behind him entered, they were all stunned. There were so many entrances, left with no choice, they could only choose a random entrance and proceed forward. What kind of great fortune they would encounter next would all depend on their luck. Translator, Transin editor, Transin fighting the dragon soul. I'm finally in. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He stretched his limbs and finally relaxed. The resuscitating dragon palace was just one of the divine palaces in the 8 gods' celestial palace, but it was already so terrifying. One could imagine how difficult it would be to reach the 6th and 7th levels. Therefore, he knew that the resuscitating dragon palace was the final destination of this trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace. However, there was a treasure in the resuscitating dragon palace, the dragon's soul. He had come straight for this item, because this was the 4th dantian that he had prepared. Currently, he had reached a new level in the cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. The only flaw was his fire element talent and cultivation realm. Therefore, he began to work hard for the 4th dantian, roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the path ahead. A huge ancient dragon appeared in front of him. This dragon seemed to be condensed from smoke, but it was vivid and lifelike. The moment it roared, Lin Ling felt the blood in his body boil. My luck is too bad. I just came in and I already met a dragon? Lin Ling's mouth twitched and his face turned serious. Roar! The huge ancient dragon flew over, covering the sky with a terrifying aura. Realm-devouring beast. Lin Ling also exploded with all his strength and punched out. However, it was useless. The huge ancient dragon seemed to be illusory and wasn't attacked by any realm essence. Instead, it swept its claws and 5 bloody wounds appeared on Lin Ling's chest. This is too unfair. It can attack me, but I can't attack it. Lin Ling was shocked. He scanned with his 10,000 elephant demon eyes and realized that the dragon wasn't real. It was formed by a soul. The most important thing was that after Lin Ling's 3 dantians fused together, his boundary essence surged and actually attracted 3 giant ancient dragons. These ancient dragons seemed to be able to pass through the dragon palace at will. Lin Ling wasn't sure just how many ancient dragons there were in the dragon palace. As for the 3 new dragons, one was an ice dragon, one was a fire dragon, and the last one was a lightning dragon. Each of them was more terrifying than the Azure Dragon King. World Mountain Fist. Lin Ling hurriedly made the first move. He gathered all of his power, and with the power of the World Mountain's essence, his left fist could be said to be extremely ferocious. However, that punch directly pierced through a sky ice dragon, unable to attack the other party at all. On the contrary, the firmament ice dragon spat out a mouthful of universal frost essence, directly freezing Lin Ling. Bang! Soon, Lin Ling broke out of the ice, his face pale. Little Kunlun! He roared angrily, and the vines on his left arm appeared like dragons, forming a vortex as he whipped one of the fire primordial dragons' paw. However, the vines were also emptied. These ancient dragons were simply formless and colorless. Not good. After Little Kunlun was free, a lightning armor strange dragon behind him had already swept over. Its huge dragon tail swept out fiercely, and it could probably destroy thousands of worlds. At this moment, Lin Ling laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be killed by these dragon souls when he had the Qing Prefecture's overlord under his control. However, when the dragon tail touched the scabbard on Lin Ling's back, the scabbard floated up, and a strange aura spread out. The headless old man appeared and slashed with his sword. The sword light was like water. The lightning armor strange dragon's tail was cut off by the sword. This sudden turn of events shocked Lin Ling. This scabbard was indeed in existence with the sharpness of demonic qi. At the same time, a cold sword quietly appeared in the scabbard. It floated out of the scabbard and flew towards Lin Ling. Tyrannical Song Sword. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword flying towards him. One had to know that after the tyrannical song sword was sealed by the scabbard, he had been unable to use it. However, this time, the tyrannical song sword actually took the initiative to lead the scabbard. Subconsciously, Lin Ling held the sword, and a strange power appeared in his heart. Moreover, he realized that all the power in his body was surging towards the sword. The sword was absorbing his power. Tyrannical song sword, wake up. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. If this continued, all his power would be sucked dry. Moreover, he realized that the tyrannical song sword seemed to be in a deep slumber. It did not feel like a comrade like it did in the past. However, his shouts were of no use. On the contrary, his physical strength, realm essence, and soul power were continuously being sucked into the tyrannical song sword. Finally, the sword leaped up. On the tip of the sword, a sharp demonic chi flashed. It was very dazzling, and it actually froze the 4 ancient dragons in the sky. At the same time, Lin Ling had a feeling in his heart. He had to use his sword. Break for me! A cold shout floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light flashed. It was dazzling, but it was not huge. However, when it slashed towards the sky, 3 of the ancient dragons in the sky were cut in half. This sword was earth-shattering. Plop! At the same time, Lin Ling powerlessly fell to the ground. This was because that sword had absorbed all of his strength. His essence, energy, and soul power, other than his soul power, had disappeared without a trace. He did not even have the strength to stand up. What kind of sword was sealed in this scabbard in the past? Why did this sword consume all of my strength? Lin Ling's heart was pounding, but his eyes gradually focused. This was because he realized that there was still an ancient dragon in the sky. At this moment, it was roaring ferociously and pouncing towards him, and now, he did not even have the strength to activate the time and space divine steel. The situation was instantly on the verge of death. However, at this moment of life and death, Lin Ling calmed down. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and it became a world of gray. This was an extremely strange feeling. The myriad demonic eyes has increased along with my strength. Right now, it allows me to think in an instant. Lin Ling was not surprised by this feeling. This was because Li Xiaoyao also had this feeling in the past. These ancient dragons, other than the scabbard, do not fear any other power. This is too heaven-defying. However, there has never been an invincible existence in the universe. They must have a weakness. Oh right, the sword that killed 3 ancient dragons before had the power of demonic sword energy, but there is another possibility. It is soul power. These ancient dragons should be dead. After millions of years, they should have died. However, the plants outside the palace nourished their souls, allowing their souls to never be extinguished. This means that these are real dragon souls. If I want to break them, the only way is to use soul power. Lin Ling instantly pondered. Everything in front of him began to regain color. Previously, he seemed to be thinking slowly, but in reality, to the outside world, it was just a breath of time. However, at this time, Lin Ling had already activated all of his soul power, forming an invisible soul shockwave that rushed towards the ancient dragon in the sky. Fortunately, his soul power was strong, so the scabbard did not absorb all of it. Otherwise, he would have already fainted, not to mention activating his soul power. As the soul power surged out, Lin Ling was in a semi-conscious state. However, he kept shouting in his heart that he must succeed. Fortunately, he guessed right. After colliding with Lin Ling's soul power, the last dragon soul in the sky exploded with a bang, turning into countless soul fragments and disappearing into the void. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally smiled. End of chapter 2941. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.